Kylie POV. Zoe's shoulders trembled as she cried in Graham's arms. He embraced her tightly as she played the weak victim out here. He murmured things to her to soothe her. There was a time when I used to feel miserable seeing them together, but now I feel indifferent. It was like they were playing a part in a drama. The surprise and shock on Graham's face was satisfying. I loved how he was bamboozled when he saw Zoe entering the main hall of the High Council. I turned to look at Elder Hanks and said, "Elder Hanks, I have proved that I wasn't the one who was lying. It was Alpha Graham who misled this council by saying that he didn't know where Zoe was. He accused me that I had given you all doctored photos, and he wasted this council's time. Basically, he has committed perjury. I remember he implored you to punish me for lying, so now you will have to penalize him for perjury." Elder Hanks took a ragged breath in and gazed at Graham and Zoe. "I request you both to sit down," he ordered. Graham and Zoe sat down, holding hands. Zoe glanced at me and then quickly averted her eyes, wiping her tears. As for Graham, he still looked like he had seen a ghost. With his lie uncovered, he was rendered speechless. Elder Hanks said, "It is now proved that Alpha Graham has been lying and misleading the High Council all this time. The High Council hereby penalizes him with a fine of $50,000 and 1 month imprisonment in the dungeons of the High Council." "What? No," Graham shouted. "This is severe. Where will I get that much money from? And 1 month?" Zoe started bawling. "Elder Hanks, our pack has recently split in two. We are yet to recover from all the financial losses. Where are we going to get so much money from?" "You have that much money and more than that," I intervened. "I remember leaving half of our money to you, Alpha Graham." I heard Logan laughing quietly as Graham shot a glare at me and Zoe clenched her fists as if ready to attack me. Too bad. They couldn't. "That money is used for my pack's benefit. I won't steal it from my pack members," Graham hissed. "You've left us in a pathetic condition. Your intentions are wicked. You want to push my pack into a life of poverty." I rolled my eyes. These two had really excelled in doing drama. "Alpha Graham, I know you can pay that money as fine. And if you were so bothered about your pack, why did you lie?" "Shut up," Zoe cried. "Just shut up. What have we done to you that you have turned into an anaconda?" I raised my eyebrow and cocked my head to the side. "Anaconda? Baby, you haven't seen me in full form yet. I've been dealing with so many vipers lately. I've had to become an anaconda myself. Remember, an anaconda silently slithers through the underbrush with deliberate and calculated movements before attacking its prey. This is just the beginning." Zoe's throat bobbed as we both got locked in a staring contest. Coral growled inside me to unleash her and attack her. Being an alpha wolf, she hated if people stared at her like this. Zoe had to avert her gaze because she visibly winced when my alpha aura spilled out. "Elder Hanks," she cried, "please don't imprison Alpha Graham. I am pregnant with his pup. Please don't separate us. He was doing all this just to protect me." "Silence," Elder Hanks said, bringing the gavel down. "The High Council's decision will not be challenged." Zoe got up and ran to kneel in front of all the elders. "Please, I beg of you, leave him. He is innocent. He was doing it for me. I agree that Alpha Graham hid me, but he did it to protect me from Kylie. She had attacked me and wanted to kill me. I am pregnant with his pup and she wants to kill me out of jealousy. According to the laws, you can't kill a pregnant she-wolf." My mouth dropped to the floor, hearing another one of her lies. "That's another lie. I'll ask you to be careful, Zoe," I growled. Zoe ignored me and continued, "If anyone is the culprit, it's her, Kylie. She should be imprisoned. Why take Alpha Graham as a prisoner when all he did was to protect me? And if you don't agree, take me, not him." "Zoe," Graham rasped. "No, come back." She started sobbing. "I won't come back until the council takes its orders back." Elder Hanks looked at her with exasperation in his eyes, but I knew he had to yield to whatever other elders decided. After a few minutes of silence, which was punctuated by Zoe's sobs, the elders came to a decision. Elder Hanks pursed his lips and said, "Okay, we are taking her pregnancy into consideration. Alpha Graham won't be imprisoned, but he has to pay a fine of $50,000. Saying that, he brought the gavel down. "This council meeting is adjourned. We'll send new dates for the next meeting soon." Zoe got up, bowed to the elders, and rushed to Graham. She caught his hand and pulled him out of the main hall hurriedly, as if being chased by bats from hell. The elders also left soon. When I was alone with Logan, he pulled me into a tight embrace. I shook my head. I thought it would get over today, but Zoe is playing her cards well. Zoe is like a wounded hyena. You did great, Kylie, he said, kissing the crown of my head. Don't worry, they are already pretty shaken up. We will take them down in the next hearing. I let out a rough exhale. This was a partial win, and I felt good in a long time. My lips curled up. Yes, next time it will be their last. I winked at him, and he grinned. I swear, Luna Kylie, I am so happy to be on your good side. You are the smartest, sassiest, and most beautiful woman I've ever met. You are biased because I am you mate, I said in light banter. Well, maybe. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a text message. It was from an unknown number. It read, "You'll pay for it." "Who's it?" Logan asked with a frown. I chuckled as I messaged back to the unknown number. "Bring it on. First, pay the fine, Kylie POV." While driving back to the Nordpack, my thoughts were occupied by Zoe and Graham. Why did grandfather grant him freedom? I asked, irritation lacing my voice. His hands are tied, Kylie, Logan explained. He can't make decisions on his own. He has to consult all the elders before he doles out a decision. I let out a frustrated sigh. I just want to get over this. He placed a hand on my thigh and said, "We will. I am sure that the next hearing will be soon. However, do you have anything against Graham and Zoe to implicate them? I mean, Zoe is very clever. She obviously has a lot of power over Graham. I'm sure that she must be having something up her sleeve to save herself." I looked out towards the river that was meandering through the mountains as we traversed the highway. There's not much I can offer right now, but I'll do my best. "Is there anything you would want to share with me?" he asked, squeezing my thigh. "No, it's all good," I said and rested my head back, closing my eyes. "But there's something else that I wanted to discuss." "Sure," he said enthusiastically. "Katie and Ace." I looked at him to see his reaction. Just like I had expected, he had a frown on his lips. "What about them?" he asked, not really liking where the conversation was going. "Have you ever considered how they behave around each other?" I said, cocking my head. His frown deepened. "I know Katie has an interest in Ace. As long as they are not romantically involved, I am fine." "Whoa, why?" I asked, totally shocked. He clenched his jaws, and a muscle feathered there. "Katie is young, and Ace is a year older than me. He is of Alpha blood, and he will eventually leave me to handle his pack. You think I am going to allow Katie to go after him when I know what kind of family he comes from?" His words caught me off guard. "Care to elaborate?" "Kylie, let's not discuss it today," he said, as his hands tightened around the wheel. "No, I want to discuss it. It's better to face it rather than to avoid it." He didn't reply to me and stayed quiet for a long time. I stared at him and knew that he had blocked his mind. I wanted to pester him, but I decided against it. Katie was his younger sister, and he was very protective of her. I wanted to tell him they were mates, but Katie had asked me not to. How could I betray her trust? After a long silence, he said, "Ace's parents are different. They come from a long line of royalty. The world has moved forward, but they still like to retain their royal customs and traditions." He rolled his eyes. "Ace's move to become my beta instead of embracing his alpha status has left them unhappy. Ace was my friend ever since we were in college, and he would often come home with me in summers and winters during vacation. I mean, he wouldn't even go to his parents' place, which was weird as shit, but I never questioned him. I didn't question him when he showed an interest in being my beta. It was an honor to have him as my beta." "Whoa, royalty, huh?" Logan chuckled. "Yes. The thing is that they aren't allowing Ace to choose his bride. They want to go the traditional way of selecting a bride for him in a choosing game." "What the hell?" I almost shouted. "Are they fucking mad? Who does that now?" Logan sighed. "I was upset with Ace for not asserting himself and reminding them that we don't live in ancient times. So he asked me to visit his parents one summer." Logan shook his head. "Kylie, all his people are so bloody uppity. They have so many traditions and customs to follow that you won't be able to survive in that world. Now think, what would happen to Katie? She's a free bird, and if she takes Ace as her chosen mate, then—" His shoulders bunched up in tension. "Then she will separate from him in the first month because of his family. My sister is so bubbly and bold. Do you think she'll be able to cope up? Goddess, disbelief skittered down my spine. This is insane. Katie has never lived by the rules. He shrugged. That's why I said, I'm okay until she doesn't have a romantic feeling for him. I snapped my mouth shut and bit my tongue because I wanted to say that the ship had already docked. It is a very complicated situation with Ace. Sometimes I feel he is with me because he wants to get away from his parents, but I know soon they will call him to take over as the alpha of his pack, Logan said. Ace has a younger sister who is married and her husband is ambitious, so I am worried about that part as well. I have told him several times to go to his pack and take over, but he has always declined it politely. Damn, I knew why Ace wasn't going. He would never leave Katie alone, and he didn't want to take her there with him. Maybe Katie didn't want to go. There had to be a way to fight this stupid situation. We arrived at the Nordpack, and Katie was thrilled to know that I had won the first round of hearing. We have to celebrate, she chirped. I laughed and squeezed her in a hug. Not now, Katie, but I promise I will celebrate when I throw that bastard Graham in the dungeons. Ace was hovering around, and all his concentration was on Katie. Hey, Ace, Logan called him. How about we go for a hunt? Only the top warriors. My wolf wants to come out. Ace was taken aback. From his facial expressions, it was apparent that he didn't want to leave Katie. Sure, Alpha Logan, he said reluctantly. I'll arrange for the run. Saying that, he left, glancing at Katie. Do you also want to go on the hunt? I whispered to Katie. No, she replied. Ace becomes territorial when anyone tries to get near me. I don't know why, but his wolf is losing control. He said that his wolf wants to mark me, and he feels like killing every wolf who comes near me. Hunting in a pack means there will be other warriors. So, my eyes widened in surprise. This was turning into a hot mess with each passing day. Kylie POV. For the entire week, I was at the edge. Logan had taken me to the pack house, where he would often train the senior pack members. The young pups were trained by Beta Ace. Logan asked me if I wanted to join him for training. Though I was reluctant, training provided me with the much-needed focus. I was in constant touch with Sheer and Fenris about the latest developments in my pack. Sheer had also posted a few spies who were working with the spies of the Nordpack. On Friday, after an intense training at the pack house, I was drying myself after a bath when I received a call from Logan. He had already gone to the office and informed me he would be late because he had to tour the pack's territory. Hey, I breathed. Got an email from the High Council, he said with utter calm in his voice. My heart raced in my chest. And they've issued a fresh date. We have to be there the day after tomorrow. Great! Goosebumps crawled all over my skin. This was going to be the end of the case. We'll start tomorrow evening. Gramps has asked us to stay with him for the night. Oh, sure, I breathed. Can we take Katie with us? She needs a change of environment. Why? He asked, his voice filled with suspicion. I let out a nervous chuckle. She's bored. I could practically hear the roll of his eyes and his snort. That girl needs to find her mate soon, or I'll choose one for her. Hey, don't you say that for my BF, I chided him. Else you'll be sleeping on the couch in the main hall today. What? I am your husband, he protested, and she's my best friend. Your bestie is more important than your husband, because only she bears all your nonsense and gossip. He sighed and chuckled. If I am sleeping on the couch, you will sleep there too. I grinned. That can be arranged. I slipped in my denims and went to Katie's room. She was still sleeping. I shook her, and she snapped awake like she just had a crazy dream. When she looked at me, she glowered. Kylie, what the fuck? She pulled the comforter over her and went back to sleep. Do you want to come with me to grandfather's place? I asked. Slowly, she pulled her comforter down and opened one eye. When are you going? I grinned because my doubts were confirmed. She needed a change. In 2 days. I will. At least Ace won't be on the edge when I am with Gramps and you guys, she said and went back to sleep. The next day I had prepared every document I could to solidify my case. I was at my wit's end when Logan was driving me to the High Council. Katie was in our car and Ace couldn't come, but he was extremely angry about her leaving. I heard them fighting in her room the day before. He had warned her that if he smelled any other wolf on her, he was going to kill him. When we arrived at the High Council, I saw Gramps waiting for us. He hugged Katie and then me. "You girls are my favorite in this world," he said with a smile as he circled each arm on our shoulders and guided us into his home. "Gramps, I wanted to talk about tomorrow's case," I said in a hushed voice. He shook his head. "No, Kylie, I won't talk to you about it. We are going to spend one evening without talking about Graham or Zoe, okay?" I pursed my lips and nodded because I knew he wouldn't encourage me. It was a lovely evening with him. I didn't know that he was a superb cook, and Logan was a bad one. Logan helped Gramps by scattering everything around him. Gramps would chide him, and we laughed. Next day, when we reached the High Council's headquarters, Zoe was standing in the parking lot with Asher, smoking a cigarette, talking in hushed tones. She glared at me as I got out and walked in along with Logan. "Bitch!" she muttered. I didn't even acknowledge her presence. Graham was sitting inside the foyer. As soon as he saw me, he shifted in his chair. "You are the most vindictive woman on this planet," he hissed. "I hope you are thrown in the dungeons and tortured to hell." In a flash of a second, Logan was on his throat, gripping his neck with his hands. "I told you to behave last time," he growled in an animalistic voice. "Leave me," Graham said in a choked voice, his hands shooting to Logan's wrists. "You are in the High Council. I will file a case against you." I rushed to Logan and pulled him away. "Logan, please, love." He seemed to calm down and removed his hands from Graham's throat. As Graham rubbed his throat while glaring at us, I tugged Logan back to the chair. Zoe entered the foyer, along with Asher. She halted as soon as her eyes pinned me. "You know what?" she said as she sassily walked to Graham. "I can see that this case is open and shut. You have no evidence against me or Graham. You are simply fooling everyone around you. Such an attention seeker. Tsk, tsk. Maybe you should join a nursery school. But I don't think you'll ever witness another beautiful sunrise again, as darkness will engulf your life from this day forward." I narrowed my eyes. Excellent description of my days. "You've really excelled in drama, haven't you? Otherwise, how could you convince Graham that you are carrying his pup when the pup is Liam's?" Her face turned sour, but I ignored her and said to Graham, "Have you got the paternity test done?" Graham clenched his jaws, and I knew I had done my job well. They were both riled up. We were called inside the main hall for the next hearing. As usual, Elder Hanks was sitting in the center, flanked by others. I bowed to them before taking my seat. "Luna Kylie," Elder Hanks said as he flipped through the pages in front of him, "you have filed a case against Alpha Graham and Zoe Muller for killing your father." He looked at me through his eyeglasses. "Do you have any proof?" "Elder Hanks, when I was captured by Alpha Liam in the erstwhile brown fur pack, Zoe had confessed to her crime. I didn't even know that my father was killed because I was always under the impression that he died of a heart attack." A lump formed in my throat, remembering my father. I swallowed it and continued. "She said that she killed him in collusion with Alpha Graham, who was my husband at that time." "This is pure malice, Elder Hanks," Zoe cried. "I am giving birth to a new life. How can I even think of taking away a life? Kylie Kennedy has no limit when it comes to blaming her former husband." Kylie POV. Zoe looked at Graham and took his hand in hers as her eyes brimmed with tears. We were both in love with each other ever since we were in school. We both found mates and got married to them. But the moon goddess brought us back together. She rubbed her belly bump slightly. "And this is the fruit of our love." She sniffled. "Please, Elder Hanks, for the sake of my pup, null the charges against us. Kylie has made baseless charges on equally baseless assumptions." "That's right, Elder Hanks," Graham supported her. "These are ludicrous charges. Why will I kill my father-in-law? I like Alpha Jonas. He was my father's friend, and Kylie was my mate. How could I hurt her by killing her father? A mate bond is so strong. She is insulting that bond by accusing me." Elder Hanks genuinely looked surprised at his words. I was shocked, and Katie snorted. Other elders shifted in their places, and I saw one of them snickering. Logan sat there calmly. "Do you wish to say anything, Luna Kylie?" Elder Hanks sighed. I nodded. "I am so happy that you have finally come to understand the importance of the mate bond, Alpha Graham. Where was it when you brought Zoe into the marriage? Where was it when you spent all your nights with her after she came back to you? And where was it when I was admitted to the hospital after your infidelity to me? I turned to look back at Elder Hanks and added, Zoe said that she did it all because of her mate, Alpha Liam. That's ridiculous, Zoe shouted. Alpha Liam abused me. I would do nothing for him. I continued, they did it with the help of an Omega. Which Omega? Are you dreaming? Zoe shot at me. Xena, the Omega you murdered, I replied. She started laughing. Really, Kylie? Now you are accusing me of murdering an Omega? She gazed at the elders. This all sounds so stupid. I hope you realize it. At first, she accused us of killing her father, and now she is accusing us of killing an Omega who helped us to kill her father. How ludicrous is this? This is a good cooked-up story, a nice soap opera. No, it is the truth, I said. She stared at me with wide eyes. You think we will believe you? There is no evidence. Your accusations are unjustified. I didn't accuse you just like that, Zoe, I said and waved at the door. Sheer walked in through the door with an elderly couple who seemed frightened as they glanced at us. Do you remember them? I asked her. And this time Zoe paled. Her breath lodged in her throat. She looked frozen to the spot. My gaze went to Graham, who looked confused as he watched the couple walking in along with Sheer. Sheer bowed to the elders and then to us. Here they are, as instructed by you, Luna Kylie. Thank you, Sheer, I said. He walked to sit behind me beside Katie. Who are they? Elder Hanks asked, narrowing his eyes. I got up. Elder Hanks, these are the parents of the Omega who poisoned my father, Mila and Peter. I would like to interrogate them if it's okay with you. Pin-drop silence ensued, and the silence was deafening. Elder Hanks looked at the other elders and then nodded at me to continue with my interrogation. I turned towards Mila and Peter and asked, Are you the parents of Xena? Yes, Peter said. He appeared extremely nervous. Are you aware of what Xena did to your Alpha? Mila started crying silently as Peter's blood drained from his face. He fell on his knees and said, Luna Kylie, we don't know why Xena poisoned your father, but we were not a part of it. After Alpha Jonas was killed, we were asked by Beta Henry of the Lunar Pack to leave the pack and never come back. I took a ragged breath in. How do you know that Xena killed my father? Peter's eyes brimmed with tears. After we heard that Alpha Jonas suddenly got a heart attack, we were very surprised. We wanted to ask Xena about it because she was his personal maid, but she didn't return home. Both of us went to search for her. She wasn't at Alpha's house or in the pack. We found her body outside the Nightbloom pack. When we brought her back, we found Beta Henry waiting for us. He gave us $1,000 and asked us to leave the pack before it was merged with the Lunar Pack. Otherwise, he would throw us in the dungeons for killing Alpha Jonas. We were surprised, but as Omegas, who were we to question him? We left as soon as we could. None of it is right, Zoe blurted. There is no proof that we killed Alpha Jonas. Peter's lips trembled. He took out some papers from his pocket and handed them to me. When we were leaving, we went through Xena's room and found these papers. They are handwritten letters from Zoe and Alpha Graham to her, and there are instructions on how to use wolfsbane and when to give it to Alpha Jonas. Wolfsbane was the deadliest poison that could kill a werewolf if given in purest form. Graham looked like he was about to faint while Zoe's mouth dropped to the floor. They both stared at Peter with wide eyes in disbelief. I took the papers from him and read them. My vision became blurry when I read the instructions in Graham's handwriting. Why did he use letters? Because a phone call could be traced. And he was sure that Xena would destroy the letters, but the girl outsmarted him. She didn't get rid of the letters in case of an emergency. These are the proof that Alpha Graham and Zoe killed my father, I said, wiping my tears as I gave them to Elder Hanks. After Zoe had said that an Omega was involved in killing my father, all my focus was on finding her family. It proved to be challenging because her parents had left my pack before it was merged with the Lunar Pack. Using Logan's contacts, I reached every pack to ask if they had Peter and Mila registered as their pack members. I got the confirmation from one pack in the south a week back, and since then I was keeping my cards close to my chest, Kylie POV. As soon as I had come to know about the whereabouts of Peter and Mila, I had asked Sheer to get them to the Nightbloom pack. I had to ensure their visit remained unknown because their daughter was the one who killed the pack's alpha. If they were exposed, the pack members would have gone against them. And I didn't trust anyone. Given that they were an easy target, there was no guarantee that someone from my pack wouldn't expose their identity to the enemies or take them out. I had instructed Shearer to keep them in a house on the outskirts of the pack's territory. Ever since their arrival, I was extremely quiet. "This is preposterous," Zoe shouted. "The handwriting in these letters belongs to Graham. He is the one who should be charged with murder, not me." Graham transitioned from shock to numbness. His eyes darted to Zoe as he watched her with dread. The look that crossed on his face was akin to betrayal. "Zoe?" He touched her hand. She removed her hand away from him. "Don't touch me, you murderer! I didn't know that you killed your father-in-law to usurp his pack, else I wouldn't have ever come back to you. What were you even thinking?" She turned towards the elders. "Now that it is proved that it was Graham who had killed Alpha Jonas, I request you to let me go." She started crying. "I've had enough of this mental trauma." She placed her hand on her forehead and swayed a little. "Oh, I feel like I will puke." I shook my head, knowing fully well that this was another one of her antics to play the victim card. "Zoe, how can you say this?" Graham said, visibly shaking. "You and I are together." "Oh, shut up," she snapped. "If I knew that I was with a murderer, I would have rather stayed back with my husband and gotten abused." Graham couldn't say a word, his mind frozen, his eyes moist, and that was akin to the emotion of betrayal I faced in the past. He looked at me, and I could tell he was feeling helpless and betrayed. Zoe's betrayal was like a carefully crafted sandcastle, which was swept away by the unexpected harsh wave. I chuckled. "Isn't the feeling familiar, Alpha Graham?" I waved at Zoe. "The garden you lovingly cultivated, nurtured it with care and trust, only to find the seeds you planted were tainted with deceit. Today they have choked the life out of your love. You deserved every bit of this." "Shut up with your dramatics," Zoe said, her voice turning desperate. "Please, Elder Hanks, let me go. I am unwell." Before I opened my mouth, Elder Hanks said, "Peter testified it was Beta Henry Muller who asked him to leave." He looked down at her through his eyeglasses. "Henry is your father. Care to explain why he took care of Peter?" Zoe blinked her eyes in confusion, as if trying to comprehend his words. "I don't know. Maybe because Alpha Graham must have sent him?" "That's another lie," I said, and picked up another document from my table. I gave it to Elder Hanks. "This is last year's phone record of Beta Henry to Peter." I walked back to my place confidently, loving how I was tightening the noose around Zoe. Every criminal makes one mistake while committing the crime. While these people communicated with handwritten letters, Beta Henry committed that one mistake. I looked at Zoe and crossed my arms across my chest. The day my father was killed, I had rushed to the Nightbloom pack, along with Alpha Graham and his father. Peter and Mila were so terrified of what had happened that they had gone silent. I remember that Beta Henry came much later in the middle of the night to attend my father's funeral, and the reason was that he impatiently called Peter, went to his house, got rid of them, and rushed to his Alpha to avoid any suspicions. I picked up another record from the table along with a USB drive. When I presented it to the elders, I told them, "I spent a lot of time and effort retrieving that USB. It is a phone call between Beta Henry and Zoe. I suggest that the High Council hears it." Blood drained from Zoe's face as she watched me coming back. Her eyes went to Alpha Logan and then back to me. "I am pregnant. You are trying to kill my pup," she squeaked. This time I didn't reply to her as I stood stoically. A staff member in the council took the USB drive and plugged it into a Bluetooth device. The conversation started. "I have forced Peter and Mila to leave the pack as instructed by you." "Why didn't you kill them, Father? Liam won't be happy." "Are you mad? Alpha Jonas is dead. They found Xena's body outside the pack's territory. If you go on a killing spree like this, they will start suspecting you or Graham." "Damn it! Okay, just track these two bastards and kill them as soon as possible. Besides, don't call me about it again." The conversation ended. A heavy silence shrouded us. Listening to how they hatched my father's murder was horrible. My stomach turned hollow. I felt like I could collapse. Tears ran down my cheeks as memories of my father flooded my mind. Had Alpha Logan not caught me from behind, I would have fainted. He cupped the back of my neck and pressed it into his chest as I silently mourned my father. This is fabricated, Zoe rasped. This is. A loud slap resounded in the high council, and I turned sharply to look behind me. Zoe screamed as she fell on the floor with her hand on her cheek. She was looking at Graham in horror. "Enough, you bitch," he said, his chest rising and falling. "I did everything to protect you, keep you sheltered, turned a blind eye to your misdeeds, and this is how you pay back." Kylie POV. Zoe stared at Graham in horror. She crawled away from him towards the elders' table. He's insane. Protect me from him. I am not involved in it." Graham stalked her and kneeled in front of her. He fisted his hands in her hair and yanked her head back. He growled, "To save yourself, you are rubbing me off? I was a fool that I trusted you so blindly and stood by you. For you, I betrayed my mate. For you, I killed an alpha. For you, I didn't have pups with my mate, even though it is said that pups from mates are strongest. I believed it when you said that Liam abused you. Not once I asked questions." He shoved her head behind, leaving her head. "So tell me, Zoe, how are you not involved in it, huh?" He shook his head in remorse and got up. His eyes were moist and red. "Looking back, I feel my actions were driven by my own misguided desires that were fueled by you. I failed to consider the consequences of my choices because I was madly in love with you." He glanced at me with regret filled in his eyes. "You murdered Alpha Jonas, not I," Zoe squeaked, "and you involved my father in the end. There is no point in speaking lies, Zoe. I did this for us. I had hoped for a bright future for our pup, but my pup doesn't belong to a murderer like you," she shouted. "It is Alpha Liam's." She looked at the elders. "He is lying. Please, elders, I beg of you, let me go. I did nothing. You should arrest him, not me." Another shock slammed into Graham's face. I knew it. Zoe wasn't carrying his pup. She was with Liam's pup, and she manipulated him all along. But I guess she blurted the truth in the last attempt to save herself from imminent arrest. His shoulders slumped, and he looked defeated. Zoe continued, "He was the one who manipulated me. It's not the other way round. He said he would make me the Luna of his pack." Graham's face grew menacing. He slapped her right across the face. Zoe shrieked in pain and crawled further away. "Help me. Help me from this wolf." With his chest heaving, he said in between breaths, "Well, Zoe, if I'm going to hell, I will drag you to hell." Then he went back to his place and stood in front of his chair. He faced the elders with his chin up. "I, Graham Silas, accept all the charges of murder and am ready for whatever punishment the High Council wants to give me." After that, he looked at me and smiled through his distress. "Luna Kylie, I was a fool to let you go." "See, he has confessed to his crimes," Zoe shouted. "Now you can let me go." Elder Hanks took a deep breath in. He gazed at the other elders and said, "Guards, arrest Alpha Graham Silas. He is charged with the murder of Alpha Jonas and is going to serve a lifetime in the dungeons of the High Council." Zoe got up with Graham's hands imprinted on her cheeks. "Oh, thank you, Elder Hanks." She bowed to him. "I promise I will leave this place and never return." She quickly went to her table, grabbed her purse, and bolted to the exit. "Where are you going?" Elder Hank's voice boomed in the main hall. Zoe stopped and spun to stare at him. "I'm leaving because I'm innocent. You just gave punishment to Alpha Graham." "Guards," Elder Hanks roared. "Arrest Zoe Mueller. She is charged with first-degree murder. She will stay in the dungeons of the High Council. Once she gives birth to her pup, she will be passed on to the werewolf squad." My mouth dropped to the floor as Zoe shouted, "No!" The werewolf squad basically comprised trained killers. First, they let the criminal werewolves run for life, but soon chased them down, tore their limbs off, and set them ablaze. It was the worst punishment that a werewolf could receive. The punishment administered by Elder Hanks and the other elders was so severe it sent a shiver down my spine. However, Elder Hanks swallowed thickly. "The High Council pledges to take care of Zoe's pup. We'll raise it and eventually incorporate him or her into the High Council." "No, Elder Hanks, no," Zoe squealed. "Please don't arrest me. I'll do anything for you. Do you want me to testify against Alpha Liam? I'll do that. But please don't put me in the dungeons. I am telling you, this wasn't my idea." She looked wildly at everyone as guards approached her. They grabbed her by her upper arms. "You can't throw me in the dungeons, Hanks," she yelled. I know you are doing it because you are Alpha Logan's grandfather. This is pure bias. I need a lawyer right now. Where are my rights?" She resisted the guards, but they lifted her in the air and walked out of the door. 2 guards came to stand by Alpha Graham. "Time to leave," one of them said in a harsh tone. He looked at me and stared for a long time. "Kylie, I know you won't come to visit me in the dungeons, and so I will free you of whatever bond remains between us." He took a ragged breath in. "I, Alpha Graham Silas, accept your rejection." I stared at him, bracing myself for snapping any tendril of bond left in me, but there was none. But I believe a tendril was in him. He clenched his jaw as if bearing the pain. The guards handcuffed him in silver chains and took him away. I guess this was the last gift he gave me before leaving, or he freed himself. I sagged in my chair, holding my head in my hands. Logan sat next to me, and Katie stroked my back. "It's over, love," Logan said. "You've won." I realized I had tears in my eyes when Logan wiped them away. I never expected Graham to accept his crime. As if he had read my thoughts, Logan said, "Graham's heart broke the moment Zoe distanced herself from him. It's got nothing to do with you. He got and accepted what he deserved." I took a ragged breath in and nodded. "Let's go," I said. I didn't want to stay here a moment longer. With Zoe in the dungeons, I finally felt like I could breathe. Finally, it felt like justice. "I want to go to my family burial ground," and I choked. "Of course, love." Logan kissed my temple. He tugged me out of the main council hall. Kylie POV, 2 months later. "Honey, have you felt the pup kick already?" Logan asked as he came home in the evening. "Logan, I am just 2 months pregnant. How can I feel its kicks?" I said in an exasperated voice as he came to kneel right in front of me on the bed. He sat between my legs and placed his hand on my belly. His brows furrowed. "Why can't you feel the kick? That is an alpha pup out there. Both his parents are alpha, and it should be kicking you inside by now." I cocked my eyebrow. "Really? I mean, just because it's an alpha pup, the baby should defy all the natural development processes? Besides, aren't you happy that I am puking everything I eat? I didn't know that pregnancy could be so demanding." "Don't you blame my pup for puking," Logan protested as he placed hands on either side of my tummy, as if covering the ears of our pup. His nerves were constantly frayed ever since I broke the news of my pregnancy to him. I could see a hint of persistent worry in him. Every glance at me was a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I knew he wanted nothing more than to make sure that I was comfortable and taken care of nicely. The source of his edginess was his nervous energy. Sometimes I would catch him studying me, searching for signs of distress, and then he would start questioning. "Have you eaten well? Did you rest nicely? Have your legs swollen up?" With each appointment, the doctor became increasingly exasperated because of the abundance of questions by Logan. I chuckled as I shook my head. "Alpha Logan, our pup is going to be just fine. There's no need to be so bothered about it." He slid beside me to lie down. Wrapping his arm around my waist, he placed his head on my lap. "I'm becoming a father for the first time, and I want this to be perfect." I twined my fingers in his hair and stroked him. "Everything will be perfect. Stop worrying, okay?" He closed his eyes and sighed. I loved how he would straight come to me after office and inquire about my well-being. I'd never thought that I would get so much happiness again in my life, but with Alpha Logan, things were always so beautiful. After the murder trial, Alpha Graham was lodged in the High Council prison. Zoe was also there. Elder Hanks informed me that Graham had requested the prison authorities to lodge Zoe far away from him. He didn't want to see her face. Elder Hanks had agreed to his request. Zoe was imprisoned in a high-security wing for the most wanted criminals. Alpha Liam was in the dungeons of the Nordpack. However, a month back, we received an email from the High Council to hand him over to them because he was also an accused of the murder of Alpha Jonas. We had to send him there. He was lodged in a prison next to Zoe's. My father's murder case turned out to be the most talked-about case in werewolf history. People sympathized with me and lauded me with praises, saying how proud my father would be to see how his daughter brought justice. Had I not interfered, no one would have come to know what Alpha Liam and Zoe were up to. All the Lunas met with me, applauding me about my victory and about the law that passed in the High Council about separating from cheating alphas. Interestingly, many alphas had removed their mistresses from their homes, scared that their lunas would leave them. However, things weren't as good for my husband. The opinion among the other alphas was that Alpha Logan was whipped worse than an ice cream cone on a scorching summer day. He was wrapped around the little finger of his wife's left hand. My husband took that sarcasm as praise. He loved being around me, and I loved being around him. I had found a beautiful family and a stunning mate. Yeah, perks of marrying a wolf with a Playboy image. "Hey, have you thought about the teething toys for our little Fang?" he asked, jerking his head up with a crease in his forehead, breaking my reverie. Just then, the door opened, and Katie came in, crying loudly. "Kylie!" she whined and stormed into my arms. "Careful!" Logan growled as she hugged me tightly. "My wife is with a pup!" I shot a glare at him and hugged Katie. "Hey, what happened?" I asked. She cried for a while as we sat silently. When she pulled away, she wiped her tears and said, "Hey, Ace is leaving." I froze as Logan stared at her like she had grown two heads. "Leave as in leave?" I asked in a low voice. She sniffled and nodded. "His parents have sent a warning letter to him that if he won't come back in a week's time, they will hand over the position of Alpha to their son-in-law." "What the fuck?" Logan shouted. "Who the hell do they think they are? I will never allow this to happen." "Where is Ace? And why didn't he tell me this earlier?" He got out of the bed and marched out of the door, looking like he could kill someone. I cupped Katie's face. "Will you go with him?" She looked away and blinked through her tears. "I can't," he hiccuped. "His parents are hosting a selection contest for his bride-to-be as soon as he goes there." Whoa! Dread plummeted in my stomach like a block of ice. "That's absurd. You should go with him and declare that you both are mates. The moon goddess paired you with him." She lowered her head and sobbed more. "I should have rejected him long back. Ace is here because of me. He isn't leaving because of me. And if he doesn't go to his pack, his downfall will be because of me." "Damn it! Then why don't you go with him? At least you can try," I urged. "It's not so simple, Kylie," she said through her short breaths. "His parents have clarified that he has to come back or they will remove him from his position. In order to choose the best Luna, they are throwing a bloody competition and want him to participate in selecting his bride." She shook her head. "I don't know why they are so fucking uppity, but I already hate them. Ace refuses to leave my side. Guilt is gnawing at my soul. What do I do, Kylie?" I took a ragged breath in as I stared at her. "Katie, go for him and go after him. If you love him, don't let that competition faze you. I am with you always. Whenever you need me, I'll come. Just don't give it up. Go and win him. As his mate, you'll always have a slight advantage over others." "Kylie," she cried, "they send invitations to join the competition to potential candidates, and what? And they haven't invited me." Katie POV. "They haven't invited you?" Kylie asked, but there was no surprise on her face. "That was expected," she said in a matter-of-fact voice. "But here's what you're gonna do." I had met Kylie in college, and ever since we'd been bosom pals. We both supported each other in every way. Back in college, I wished she married my brother, but Kylie believed in mates and the moon goddess. All I can say is that her journey had been tumultuous, and in the end, she ended up with my brother. Logan and Kylie were meant to be together. It was like no force could keep them apart. The way my brother dotes on her is overwhelming, and I am so happy for him. Finally, he'd found the anchor in his life. As for Kylie, I've witnessed her silently praying to the moon goddess, thanking her. I loved Kylie. She understood me better than my brother, even though she was so different from me. I was more outgoing while she was elegance personified. With her alpha bloodline, she exuded a commanding aura that compelled those around her to submit. "I don't want to do anything," I said through my sobs. My heart was tearing apart because Ace was leaving, and I felt like I could die any moment. When I had met Ace, I was 12. He was the heir of the Viking pack and was of British descent. His rugged features were like the work of a sculptor, carved from the raw stone of earth, while his body seemed to be made entirely of muscle, forged under the scorching midsummer sun. His hazel eyes were like a pool of honey, and his hair was a dark brown and fell in curls over his neck. He smiled rarely, and whenever he did, it felt like the first light of dawn breaking over a snow-capped mountain. In his presence, The air seemed to crackle with raw energy. Ace was my brother's friend from college. In his presence, I would blush or feel like he was the sweetest wolf on the earth. He took good care of me and protected me from everyone. My attraction for him grew naturally. However, on my 18th birthday, when I shifted for the first time, I smelled him as my mate. My entire world seemed to lurch and twirl like a topsy-turvy carnival ride. And ever since he had smelled me as his mate, he had become fiercely protective and obsessive about me. I knew about Ace's parents and was sure that they would never accept me. This was the reason he refused to go back to them. The fear of losing him was so raw in my heart that I got his name tattooed on my ass. It belonged to him and no one else. Ace had tattooed my name on his neck, forearm, thigh, just above his hips, and yesterday on his chest. But no one understood what he had tattooed because it was in different languages. Lately, he had grown menacingly protective of me. He was forcing me to marry him, but how could I be so selfish? If I married him, he would lose his alpha position. I wanted him to go back, and he wasn't. Last night after sex, I had asked him to reject me. He grew violent at the thought of it. Shattered glass and broken statues still littered the floor of my room. "You are going there." Kylie's words brought me out of my reverie. "Can you show me the invitation?" I shook my head. "How can I and I don't have it?" "Is it with Ace?" "Yes, he got an email from his father along with a copy of the invite they've sent to potential candidates," I sighed. "Cool," Kylie replied. "Ask him to forward you the email and we'll take it from there." My eyes widened in surprise. "What are you going to do, Kylie?" I asked. She smirked. "Leave it to me, sister-in-law. I'm making sure that you are legally participating in the competition." I chuckled through my tears. "Kylie, tell me." "Nope. Now call Ace." Ace picked up my phone on the first ring. "Katie, where are you?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. "Your brother is after my life, lecturing me to go back and fight, and he is saying that he will help me in the war." I smiled. That's what Logan was like, very loyal to those he loved. "Ace, could you forward me the email your father sent to you?" There was a small silence. "The one with the invite?" "Yes." "No, I don't want you to wallow in it. I am not leaving you, and that email doesn't hold value," he replied rather sternly. I gasped when Kylie grabbed my phone. "Now listen to me, Beta Ace. I know you are Katie's mate, so stop being so weak. Get back to your pack and make Katie your Luna. If you want to go the right way, send that bloody email to me now." Saying that, she disconnected the call and blew a strand of hair out of her face. A few seconds later, my phone chimed. "He's forwarded it." Kylie grinned. "Now forward it to me." As soon as I forwarded it to you, she went to her computer saying, "Go back to your room and pack your luggage. You are leaving tomorrow." "What the hell?" I was bamboozled. "How can I leave tomorrow?" She turned to look at me and narrowed her eyes. "Do as I say." The door of the room opened and Ace walked in along with Logan. "What is going on, Kylie?" Logan asked, staring at her. My heart raced like that of a wild horse. Logan didn't know that Ace and I were mates. With wide eyes, I looked from Logan to Kylie to Ace and back to Kylie. My sister-in-law was ultra cool as she cocked her hip and placed her hand over. "Alpha Logan, it is time that you know," she said. "Know what?" Logan's eyes furrowed to a slash. I blushed crimson, dread pooling in my belly. "That your sister and Ace are mates," Kylie shrugged. Logan's mouth dropped open and his eyes bulged out in disbelief. He blinked twice, attempted to speak, but abruptly closed his mouth. What happened next was exactly what I had anticipated. Logan sat on the bed, glared at Ace and me, and shouted at the top of his voice for keeping him in the dark. He blasted Ace, and Ace remained silent because he didn't snitch that I wanted to keep our relationship hidden. As I remained rooted to my spot, Kylie made no effort to intervene with Logan and instead continued her work on the computer. She only muttered, "You both deserve it." Traitor. Once Logan had poured his anger out, he took a ragged breath in and said, "Both of you get out. I want to talk to Kylie." Ace grabbed my hand. Logan growled, "Don't you fucking touch her. I'll kill you right now." Ace gritted his teeth and left my hand. Instead, he came to stand behind me and we both walked out. "Hi all. Sorry couldn't update much. Got a stomach flu again and slept most of the day yesterday. Katie POV. I was clueless about Logan and Kylie's intentions, but they managed to send Ace back to his pack by evening. He came to my room just before he left. Logan said that he is sending you for the competition. You better come, Katie. He pulled me into his embrace and kissed the crown of my head. You know my wolf is going crazy without you these days. How long can I stay without marking you? It's been 12 years. I wrapped my arms around his waist as I buried my face in his chest and inhaled his scent to calm my frayed nerves. Yeah, I murmured, willing myself not to cry. I tipped my head up and said, "What if?" He placed his finger on my lips. Say nothing, just come, okay? I buried my face in his chest again, and we remained like that for a long time until Logan and Kylie came in. Logan's anger had subsided, and it was mostly because Kylie reasoned with him. It was reasonable for my brother to be angry because I hadn't disclosed that Ace and I were mates. It's time for you to leave, Ace, Logan said. His throat bobbed, and I knew he was going to miss Ace as his beta. Ace swallowed thickly. He stared at me as if committing me to his memory and then, without another word, left with Logan. As soon as they left, Kylie came to me. I crashed on the bed, a mess of emotions, and cried, "If I just crash in his pack, they are going to throw me out." "No, they won't," Kylie replied, sitting next to me. "They are well aware of the fact that you are the sister of the most powerful alpha in North America. They'll think twice before throwing you out. But that doesn't guarantee that you will be treated nicely. They are going to be rude, ill-mannered, and Ace's brother-in-law is going to hate you." "Thanks for the encouragement, Kylie," I said dryly. She chuckled and handed me an envelope. "But this is going to ensure your smooth entry in the Viking pack and the Norton Castle." My brows creased as I took the envelope from her. I opened it and my eyes widened. "How the hell did you get this invitation?" Shocked, I read the invite. "Dear Katie Hanks, on behalf of King Soren Norton of the Viking pack, it is with great honor we extend this invitation to you. The blood moon approaches, and we prepare for a time-honored tradition that is sacred to our pack, the selection of the bride for our future Alpha Ace Norton. In this event, eligible she-wolves of the pack and other packs will showcase their strength, virtue, and unique qualities. This is not just a selection, but it is a celebration of our heritage. To enter this selection, you should be 18 years and above. With the blessings of the moon, Soren Norton, Alpha and King of the Viking pack." "OMG, I rasped. "How the fuck did you get this invite?" She grinned. "Don't worry. You are going there tomorrow, and I'll send 2 Omega girls with you, along with a chauffeur and 2 warriors." My chest filled with warmth, and I hugged her tightly. "Did you manipulate the invite?" She started laughing. When she pulled away, she winked, and that confirmed my doubts. "I could have sent Sheer and Fenris with you, but the Lunar Pack is also getting inducted in ours. They are going to be super busy, but if they find time, they'll definitely visit you." "Thanks, Kylie." I breathed. "I hope they don't come to know of this discrepancy." She laughed. "Try your best to make it look legit." For the whole evening, Kylie helped me pack my best dresses and every other thing she thought would be necessary for the selection. She assigned me 2 Omegas, Lily and Lillian, who were twins and redheads, and were the best in the manor. Logan had asked Lily to look after Kylie during pregnancy, but Kylie had asked her to go with me. Next day, just before I was leaving, Logan said, "If you feel you can't continue and want to come back, let me know. I'll bloody attack that pack and kill them all to make you the Luna. No one should dare to mess with my little sister." I chortled, shaking my head. "Logan, I am big enough to take care of myself." At the back of my mind, I knew that Logan was capable of destroying the Viking pack because now he had the power of 4 packs with him. But if that happened, would Ace forgive me? Too many things were at stake. Kylie hugged me and said, "Call me whenever you can. I am here for you." "Kylie, I am scared," I whispered. "Shut up," she rasped. "You are the boldest little wolf I've come across. Now go and make us proud." My brother and sister-in-law wrapped me in a bear hug before I sat in the car. "Best of luck," Kylie shouted, as my car sped out of the Nordpack. A car with 2 warriors, Lily and Lillian, followed mine. The drive to the Viking pack was long. We arrived 6 hours later. I was so nervous when I showed my invite to the guard at the main gate of the castle. However, the moment he saw it, he bowed to me and directed us to go towards the west wing of the castle. That's where the girls for selection are staying, he added. As the car drove through the drive that led to the castle, I was mesmerized by its beauty. Ace was royalty, but I didn't know that he had left all this opulence for me. Activities filled the grounds as omegas and gammas buzzed around. The castle was a gigantic structure made from pink stone. Ivy climbed its walls. The tall arch-shaped windows added to the elan. As I took a deep breath, I called Ace, but he didn't pick up, and I felt my heart sink. As soon as we arrived in the West Wing, I showed my invite to the guard who was sitting behind a desk in the foyer. A few girls were milling around, and a few were talking to him. "Miss Katie Hanks," he said with a furrow in his brows. He flipped through his register to check my name. My nervousness grew because my name was obviously not there. He narrowed his eyes and looked at me. "Your name isn't here, Miss Katie." All the other girls stopped talking as they stared at us. "There must be some mistake. Please check again," I replied with my breath lodged in my throat. He went back to checking the register, flipping the pages, but he came back with a blank expression. "I'm sorry, Miss Katie Hanks, but you are not registered here." To intimidate me, he crossed his arms tightly over his chest. I clenched my jaws as a shudder skittered down my spine. Fuck, I was going to be thrown out. A girl in a group snorted. Did she force her entry into the selection? Highly possible. Ace Norton is the alpha of the Viking pack. Everyone is drooling over him and his money. She looks like an imposter. We must inform the queen. She must have spent hours on her makeup just to look fake. A cackle of laughter followed with more snide remarks. Did she get dressed in the dark last night? I put my chin up. It's not my fault that your register doesn't have my name. I've got the invite. I am Katie Hanks, sister of Alpha Logan Hanks. Are you going to disrespect me by asking me to leave? Wow, another girl sneered. It's cute she thinks she's smart, bless her heart. If she's claiming that she is Alpha Logan's sister, then why isn't her name included? She's totally faking her identity. You should ask her to leave right now. Humiliation burned through me. These girls were toxic and mean as hell, and they were my competition? Please leave, the guard growled at me. I opened my mouth to protest when I heard, Katie. I spun and saw Ace running towards me. Relief flooded my chest. Every other girl was stunned to see him. They bowed to him, and some even blushed in his presence. But Ace was only looking at me. You must be tired, he said, clenching his fists beside him as if stopping himself from touching me. Do you know her, sir? Asked the guard, surprised. Ace dragged his gaze away from me and said to him, Yes, Katie Hanks is the last-minute entry in the selection. Add her name in the register while I'll take her to her room. Saying that, he gestured me inside the building with a beatific smile. I tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear and walked with him, leaving behind a bunch of girls to gossip. Katie POV. Since I was not registered, I was sure I didn't have a room, and so I didn't know where Ace was taking me. I just followed him. He took an elevator to the 5th floor, where there were just 2 suite-like rooms. The 6th floor was like a penthouse, though I don't know whether you can call that a penthouse in a castle, and it overlooked the 5th floor rooms. Ace took me to the room on the left of the corridor and punched in the code. As soon as the door opened, he pulled me inside, kicked it close, and grasping my waist, picked me up. Ace! I squeaked as he carried me through more rooms and finally into a large bedroom. He set me on the mattress and slammed his lips on mine, kissing me wildly, urgently, madly, desperately, and goddess, I matched his fervor. Staying away from him for a day wasn't something I was ever concerned about because I used to go hiking whenever I needed to clear my mind. But this time, staying away from him felt like I could lose him. I opened my mouth for him and delved into his tongue inside, exploring my mouth like he was doing it for the first time. Our tongue was wrapped in a symphony of love. He was dominating me, and I loved his dominance. It felt like I needed him more than I needed air to breathe. And gods, how I loved the feel. When Ace pulled away, we were both gasping for air. Katie, he whispered and buried his face in my neck, pressing me with his weight. I entwined my fingers in his soft hair. How did I get this room? I asked between breaths. He grazed my neck with his fangs where his mark would sit, and I shivered. Access to this floor and the one above is usually limited to special private guests. Since all the contestants already had the floors below, this was the only option left. I narrowed my eyes at him. Why was I feeling that he was lying? This was where he wanted me to be. Alone and all by himself. I chuckled. How are you going to explain my presence to your parents, Ace? They won't even notice, he said, lifting his face and kissing my jawline. There are about 50 contestants already, and for the record, your name is now in the register. Jealousy ripped my chest with its dark dagger. I think you'll end up with 50 dead bodies tomorrow morning, I hissed. I was expecting him to laugh, but solemnly he said, Do you want me to help you? Fuck. How could a wolf be so perfect? Nope, I can manage it, I replied with a smile. Besides, I have a competition to win, not to kill. I have to show them all that I am the Luna, best to be Alpha Ace's wife. You don't have to show them, Katie. You are the best, he said with admiration in his eyes. You think I can't compete? I said in a challenging voice. No, love. I think we don't need this shit. I am ready to give up this position for you. I cupped his cheeks. Well, then you have news for you, Alpha Ace Norton. I'm going to be your Luna, this way or the other. And this time he laughed. I don't doubt that at all. He slammed his lips on me again and resumed our kiss. Constant buzzing on his phone made him break our kiss. Yes, father, he said, his demeanor stiffening. He listened to his father, and after ending the call, he got up. I have to go, Katie. There's a dinner for the contestants in the Rose Bowl of the castle in an hour. Dad wants me to help my mom and sister with it. Go, I murmured, my shoulders becoming taut with tension. I will send someone to give you the entire schedule of the contest. If you need help, let me know. I am always there. He cupped my cheeks. There's no need to worry, he winked. I'll always make you the winner. I burst out laughing as my eyes widened. Cheater, he shrugged. I'd do anything to marry you, Katie. Anything. With that, he pressed a chaste kiss on my lips and left. See you for dinner. Lily and Lillian came along with my guards, who carried my luggage inside. They started arranging my luggage as they talked animatedly about the girls in the contest. Do you know that there are 4 she-wolves with alpha bloodline and 7 with beta bloodline? Lily said. Yes, and the rest of gammas with very influential parents, Lillian added. You are the 5th she-wolf who is of the alpha bloodline, Lily informed me. I took a ragged breath in because that meant that Ace's parents would know that I had crashed the selection. A knock on the door sounded, and Lillian rushed to open it. A petite girl peeked inside. Katie Hanks? Lily opened the door wide for her to come in. The girl came to me and gave me a thick envelope. This is the schedule for the competition, miss, she said with a smile. Then she took out a red envelope. This is an invitation for tonight. I took it from her with a nervous smile. Thank you, I breathed. She bowed and left. Oh! Lily exclaimed as she came to look at the dinner invitation. What is the dress code? Red. The girls jumped with excitement and hurried to find a suitable dress for me. Attending the dinner meant that I would face his parents for the first time, and that made me edgy all over again. Lily placed all the red dresses on the bed for me to choose. Since I wanted to make an impression, I chose a burgundy dinner gown with a lacy off-shoulder neckline. The middle was tightly cinched, and its tulle skirt gracefully reached my ankles. The skirt had a slit on the right side that revealed my skin as I walked. Subtle, yet not so subtle. Though the twins wanted me to go heavy on makeup, I decided to apply lip gloss and mascara to my eyelashes only. As I strapped my heels, Lily said, You are looking absolutely gorgeous. Thanks, Lily, I said. But you are biased. She chuckled sweetly. You are. Shaking my head, I opened the door and saw my guards, Jeff and Kirk, standing outside. We've already seen the place, Jeff said. They guided me to the dinner venue, but when I got there, I saw it was veiled in darkness. Flustered, I looked around and wondered if I had missed any detail. The guards were just as confused as I was. Unsure of where to find the dinner venue in this colossal castle, I gave Ace a call, but he didn't answer. What do we do, Miss Katie? Jeff asked, feeling embarrassed for me. I scratched my brow, wondering what to do next, when I remembered what Ace said. Let's go to the main gardens. They guided me to the main gardens, but I knew that this wasn't the venue. Following the scent of roses, I walked to the rear of the castle and came in front of the Rose Bowl. It was a beautiful garden surrounded by rows of roses in circles. My guards stayed out as I climbed the stairs that led to the dinner venue. Just as I approached the main entrance, my gaze was captured by a woman in pink stationed there to receive the guests. When our gazes locked, she stared at me in surprise. She said nothing as I approached her. I dipped my chin in courtesy and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Luce," I said to Ace's sister. "Next time when you send personal invitations, make sure that you print the right addresses. For a girl with an Alpha bloodline, it looks clumsy otherwise." Saying that, I walked in with my chin up, leaving her glaring on my back. Katie POV. The garden was transformed into a magical venue. There were lanterns and fairy lights strung among the branches of the trees, casting a warm glow on the people beneath them. Soft music played in the background as a gentle breeze ruffled my dark hair, which I had left open. Right in the center of the garden was a spacious dance floor. It was surrounded by tables draped in a fine fabric with candles and flowers adorning the centers. Soft laughter and chatter filled the space. I noticed an Omega with a tray of wine and picked up a glass. As I sipped my wine, I scanned the guests, and my eyes landed on a beautifully decorated arch under which the king and queen were standing, along with Ace and one other man, who I assumed was Luce's husband, the wolf who would get the position of Alpha if Ace gave it up. Ace and Luce had a strong resemblance. Since I had already seen her in pictures shown by Ace, I could recognize her immediately. It was apparent that she had sent me the wrong invite because of the way she looked surprised at seeing me. Two things were clear. One, Luce was aware that I was Ace's mate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have misguided me with the help of an Omega. I wondered if it was Luce who had omitted me from the invitation list. And two, her husband was involved in it with her. Both were consumed by ambition. They were willing to betray even their own kin in their quest to rule the Viking pack. It was appalling, but after what Kylie had gone through, my experience with such people had enriched. My eyes locked with Ace's and excitement buzzed through me. His lips curled up, but he didn't come towards me. There were about a dozen girls milling in front of him, each vying for his attention, which made me jealous. "Hi!" A soft voice beside me broke my reverie. I turned to find a tall and lanky girl looking at me with curiosity. "Hi!" She gave a soft smile. "I know you. You are Alpha Logan's sister and Luna Kylie's sister-in-law." I shrugged, smiling back at her proudly. "I'm Alicia Carter, daughter of the New Moon Pack's Alpha." She extended her hand to me. As we shook hands, she remarked, "I've heard so much about Luna Kylie. Because of her, my father had to do away with 2 of his mistresses." She laughed, and I couldn't help but laugh with her. "It's great to have someone rational to talk to here." "I am lost here," I said to her. "Why?" Alicia sighed. "The girls out here are so damn mean, it's suffocating. I seriously don't want to be a part of this selection. I already have a mate, but my father pushed me to come here. Well, I'll just get eliminated in the first round." She pointed to the group of girls standing in front of Ace. "That is the meanest group. Be aware of them. They will do anything to win this competition." She jerked her chin to a girl in the center of that group. "And that's Rebecca, Queen's favorite and Luce's best friend. The Queen is going to make sure that she wins." I was about to say something when the MC of the ceremony announced, ladies and ladies, we welcome you to the bride selection for the Alpha of the Viking Pack. Tonight, our future Alpha, Ace Norton, will dance with all the contestants one by one. You have to dance with him and then introduce yourself. The groom will choose the first girl to dance with." Excitement was palpable after the announcement as everyone clapped. All the girls looked at Ace with anticipation. Disregarding everyone, Ace walked straight to me. My heart raced like a hummingbird as I watched him walking to me with predator intensity. I heard a soft squeak from Alicia. She giggled when Ace extended his hand to me. As soon as I placed my hand on his, he pulled me to his chest. I gasped, planting my hand on his chest to balance myself. Ace grasped my waist and led me to the dance floor. The music started, and we started dancing. Our steps together were more like dialogues without words. Our dance was like an unspoken bond that was tying us together. I was so focused on him, I didn't look elsewhere. The music came to an abrupt halt, and we both snapped back to reality. My cheeks heated when I saw the king and queen staring at me. Ace held my hand and took me to his parents, where I introduced myself. His father welcomed me warmly, but his mother and sister were stoic. His sister said, "I don't remember your name on the list, Katie. Did you come here by mistake? I hope you haven't lost your way." Some girls around us snickered, others stifled laughter. I felt Ace's anger through our bond. Before he could speak, I said, "Thanks for your excellent hospitality, Luce. Plus, I'm here because I got an invitation and my name's on your list. You might want to take a look at your memory. Anyway, did I miss the part where insulting guests became a sign of good hosting?" Silence followed as Luce's face turned sour. From the corner of my eye, I saw her husband's lips thinning in tension. I didn't give her a chance to reply to me because I turned to leave. The evening went on as he danced with every girl with a bored expression. A few tripped, and it was apparent they wanted to be eliminated. I watched Ace dancing with them with jealousy burning through me. I wanted to kill all of them. Alicia was the only breather and distraction. While I was in the midst of talking to her, Rebecca sauntered towards me, donning a white dress featuring a red bow at its center. "Hi," she said, swaying her red wine glass. "You're quite chatty." I cocked my eyebrow at her audacity. "You shouldn't have talked to Luce like that," she said, her glass tilting dangerously. "Apologize to her." "Mind your own business," I retorted in a low but dangerous voice. I was already on the edge, and my wolf, Ara, wanted to kill her already. Rebecca's face twisted in anger and in rage. Suddenly, she threw the red wine in her glass on me. Girls around us gasped as Rebecca scoffed, "This is going to be your punishment for today." I poked my tongue in my cheek and repeated the gesture. I threw my red wine on her dress. She gasped audibly as her eyes widened in disbelief. I chuckled. "Stupid. Throwing red wine on a red dress won't make any difference, you know. But red wine on a white dress?" I waved at the big stain on the bodice of her dress. "This is going to stay. Forever." She looked like she could kill me, but she clenched her fists and pivoted to leave. "You're awesome," Alicia said, trying her best to not laugh. It was strange, but after that incident, 10 girls came over and seemed really friendly, like they wanted to be friends. Katie POV. During the dinner, I noticed how Luce would shoot a glare towards me now and then. Her mother, Queen Cassie, didn't even look at me once and continued to give more attention to other candidates. The only thing that I wasn't able to understand was why she was giving preference to others over me, even though she knew I was Ace's mate. How could she hate me so much without knowing me at all? My eyes locked with my mate, and he winked at me. Blood rushed to my cheeks, and I winked back. He let out a quiet laugh. The table was a huge 16-seater. We were all sitting according to our ranks. The high-ranking members sat at the table as the others had dinner outside. Since I belonged to an Alpha bloodline, I sat closer to the king and the queen, but Luce ensured I sat opposite to Ace. Ace was crammed between Rebecca and her friend Diana, another Alpha's daughter, which was odd because he was supposed to be sitting on the right of Alpha Soren. They were both making deliberate attempts to touch him, disguising it as accidental or playful banter. I imagined myself breaking the bones of their wrists. Ara growled inside me, always at the edge, hating to see so many girls around him. I directed my gaze to the clear soup in front of me when suddenly the king said, "Miss Katie, I've heard a lot about Luna Kylie. Unfortunately, I wasn't present for the voting that day in the High Council, but I heard she had a lot of support. Isn't it?" His question caught me off guard, but placing my spoon down, I replied softly, "Yes, Alpha Soren. The law she championed has left a lasting impact on several Lunas in the werewolf community." "So I've heard," he said with a nod, piking up a glass of wine. "Well," Queen Cassie interrupted, staring directly at me, "Luna Kylie has broken an age-old tradition. It is good to be bold, but it is absolutely irresponsible to break the traditions that we've been following for hundreds of years. Limiting an Alpha's needs is like limiting his surge of power." I stopped my mouth from dropping to the floor at her comment. Taking a deep breath in, I said, "I am so sorry that you couldn't make it that day, Luna Cassie. But if you're openly saying that cheating is logical, then it's like applauding someone for winning a game by stealing all the pieces." She jerked her head back in shock, as if appalled by my answer. but I couldn't help thinking that her husband cheated on her multiple times. I continued, "This kind of support for cheating is wrong on so many levels, especially when it's the she-wolves who suffer more than the male wolves." She clenched her jaw because I had put her in a corner. She didn't have an answer to that, and she didn't like me replying to her. I closed my eyes for a second as I let out a rough exhale because I knew I was blowing up my chances to win their hearts and be the Luna of the Viking pack with each passing second. But I couldn't help my true nature. I hated submitting to abuse in any form, and in the Viking pack, it seemed like abuse was instilled as second nature in the she-wolves. The dinner went on quietly after that, but I found Ace looking at me with pride on his face. He smiled, encouraging me. After dinner, I wanted to go back to my room, but Luce announced they were all going to the living room where Diana was going to play a symphony for us on the piano. "Don't go," Ace said, whispering in my ear as I started to leave for my room. "With you, I'll suffer less." I chuckled. "I'm tired." "The hell you are," he growled. "The night hasn't ended." I blushed at the double meaning of his words. He was going to sneak into my room after the party was over. When Luce called him, he sighed and reluctantly made his way over to her. Diana and Rebecca were standing with her. The moment he approached Luce, Diana stumbled for no reason and fell on him. Ace grabbed her shoulders to steady her. She giggled, apologizing for her clumsiness, and I stared at her apparent coquettishness. After that, Diana left no opportunity to touch him somewhere or the other, but I knew Ace was getting agitated by her, and he was putting up a good show of bearing her. A few minutes later, along with Luce, Diana went to the piano to play. As she sat down, she smiled and said, "I will play Tchaikovsky's Romeo and Juliet for Alpha Ace Norton." I went stiff, rage bubbling in my chest. It was a classical symphony for declaring love. "Whoa!" Luce cheered and clapped loudly. Everyone followed her suit. She was trying to make me look like a third wheel. Diana struck the first chord and the next, and soon she was into it, playing the symphony flawlessly. I felt horrible. My choice was to keep sitting uncomfortably and silent in the room or take action. I decided to stop pretending and hiding my true feelings about things. I was mad. Ara wanted to come out and destroy the piano and soak it in Diana's blood. I fisted my hands and stood there to control Ara. 10 minutes later, quietly, I took 2 steps back to the music system behind me. I punched some buttons and returned to my place, sipping my wine. No one noticed me. Suddenly, Dirty Diana by Shaman's Harvest began playing at full volume. Diana stopped playing, her eyes going wide. Everyone else in the room snapped their heads towards the music system. "Ooh, who started that?" Diana squeaked. Ace cleared his throat. "That's a fascinating choice of song." I tried hard not to laugh. "Yes, it's an interesting song." I looked at Diana. "It's about a woman who gets into bed with men who don't belong to her." While Ace lowered his face to laugh, Diana, Luce, and Rebecca scowled at me. "Bloody bitch!" Diana cursed. She got up and stormed out of the room, feeling insulted. This time, Rebecca didn't follow her. In fact, I found her smiling while staring at her back. So much for being close friends. I shrugged, feigning ignorance as to who started the song. Some girls laughed while some gossiped and some became absolutely quiet. In order to dissipate awkwardness, Luna Cassie dismissed us. "I believe it's been a long day, and we are all exhausted. See you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the first round of selection." Relieved, I made my way back to my room as soon as possible. Jeff and Kirk escorted me back. Lily and Lillian went to the Omega quarters after helping me to undress along with the guards. I crashed on the bed, remembering the details of the evening, when all of a sudden a soft knock sounded on my door. I knew it was Ace. Excitement surged through me and I rushed to open the door and be in his arms. But the moment I opened the door, I was stunned. Standing there was Luce's husband, Bo Jordan, Katie POV. Ace had hinted that he was going to come to meet me in the night, and I was craving for his touch after an exhausting evening. I wore a pink lacy lingerie with nothing beneath it. My shorts were too short and revealed a lot of skin on my legs. However, when I opened the door, I was taken aback to see Bo Jordan standing there. Immediately, my hands shot to my chest. "Hi," he said, his lips quirking up. "Hi," I replied, my gaze darting behind him, wondering if Luce was with him. "How are you?" he asked, his eyes locked with mine. Tired, I said, feeling extremely awkward. He chuckled. Yes, I'm sure. I just came here to apologize about Luce's behavior. Surprised, I opened my mouth and then closed it. He shook his head as he quietly laughed. I know you are surprised to see me, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to meet you. We live in that penthouse, he said, pointing to the 6th floor. I was astonished at the thought of him potentially spying on me, but his next words eased my worries. Don't worry, we aren't living here at the moment. We are staying in the main castle with Luce's parents and have vacated this residence temporarily for this event. Oh, okay, I said and bit my lip. I scratched my eyebrow. It's okay. I can handle Luce. His brows pinched momentarily, but he groomed his expression instantly. She's sweet and very protective of her family. So please don't mind when she's acerbic. Really? I stared at him, narrowing my eyes. Are you her mate? The question came out of my mouth before I could stop myself. No. I am her chosen mate. My father is Alpha of the Fjord Pack, and we are 2 brothers. I am the younger one. I see. I took a ragged breath. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Oh no, he said, checking his watch. Nice meeting you. Turning around, he made his way towards the elevator, taking large strides. He glanced at me before entering it. I found it extremely odd, but I closed the door and went back to my bedroom, wondering what it was all about. Beau seemed like a nice wolf, but he was Luce's chosen mate, which meant that Luce's mate was somewhere out there, and she might have rejected him. I closed my eyes with 1,000 questions in my mind. Ace hadn't come yet. I was sure that he was changing his clothes, and then he would rush to me. I jerked open my eyes to a heavy knock. Startled, I leaped out of bed, greeted by the warm rays of the morning sun. Shit! Ace hadn't come and my heart sank a little. Miss Katie, Lily admonished me as she stormed inside, along with Lillian, when I opened the door. Do you know what time it is? My eyes landed on the clock and it chimed 8:30 a.m. I shrieked and rushed to the bathroom. Since you couldn't join us for breakfast, I brought your food here. She shouted as I was brushing my teeth. According to the schedule, our next task was to gauge strength, agility, and if we had any special powers. For that, we had to be presented in front of the king and queen and the council by 9 a.m. I wore light brown slacks along with a tank top. I pinned my hair up neatly. You should wear something more revealing, Miss Katie, Lillian grumbled. You should see what other girls are wearing. I saw one wearing a bloody bikini top over shorts. And I saw one wearing a bandeau with jeans, like she would move and her boobs would spill out, Lily added. And look at you, I chuckled. I am fine like this, I replied. This is a contest, not a nudist party I signed up for. The sisters grumbled, but I just shook my head. As I tied my shoelaces, my mind went to Ace. Why didn't he come to meet me last night? He didn't even pick up my call. An ominous feeling settled on my shoulders, which I couldn't even shrug, no matter how hard I tried. Why did Beau come to meet me out of the blue? Everything was so strange that I felt like I was in the vortex of a storm. We arrived in the main hall only to find that almost all the contestants were already there. Lily and Lillian stayed out with the other maids. Alicia was standing at the back, her eyes on a raised platform where the king and the queen were standing along with Ace and a woman in a black robe with a hoodie. Her dark and cold eyes landed on me and a shiver ran down my body. She averted her gaze and looked at others. Who is that? I whispered to Alicia. I don't know, she said. The Alpha is going to make an announcement before the task. What announcement? She shrugged. Don't know. They are quite discreet about it. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Ace climbing up the platform, and he went to stand with his father. He scanned the crowd to look for me, and when our gazes locked, he clenched his jaw. Dread pooled in my belly as the ominous feeling returned. Our eyes remained locked with each other. Alpha Soren announced, "The selection is a revered tradition that our pack follows. We've invited all of you to participate, and we want everyone to have a fair chance. However, we know that with so many of you, Ace may be biased towards someone in particular." My entire body seized with dread as a different kind of feeling settled in my bones. They were doing their best to throw me out of the competition. Alpha Soren declared, "We've made the decision to place Ace under a spell, eliminating any potential bias." I gasped, as did the other girls. Goosebumps crawled on my skin. "They are fucking mad," Alicia whispered to me. This is so insane. A lump formed in my throat. I shook my head lightly, begging Ace to deny it. But Ace looked like his hands were tied. He stood there frozen, tongue-tied, and I realized he was already under the spell. This was just a show. My heart went out for him. I searched for our bond, but it flickered like a thin tendril on the verge of breaking. Tears rolled down my eyes, and I saw Luce smirking as she looked at me. I lowered my head because I didn't want to show my weakness to them, but I was feeling horrible for Ace. I made a silent promise to the moon goddess. For him, I was going to win the contest. Witch Corella is going to cast a spell on him now, the Alpha said. Witch Corella chanted spells, and Ace was covered in thick clouds. It was all a show. The clouds dissipated soon, and she announced, "I have cast the spell." I clenched my fists on the sides to stop my wolf, Ara, from howling in pain. "We'll make it, Ara," I said to her. "Just be with me." "But I want my mate," she cried. I knew that by not sensing Ace's wolf, she might go moon crazy, and so might Ace and his wolf. We were so short of time, Katie POV. My pulse pounded sickeningly fast. Now I understood why Beau came to visit me last night. He wasn't there to ask about my well-being. He was there to keep me occupied while the witch cast a spell on Ace. Beau was keeping an eye on me. My gaze went to him, and I found him looking amusedly at Ace, who was now sitting on a chair, looking like a caged tiger. Corella bowed and left. King Soren announced the next task. There will be a total of 4 tasks. The top 5 selected will be determined by the best of 3 rounds. The 4th contest will only have 5 contestants. He handed the mic to Luce, who grinned like a cat who had eaten a canary. "Thank you, Father," she said, and turned to look at us. "Each of you will be divided into 5 houses for the first round. You will compete with those in your house, and the top 2 will be eligible for the next task. Your first task will be combat." She pointed to a table on the side. "You can check the list of the houses you belong to over there. Once you know your house, proceed to the training arena in the pack house. Our warriors are going to assign you to the partners with whom you will fight. May the best win." As all the contestants walked to the long table on the side to check their houses, I stood there rooted to the spot, unable to drag my gaze away from Ace. He seemed dazed, and though he tried to focus on me, he couldn't maintain eye contact. Suddenly I said, "There's something I'd like to suggest." All the girls stopped, looking at me with confusion. Disregarding their gaze, I walked to where Ace was, along with his shitty family. I bowed to the king and queen, ignoring Luce and Beau completely. They had lost my respect already. Ace looked at me with indifference, and that hurt so badly that Ara whimpered inside me. "What do you want to say, Katie?" King Soren asked with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Once a contestant wins a task, what is her motivation to carry on for the next task?" I asked. "This competition is to marry Alpha Ace, so that's your motivation," King Soren said. "No," I shook my head. "There should be small rewards at the end of every task for the winner." Some girls immediately snickered. "Such an attention grabber. She thinks she'll win? What a pathetic woman. How desperate." But I held my head high and continued. "At the end of this task, the winner will get to kiss Alpha Ace and spend the evening alone with him." Luce's mouth fell to the floor. "What the hell? Who are you to make demands like this? Remember that you are nothing but a contestant and nothing else, so better not forget your class and level." Expecting her to protest, I raised my eyebrow and crossed my arms across my chest. This was the time to put her down and weaken her a little, because if I didn't, I would lose my upper hand. "Don't you tell me about my class, Luce," I said in a lethally calm voice. "My brother, Alpha Logan, and my sister-in-law, Luna Kylie, control 2 large packs of North America. Ace was my brother's beta and has a deep connection with Logan. They wanted to invade the Viking pack and take over it just to present it as a gift to Ace. But they didn't because I stopped them." Luce winced while Alpha Soren and Luna Cassie stiffened. I didn't even bother to look at him. I pinned Luce with my glare and continued, "So consider your class and level before you say anything to mine." I looked at the king and queen. "What you've done here is wrong on so many levels. I can slap a case against you in the High Council and they'll hear it. You've practically cast a spell on the future alpha of the Viking pack, which has never happened in the history of werewolves." Luce clenched her fists as the king and queen stared at me with fear, but they didn't let it out. However, I respect your traditions, and so I won't go to the High Council or go against you, I added. Ara cheered me from inside. Great job, Katie. That was all the encouragement I needed. Feeling calmer after my anger had come out, I lowered my voice and said, I think most of the girls out here are going to agree on what I've just said. We all deserve a little bit of prizes at the end of a quest. And what's better than getting to spend an evening with Alpha Ace? Several girls cheered me this time, agreeing with what I suggested. My lips lifted into a victory smile, and I smirked at Luce. Luce looked at her husband and then at her parents. King Soren lightly nodded at her. She turned to look at all of us and stared at me with hatred. Miss Katie Hanks, you better not intimidate us with your connections. You are alone, encircled by wolves from the Viking pack. If this happens again, we will disqualify you. Yeah, she was intimidated. I laughed on the inside. She looked at the rest of the girls. As most of you are interested in the winner spending the evening with Alpha Ace, we will make that happen, with the rest of us observing. Yay, many girls shouted. This is a cute addition. One of them said, I am going to win it. Despite knowing that my suggestion had stirred up a horde of monsters, I was determined to take any chance I had to rescue Ace from the spell. During my witchcraft classes in school, I was taught that engaging with a person under a spell can weaken its effects. The interaction had to be relevant and powerful. I looked at Ace and smiled, sending his love through the weak tendril of bond that I still felt. He didn't react. We arrived at the training arena after we picked up our envelopes. The girls got split into 5 different houses. 5 rings were made where we would be fighting. My house included all the bitches, Diana, and her minions. I was hoping Alicia would show up, but she was with a different group where girls looked totally lost and scared, and Rebecca was part of that group. They wanted Rebecca to win at all costs. The instructor of the training arena, a Gamma warrior, blew the whistle and announced the names of the girls in each group who would fight. I wasn't selected in the first round, and the reason was simple. I would be pitched against Diana. She was just cracking everything, not neck and knuckles included. There was a man with her, maybe her coach, and he was whispering things to her while they both stared me down. I rolled my eyes, yawned, and walked to sit on the side benches. I took my phone out and sent a message to Kylie. After that, I simply watched the girls who were fighting. The Omegas got wrecked in no time. After beating every Omega in her pack, Rebecca smirked at the ones she had left badly bruised and injured. The coach announced my name in the end, and I walked into the ring. I was astonished to find out that my fight was the very last one in the entire arena. Diana entered the ring and began jumping and throwing punches to intimidate me. I blew a strand of my hair out of my face as I watched her with boredom. "Start!" the coach shouted. With a loud banshee-like shriek, Diana charged at me, and when she was halfway, she leaped in the air and aimed her legs at my face. I narrowed my eyes, and just before she could hit me, I spun to the left. Diana fell upside down on the thick ropes of the ring with her legs entwined in it while her head hit the floor. She grunted in pain while others gasped. I cocked my head and watched her get up. She swayed, getting up. "Go for it," her coach shouted, fueling her anger. She charged at me with her punches. At first, I defended myself, but then I sent 2 punches to her face. The impact was so strong that she fell down with a dislocated jaw and a loud groan. I knew she would heal in an hour. My brows furrowed as I waited for her to get up, but she didn't. I gave the instructor a shrug. "She's gone," I said. He entered the ring. "We have a winner," he shouted and raised my hand. Alicia came running to me. "Congratulations, Katie," she squealed. I chuckled. "Thanks, but the fight isn't over." She pursed her lips. "Yeah, I would love to see Rebecca going down. Even I wanted to do that, but I had different plans." Katie POV. The top 10 contestants were now pitched against each other. Only the she-wolves with Alpha and Beta bloodline remained, while the Omegas were eliminated. We were all taken to a special ring for the competition. I was not surprised when I saw Diana was with me. We were called to fight with each other not according to who performed best or who had more points, but we were called by the draw of hat. I watched the girls fight. Each right action attracted points, and each wrong one invited an infarction. Rebecca wasn't called for a long time, and it was obvious she was going to be pitched against me. I watched Diana fighting a girl who had barely made it to the top 10. She was in the ring, giving that girl a bad time. She had hurled a series of punches at her, altering them with kicks. Diana was good, and the girl opposite her was not as strong. Looking at Diana felt like she was taking out the anger of her defeat from me on that girl. When the girl fell on the floor, with bruises all over her face and split lips, I couldn't help but pity her. If she was intelligent, she should quit now. In the end, Rebecca was called in the ring against me. She looked like she was waiting for this moment. I was waiting for it as well. There were many girls who were pitching for Rebecca to win. While she bounced lightly on her feet, I remained focused, my eyes locked on her. As the bell rang, the crowd's noise swelled to a roar. We circled each other, looking for an opening. Rebecca initiated her first attack by throwing jabs at my head. One of her punches connected with my cheek, splitting my skin. Blood oozed, and she grinned. I wiped it with my sleeve and chuckled. "Is that all you have?" I challenged her. Enraged, she threw more punches at me, but this time I ducked and weaved to avoid them. She started getting short of breath. Seeing that, countered her attack with a powerful kick aimed at her ribs. It connected with a thud, and the crowd gasped. Rebecca grimaced and tried to grab my extended leg to unbalance me, but I quickly moved out and she tumbled to the ground, her belly hitting the floor. I didn't waste time and jumped on her. I straddled her, twisted her arms behind, and forced her to submit. She shrieked in pain, struggling to get free, but I had outdone her. The coach came and blew the whistle for us to stop. I got up from her and the coach picked my arm up to declare me the winner. Rebecca lunged at me, angry as hell, but the coach stopped her. "You will be disqualified," he hissed. She gritted her teeth and stopped. I knew that this wasn't over yet. Luce was watching us intently, along with the others from a balcony that was built at a height. Ace was sitting there and our gazes locked. I saw him looking at me with wonder. I winked at him, and his lips curled up. Using that moment between us, I focused on my bond and tugged him. This time, his eyes widened in surprise, and I knew he felt it. The first victory had the sweetness of honey. "This isn't over." Luce's voice on the mic broke our reverie. "The winner of this competition is going to fight the second winner. So in this case, Katie will fight Diana now." I chuckled. Luce knew I was tired after fighting twice with strong opponents, but she was doing her best not to give me a chance to be with Ace. I wasn't given any rest between the fight, and Diana jumped in the ring immediately. "Goddess," she rasped, "I've been dying to fight you." "Me too," I replied in a monotonous voice. A roaring applause around us was enough to show that the air was charged with tension. "Go, Diana!" Rebecca shouted. As the bell rang, we moved towards each other with measured steps. Diana's aggressiveness was apparent in her demeanor. She threw the first punch, a quick jab aimed at my face. I deftly dodged her and responded with a low kick that landed on her thigh with a smack. She let out a snarl and attempted to kick me on my chest, but I grabbed her leg and twisted it, bringing her down. As she fell, I fell on her. She struggled, twisting her body, but I kicked her once more in her ass, and she screamed in pain. I loosened my grip on her, and she twisted and rolled, bringing me beneath her. The next moment, her hands shot to my neck in a chokehold. I thumped on the floor to accept my defeat. The coach came running to us and pulled Diana away from me. He picked up Diana's hand and lifted it, declaring her the winner. I narrowed my eyes at her and walked out of the ring. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Rebecca and Luce jumping in victory. The whole crowd went berserk. Alicia came to me with a few more girls. "You just gave her the first task," she growled. "Why?" I smiled and shrugged. "She was better than me. Let's meet in the garden for the evening." By the time I got to my room, it was already evening. I checked my phone to see if Kylie had responded, but she hadn't. A lot depended on her message. Taking a ragged breath, I stepped in the shower, with Lily and Lillian fussing over me. For the evening, we were all supposed to go to the main garden where Diana would be with Ace. Because of what I had asked in the morning, she would get to spend an evening with him and even kiss him. Era growled inside me in protest, but I remained silent. When I reached the garden, I saw an excited Luce and Rebecca talking animatedly about Diana's win. I avoided the two and walked to Alicia. On my way, I saw they had built a beautiful canopy adorned with flowers for Ace to spend the evening with Diana. Every girl in the selection was looking green with envy. As for me, I wanted to rip Diana limb by limb. "Look, who's here?" Rebecca giggled. "The wannabe winner," Luce snickered. I saw Beau standing in the distance, along with the king and queen, sipping wine. He was in deep conversation with them. Ace was also standing with them, looking lost. This was all Beau's strategy. He didn't want Ace to shine at all in front of his parents, and so the moment Ace came, he must have called the witch. I hated parents like Soren and Cassie. How could they be so against their only son? A small commotion at the entrance made me whip my head towards it. Diana entered the garden wearing a knee-length blue dress with no shoulders. She had left her hair open and wore a small tiara over it. It was like she was showing everyone how she would look at the future Luna of the pack. When our gazes locked, she smirked at me, flicking her hair back. Then, making a show of it, she walked to Ace and hugged him. "I've been looking forward to this," she said, batting her eyelashes. Nervousness skittered down my spine. Katie POV. My stomach knotted with unease as Diana hugged him out of the blue. Ace's jaws clenched, and he pushed her lightly away from him. Smiling tightly, he nodded. "Let's have dinner." "Oh, come on, Ace," Luce said. "Why are you so uppity? Diana has won the first, and she is taking what is rightfully hers according to a certain demand in the morning." Rebecca and her minions laughed because it was a jab on me. With a tight grip on my wineglass, I focused my attention on Ace since he was my calming presence. Else, I would have gone and ripped Diana's head off her torso. Ace offered his arm to her. Diana took it rather pompously and walked under the temporary gazebo that was built in the middle of the garden. He pulled out a chair for her, and she sat down. Then he walked to his side and sat. She leaned on the table by crossing her arms on it. Ace sat rather stiffly as he waited for the servers. He looked at everything and anyone else other than her. That was a relief. As soon as our eyes connected, a smile tugged at his lips. "You know what?" Diana said to divert his attention towards her. "What?" he asked with his brows furrowed. "You look so handsome that I can't breathe." He jerked his head back. "Thanks. You look good too." "Just good?" she asked, pouting. "I've won the first task. I was bruised and injured, but I did it all for you." "Thank you," he replied nonchalantly. "I hope you are feeling better." I laughed on the inside when her face fell at his bland answer. The server came to pour them wine. I noticed that while everyone else was having dinner, their eyes were on Ace and Diana. Ace wasn't speaking at all. It was as if he was waiting for the dinner to get over. "When will you kiss me?" Diana asked, staring at him intensely. "She's such a bitch!" Alicia hissed at my side. "She is trying to show everyone that he will kiss her soon." I remained silent and sipped more wine. My instincts depended a lot on what Ace was doing. Ace lowered his face and took a rough breath. "Yeah, okay." Diana squealed in delight. "I promise, I'm going to make it the best kiss of your life." Dinner was served, and Diana couldn't contain her excitement. She would glance at me every now and often to check my reaction. I observed Luce and Rebecca and couldn't understand that if Luce wanted Rebecca to win, then how was Diana fitting in the equation? There was something that was terribly wrong here. Suddenly, a message flashed on my screen and I checked it. Diana harped about her winning as they had dinner. It was surprising to see that Ace hardly ate anything and finished his dinner while Diana was trying her best to delay it. When Ace folded his arms across his chest to show he was done, she finally gave it up. In the end, she said, "Now about my kiss." There was a glint in her eyes as she got up. "You can't deny me that." Ace's jaw tensed, indicating that he didn't like her suggestion. I knew he couldn't stay biased even under the spell. It was clear he didn't enjoy having other she-wolves around him, and that was a sign that the spell could be weakened. He got up, and Diana followed suit, walking beside him. She fluttered her eyelashes and tipped her chin up. He craned his neck down. His eyes landed on her lips, and I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug into my skin. Diana grabbed his shoulders, stood on her toes, and brought her lips to his. Anticipation rippled in the air as everyone watched them with curiosity. I had to stop Ara from taking over and killing Diana. I focused on our bond and tugged it. Ace stood there, rooted to the spot, as she seized his lips in a sizzling kiss. However, Ace quickly pushed her aside, wiped his lips and stared at her with wide eyes, appearing shocked and disgusted. Miss Diana, that was the most repulsive thing I've ever experienced. I saw you in the arena when you were fighting. You deliberately injured the Omega Girls even after they were defeated. Hence, using my right, I disqualify you from the selection. Diana's mouth dropped to the floor as she snapped her head towards Luce and Rebecca, and I sipped my wine because this was what I was counting on, Ace's instincts. I intentionally let Diana win the last match. I let her savor the sweetness of victory and enjoy her moment of triumph, just to see her come crashing down. Right as she touched Ace's lips for a kiss, I focused all my energy on tugging at our bond. I felt Ace's heart stuttering to a stop, and I tugged our bond again. As a result, he pushed Diana away from him, repulsed like it was torture. His reaction to her kiss was instinctive. "What? Why?" Diana whined, flustered as hell. You severely injured the Omegas, and, as a Luna of the pack, you should look after those who are weaker than you." Ace cut her off in a strict voice. "But this is a competition," she argued, still whining. "Then you should have stopped the moment you defeated the girls in your group, but you continued to pound them." Ace pointed. "I wouldn't let any girl with that mentality to be my Luna. You are eliminated." Saying that, he walked back to his parents. When his gaze fell on me, I beamed. My chest swelled with pride. They could cast a spell on my Ace, but I knew I had faith in my moon bond. Bo was ashen white as he stared from Diana to Ace to Luce. Luce started to say something in protest, but King Soren stopped her. He said, "I support Ace's decision. Miss Diana will be eliminated from the competition." Diana let out a loud sob and ran out of the garden, wiping her tears. Luce followed her, but Rebecca stayed back. She stared at me and I returned the favor back. Katie POV. Guests in the party dispersed slowly, but I kept standing there with a small group of friends because I wanted to watch Ace. He was sitting quietly, looking tired. Was it because our mate bond was warring with the spell cast on him? I longed to console him with a hug, but I realized it wasn't an option. Shortly after, Ace left, and I retired to my room. It was so late in the night that I was sure that my maids and guards were sleeping. Tired, I changed my clothes and went to bed. However, just as I was about to sleep, I heard loud thumps and screams. I jerked up and sat on the bed, wondering what was going on. The thumps came from the nearby suite. I tiptoed to my entrance door and pressed my ear to determine the sound. Loud thumping on the door in the front of my suite continued. It was as if someone was trying to break free or asking for help. I opened the door and with my heart racing wildly and stared at the door across mine. Ace had said that there was no one else in the suites on this floor other than me, and Bo had said that they had vacated the floor above. Then who could be in here? The light in the corridor was dim. Taking a rough breath in, I walked to the suite and was about to knock to save whoever was in there, when the light of the corridor went out and pin-drop silence ensued. I felt a wave of terror and contemplated calling my guards, only to realize that the main gates of this building must have been shut. A trickle of sweat ran down my back. While I was in the process of reaching out to knock on the door, my attention was suddenly captured by the apartment on the top floor. The soft glow of light from that seeped through the tall, frosted windows, spilling on the corridor below. My eyes widened in shock. Was there some intruder? I had to report this to the guards downstairs. I started walking towards the elevator to go down when my gaze landed on the apartment, and I stilled as icy fear plummeted in my chest. Silhouette of a couple who were lip-locked came into view. The man pressed the girl to the window glass, her front towards me. It was difficult to make out who they were because the glass was frosted. Discarding the idea of going to the guards, I rushed to the stairs that led to the top floor instead of taking the elevator. I was unsure if the elevator opened directly into the apartment, and that might cause some trouble. So I went up a few steps, walked through a little hallway, and got to the door of the suite. It was ajar. Moans and screams had filled the space. My shock converted into anger, realizing that someone was raping a girl. Overwhelmed by anger and a commitment to righteousness. I hastily made my way to the room where the sounds were coming from. I was about to barge inside when the girl shouted, "Harder, faster! Oh, Bo! Shit!" I covered my mouth with my hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. I scolded myself internally, convinced that it was Bo and Luce in the room. Gritting my teeth at my foolishness, I patted my way out. But, gods, Bo growled in between his breaths. "Then harder," she breathed. "Ah yes, I am coming, Diana," he roared. My shock was like a lightning bolt striking in a clear, sudden, and electrifying. Diana? What was happening in this castle? Where was Luce? The last time I saw her, she was chasing after Diana. "Diana," Bo said as he gasped, "you are the best fuck in this world." She giggled. "Even better than Luce?" 100 times better than her. When I heard him zipping his pants, I quickly exited the suite and didn't stop until I reached mine. However, the moment I closed the door behind me, I found myself looking into a pair of beautiful hazel eyes. "Ace," I whispered loudly, stunned. "Katie," he breathed. I rushed to him and wrapped my arms around him, hugging him tightly. I realized I was crying when his shirt became wet. "Ace, Ace, Ace," I said through my tears. "I missed you so much." He curled his arms around me and stayed rooted to his spot. "Katie, I wanted to speak with you," he said, not attempting to remove himself, which was a good sign. I tipped my head up. "Sure," I said and kissed his chin. Why did I let him go? Why didn't I let him mark me? His brows furrowed as he gazed into my eyes. "Why do I feel I have a connection with you?" My heart stuttered, sadness coating it. The spell was so potent that he had forgotten me and that we were mates. "Because we are moon-blessed mates," I said. He blinked his eyes and pulled away. I was left with an empty feeling. "Katie, I don't remember you at all, but—" He pursed his lips and looked away. "Did you—" He stabbed his fingers in his hair. "Did you—" I stared at him because I knew what he was asking about. I could have intervened, but I wanted him to remember it. Only then the spell would weaken. He looked at me again and said, "Did you do something to me when I disqualified Diana from the competition?" A grin spread across my face. So he felt the connection? That was all I wanted. I clasped my hand behind my back and walked mischievously past him. I may have. At the same time, I wanted to tell him about Diana and Bo, but that would be of no good. He was under a spell and weak at the moment. Bo could become dangerous if Ace confronted him. He captured my arm and whirled me. "What did you do?" I bit my bottom lip and stared at him through my eyelashes. "Want to know what I did? Give me a kiss and I'll spill." An adorable blush spread across his face. "Okay," he said. I teased, "But I didn't even win the first task. If the prince kisses the wrong candidate, won't it be seen as a bias?" A crease appeared on his forehead. "There's no one to judge me," he replied, taking a step towards me. My heart raced like a hummingbird's, rapid and relentless as he came to stand in front of me. I tipped my face up and gazed into his eyes, that were pools of honey. He cupped my face and brushed my cheeks with his knuckles. "You are soft," he murmured, as if exploring me again. He brought his face so close that we were nose to nose. "Your scent, it maddens me. Are you a witch?" He closed his eyes and inhaled my scent. He touched my lips with his own, delicately brushing over them. A shudder ran down my spine and I whimpered. When Ace pressed his lips to mine, I moaned and opened up for him like a flower to the sun. He delved his tongue into my mouth and kissed me, slowly and softly. I planted my hands on his chest to maintain balance. I surrendered to the dominance of his tongue in the kiss, basking in the power play, not because I craved it, but because I wanted him to remember us. Every kiss with him after the spell was important, and I had to make the best of it. He left my lips and rested his forehead on mine. "What are you doing to me, Katie?" he said, breathing heavily. "I am trying to." He placed a finger on my lips. Exhaling audibly, he retreated a step and said, "Now, give me an answer." I nodded. "Yes, I tugged you with our bond." His mouth opened and then snapped shut. Suddenly his phone rang. "This is urgent," he said. "I have to take it." He took the call and exited my suite, conversing on the phone. Emotions choked my throat, but I was happy. Ara was happy. There was progress. The next day, we got a tour of the Viking pack. Luce ensured I sat in the last car while she sat with Rebecca in the first car with Ace. "Where is Diana?" I asked Alicia. "She was sent home yesterday evening just after the dinner," Alicia informed me with a satisfying smile. Startled, I jerked my head back. Rebecca POV. Luce Norton was my close friend. Her mother liked me a lot when they had visited my pack. 2 years ago, my father had hosted an ally meet in which Alpha Soren was also present. Luce and Bo had accompanied Alpha Soren and his Luna. We both gelled well, and it was then Luce told me about her brother, who would be the future Alpha of the Viking pack. Ace Norton was the most beautiful wolf I'd ever seen. It was said that the Viking pack wolves were descendants of the Vikings, and hence the name. The wolves in this pack were incredibly muscular and attractive, making it impossible for me to resist drooling. However, I had to school myself, and my eyes were only on the Luna's position. Luce gave me first-hand information about the traditional Luna choosing called selection, and enrolled me for the competition personally. However, she had also informed me about Katie Hanks and Ace's interest in her. I knew who Katie was. She was the sister of the famous Alpha Logan and his Luna, Kylie. If I didn't do things right, I knew Katie could potentially damage my chances of winning the competition because of her family's influence. It didn't help that she was alpha blood and a trained warrior. I abhorred her for all her qualities and then some more. She was like a thorn in my eye, who I wanted to get rid of ASAP. When I heard Luce hadn't invited her for the competition, I knew why. Luce feared that if Katie married Ace, Ace would undoubtedly become the alpha of the Viking pack. After all, Katie's family would have been a powerful alliance, and that's where Luce's interest clashed. Alpha Ace had his eyes on Katie, and for my plans to flow smoothly, I suggested Luce to cast a spell on Alpha Ace. What can I say? The family was foolish enough to cast a spell on him. In fact, Luce was stupid. She was driven by her ambition to take over the Viking pack along with her chosen mate, Bo Jordan. As if I didn't know. Until my plans panned out, I had to keep her in my confidence. I constantly filled Luce's ears with my thoughts, influencing the competition. After it got over, I was going to kick her out like the ass she was. For the tour of the pack, Luce and I made sure that we sat with Alpha Ace. He was driving the Jeep, looking his usual handsome self in his dark shades. I tried to converse with him, but he gave monotonous replies, and that got me irritated. Anyway, my focus was to keep him away from Katie. We stopped in a clearing in the heart of the pack's territory, where I saw that several pack members had gathered to see the potential Lunas, their excitement palpable. I stepped down from the Jeep and walked to stand right next to Ace, who clearly was a towering figure of strength and leadership. I flicked my hair and plastered a smile on my face to show them I was going to be their Luna. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Katie stepping out of the last car and standing with some lowly Omega girls. When our gazes met, I snickered. I deserved to be the Luna of the Viking pack. In a show of dominance, I curled my hand around Alpha Ace's arm and jerked my chin up. The envy on her face was so satisfying. However, the next moment, Ace removed my hand from his arm and walked to where she was standing. He gazed at her through his shades intensely. The attention of the whole crowd fell on her, and my jealousy flared. I wanted to scratch her face, but Luce stopped me. "Not now, Rebecca," she whispered. "We'll punish her later." "This is where we gather for ceremonies," Ace said to the other contestants who had gathered around him. "The Moon Goddess Temple is close to here. We honor our ancestors and celebrate our victories." Clenching my fists, I walked to where Ace was and pushed the girls around him to reach him. Suddenly, a spectator who seemed like an Omega asked the contestants, "We know that most packs have hierarchy, and that is why several packs don't have very developed societies. What is your take on this?" Ace smiled and said, "Would any of you like to answer that question?" I narrowed my eyes at the Omega. How dare he question those who were high-ranking? I wanted to smack him and maybe beat him up so that he would know his place, but I stayed calm and looked at Katie. She was looking at the Omega with amusement. I knew she was going to reply to him, so I replied before her. "Hierarchies can't be destroyed," I said with confidence. "We are what we are. However, all a Luna can do is to engage with the pack members and help them when needed." The Omega gave me a tight smile, and I knew I had put him in his place while saying that a Luna was far above him. My skin crawled with raw jealousy when Ace removed his shades and looked warmly at Katie. "Would you like to answer that question?" Why was he asking her only and not others? I interjected, I'm sure all other contestants would like to answer the question. Two girls raised their hands, and I nodded, giving them permission to speak. They gave ass answers, and I couldn't help but gloat at my answer. I thought we were done, and started to leave when Katie stepped forward, her eyes meeting those of the pack members. In a soft and soothing voice, she said, "We are more than just hierarchies. The pack members are like a family to the Alpha and the Luna. We have to support each other, trust in each other, and only then can we thrive. Our strength lies in being united, and each of you plays a vital role in the pack." The pack members erupted in a loud cheer as they clapped at her answer. Dark and oily, soul-deep rage exploded in my chest as my mind raced on what I could do. Should I challenge her? But if I challenged her, Ace wouldn't like it, and I was not ready to do so openly. I burned silently and vowed to remove Katie as soon as possible from the race. We all dispersed and went back to our cars and jeeps. This time, Alpha Ace didn't come with me. He went to sit with Katie and her friends. Luce couldn't protest, but I was so angry at her I didn't talk to her. As soon as we started leaving, a scream emanated from the back side. I jerked my head back, only to see that a mother was bent over her toddler pup who had fallen to the ground and blood was oozing out of his head. She was bawling. "Help! We have to stop," Luce said. It seems the pup fell out of his mother's arms in excitement. "Why?" I asked with irritation. "Use your mind link to call a doctor. What are we going to do? Let's continue with the tour. Ask your brother to go on. That's just an Omega pup." From the periphery of my vision, I saw Katie jumping out of her car and rushing to the pup. Ace and a few other girls followed her. I rolled my eyes. She was trying to show that she was much better than the rest. What a bitch. Reluctantly, I also got out of the Jeep and went to see the pup. Katie tore the sleeve of her shirt and pressed it on the pup's head. "Call a doctor now," she urged Ace. He nodded and made the call. Katie remained next to the pup until the doctor arrived, making sure that we got delayed for the rest of the tour. Once the pup was sent to the hospital, we resumed the tour, but Katie didn't join us. "I'll be going back to my room," she said, looking at her torn shirt that had blood on it. I scoffed. "Good riddance." Icy hot rage engulfed me when Ace said, "I'll accompany you." Hi all. I had continued Katie and Ace's story due to popular demand. Like I said earlier, Kylie and Logan will keep appearing in the story. Hope you're liking it. Katie POV. When Ace said he'd go with me, my cheeks blushed. My lips curled up, and I said, "Okay." When I sat in the car with him, from the corner of my eyes, I saw Luce and Rebecca. Both of them were green with envy. I don't know why, but that gave me satisfaction. Ace drove me to the castle and even accompanied me to my room. As soon as we were there, I said, "Thanks so much. I'll see you soon. You might want to go back and join the tour." He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. "I don't think they require me anymore." His gaze raked my body, and even though Ace and I had been together so many times, this felt new all over again. "I'll change and be back in a few minutes," I said coyly and turned. Just as I was about to, he grabbed me from behind. I slammed into his hard chest and my heart started hammering against my rib cage. "Ace!" He wrapped one arm around my waist and the other around my shoulder. Leaning his head down in the crook of my neck, he inhaled my scent and kissed me on the junction of my shoulder and neck, where his mark would sit. "I dreamt of you yesterday," he said in a low voice, making me shiver. "And what did you dream about me?" I asked, reveling in his touch. This was the only place I wanted to be all my life. His phone buzzed, the call connected. "Ace!" Luce's voice came from the other end. "Ace, where are you?" Luce shouted, "Ace, you better come here. The whole tour is going on and the girls want you back. Why aren't you talking to me?" After a brief silence on the phone, Luce shouted, "What the hell are you doing, Ace? I'm going to send Mom to get you." The voice on the phone went silent. "Ace, Ace," Luce shouted again. Without looking at the phone, he disconnected the call. When I opened my eyes, they were hooded. He looked down at me and kissed my lips. "My taste of you is divine. Don't you kiss anyone other than me, Cat, else I'll kill that man or woman before killing you and me." I grinned even though my throat was hurting and my lips were aching. The mate was turning stronger all over again. His phone started buzzing again. In a hoarse voice, I said, "You should take it." He exhaled roughly and picked it up. "Ace, where are you?" A stern voice growled from the phone. "Do you want anything, Mother?" he asked in an equally stern voice. His mother winced and said, "Luce called me and said that you are not where you should be." I knew it. Luce had snitched to her mother about him. "Damn right," Ace said. "I am where I want to be." Saying that, he disconnected the call and kissed me. "I have to go back. Why don't you get ready and come with me? I'll wait for you in the main hall of the castle." "Sure." He kissed me again. Before leaving, he turned his head over his shoulder and said, "I'll be dreaming more about you now." Katie POV. Our next task was to showcase our hunting skills. We were standing in the training hall. After Ace had come back with me from the tour, Luce had made sure that she kept an eye on him. Rebecca, too, never missed a chance to be with him, always ensuring that she stayed by his side. Though Ace was always surrounded by girls, he had his eyes on me. With each passing day, his confidence grew, prompting him to initiate conversations and connect with the girls and others. I could see how Beau was jealous of Ace. He would do his best to ridicule Ace publicly about his decisions, but I wouldn't have it. I always gave a nice rebuttal to Beau. The MC coughed on the mic, and my attention drew to him. "The hunting will take place in the forests that surround the Viking pack. Once you've shifted, you can't shift back to your human form until you are back. Is that clear?" He scanned all of us, and I wondered what kind of stipulation was that. "The time for the hunt is 3 hours. If you can't find anything, please return." "We are going to stay together," Alicia said. Over the last few days, more and more girls were interested in being my friend. "Sure," I said. I wanted all of us to stay together for the hunt, because I wasn't sure of Rebecca's intentions. We all collected at the edge of the forest where I saw Ace standing with his parents, but staring at me. His eyes conveyed encouragement. Ever since he had said that he will dream more of me, I couldn't help but anticipate his next move. As soon as the whistle blew, I gave way to Ara. She came out with a dangerous snarl, full of excitement and energy. After being confined for so long, she was filled with an overwhelming eagerness to sprint through the forest. Ara turned to look at Ace. She wagged her tail at seeing our mate. "He's so handsome," she said, drooling over him as he watched her with admiration. "You better not go to him," I warned. "I won't," she said, and took off to the forest. As Ara ran inside, I heard others shifting and joining me on the hunt. A large number of girls followed us. Cool wind rustled my fur. I felt liberated next to nature and free. Ara's excitement was unmatched. She was clearly the baddest she-wolf in the crowd. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a petite black wolf with subtle gray stripes on her head darting a few feet away from me. "That's Rebecca," Ara informed. Surprise jolted through me. How could an alpha wolf have gray fur? Gray fur belonged to the rogues. Rebecca turned her head towards me and peeled her lips in a snarl. Ara growled back at her, and Rebecca winced. She veered left while Ara continued on the straight path. We came across a herd of deer, but she didn't want to hunt them. Ara was interested in a bigger kill. She spotted a boar an hour later. Hunting a boar wasn't easy. It required the pack to work in a coordinated way. Ara was a born leader. With the help of other she-wolves, she brought the boar down in less than 30 minutes and dragged it all the way back to the edge of the forest, where the royal family was waiting. King Soren's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed my successful hunt, while Queen Cassie and Luce shot me disapproving glances. When I shifted back, I was taken aback to find Ace standing there, extending a robe for me to put on. "That was impressive," he said. "Thanks," I replied with a blush. "Ara, my wolf, loves to go for larger kills." "My wolf wants to meet Ara," Ace said, staring intensely at me. I bit my lip. "Ara wants to meet your wolf." "Ace," Luce's sharp voice broke our connection. "Look what Rebecca brought." Ace turned to look back and cocked his eyes when he saw 5 dead squirrels lying in front of Rebecca. "She hunted that?" he asked. "Well, what did you expect?" Luce hissed as Rebecca shifted and wore her gown. She was alone, so how could she risk her life hunting for anything bigger? One has to save oneself and not be an idiot to hunt something bigger for a competition just to show off. The idea was to hunt and not show off. "No," King Soren snapped. "The idea was not just to hunt. It was to show that your tracking and hunting skills are crucial for survival and leadership in the pack. He turned to look at me. Katie has demonstrated that she worked with a group that was akin to a pack to hunt that boar. She led her pack to victory and brought a huge kill that would last for months as against the... He looked disdainfully towards the squirrels. Shaking his head, he added, "Katie is the winner." The girls behind me went wild, which was unexpected. We were all competitors, yet the competition was healthy. "So does that mean Katie will spend the evening with Alpha Ace?" Alicia asked. "Yes," King Soren replied with a soft smile. Ace grinned. I blushed. Rebecca looked like she would murder me. She stomped out of the area with Luce running after her. In the evening, when I came to the party, I found Ace waiting for me. He offered me his arm and said, "You look gorgeous." "Thanks," I giggled. Interestingly, other than Alicia, Luce, and about a dozen contestants, there was no one else. Even the king and queen weren't there. I wondered where Beau was. Rebecca's absence wasn't even noticed. Ace led me to a decorated gazebo in the center of the garden, where he pulled a chair out for me and made me sit before he rushed to his chair. As soft music floated in the air, the servers served us dinner. "You're becoming a popular choice," he said to me. "I don't know," I said. "But I hope so." "Why?" I locked my eyes on his beautiful face. "Because I've left you wild for a long time. Now I won't." For the entire dinner, he didn't take his eyes off me. "I'll be waiting," I whispered back. Was the spell weakening this fast? I returned to my room and wore my sexiest lingerie. Excitement for the night surged through me in waves. I wanted Ace with me, in me, and wrapped around me. A heavy knock sounded on the door, and I ran to open it. However, the moment I opened it, two strong hands pushed me inside. I fell on the floor with a shriek. When I snapped my head to look up, I saw 5 girls had entered my room. Rebecca headed to the front after closing the door. She had a baseball bat in her hand. "You've been a pest!" Saying that, she swung the baseball bat in my direction, aimed at my head. In response, I quickly ducked and avoided the hit. "Are you mad?" I shouted. "No, bitch!" she snarled and swung it again. This time the bat hit my sides, and I screamed in pain. "Attack her!" she yelled, and in an instant, all the girls attacked me at the same time. Katie POV. The girls kicked my ribs and my belly. "Ah!" Rebecca brought the baseball bat right on thighs. I yelped in pain and tried to crawl away, but other girls blocked my path. One of them kicked me on my skull. Ara growled in pain and wanted me to unleash her, but with a constant attack, it was impossible for me to shift. Anger provoked her while pain subdued me. Their continuous solid blows were making me weak. I heard a bone cracking, and I didn't know where it was, but I howled in pain. Tears burst from my eyes with so much pain. I saw a girl swinging her fist towards me, hitting me on my eye. With a painful cry, I brought my hands on my face as pain burst through my skull. "Katie!" I heard a familiar voice coming from far in the distance. Was I dreaming, or was I dead? "Katie!" The voice sounded nearer. "He's here!" Rebecca growled. "Let's go!" She hissed and rushed towards the window or the balcony. I saw her jumping out of the window. Just then, the door of my suite swung open, and I saw a man through my blurry vision. He looked at me once, and then chaos ensued. I saw him shifting and grabbing the throat of a girl. He squashed her throat in his mouth, killing her on the spot. Then he jumped to the other girl, who was trying to run away. He caught her by her ankle. She shrieked in horror as she tried to run away, but the wolf was so strong that he pulled her leg, ripping it off her torso and killing her on the spot. After that, I couldn't see much as darkness surrounded me, and I felt compelled to succumb to it. All I remember was a warm chest and someone calling my name. I have no idea for how long I was unconscious, but whenever I tried to move, my body ached. There was so much pain that it was impossible for me to make sense of what was happening to me. Why did I come after Ace? My confidence in chasing him went down. I wanted to go home in the comfort of my brother and Kylie's arms. They were my everything. Why didn't I allow Ace to mark me? Probably the moon goddess was punishing me for keeping my mate away every time he wanted to make me his forever. Finally, when I peeled open my eyes, I found myself bathed in a soft glow of moonlight that filtered through the window of my room. Something beeped on my side, and I turned to see. There were several machines attached to my body, with tubes running around. "Katie!" My eyes snapped to the voice, and I couldn't help but smile when I saw Kylie. She came rushing to me and sat on the edge of the bed. Why was I seeing from one eye only? "Katie, how are you?" she asked as she stroked my hand lightly. I felt my other hand being stroked gently. When I turned my head all the way to the other side, I saw Logan. Tears came into my eyes as he stared at me with suppressed anger. "Logan," I said in a hoarse voice, "when did you come?" His throat bobbed. Pointing with his thumb over his shoulder, he said, "Ace called us." I twisted my head to see where he had pointed, and saw that Ace was standing at the foot of the bed, looking like he would die any moment, but not before killing everyone on the planet. "Who did this to you?" Logan asked, looking at my closed and a swollen eye. "Ace tackled 2 girls, but he is sure that there were more." I battled inside on if I should tell him, because if I named Rebecca, I was sure that he was going to attack her pack and bring her father down in no time for no fault of his. However, if I didn't tell him who attacked me, Rebecca would think that I feared her. "Tell us who did this to you," Katie insisted. "I am keeping Logan at bay for not wiping off the Viking pack. You gotta help me here, Katie." I closed my eye and took a deep breath in. But the moment I did that, my ribs hurt. "Ah!" I winced. Ace rushed to my side and stood beside Kylie. He placed a hand on my forehead, and I reveled in the feeling. "You can't move. Stay put. The doctor says that it will take 2 days for you to heal fully." "2 days? But the contest?" I protested. "Fuck the contest," Ace growled. "I have stalled it. Now tell me who was the girl behind it," Logan asked in a menacing voice. "Rebecca," I sighed. "She had come with 5 girls." Ace clenched his hands so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "I'm going to kill that bitch," he hissed. "No," Logan stopped him. "You will not do a thing," he warned. "Yes, do nothing to her," Kylie supported Logan. "You can't stop me, Alpha Logan." Ace growled. He spun and stormed out of the suite. Logan narrowed his eyes on Ace. "Ace doesn't recognize us," he said. "The spell cast on him is dangerous. He can lose his memories forever." A tear ran down the side of my temple. I've never come across parents as cruel as these, but my intuition tells me that Luce and Queen Cassie were the ones determined to cast the spell. I hate to see Ace like this. Logan held my hand in between his and said, "I am this close to attacking the Viking pack and making Ace the Alpha." "That's right," Kylie added. "These bastards had the audacity to attack you? What kind of security do they have? That bloody Alpha Soren is useless." I chuckled. "No, don't attack them. Did you meet the king and queen?" "No, we arrived an hour back and came to meet you directly," Kylie said. The door of the suite opened, and I heard a girl screaming as heavy footsteps shuffled towards my room. "Who the hell is there?" Logan growled as he got up. He sniffed the air. "That's Ace with some girls." Ace entered the room, switched on the lights, and pushed the girl in front of him. Surprise blasted in my chest when I saw it was Rebecca. Luce and a few other girls also came after him. Rebecca was crying. She looked at Logan and Kylie and trembled. "I did nothing," she cried. "You are falsely implicating me." When Luce saw Logan, who stood to his full height, she jolted back. "Rebecca did nothing," she said in a weak voice. "She was with me all the time. Ace, you already killed the culprits. Please leave Rebecca." Oh, so this was Rebecca's alibi. Suddenly it dawned upon me. Rebecca attacked me and Luce was aware of it. Logan narrowed his eyes. "Have you taken me for a fool?" he growled menacingly, making the windows and doors shudder. "My sister was attacked with a baseball bat. Where is your father?" His powerful alpha aura spilled out, causing everyone in the room, except Kylie and Ace, to bow down in submission. My decision to attack this pack hinges on meeting King Soren and Bo Jordan. Blood drained from Luce's face. Katie POV. It was in the middle of the night, but King Soren and Queen Cassie came to meet Logan and Kylie. As soon as they entered my room, they bowed to Logan. "It's a great pleasure to have you with us, Alpha Logan," King Soren said. "But I can't say the same," Logan snapped. "What kind of security do you have when you can't even protect the contestants of a competition that you are holding for the future Luna of your pack?" King Soren side-glanced at his wife. Cassie had a stiff expression on her face, and it was like she was hating this meeting. She gave me a once-over and clenched her teeth as if telling me I deserved it. "I am so sorry, Alpha Logan, about this incident, but this building is surrounded by the guards." No one can enter without permission, King Soren explained. The two girls who came to attack Katie were from this building. It appears that they utilized the fact that nobody was present. I don't care, Logan shouted. A competition like this will always have unhealthy participants. You should have security on every floor. That's right, King Soren, Kylie said, crossing her arms across her chest. I know Katie very well. Do you believe that only 2 she-wolves could bring her down? Her gaze snapped to Queen Cassie and then to Luce. Katie is a fine warrior, and she proved her skills in your first task, if I remember correctly. Yes or no? Diana won the first task, Queen Cassie said through her clenched teeth. Kylie looked at her. That's because Katie let her win. Don't you give me that, Luna Cassie. You know it very well. What kind of a Luna are you if you couldn't see through it? Don't you challenge me, Luna Kylie, Cassie growled. You weren't there to see it. Diana won it. Unfortunately, she was disqualified by my son. No, I wasn't, but I saw the live footage that Katie showed through her phone. And this time, Cassie's mouth dropped to the floor. I knew she had realized that I let Diana win. Kylie was on a roll. Katie says that it was Rebecca who attacked her with 5 girls. You have to expel Rebecca from the competition. She is dangerous and not a Luna material. Rebecca cried, No, Queen Cassie, I didn't attack her. I was with Luce. You can ask her. Yes, she was with me, Luce replied vehemently. It wasn't Rebecca. Rebecca is very nice. She can't kill a fly, let alone attack Katie. I stared at Luce in disbelief. I realized one thing. This argument about Rebecca would not lead anywhere. Once Luce was involved, Rebecca was going to get a clean chit, and this may repeat. Can I ask something? I said in a low, hoarse voice. Sure, King Soren said. You won't ask anything, Ace growled. I know you won't tell a lie. He glared at Luce, who avoided him by taking a step behind her mother. Let her speak, Ace, King Soren said. After the building is closed for the night, it is surrounded by the guards, right? I asked. Yes, it is. None of the contestants can leave the building. Is that correct? When King Soren nodded, I raised my question. Then how did Rebecca leave the building to be with Luce? Silence followed as Rebecca's mouth fell to the floor and Luce stared at me with confusion. Kylie suppressed a chuckle. Well, answer the question, Rebecca. Rebecca swallowed thickly. Before she could reply, Luce intervened. I came to visit her. She didn't come out. Nice try, Luce. So, do we have any video footage of who entered and exited the building? I added. Check and mate, Luce. There is, King Soren replied, feeling extremely embarrassed. I'll get it checked. What do you mean by that? Cassie snapped. Luce is my daughter and has an alpha bloodline. Her word counts in this pack. If she said that she came to meet Rebecca, then it is true. Don't you demean her by checking the videos. King Soren didn't know what to say because he was caught in an embarrassing family drama. And if you try to do anything, Soren, Cassie added, I will separate from you on the charges of infidelity. After all, Luna Kylie has made this easy for all of us. In disbelief, Kylie gazed at Cassie. Wait, so you're telling us you'll use the law in your favor, even though there's no evidence? You know nothing, Cassie retorted. And I won't hear anything now. I am leaving. She turned to leave, holding Luce's hand. A growl ripped through the air, and she stopped, trembling in her place. In a flash of a second, Logan blocked her way. He snarled, I want the names of the girls who attacked my sister in 1 hour. If I don't get their names, my warriors, who have surrounded the Viking pack, will attack it and reduce it to ashes. Cassie blanched. You can't do this, Alpha Logan. This is not justified. And the attack on my sister is justified. I will send their names, she said through chattering teeth after a while. Logan stepped aside. Good. I'm waiting. King Soren also left after them. When I was left with Logan, Kylie, and Ace, I said, Thanks, brother. Logan came to me and cupped my cheek. Why don't you come back with us? I looked at Ace, who appeared miserable. I think I have to win my alpha, I replied, and Ace's tension reduced. He stared at me intensely. Logan shook his head and chuckled. Mates, he murmured. My lips curled up when he wrapped an arm around Kylie's shoulder and pulled her to his side. So what's next? He asked. I don't think Rebecca will agree. They will provide the names of all the others, except for Rebecca, I pointed out. Good, Kylie replied. She is going to have less support now. As I had predicted, names of the 3 girls who accompanied Rebecca were revealed. They were thrown into the dungeons. They cried and screamed and said that Rebecca was the mastermind, but obviously Rebecca denied it. She had solid support from Luce and Cassie. I had to sit with Logan to stop him from attacking because I wanted to not just win my alpha, but also the hearts of the pack members. If Logan attacked them, they would always hate me. Logan and Kylie remained with me until I healed. 3 days later, when they were leaving, Kylie said, "My spies are here and keeping a watch on Rebecca. She wouldn't dare to attack you now." I laughed and hugged her tightly. "Thanks, Kylie. How's my nephew or niece?" "Now you bloody win the competition," Kylie said, hugging me back. "And my pup is fine." I entered the next task the following day. Katie POV. Apparently, we were facing the third task today because the first one was the introductory dinner. I was surprised not because this information caught me by surprise, but because I had won the first contest. Rebecca was a close second, followed by Diana. After Logan's threat to King Soren and a potential one to Rebecca and Luce, they had become silent. However, I knew they were like vipers up a sleeve, not to be trusted. Bo had also become wary of me and would avoid me at all costs. Ace was standing on a raised platform, reading some papers, and was in conversation with King Soren. He would look at me from time to time, and the air would charge up with electricity. I swear it was like the first time we had realized that we were mates. It was impossible for us to keep our hands off from each other. I don't know why Luce wasn't around. However, Queen Cassie and Bo were there. They were all discussing something in hushed tones. It seemed like Ace was now actively taking part in conducting the contest, which was a good sign. My friends, including Alicia, were impatiently waiting for the task announcement. "Why are they taking so much time to announce the next task?" a girl said impatiently. "We've been sitting here for 1 hour." Alicia nudged me with her shoulder. "Look at Rebecca, her eyes are on Alpha Ace." I had been ignoring her, but when I glanced at her, I caught her looking at Ace and leaning in to display her cleavage. What was wrong with this girl? I clenched my teeth and felt like ripping her face, but I took a deep breath. This whole selection was getting on my nerves. "Alpha Ace," Rebecca called him from her place, leaning a little more. "When will the contest start?" He snapped his eyes at her and didn't answer. I heard some girls giggling. Feeling embarrassed, Rebecca lowered her face and fidgeted with her fingers in her lap. It was Bo who replied, "Just a few more minutes, Rebecca." Rebecca beamed and grinned. "Thank you, Bo." Another hour passed, and they didn't announce the task. We were all getting anxious about it. Suddenly, the door of the main hall opened and a tall warrior appeared. He ran to the king and bowed to him. "Alpha, there is a rogue attack on the west border of the pack." "What?" King Soren said, his eyes wide in disbelief. The warrior swallowed thickly. "There are about 5 rogues, and they've taken down 2 of our gammas who were on the patrol. I've sent a team of gammas to tackle them, but we anticipate another 7 rogues to attack us. Our lead tracker has picked up their scent, and they are heading towards the Viking pack." "This is absurd," King Soren rasped. He looked at Ace and said, "I am leaving, since this situation demands my attention. Take care of the girls." "Wait, father," Ace said. "I will go with you, but I have to ask a question to the contestants out here." A frown came on his forehead as King Soren stared at Ace. "We are getting late." "Give me 5 minutes," Ace assured him. He turned towards us and explained the situation to us. In the end, he asked, "How would you respond to this situation?" Most Omega She-Wolves were of the opinion that they should attempt to communicate with the rogues in order to understand what they want. A few said that they would stay indoors and let the Gammas do their work because the rogue attack was the problem of the Viking pack, not theirs. Rebecca raised her hand. "Alpha Ace, can I say something?" "Yes," he said through gritted teeth. "I believe it's best to leave this dangerous situation for the Alpha to handle. We shouldn't get involved in it because we don't know what your strength is." I chuckled. Rebecca had disguised her crude idea in those words. Simply stating, she brushed aside her plausible involvement in this confrontation. "No," I protested. "This isn't right." Everyone whipped their heads towards me when I countered Rebecca. I took a deep breath in and said to Ace, "Please alert your pack to stay indoors and ask your gammas to secure the border." As they do it, you as an alpha should assess the situation. If you let me help you, I would like to gather a team to confront and capture the rogues. I got up. We are getting late by spending time on what is the best strategy. Please, let's get in action. Ace's face lit up as his chest swelled. That's the best answer I got today. Rebecca's face contorted in rage when she saw me heading out towards the main door. You think you can outsmart those rogues? She shouted at me. I turned my head over my shoulder. I know I can if we strategize. They are very few. Besides, you can stick to your opinion and sit there. Saying that, I walked out of the door with Alicia and a few friends following me. Ace rushed to join me, while Queen Cassie and Beau didn't even budge from their places. King Soren ordered his wolves to secure the castle and linked via mind to his pack members to stay inside. Ace shifted in his beautiful brown wolf and guided us to the west borders. He offered me to sit on him, but I shifted as well and ran with him. Ara was joyous seeing his wolf. She was literally drooling over him, even in such a dire situation. Upon reaching the border, I noticed the warriors had already secured the perimeter. There were 3 rogues who were fighting with the guards. I nudged Ace to attack the rogues, and as soon as he charged at them, I joined him along with my friends and a few gammas of the Viking pack. Ace charged at the one who seemed to lead. He was bulky but no match for Ace. He tried to bite Ace, but Ace dodged him and, with a roar, charged at his neck, sinking his fangs into it. His flesh squelched, and Ace tossed him aside, now looking menacingly towards the rogue who I was tackling with. His wolf let out a dangerous roar, and before I could blink, the rogue who had attacked me was lying dead on the ground. In less than 10 minutes, we took all the rogues down. The remaining 7 rogues that were supposed to come to this side never showed. Victorious, we reached the castle, leaving the gammas to clear the mess. King Soren was so happy that he announced, "This was your 3rd task," he said, surprising all of us to the hilt. "The results will be out in a few hours over lunch." "OMG," Alicia rasped. "This was the 3rd task?" I gaped at King Soren, and when my eyes went to Ace in confusion, he winked. It was then I realized why they made us wait for so long. The participants were instructed to return to their rooms and prepare for lunch. When I returned, I still couldn't shake the feeling that dealing with the rogues would become the 3rd task. Lily and Lillian were there, chirping about it. "Miss Katie, you were amazing. You helped Alpha Ace to combat the rogues." I shook my head. I was there with a few more girls. "Bah!" Lily chided me. "You always underestimate yourself." After the twins helped me get ready, they left. "If you need us, please call us," Lillian urged. "I will," I said with a smile. Lunch was an hour away, and I thought I'd talk to Kylie when once again I heard loud noises from the adjacent suite. King Soren was seated at the head of the table, and this time, Ace was sitting on his left, while Queen Cassie was on his right. Beau and Luce sat next to her. I couldn't help but like the change in dynamics. My eyes went to Beau, and I found him glaring at me. I dipped my head in a small bow and took my seat right next to Ace. As soon as we were all seated, King Soren started. "As you know, that this was your 3rd task. It was a situational judgment test to assess what a Luna would do in a serious scenario like this. This scenario helped us assess your various skills, including that of leadership, empathy, and decision-making. I have to say that all those who went with Ace to deal with the rogues were brave. Yet it was Katie Hanks who skillfully outlined the conflict resolution. Her stress management was excellent. I congratulate her on winning this round." As my mouth dropped open, the other girls cheered and clapped. Of course, Rebecca, Luce, and the Queen sat still. "Thank you, King Soren," I said, getting up and bowing to him. Ace squeezed my thigh when I sat down, sending a shiver down my spine. He leaned towards me and whispered, "About my dreams." Ace POV. With Katie, I felt connected at a different level. She had said that we were mates, but how was it possible that my wolf didn't recognize her as his mate? Still, Spade wanted to go to her all the time. When Katie shifted into her wolf, Ara, he literally drooled over her, although there were so many other female wolves surrounding me. Ever since I had laid my eyes on her in the competition, it was impossible to not think of her. I had started finding ways to go back to her. However, Father would keep me busy with the pack's work. Why was it I didn't remember how my pack worked? It was hell confusing, and I wanted answers. Bo was assisting father in many ways which I didn't like. He was attending important meetings with him. There was something that was holding me back, like some power that didn't let out my full potential. Gradually, in the past few days, I started assuming greater control over the pack's affairs. And this couldn't have been possible without Katie. She would motivate me in her own way to assert myself. With Katie, I felt full. Strange, isn't it? I couldn't explain the feeling or needed to explain it to anyone, but loved to cherish it in silence. Luce was such a cute pup, but why had she suddenly become so bitter? It was like she hated my presence. Every time father asked me to do something important, she would push Bo to do the same task, stating that he could do it better. I was in this odd competition with Bo. Did he want to assume the position of the alpha of the Viking pack? I could be wrong, but I felt otherwise. Even my mother was distant, and I just couldn't fathom the reason. The only breather was my father. He liked to include me in every matter of the pack. The selection was turning out messier. I knew it was Rebecca who attacked Katie, and after that, I was monitoring her. I had called Alpha Logan and Kylie. When they came, everyone in the pack, including Luce, Rebecca, and my father, became scared. Not that I needed their help, but calling Katie's family when she was injured was the right thing to do. Strangely, when Alpha Logan came, he met me like he was my brother. The connection with him was at the visceral level. Did we meet earlier? His Luna Kylie was a charming woman. My research revealed that she was the force behind the most renowned law ever enacted in werewolf history. About the dreams. I whispered in Katie's ears, and she blushed deliciously. She bit her lip, and I couldn't help but smile. I was developing an unhealthy obsession with her. She claimed we were mates, so I wasn't concerned about being attracted to other women, but I was terrified if she found someone else. Spade was growing increasingly impatient about her. He would get jealous if an unmated wolf looked at her even for a second. It was taking all my control to keep him down. The selection was conducted to choose my bride. I didn't want anyone other than Katie, and this was what I wanted to tell her tonight. I was going to abolish the selection and announce her as my Luna. The lunch got over and all the contestants, including Katie, left for their rooms. Impatiently, I followed Katie out when father called me. "Son, there's an urgent meeting. Come to the library. I have also called Bo." I took a ragged breath in and nodded. It was surely about the rogues. The third task was something else, but after the rogue situation, when my father announced it was the third task, I couldn't help but admire him even more. He was a wise wolf. Quickly, I changed my clothes and headed towards the library. As I rounded a corner, I stopped seeing a woman curled up on the floor. Shocked, I rushed to her. "Goddess! Luce?" She moaned as she looked at me. "Ace," she said in a hoarse voice. "Can you carry me to my room?" "What the fuck happened to you?" I asked as I picked her up. "Should I call the doctor?" She shook her head as she went limp in my arms. "Please don't talk about it to anyone. I'm fine. She took a deep breath in. My head reeled. I wasn't convinced, but I said nothing and took her to her room. After I settled her and covered her with a comforter, she went off to sleep. I couldn't help noticing that she was paler than usual. I was determined to mention this to my mother. Gently, I closed the door behind me and walked to the library to be in the meeting. "Come in," father said. I opened the door and walked inside. "Where's Bo?" I asked. Father shrugged. "I don't know, but I can't wait for him." He got up to pour a glass of whiskey for himself and me. As he gave one to me, he said, "I wanted to talk about the rogue situation. There hasn't been an attack like that on the Viking pack in a long time. Do you think you can shed some light?" I sipped my whiskey and pondered about it. "Father, we have to send our wolves to check if there are more rogues around. Other than that, we must take measures to prevent it. I'd suggest that you increase the number of warriors patrolling our borders." "That I've already done, Ace, but—" He raked his hair with his fingers. "How many trackers do we have?" I asked. "1. Can we increase that to 4? I don't know why I said it, but it seemed like I was pulling this solution from my memory. Father frowned. "We can. Will that help?" "Of course. The more the better." We went on to talk more about other matters. Bo didn't turn up at all, and I didn't like it. Was he defying his alpha's command? After the meeting, I went to meet Luce, but she wasn't there. Her maid informed me she had gone shopping with Rebecca and other girls. Honestly, I didn't like her proximity to Rebecca. I was worried that Rebecca might win the competition, and it gnawed my heart every fucking second. It was after dinner that I couldn't stay back any longer and went straight to meet Katie. When she opened the door, my heart stuttered to a stop and I forgot to breathe. She was looking fucking gorgeous in silk shirts and shorts. "Hi," she breathed. I didn't reply and entered the room. She backed up, staring intensely at me as a blush rose on her cheeks. She bit her lip to suppress her smile, her slowly walking backwards but never breaking her gaze. "I am a wild wolf." I replied and pounced on her. She shrieked and tried to get away from me, but I was quicker. I grasped her by her waist and pulled her up in the air. "Stop behaving badly, kitty," I growled and carried her to the bedroom. I needed to eat her up. Katie POV. I had been waiting anxiously for Ace to come to me. When he arrived, I thought we would talk some, and then I'd take him to bed, but my mate was desperate. Strangely, the bond between us strengthened a bit more. It was like another layer of spell peeled off. Ace pulled out of me and slumped beside me, panting just like I was short of air. He curled his arm around my waist and pulled me to his chest. "That was the best sex I've ever had," he rasped. If it had been a normal situation, I would have gotten jealous, wondering if he had sex with others. But I knew Ace had sex only with me ever since I turned 18. Even before that, he had restrained. He had once revealed it to me. I was the gravity that pulled him always, even before we smelled each other as mates. He would imagine me whenever he had sexual urges. I found a bunch of my panties in his room when he first took me there. I chuckled and turned on my belly. He trailed his fingers down the middle of my spine into my hips, where he froze. He jerked straight up and looked at the tattoo of his name on my butt. "You have my name on your ass," he said with disbelief in his tone as he traced my tattoo. I turned to look at him over my shoulder with a smile. "Yes? You like it? But how?" He stared at the tattoo with wide eyes. "Well, I asked the tat designer to ink it on me. That's how." I loved teasing Ace. He was such a baby when I teased him. "No, I mean, why?" "Oh," I giggled. "I told you, we are mates." He lowered his face to my butts and kissed the tattoo. "Katie, why don't I remember it?" he said, sadness coating his voice. "I want to abolish this stupid selection process and take you as my Luna." His words punched the air out of me. I got up and climbed onto his lap. Cupping his cheeks, I said, "That's such a wonderful thing you could have said to me." I kissed his lips. "I mean it, Katie," he replied. "I'm seriously hating this contest." I rested my head on his shoulder. "So am I, but if you abolish this contest, your pack members will not like it. This is a tradition they've been following all their lives." He took a ragged breath in. "I don't want to lose you, Katie. It's like my wolf Spade will go crazy if I don't get you." I stroked the hair on his chest, which was one of my favorite things to do. "Don't worry, I'll win." "But He closed his eyes as if his heart was in pain. "I don't want Rebecca to win. I dread that moment all the time." "Ace," I said, lifting my head, "can you do something for me?" "Sure, anything. Can you focus on the bond we have? I can feel the tether with you all the time." His brows furrowed. "I feel the same connection with you, Katie, but..." I placed my finger on his lips. "Just focus on our bond, okay?" I refrained from informing him about the spell to avoid him resisting and risking damage to his memories. He kissed my finger and nodded. "I will." I remained in his lap for a long time and slept. Ace didn't leave me until morning, and we had sex once more. When I woke up, we were both entangled in each other's arms. It felt like just another lovely day I used to spend with him. Awoken by the buzzing of his phone, he grumbled as he fluttered his eyes open. "I don't want to pick it," he grunted. I chuckled, picked his phone up, and gave it to me. "Ace!" "Yes, father," he said groggily. "Today is the 4th task for the contestants. Where are you?" He said through his clenched teeth. "I'll be there in a few minutes." He disconnected the call. I giggled as I stroked his hair. "You better go, Alpha Ace. I have a competition to take part in." "No," he grunted. The training hall was packed with participants. The king was about to announce the 4th task, but I had something in mind. Luce and Queen Cassie were standing on the raised platform along with Beau and Ace. Ace was looking at me from time to time as if he was keeping an eye on me. The king said, "Today we will commence the fourth task, and in this you will have to perform a dance of our pack's legend. You will receive information about the history and culture of our pack. You have the entire day to prepare for it. The competition will take place under the moon in a clearing just outside the pack's territory. Time to assemble in the clearing will be sent to you by afternoon." An excited murmur erupted in the contestants. This was a fun activity for all of us. "You will be divided into 5 groups, and each of you will have to work in tandem with each other." The king added, "Does anyone have a question?" I raised my hand. The king looked at me. "What is it, Katie?" I reminded him. "King Soren, you previously stated that the 4th competition would include the top 10 participants from the last 3 competitions. You know, best of 3? "Yes, Katie, but there are no clear winners." "There can never be clear winners, but you can choose them by the number of points they have garnered." My words sent a ripple of shock through the girls. A few despised me for my attempts to remove them early, while others stayed quiet as it benefited them. "That's right," Luce said, surprising me. "The 4th contest should be between amongst the top 10. Katie POV. Luce's supporting me came as a surprise, but I realized why she supported me. She wanted other girls to get eliminated as soon as possible, leaving Rebecca at the top with little competition. King Soren raised his eyebrow and glanced at his wife. When she nodded, he said, "Okay, all the contestants, please wait here while we discuss it." They left for a meeting immediately. Ace turned to look at me, and his lips curled up in encouragement. All the royals left the hall, leaving the girls behind them bristling. Most of them shot glares at me. "She's so mean," a girl in a black dress hissed. "She thinks that by cheating she can win? Well, I've got news for her. She will never win like that." I didn't know that Alpha Logan's sister would be such a bloody cheat. "She is maliciously trying to eliminate us." One girl said loudly, "This is not fair. How can they eliminate us without letting us prove our worth?" Rebecca scoffed. "You were given 3 tasks to prove your worth. How many chances do you want?" 100. The girl went quiet, and I pursed my lips to suppress my smile. Rebecca was unknowingly doing my job. Alicia chuckled. "I am so happy. I will be eliminated finally." I chuckled and shook my head. "Who's your mate?" She lowered her head and chewed her lips. "He's a gamma in my pack. I know Father resents him a lot and asked me to reject him, but I didn't reject him." She fished her phone out and showed me the photo of her mate. "That's him." Her mate was a cute, chocolatey-looking wolf with dark brown hair and deep-set eyes on an oval face. "I love him," she rasped, "and I won't marry anyone other than him." I placed my hand on hers and squeezed it softly. "Don't worry, I'm sure the moon goddess has a plan for you too." The royals emerged from the meeting room and the buzz stopped. Tension was palpable in the room. All eyes were on the king. He coughed a little to clear his throat and pulled a paper out. "First, I'd like to thank you all for taking part in the selection. Elimination doesn't determine your worth. Remember that. Each of you is unique, and I hope that you all find the best wolf as your mate." He paused and scanned the girls. "All those who are eliminated will leave the Viking pack today." He looked at the paper and went on to announce the names of the top 10 contestants. Rebecca let out a delighted squeal when her name was called out first. When my name still hadn't been announced, she gave me a smirk. Breath lodged in my throat as fear rippled through my heart when my name didn't come in the top 8. I tightly held onto Alicia's hand and was almost in tears when they announced my name. Relieved, I took a ragged breath in as I glanced at Ace, who was staring at me warmly. Alicia cheered and clapped and hugged me, but her excitement snuffed the moment her name was announced in the end. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath, and I couldn't stop giggling. The eliminated contestants caused a commotion and needed to be escorted out by the guards. I didn't go to my room immediately. Instead, I talked to some of the chosen contestants about dancing in the evening. Out of the 6 I talked to, 5 agreed to come to my room to practice for the dance. When I was going to my room, I saw Luce leaned against the wall of the foyer, sweating profusely. "Luce," I said as I walked to her. Her face was pale and she was grabbing her stomach with her hand. She lifted her eyes to me. "Luce, what's wrong?" She shook her head. Nothing. Let me see, I said and lifted her shirt, only to find that her stomach had black and blue marks. Goddess, it's nothing, I said. She growled and lowered her shirt. I knew what it was. Where's Beau? I asked. None of your business, she snapped. Her answer caught me off guard, but I put her arm around my shoulder. Let me take you to your room. No, she said through her quick breaths. Take me to Rebecca's room. I exhaled roughly and helped her to the elevator. She pressed the floor's number. She was so weak that she was literally hanging by my side. When we arrived at Rebecca's door, I knocked. There was no answer. I knocked again and again, but she didn't open the door. She's not here, I said to her. Luce could barely keep her eyes open. Oh, then take me, and she passed out. I called Ace. He arrived in no time and carried her back to her room. I really wanted to help Luce, but I knew it would be in vain. She was suffering it all just to get to Luna's position. Didn't her mother know about it? By the time it was 4 p.m., along with other girls, including Alicia, we had practiced our dance. We all decided to wear the same dress. I made sure that all of us got an equal chance to showcase our dancing skills. This was one of the most important dances, and every pack had one which we performed when we offered tributes to our ancestors and the moon goddess. The time to perform it was 10 p.m. Until then, we practiced a little more in our dresses that comprised deer leather bodice with skirts flowing as ribbons. When we arrived at the clearing, I saw that the place had several canopies under which the audience were seated. Ace was with the king and queen, while Luce was with Beau. The first one to perform was obviously Rebecca, and she performed solo. She snickered at me. What a fool you are to dance with a group. They will steal your thunder. Don't worry about my thunder, Rebecca, I said. You'll never win. Fuck you. I showed her my middle finger, and she grudgingly walked away. Becca's dance movements were graceful, but since she was performing solo, she couldn't cover much of the stage. After her, there were 3 more performances. When we were called, we bowed to all. The audience totally surprised us by clapping super loudly. As I walked to the center, other girls converged around me. Heroic and uplifting music with a strong melody started. The girls formed a tight circle around me, linking their arms. As the music caught strong beats, we moved with synchronized movements. The circle expanded and contracted, which symbolized the pack's readiness to face the threat. Together we lunged and turned out, mirroring, facing the enemy. The music intensified, and we divided into groups of 2. We formed a pattern of a wolf's face and raised our arms to the sky, twirling and twisting in perfect coordination. Towards the end, the music softened, and we all came back in the circle. When it stopped, all of us looked at each other, a sense of fulfillment in our eyes. We turned to bow to the king and queen. Trepidation flitted through me when I noticed that there was a pin-drop silence amongst the audience. However, the next moment, the audience broke in loud applause and some cheered. All my girls gave me a group hug. I walked to Rebecca and winked. I guess I stole your thunder, and walked away from where Ace was. You did extremely well, he said to me, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear. Thanks, I said, blushing because this was such a PDA. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Beau giving me a disgusted stare. Come, let's have dinner, Ace said. He lowered his voice. You look so ravishing in that dress that I want to rip those ribbons from your skirt, tie you up and fuck you senseless. I gasped. I didn't know this side of Ace, but butterflies fluttered in my belly at the thought of it. He winked, and I blushed to crimson. As we walked, I asked, How is Luce? Better, he said dryly. I think it was time for me to take action. At dinner, King Soren announced the name of the winners. In this contest, we have added your previous points. He scratched his eyebrow. I have to say that Katie's group has performed so well that all the girls have scored fantastic marks. Excited yelps emanated from the crowd. However, the top 3 winners are Katie, Alicia, and Rebecca. No! Alicia moaned, making me laugh hard. You'll be given the final mission tomorrow, the king announced. Katie POV. It was ambitious of me to wait for Ace to come to me in the evening, but one could at least dream. I sighed as I tossed and turned in my bed. Unable to resist, I picked up my phone and called him, but my call went unanswered. Instead, I received a call from Kylie. We talked for an hour about various things. She sent me several text messages. After that, I called Ace again, but he didn't pick up the call. Exasperated, I closed my eyes, but sleep was nowhere close. The last task was tomorrow, and I could help but think and gloat about making it in the top 3. King Soren had asked every contestant who was eliminated to leave, which was odd because those contestants could wait and enjoy the last task, or maybe just have fun around in the Viking pack. Suddenly, I realized that the entire building must be empty. Only 3 of us would be here. My reverie broke when I heard a loud thumping on the door of the adjacent apartment. This time I got up to deal with it once and for all. The next day, when I arrived in the main hall, I saw Alicia was there, already waiting for me. Where was Rebecca? I mentally scolded myself for sleeping late and not getting up in time. Had Lily and Lillian not hurried me up, I would have reached 15 minutes later instead of 5 minutes. King, Queen, Luce, Beau, and Ace were standing on the raised platform. Ace looked at me and pursed his lips as if trying to convey that something was wrong. My heart stuttered, and I focused on our bond. Through the tendril of the bond that had strengthened a little more, I could sense his concern. It was a feeble feeling, but it was there. There were a lot of council members and pack members. I guess the last competition was open for all to see. "Why are you wearing racing attire?" I asked Alicia in a hushed voice. "There'll be horse racing." She gritted. Before I could speak more, a girl approached me and said, "Miss Katie, please come with me to the changing room to change into an appropriate dress." I followed her, and as soon as I was in the room, she closed the door behind me. Shocked, I whipped my head and found Rebecca standing there with her arms crossed across her chest. She sauntered towards me and circled me, saying, "I know that if I physically harm you, your brother is going to attack my father's pack. So I will not touch you, but—" She stopped in front of me and smirked. "I know that you and Ace are having sex with each other, and that amounts to cheating." I remained quiet, my jaw tensing. She chuckled. "You are trying to seduce the groom so that he favors you all the time. Today, after the race, I am going to expose you. It is going to damage your reputation, you slut. So if you want, you can back out now, else face the consequences." I stared at her with my pulse thrumming. "Are you so afraid that you'll lose?" I said. Her brows raised, and then she laughed. "Oh no, I won't lose. I will win, but after I win, I'm going to make sure that everyone despises you because you cheated." She shook her head. "This is your chance to leave. If you go, I'll just tell them you've backed out due to personal reasons." Dread dropped in my stomach like an icy block as I stared at her, speechless. She cocked her head and smiled. "I knew you'd take my advice." She turned to leave and patted my shoulder. "Nice. Now I'll inform the others about your decision." Rebecca opened the door and walked out, closing it behind her with a bang. As I heard her boots clicking through the corridor, my knees went wobbly. She had threatened me. She was going to expose me and Ace. Did she have no consideration for Ace? Was she so mean that she was going to talk about us to the whole pack? With shaky hands, I dressed up, not wanting to go down like this. When I arrived over there, she was saying, "I'm so sorry, King Soren, but Katie Hanks has withdrawn from the competition for personal reasons." Murmurs rippled through the main hall as the king's eyes widened. I saw how Luce's eyes beamed and she smiled, looking victorious already. I went to stand next to her. Rebecca's eyes widened and then narrowed in anger. "What did I say to you about not participating?" she hissed. I ignored her and addressed the king. "I am here for the last task, King Soren." Rebecca didn't understand what I said to her. I said that I will be there in 5 minutes. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Luce's face falling. The puckered lines on Beau's face made it seem like he had just tasted something incredibly tart, like a freshly squeezed lemon. "And Ace," he smiled. I blinked my eyes slowly at him and sent encouragement through our bond. King Soren took a deep breath in and nodded. He scanned the crowd and then turned to us. "The last competition is a horse riding race. The route is already laid out for you, with clear signs guiding your way. There will be doctors and nurses along the path. If any of you feel dizzy, you may ask for help." We were taken to the stables to pick our horses. Horses feared us werewolves. They could smell our wolves, and so it was important that we calm down in order for them to let us approach them. As soon as I was in the stable, my eyes went to a black stallion. His muscular frame and glossy coat drew me in. Carefully, I approached him and was extending my hand when Rebecca came behind me and pushed me away. "This is my horse," she hissed and grabbed his reins. The horse reared, neighing, sending Rebecca on the floor. "You asshole," she growled and was ready to whip him when the stable master intervened. "You can't whip the horse," he said firmly. Enraged, Rebecca snapped, "Do you know who I am?" The stable master bowed to her. "I know who you are, Miss Rebecca, but those are the king's orders." "That old twit," she blurted and walked to another horse. "When I'm the Luna, I'll bloody change these orders and get this one killed first." Inhaling a deep breath in, I looked at the black stallion who was looking at me with fear. With my breath lodged in my throat, I approached it, taking careful steps. I extended my hand towards him and waited for him to accept him. He stared at me for a while and then came to me. A shiver of excitement ran through me. I patted him lightly and let him smell me until he was ready for me. The stable master came to me with a smile. "Thunder is ready for you." Alicia chose a chestnut horse with a mane that flew like a river of fire, while Rebecca had to settle for a dapple-gray horse. We reached the gates on our horses, and as soon as the starting signal sounded, the gates opened and horses surged forward. Thunder exploded from the gate at an incredible speed. He took an early lead. Alicia was enjoying her horse riding, and I knew she would be happy to come last. However, it was Rebecca who I was worried about. She whipped her horse. "Hey-ya!" she shouted. The horse picked up its speed and caught up with mine. The route was lined with the pack members, each cheering their favorite contestant, waving flags of the Viking pack. I noticed that in every corner there was a doctor and a nurse with water bottles and other things watching us. I lowered myself on Thunder and said to him, "Boy, we have to win this race." Saying that, I nudged him with my leg and he bolted, once again taking the lead. Rebecca was close on my heels. She urged her horse with another lash, and with a burst of speed, he inched closer to Thunder. The crowd's cheer reached a fever pitch as we approached the finish line. Rebecca was barely a few inches away from me. We were nearing the finish line. With my heart pounding, I made a desperate surge and pushed Thunder to his limit. I don't know how or why, but with a breathtaking burst, Thunder crossed the finish line, securing a victory. The crowd at the finish line erupted in applause as I slowed my horse and saw Rebecca crossing it seconds later, while Alicia was crossed several minutes later with a cool grin. I beamed with pride and patted Thunder's neck in appreciation. With sweat trickling down my face, I looked at Ace. He had a face-splitting grin on his face and was clapping thunderously. I dismounted Thunder and walked to where the king was when Rebecca caught my upper arm and spun me towards her. "Now wait for what I do to you," she sneered. Katie POV. Rebecca stormed her way through the field and reached where the king and queen were standing. I followed her, and Alicia came after me. From the corner of my eyes, I saw that a large screen was hanging on the wall beside the platform where the royals were. They were watching us live on the screen. "What the hell is wrong with her?" Alicia asked in a hushed tone. "I don't know," I replied as I watched her. King Soren was smiling at me while Queen Cassie and Luce were glaring. It was like the two women were giving me a warning that I shouldn't approach them. "You did extremely well, Katie," King Soren said. I bowed to him. "Thank you." I shot a look at Ace, who was beaming with happiness. Bo was standing right next to him, his hands clenched in tight fists. "Excuse me," Rebecca said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "I have something to say." King Soren gazed at her with a frown. "Yes, Rebecca?" She clenched her teeth, shot a glare at me, and said, "Katie has been cheating." A tense silence blanketed the area. Everyone became quiet as Rebecca's words fell over them. "No, she didn't cheat," King Soren replied in a stern voice. "We watched your race on that screen." He pointed with his thumb towards the screen behind him. "I am not talking about the race," she continued, "but Katie cheated. She seduced Alpha Ace, and they both had sex during the competition. This means that Alpha Ace was biased. He disqualified Diana because of her." Ace paled while Luce and Bo relaxed in their disposition. When my gaze met with Luce's, she smirked. Rebecca insinuated, "I feel that because she seduced Alpha Ace, all decisions were made in her favor, and so she should be expelled from this competition and I should be made the winner. King Soren looked confused as hell. He glanced at me and Ace. While Ace was staring at Rebecca with disbelief, Queen Cassie merely picked up lint from her dress and chuckled. Queen Cassie said, "In that case, we have to expel Katie. This is a clear case of bias. I have had enough of it." I stepped forward to face Rebecca and cocked my head. "Really, Rebecca? If I have cheated by having sex with Ace, what have you done by having sex with Bo Jordan?" Rebecca's face turned ashen as her eyes widened in shock. "You," she shouted, "you have the audacity to accuse me solely to conceal your own misdeeds?" I scoffed. I wish that was the case. "Katie," Luce shouted, her voice booming in the field, "you have the audacity to accuse my husband, you bloody cheater. You have no evidence, but I have the evidence against you and Ace. We heard loud thumping and moans and groans of sexual noises from your floor." I shook my head. "I pity you, Luce. That day when I had taken you to Rebecca's room, she wasn't there because she was with Bo. Despite your husband's repeated infidelity, you choose to stand by his side, driven solely by your ambition to become the Luna of the Viking pack." "What?" she blabbered. This is ridiculous." She looked at her mother. "Mother, you have to do something. Expel her from the pack." "Yes," Queen Cassie shouted at me. "Get out before I call the guards. You are such a pathetic liar." Murmurs exploded in the field about me being a liar and cheater. I took a ragged breath. "Kylie," I shouted. "Logan." A pin drop enveloped the audience as my brother and his wife walked through the crowd and made their way towards me. They came to stand right behind me. I crossed my arms across my chest. "She is trying to intimidate us by calling her brother," Rebecca said. "Yes, if you think we are going to get scared, then you are mistaken, Katie." Queen Cassie supported Rebecca. "The decision is final. You are expelled." I turned to Luce. "You were talking about evidence?" "Here it is," I said, pointing towards the screen. A video of Bo having sex with Diana appeared. Audience gasped. But that's not where it ended. Another video in which Bo was having sex with Diana and Rebecca played on the screen. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Rebecca going pale. Good, because there was more. I had given this video proof to Ace long back and asked him to play it if required. It was his idea to put the screen here to watch us live. This is fake," Rebecca squeaked as Luce didn't know where to look. "Oh no, it isn't fake," Kylie said. "I've got it tested by the IT people. I'll pass a copy to you and you can get it tested as well." "And guess what?" I added. "After every elimination round, the contestants had to leave the pack, but—" I turned my head to look at Logan, who nodded. He mind-linked the warriors he had sent with me. Within a few seconds, the crowd parted, and the warriors came in holding a very shaken-up Diana by her upper arms. I continued, "Diana never left the Viking pack. She was holed up in Bo's apartment all this time." Turning my attention back to Luce, I said, "The loud thumping and moans and groans that you heard were that of Diana, Rebecca, and Bo." "You are wrong," Rebecca screamed. I shook my head. "Rebecca, I am not wrong. These videos have revealed your truth, but not the complete truth." "What do you mean?" She hissed. Kylie handed me a paper, which I gave to the king. "According to this, Rebecca isn't even 18. In a month's time, she will be 18, currently being 17 years and 11 months old. As a result, she should be disqualified from the competition since she did not meet the minimum age requirement of 18. Rebecca's mouth dropped to the floor as Queen Cassie went speechless and Luce started crying. "How did you find out?" Rebecca blurted. "I was on a roll. Queen Cassie and Luce plotted along with her father to hide your age and send you for this competition," I revealed. "Isn't it, Queen Cassie?" "No, you are lying," she rasped. "My king." She held King Soren's hand, who looked dumbfounded. "I haven't done this. It was Luce's idea, not mine." "No, it wasn't Luce's idea," Logan growled. "This was your idea, Queen Cassie." When Kylie stumbled upon this information about Rebecca during her research, I went to meet Rebecca's father last night. Initially, he denied it, but when I threatened to take him to the High Council for his alleged cheating, he confessed. He said that you didn't want Katie to marry Ace. Logan gritted his teeth. "But the truth is you wanted your daughter and son-in-law to be the Luna and Alpha of the pack. You called Corella to weaken Ace's powers so that he doesn't become the Alpha of the Viking pack." "No, I never did that," Cassie rasped. This is Do you want me to play the conversation between me and Rebecca's father? Logan retorted. I wanted to reveal the truth to the king earlier, but it was Katie who stopped me. She wanted to give you a clean exit, but I guess some people are so malicious that they don't deserve a clean exit. Cassie fell on her knees in front of King Soren, crying, My king, this is all a web of lies. I did nothing. I want Ace to be the alpha of the Viking pack. Mother, Luce yelled. How can you ditch me? I couldn't stop myself. If you wanted Ace to be the alpha of the pack, why did you allow a witch to cast a spell on him so that he forget his mate? You didn't want your son to be the alpha just because you hated me? I am yet to see a mother as vicious as you. Do you know that the spell you have cast upon Ace can permanently damage his memories? Is that what you want? Kylie placed a hand on my shoulder. I have brought Corella with me, she said in a soft voice. She will reverse the spell. I sagged in relief at her words and turned to hug her. Kylie had been my pillar of support. Logan enveloped us both in his bear hug. I sensed Ace's presence next to me, and as soon as I turned to him, he wrapped me in his embrace. I'm so sorry for what happened to you, he murmured, kissing my head. My poor Alpha. He was the one who had endured so much and was now offering me comfort. I buried my face in his chest and cried for both of us. My king, Cassie sobbed. They are all just trying to tarnish my reputation. This is her ploy. Katie is so desperate to be the Luna of the Viking pack that she wants to overthrow me. Enough, King Soren shouted, his voice echoing in the field. Katie POV. King Soren's anger erupted like a dormant volcano. His eyes, that were once as gentle as tranquil waters, were stormy as he glared at Cassie. I didn't know that you were plotting so much under my nose. I trusted you so much and you've broken my trust. He looked hurt. Guards, arrest Queen Cassie for treason. Treason? Cassie stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. My king, this is preposterous. How have I committed treason? You went against the future alpha of the Viking pack. That is treason. You colluded with someone else to bring him down. That is treason. You disrespected the ancient tradition of the pack and tried to change its natural path. That is the greatest treason. My king, she cried, all the allegations are untrue. King Soren disregarded her pleas. He snapped his head towards Luce and Bo. From this day onwards, you both will no longer be a part of the Viking pack. You are expelled and now regarded as our enemies. If you dare to step into this pack's territory, you will be thrown in the dungeons. Father, Luce rasped as she fell on her knees. Please, just listen to me. Her chin quivered as she clasped her hands in front of her king. Bo stood behind her, looking like he had seen a ghost. No, Soren growled, his eyes flashing amber. Get out of this pack. You will go empty-handed, without a single cent or scrap of fabric. You will be disowned and lose all rights to this pack, starting from today. Luce was stunned. She sat there motionless, her heart pounding. The weight of her father's decision pressed on her soul like a heavy anvil, leaving her dazed. She was like a figure standing in the hurricane of her own design. For years she had calculated, colluded, and schemed to remove Ace from the Viking pack. She went all evil and cast a spell on him. All her plans came down crashing just like her. I felt bad for her, not because of her malicious intentions, but because of her inability to understand Bo. He was infidel to her, and she wanted to make him the alpha of the pack. Did she ever wonder if his promiscuity led him to reject her in favor of someone else? And then what would have happened? The ruling family would have been wiped out just like that. Soren stepped back. Guards, take Luce and Bo out of the pack now, and take Diana under arrest. No! Diana shrieked. Bo! Bo! What is this? You said you'll make me the Luna of the pack. She rushed to him and grabbed Bo's collar as Luce watched her. Make this stop, you said. Bo pushed her down with a snarl. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Without looking at Luce, he stormed out of the field with guards following him. Luce continued to sit there, stunned as hell. I had always thought that King Soren was a kind ruler with a heart of gold, but I guess I hadn't seen his fierce side. He didn't spare anyone. He would have spared his wife, but for the pack, he showed how just he was. It was sort of an eye-opener for me. King Soren conveyed to everyone in his pack that no one was above loyalty to the pack. Betrayal comes with a high cost, disaster. As if he wasn't over, he turned to Rebecca. This time his face twisted with anger. You fooled the entire pack by faking your age. Not only that, you enticed Luce's husband to win the selection. And now when you lost, you accused Katie of rigging the competition. Had Alpha Logan not pointed out this to me, I would have never come across your deceit. Hence, I, Alpha Soren, announce a war over your pack. Rebecca's mouth fell open as her lips trembled as if she wanted to speak something, but words couldn't escape her mouth. "Guards," he shouted. "Throw her out of the pack with all her belongings." 2 guards came and picked her up in the air with her upper arms. She screamed and shouted and struggled against the guards, asking the king to spare her and her father, but King Soren's stony face was enough to show that he would never go back on his decision. "Alpha Logan, I would like to talk to you in private." King Soren's voice broke my reverie. He looked at me, and I saw a flicker of emotions passing through them, like he was tired of this nonsense, like he wanted to just get out of it. "My king," Cassie cried, "please listen to me." But Soren circled past her and walked towards the castle. Logan and Kylie walked after him. Ace held my hand and tugged me inside. The result of the selection should have caused celebration in the pack. Instead, a gloom settled over all of us. The air became polluted because of the toxicity of certain selfish individuals. I knew Luce was in for a horrible life out of this pack. Beau's elder brother was the alpha of his pack, and so Beau was always going to remain at his mercy. He was going to cheat on her every other day, making her life miserable. She would have to endure it because, without Beau, she had nowhere to go. Her father disowned her. Because of lack of money, she was always going to depend on Beau and his family. King Soren's punishment was harsher than simply throwing her in the dungeons. He gave her a lifetime of hell called Beau Jordan. Rebecca thought that, with the Queen's support, she could win the competition, but little did she expect the turn of events. Her pack was much smaller than the Viking pack. King Soren's warriors would take it over in less than a day. She had a reason to worry, and worry endlessly. Her pack would suffer complete annihilation as a result of her senseless ambitions, and her entire family would be forced to live as rogues. Whenever an alpha would seize control of a different pack, the rival alpha would either be imprisoned or driven out of the pack. There were very few takers of the rogue alphas. I curled my arm around Ace's as I walked with him inside the castle. Although I had this urge to look behind, I restrained myself. When we reached the library, King Soren sat down on his chair behind a large mahogany desk with his head held in his hands. Ace left me and went to his father. "I'm so sorry," he said to him, holding his shoulders and leaning towards him. King Soren shook his head. "No, Ace, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have kept my eyes on my wife and my daughter, but I trusted them blindly." He looked up at his son. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you." His throat bobbed. He looked at Logan and said, "Can you ask Corella to reverse the spell on his ASAP? It's just too disheartening." "Of course," Logan said and took his phone out. He talked to Corella about it. Once he disconnected the call, he said, "I will go with him to his room where Corella will lift the spell," but he pursed his lips. "She is demanding a hefty amount." King Soren clenched his jaws. "How much?" $50,000. "I'll give," he said without hesitation. "Cool. Then I'll go with Ace to get the spell out of him." As soon as Logan and Ace left, I faced King Soren. His lips curled into a soft smile. "Katie, not only have you won the competition, you've also lifted the veil from some hideous shenanigans in my pack. I'll be forever grateful to you." He took a rough breath. "Tomorrow is the blood moon. You will wed Ace tomorrow night." My jaw dropped as surprise surged through me. "Tomorrow?" Kylie squealed and hugged me tightly. "Yay! I knew it!" I giggled as tears threatened to blur my vision. "Are you sure?" I asked him, because he had given so many rulings against his family. I was sure that he must be emotionally drained. "I could never be so sure in my life, Katie," he replied. "There's no other way to rectify this mess apart from getting Ace married to his mate. Thank you," I said as I let my tears fall. "Thank you so much," he chuckled. "No, it is all thanks to you, my dear." I swallowed thickly as my throat choked with emotions. "What about Queen Cassie and Luce?" His face turned stone cold. "Nothing. Forget them, and I don't want to hear about them. Is that clear?" I froze as his alpha aura spilled out. "Yes." He softened the next moment, stabbing his fingers in his hair. Luna Kylie, he said, please take Katie back to her room. She must be exhausted, and I insist you stay for her wedding tomorrow. Yes! I will not miss it for the world, Kylie squealed again. We both bowed to him, and instead of going to my room, we went to Ace's room. Katie POV. Ace's room was locked from the inside. I wanted to knock, but Kylie stopped me. She placed a finger on her lips and whispered, Corella is chanting the spell to reverse the effect of her previous spell. If we go in, she will get disturbed. I darted a nervous look. But I want to be with him. She held my forearm gently. I understand, but let's be patient. Patience was the only thing that I was lacking because I really wanted to be with Ace. Reversing the effect of a spell could have repercussions. As if understanding what I was thinking, Kylie said, whatever the outcome is, Katie, you know in your heart that you won't leave him. Swallowing the lump of emotions down my throat, I nodded. I'll never leave him, come what may, even if that means that he has to start anew. Great, Kylie beamed. So, would you like to wait here or go to your room? Let's go to my room. I knew Logan would take care of Ace. As we walked back to my room, I noticed how everyone in the castle bowed to me. It was odd. There was a time when they didn't even acknowledge my presence. In fact, I barely ever went beyond the main hall of the castle. It was the first time I was seeing it from inside, and I couldn't help but say that it was a breathtaking structure. The ancient walls were adorned with beautiful portraits of the ancestors and expensive fabric depicting the history of the pack. Tall chandeliers hung from the ceilings. Ceramic vases ran across the corridors with climber roses and magnolia, emitting an intoxicating scent. Suddenly, a group of pups bumped into us. Their eyes went wide with wonder, and they all bowed to me. I smiled as they hurried away, giggling. I can't believe you're getting married tomorrow, Kylie squealed. And boy, isn't this a beautiful castle? Logan and I can spend every summer here. I bit my bottom lip as I beamed with happiness. Marriage with Ace seemed like a dream come true. I couldn't hold my excitement. Upon reaching my room, I went to take a shower. My mind went back to how the competition started. I was a wild entry and came out victorious. Instead of recalling what all I went through, I picked up my shampoo and cleaned my hair. Fuck it all. I was going to get married to Ace tomorrow, and that was all I ever wanted. Logan called us 2 hours later. When I reached Ace's room, I saw he was sleeping. Logan hugged me and warned me not to talk about our past. Though Corella has reversed the spell, she says that he will suffer from temporary memory loss. I clenched my teeth as I stopped myself from crying. Did Cassie and Luce know what they were doing to the heir of the Viking pack? How could they do this to him? How could anyone do this to anyone? What kind of mentality did they have? Logan cupped my cheeks and kissed my forehead. You've gone through a lot, Katie. This is your final test. Stay by his side, and I'm sure that you will pull him out of it. He shook his head. I've been so blind all my life to not notice this. If I'd known before, I would have got you married to him already. Honestly, He couldn't finish his words. Logan, please don't beat yourself. All's well that ends well. He chuckled and nodded lightly. You've grown up, baby sis. Honestly, I am not liking it, but I guess it's for good. I grinned and hugged him. Logan had always been like a father figure to me, protecting me from every calamity. And then there was Ace, fiercely guarding me. The process of selection pushed me to struggle and forced me to mature. I promised myself that instead of spoiling my children, I would empower them with responsibilities, fostering their independence and self-assurance, so they don't have to wait for a rude awakening to learn life's lessons. Logan left with Kylie, who was of the opinion that she wanted to shop for herself and for me. After all, they needed to buy a wedding dress for me. I loved her enthusiasm, and thank the goddess, she was my best friend. It's all thanks to her small maneuver in the invitation to selection that I am here today. This was my first time in Ace's room. Not exactly how I thought it would be, but I was happy that I was with him finally. I slid next to him, and as if on instinct, he turned to me and pulled me to his chest. He buried his face in the crook of my neck and murmured, Katie, goddess. I couldn't help a teardrop that slipped out of the corner of my eye. My Ace was back. I closed my eyes and snuggled in his chest. It was amazing how I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. I woke and stretched myself with a yawn. My entire body was so relaxed that I felt like I was on cloud nine. I turned to look and found myself staring right into the most beautiful hazel eyes of Alpha Ace. He was watching me intently with his head propped up on his hand. "Hey," he murmured softly as he entwined his finger in a strand of my hair. "Hey, you," I replied. He leaned towards me and kissed my lips. "I've missed you." There was so much love in his intense gaze that I melted. "I've missed you too," I said, tracing his jawline. "Did you know I won the selection?" His Adam's apple bobbed. "Yes," Logan told me, but I can't seem to remember much after that or before it. Feeling sad, I wrapped him in my arms. "You don't have to remember anything, love. Take every day as it comes, okay?" He pulled me to his chest and pressed me to his body, inhaling my scent. "With you, I'm sure that my future is secure." His words were all the encouragement I needed. "I love you. And I love you." I lifted my head. "We are getting married tomorrow. And I can't wait for that." I lowered my head and pressed a kiss on his lips. He deepened the kiss, and I let him devour me because I knew he needed to feel me all over again. Though I wanted to stay with him the whole day, the king ordered that the bride couldn't see the groom until the marriage. He also ordered that I wear a wedding gown with a long veil and a long train. Ace hated the order of not being able to see me. He attempted multiple times to come to my room, but Logan always stopped him. Kylie and I would burst out laughing, listening to their scuffle. Next day, when I took a quick stroll through the castle, I saw how the place was buzzing with activity. Ivy and blooming flowers decorated the walls and expansive courtyards. The castle's great hall was the centerpiece of all the preparations. The space was adorned with shimmering tapestries, garlands of wildflowers. The chandeliers were draped with floral vines, and by the time it was night, candles were placed in every nook and cranny, casting a warm glow around. Kylie helped me dress in my wedding gown. She did minimal makeup on me, saying that I looked better without it. As the time for the marriage drew near, Logan and Kylie took me with them in the car to the Moon Temple. That was on the premises of the castle. I saw that a huge crowd of the pack members had gathered around it. As soon as I got out of the car, the place was filled with a hushed anticipation and the sounds of clothes rustling and soft murmurs. Through the veil, I saw Alpha Ace standing at the end of the long aisle, flanked by the council members and King Soren. Kylie stopped at the entrance of the temple while Logan took me all the way inside to the main sanctum. I couldn't help but bask in my Alpha's commanding and regal presence. When I reached him, Logan left me, and Ace took my hand to help me stand in front of him. "You look mesmerizing," he said in a low voice, making me blush. The shaman started with the ceremony. After we exchanged rings, he asked for us to give our hands to him. Using the scared knife, he made cuts in the center of our palms and joined our hands. "Alpha Ace, do you take Katie Hanks as your wife and Luna?" "I do," he said without removing his eyes from me. "Katie Hanks, do you take Ace Norton as your husband and your Alpha from now on?" "I do," I replied eagerly. The shaman lifted our hands and declared, "I now announce you as husband and wife." He left our hands. "You may kiss your bride, Alpha Ace." And Alpha Ace lifted my veil impatiently. As soon as he threw it over my head, he cupped my face and kissed me urgently, like he couldn't wait to marry me. Katie POV. A minute passed and then two, but Ace and I kept on kissing. I think I heard people coughing in the background, but I disregarded it. "Ace," someone called him. Another minute or two, or maybe 5 passed, and we still continued to kiss. Coughing increased, and so did giggles. "Ace." This time it was Logan's growl that made me snap out of my reverie. "Get a room, will you?" Logan hissed. I pulled away from him, and his chest vibrated with a dangerous growl like he hated my action. "Ace, you'll have all the time in the world, wolf," Logan growled as all others around us let out a silent laugh. Ace shot a glare at his best friend and scowled. I flushed a deep crimson and pursed my lips in embarrassment. King Soren was looking at both of us with pure adoration. He came to us and held our hands. "I couldn't have been prouder of you, son," he said to Ace. "You've married the best bride according to the selection, and she's your mate, which turns out to be a bonus point." He turned his face to me. "When your name came up in the register, I knew you were a wild entry and that it was Ace who entered your name. Honestly, I was happy to see your name." My heart warmed by his words. "Come on, I have to make another announcement to the pack members," King Soren added. "Let's go out." He gave Ace and me a big hug, then walked in between us, holding our hands. When we reached out, he raised our hands and announced, "I present to you the Alpha and the Luna of the Viking pack." As cheers erupted from the crowd, I gasped and whipped my head to look at King Soren with wide eyes. Alpha and the Luna? What did he mean? King Soren continued with his announcement. "In 1 month's time, my son Alpha Ace will be crowned and take his rightful place as the ruler of the Viking pack." And this time, a hush fell on the crowd. Soren scanned all of them silently, his chest rising and falling. "It is time that my son, Ace, and his wife, Katie, ascend the throne. It is time for the order to change. I am getting old, and I want to spend time in peace and, of course, with my grand pups." Realization crashed in me. King Soren didn't want to rule the pack without his Luna. I understood that. The pack members valued the throne and the ruler when he was with his mate. The king was making a dignified exit. I think he hurried on marrying us only so that he could declare his retirement. I took a ragged breath in to stop the tears from rolling out and stood proudly along with my father-in-law and husband. "I expect all of you to be present at the coronation ceremony of your new king and queen," he said. The crowd went berserk as they cheered and clapped for all of us. Ace turned to his father and wrapped him in his bear hug. "Why so soon, father?" he murmured. "Because it is high time you take up your duties as the alpha of the pack, Ace," he replied, patting his son's back. It was an emotional moment for all of us. When Ace pulled away from the king, he took my hand and lifted it up, beaming with happiness. I couldn't help giggling. We all came back in the cars to the main hall of the castle, where a feast was waiting for all the pack members. The hall was illuminated by the soft glow of hundreds of candles, casting a warm golden light over the festivities. In the center of the hall was a long, exquisitely carved wooden table. It was draped in fine tablecloths that were embroidered with gold and silver threads. At the head of the table sat King Soren. On his right, the chair where Queen Cassie would have been was left empty, reminding everyone of the reason for her absence. I sat on his left just after Ace, while Logan and Kylie sat opposite us. A procession of omegas brought forth the main course that comprised roasted chicken, basted with honey and herbs, whole pheasants dressed and cooked to perfection, rich gravies, root vegetables, buttery mashed potatoes, and fresh and warm breads. As the main course was cleared, desserts were served. Elaborate cakes, pastries, tarts filled with sweet berries and custards, sugared almonds and chocolates provided relief to our sweet tooth. Throughout the feast, the omegas ensured our glasses were never empty. Fine wines from the king's vineyards were poured, alongside ale and whiskey. At the end of the feast, King Soren rose to propose the toast to Ace and me. His voice boomed across the hall as he said, "To Ace and Katie, your love is a beacon of hope. It is a testament to the strength of your partnership. May your days be filled with happiness, your nights with peace, and may your reign be long and prosperous." My hand went to my heart, hearing his beautiful words. We had a variety of entertainment in the form of dances and music after the feast. As the night progressed, we took to the dance floor. Ace and I performed the first dance, and then everyone else joined. From the corner of my eyes, I saw King Soren leaving. He looked tired and lost. Ace leaned over and said, "He is going to meet Mom in the dungeons." "I feel bad for him, Ace," I said. "Why doesn't he revoke his decision and get her out of the prison?" Ace swayed with me to the music. "He will never do that, but I know that without Mom, he is going to be very lost. So I have an idea." "Okay," I murmured and rested my head on his chest. "Sometimes you have to make adjustments." He lifted my chin up and kissed me. "Don't worry, love. I won't let her ever meet you." Surprised, my eyes widened, but I asked nothing because I wanted my Alpha to take care of me this time. Later, we both walked to our room, holding each other's hands. Kylie winked at me and mouthed, "Mark him." I bit my lip and blushed. When we reached our room, Ace said, "Do you know the torture I've gone through for 1 day?" I giggled, knowing fully well that Logan didn't let him meet me. He stripped my wedding gown, my jewelry, and when I was naked in front of him, he picked me up and set me on the bed. As he stared at my body, he stripped and tossed his clothes on my wedding gown. He crawled over me and said, "I can't wait to mark you, Katie. My wolf was going insane and he can't handle it anymore." I cupped his cheeks and said, "Then mark me, my alpha." And with that, he captured my lips. I opened up for him and he delved his tongue inside, rediscovering me. My mate, my husband, my alpha. I wanted to give him everything that belonged to me. He had my heart, and I was ready to give him my soul. I noticed that his fangs had slipped out of his gums. Seeing them gave me a different thrill. I turned my neck to the side to expose my skin where he would mark me. "Mine, mine, mine," he snarled in an animalistic voice. Ace had finally marked me, and now it was my turn to mark him. Katie POV. Ace pulled his fangs out and licked my mark with his saliva. The pleasure he was experiencing in marking me was palpable through our bond. "Now you're mine," he murmured. Lifting his face, he looked down at me with his honey eyes. "But my wolf wants you to mark us." With my chest rising and falling, I said between short breaths, "I can't wait to mark you." He stared at me intensely, and in a flash of a second, he lifted me up in his lap like I weighed nothing. He cupped the back of my neck and pulled me to his lips. "Do it," he said, and clasping my waist with his powerful arm, he pressed me against his chest. Each sensation that cruised through me was like a whisper of silk against my skin, like ripples dancing furiously in a pond, like the intoxicating scent of honey melting on my tongue. It was a symphony of senses, or was it a cacophony? I didn't know. My climax reaches a feverish crescendo. I wanted to come badly, and I wanted to mark him. My fangs slipped out, and my gaze darted to his skin where his shoulder met his neck. On instinct, he looked to the side, exposing it to me. Suddenly, the heat in my belly uncoiled at the speed of an asp. I sank my fangs into his skin. Ace cupped the back of my neck tightly, grunting as I marked him, making him mine forever. The mate bond between us snapped in like a missing piece of a puzzle. Both of us slumped to the bed, exhausted, satiated, and utterly joyous. I didn't have the energy to move, so Ace got up and cleaned us both. He covered us in the blanket and pulled me to him. "Thank you," he murmured against my ear through choked emotions. "You've saved me from going moon crazy." I snuggled my face into his chest. "I saved myself from all the suffering, love. When you left me, I couldn't think of living without you." "Oh, Katie." He just held me tightly and kissed the crown of my head. "I love you." "I love you too." Next day, we both woke up late because Ace decided to have sex with me until dawn. My alpha was simply insatiable, and now that I was his wife, we didn't have to hide and have it for as long as we wanted. Correction, as long as he wanted. I slapped his chest when he wanted another round. "We have to go downstairs." "Damn it!" I chided him. "No, we can stay here," he said with a grin. I smacked his arm and got up. When I turned to look at him, he was looking at me with his patent silly smile, with his arms cradled beneath his head. "Get up, Alpha Ace," I urged. I rushed to the bathroom to get ready, knowing fully well that Ace was so relaxed that he didn't want to get out of the bed. However, I was wrong. He joined me in the shower. Marrying your brother's best friend wasn't on my agenda. I tried my best to avoid him, but I guess Moon Goddess had other plans. Marrying your brother's best friend is the greatest idea ever generated in the world. Thankfully, he didn't pursue me further, and we joined King Soren and my brother and Kylie for lunch. When Kylie's eyes went to my mark, she squealed in joy. "Congratulations." I blushed. "Thanks," I said, scrunching my nose. Logan congratulated Ace. "I can't think of a better husband for Katie," he said, looking at my mark on Ace. "To come to think of it, how did I miss the signs that you were always so overprotective of my baby sis? And why did you come to me and become my beta, despite you having your own pack?" Ace looked at him blankly, as if trying to remember. Logan realized his mistake instantly. "Hey, how about you and I go hunting at night?" That seemed to relax Ace. Hunting was a sport that wolves loved. "Sure," he replied. "I will arrange for the hunt tonight." As we sat for lunch, I noticed how King Soren was quiet. I knew he had gone to meet his wife in the dungeons, and that weighed a lot on me. The urge to voice my opinion about it was strong, but it would be better if Ace handled it. I didn't want to influence his decision. Silence settled in the air as we had our lunch. It was Logan who broke the silence. "About the war on Rebecca's pack. Do you want me to join you?" he asked King Soren. He shook his head. "That pack is small. I can take over easily." He looked to Kylie and said, "Luna Kylie, you have read the werewolf laws nicely. What does the law say about Lunas who have committed treason?" The question took all of us by surprise. Awkwardness bubbled in the air, but Kylie handled it very well. "King Soren, the High Council takes treason seriously. The only law for treason is throwing the enemy in the dungeons. However, for the case to go to the High Council, it has to be filed there." She avoided mentioning Cassie's name tactfully. Keeping her form down, she wiped her mouth with the napkin. "If the act of treason occurs within the pack and is controlled, then I have read a case regarding it. It took place about a decade ago. The Luna was sent into exile for political reasons. She could not step into the pack, ever. However, the Alpha of the pack remarried after rejecting her." Another realization slammed in me. King Soren knew about this law. He had thrown Luna Cassie in the dungeons in a big show for his pack members. He was going to take his wife and mate out of the pack and keep her in exile in a secret location. I snapped my head at Ace, who had a ghost of a smile on his face. So this was his plan. He had said that he wouldn't let her see me, and it all made sense now. "I see," King Soren said with a satisfied nod. "Thanks, Luna Kylie. You've been of great help, not just to my son, but to me as well." What he meant was that he knew she had manipulated the invite and pushed me into the competition. But what he also meant was that he was happy at the turn of events, because Kylie indirectly helped him uncover treason and bring his son out of a lifetime of misery by sending me here. I felt Ace's hand on my thigh. He squeezed them lightly as emotions rippled through him. King Soren was a wise wolf, and so was Ace. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. Just as we were all about to finish dinner, an Omega came to King Soren and handed him a letter. King Soren opened the envelope, and his expressions turned hard. "Alphas of Rebecca's and Bo's pack have joined hands and are planning to attack us," he growled, slapping the letter on the table. "And there's no guarantee that they aren't hiding in the forest surrounding my pack in order to take us by surprise. Bloody, sneaky bastards." Dread surged through me. Those alphas were taking advantage of the fact that the Viking pack members were immersed in festivities. Taking us during this time was a great strategy. We were not ready for the war. Fear rippled through me when I thought they were actually after Ace and not King Soren. After all, it was Ace who Rebecca wanted to marry, and it was Ace who Bo wanted to replace. With their plans crashing down, they would kill him and exact their revenge on me. "They aren't sneaky," Logan hissed. "They are idiots. Have they forgotten that we are allies?" Katie POV. I paced in my room. There'd been a nagging feeling since lunch that something didn't fit. Ace and Logan had gone to King Soren's library, where they wanted to discuss more about this impending war. Kylie was talking to Sjur and Fenris to send warriors along the borders of the Viking pack as soon as possible. However, why was I feeling that this wasn't a solution? If the enemy pack warriors were hiding in the jungle that surrounded the Viking pack, there was no guarantee that they would attack us so soon. On the other hand, they might attack us immediately. In a case like this, when the pack was in the midst of wedding celebrations, where would the enemy attack? Obviously, someplace weak. "Kylie," I called her. She darted her glance at me and signaled me with her finger that she would take a second. I waited for her as patiently as possible, anxiety cruising through me. She disconnected the call and came over. "I've asked Sjur to send warriors to the Viking pack. He said he'll come, but Fenris will stay behind. Come with me to the library. There's something that I have to discuss now," I said and grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the room. She looked confused. "What's it, Katie? Just come." When we reached the library, I saw that 2 guards were stationed at the door. They dipped to bow and opened the door for me. "Katie?" Logan got up and came to me. He searched my eyes and asked, "Is everything okay? I have a theory if you'd like to listen." "Sure." In less than 1 hour, King Soren gathered his warriors. Logan wanted me to stay back, but how could I? I was his Luna, and as the Luna of the pack, I was supposed to be leading it with him. Logan and all the warriors who had accompanied him as security from the Nord pack also joined us. Kylie didn't join us because Logan threatened her. He would quit talking to her until the pup was born if she joined him. I couldn't blame my brother for overprotecting his wife. They were going to be a family. I had to convince Kylie to stay back, saying that I wanted to see my nephew or niece. She could join us in another battle in the future. We marched to the east end of the pack, and just as I had expected, we sniffed the enemy, which was hiding a few meters away from the pack's border. Ace looked at me with his chest swelling with pride. "You are my perfect companion," he said, and kissed my temple. "I'm going to shift, and I want you to ride me." He took out a gun and handed it to me. "That contains silver bullets. Kill all of them." Exhilarated, I nodded. Ace shifted into his beautiful brown wolf. He lowered himself to the ground for me to mount him. I looked around and saw that some warriors were already shifting, while some were in their human form. King Soren had shifted in his wolf and padded to the front with lethal grace to lead his army. King Soren looked back at his warriors. He growled menacingly, signaling them to attack the enemy. Within a few seconds, all the warriors charged towards the jungle. Ace's wolf leaped in the air and reached the line of trees behind which the chaos was in full swing. With my gun loaded, I aimed at any enemy that came near us. Since the battle was taking place in the jungle, the enemy wolves had the advantage of hiding well and attacking us. With two enemy packs combined, we were outnumbered, yet we took them as much as we could. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw King Soren taking on the 4 wolves who had surrounded him. They had attacked his hind leg and had bitten it. Blood flowed out profusely. "Ace, take me near your father," I commanded. Ace veered right and reached for his father. As soon as I had a clear aim, I shot 2 wolves at his rear. They let out a piercing howl before they fell to the ground. King Soren looked at me and then took over the 2 wolves in front of him. I searched for Bo and Rebecca, but Rebecca wasn't there. I spotted Bo fighting with my brother and prayed that Logan only injured him lightly. But my brother was a force to reckon with. Bo had no chance of winning against the most powerful alpha of America. Soon, Logan wounded Bo to the level that he fell on the ground, unconscious. Logan didn't sink his fangs into Bo's wolf because he was Luce's husband. However, since we were less in number, we started losing. The enemy had us surrounded and was gradually breaking down our defense. "Should we retreat?" I asked Ace. Suddenly, 5 wolves jumped from nowhere and surrounded Ace and me. Fuck, I knew that this was pre-planned. After taking us down, they would kill King Soren and claim the pack. "Let me shift," I whispered to Ace, but he refused, because he had other plans. He was going to escape and take me back to the pack and return. However, that would happen only if the 5 wolves around us were weak. They growled and closed in on us. One of them charged at Ace to bite his flank. I aimed my gun at him and shot him right between his eyes. He let out a howl before falling to the ground, but by that time, another wolf had attacked Ace on the other side. With a menacing howl, Ace spun and kicked that wolf in his mouth. The wolf skidded a few feet away, his mouth covered with blood. I aimed to shoot him, but no bullet fired. Dread exploded in my chest. The 3 remaining wolves attacked Ace. I knew that with me on his back, he would be restricted, so I jumped off to the ground. A wolf saw this opportunity to attack me. He pounced on me, but I rolled beneath Ace and avoided him. Ace was enraged as hell. He pounced on that wolf and sank his fangs into his neck, taking him down, but not without being attacked by another wolf who bit his front leg. I let Ara take my skin. More wolves joined to take both of us. We both fought as much as we could because there was no way out. My only intention was to keep fighting as long as I could because I was expecting something soon. But the enemy wolves weren't even expecting it. Distant echo of howls sounded in the jungle, and I couldn't help but yelp. Sheer had come with his reinforcements. Another echo of howls sounded from our left, and I knew that Logan's warriors had come. It took the enemy by complete surprise. The alphas of the pack started to retreat along with their warriors, but our allies were unforgiving. We dominated the scene in less than an hour. Some warriors of the enemy ran away while most were killed. Rebecca's father wanted to leave as fast as possible, but Ace wouldn't let him go. The minute he saw her father, he charged him. The battle between the two lasted for 20 minutes, but ended only when Ace pierced his fangs in his neck, squelching the flesh and dragging the wolf to me. I stared at him, at his blood maw, feeling proud as he stared back at me with anticipation. Ace dropped the wolf at my feet like an offering. I sniffed the wolf, crossed over him, and joined my husband. When I licked his mouth, he knew I had accepted his offering. The war drew to an end after we captured Beau's brother, Alpha Derek. Derek was imprisoned in the dungeons, while Beau's friends brought him back to his pack in his wounded condition. Victory was ours. Some warriors were sent to Rebecca's pack to take it over. It was a long and tiresome day, and so none of us met. The doctors and nurses were busy attending to all the injured. Ace was injured badly, and he had to stay in the hospital for a day. 2 days later, "That was the most cowardly behavior, Alpha Derek," King Soren growled. We were all sitting in the meeting room with Derek chained to his chair. Derek lowered his face and shook his head. "There's been some misunderstanding, King Soren," he said with a ragged breath. "My brother said that you were planning an attack on me after Ace and Katie threw them out of the pack. He said that it was part of a strategy for Ace to conquer my pack." "What the fuck?" Ace growled. "I have no such intentions." Katie POV. "I know," Derek clenched his fists. "Beau threw me under the bus for his revenge. He filled me with everything negative about you all. Along with Luce, he concocted a story that said that they were both tortured and forced to leave. Luna Katie abused Luce mentally and physically, while Ace made his mission to harass Beau at every step." He looked at King Soren. "I am so sorry about it, King Soren. I know you won't believe me, but that is the reality. I have nothing to do with my brother. It was on my mother's insistence that I joined hands with Rebecca's pack. And come to think of it, I suspect it was Luce, Rebecca, and Beau who planned this story all along." He shook his head. "His plan would have succeeded anyway. I feel like such an idiot. Had it not been my mother, I wouldn't have invaded you." He sighed. "In retrospect, with me in your captivity, he will claim the position of Alpha in my pack." He looked away, sadness crossing his face. "My pups and my wife are innocent in this. If possible, after killing, please spare them." "No, he won't," Logan said. "My warriors have already ensured that." I pursed my lips to suppress my chuckle as Derek jerked his head back with wide eyes. "How?" Logan shrugged. "It's a long story, but to cut it short, my warriors followed Beau to the pack. He was being taken to the doctors, but they attacked the team which was taking him there. My warriors took over your pack and have imprisoned Beau and Luce." Derek was speechless. I knew he had 1,000 questions about his wife and pups. Derek was a young alpha with pups who were 10 and 8 years, both boys. King Soren looked at Ace. Ace nodded and turned his attention to Derek. "Alpha Derek, we understand you invaded us because of your promise to your mother. We will give you the pack back, but you have to promise something in return." Derek was once more caught off guard, as typically when a pack was overtaken, its alpha would either be slain or become rogue. I guess Derek was expecting to be killed. "You'll return my pack?" "Yes," Ace replied. "Then tell me, what do you want in return? I have about $30,000 in my account that I can spare." Ace chuckled and shook his head. "We don't want your money, but—" He leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. "We want you to let Beau stay in the dungeons for the life." At first, he narrowed his eyes, but then a smile ghosted his lips. "Deal," he said. "And what about Luce?" He asked it because he knew Luce was a sensitive topic. Instead of Ace, it was King Soren who spoke. "Screw her so badly that she cries for life." Derek's eyes went wide for a moment at Soren's words. When he saw the king's determination, he didn't counter it. "I will ensure both your requests, King Soren. They both are my culprits as well." "Great!" Ace stood up and walked to Derek to open his chains. "In that case, you may leave the Viking pack tomorrow. Please let us host you for today, for you are our new ally." Derek's lips lifted into a smile. As Ace opened his chains, he said, "I haven't seen a more benevolent alpha in my life. Had my brother been right, it would have been a pleasure to have you as a family." He got up as the chains clanked to the ground. He extended his hand to Ace, and when Ace took it, he shook it confidently. "I'd like to leave as soon as possible and with my wife and pups because they must be worrying about me. So I have to decline your invitation this time, Alpha Ace. However, I will come for your coronation with my Luna, and that's my promise." There was no point in feeling offended by Alpha Derek's decision to leave and decline our hospitality. We all knew what it was to be with family, and the truth was we were all very exhausted from all the shenanigans that happened around us. With everything and everyone in their right place, we wanted to celebrate. In the evening, after dinner, we went to the vineyards for a walk with Logan and Kylie. "These are beautiful," Logan said as he looked at the estate. "How long have you had these? And why didn't you ever tell me you guys have free wine flowing in your pack? I am offended." Ace laughed. "I don't remember not talking about it to you." A surprise in Logan's eyes was followed by a flicker of sadness. He stopped and turned to Ace. "Hey, I'm sure that with Katie's help, you'll regain all your memories. I have talked to a werewolf psychiatrist down south. He said that there's one very renowned fellow in Mexico, but he rarely has time to come and visit his patients personally. So, he looked at Kylie with a knowing glance. Kylie giggled and took out an envelope from her pants pocket. She gave it to Logan and winked at me. Logan gave the envelope to Ace. "These are your honeymoon tickets to Cancun and other beautiful places for couples in Mexico." "What?" I blushed. "Damn it! Logan, you are my brother." Kylie laughed as she touched my shoulder. "It was my idea, not his, so don't blame him." I lowered my head, my face firing up till my ears. Ace took the envelope from Logan, and a moment later, he embraced him. "Wolf, you've been extremely nice to me. Thanks for all of it." Logan patted his friend's back, taking a deep breath in. "I miss my beta." Ace removed himself and asked, "Who is going to be your new beta? I don't think anyone can replace me. I was the best." We all became quiet because this was the first time Ace had remembered something about his past. Emotions swirled in my throat as I glanced at Logan and Kylie, not knowing how to respond. Logan responded carefully and in a normal way. "I can't," he said. "You were the best I ever had, but Kylie has offered herself to be my beta. What do you think? Should we recruit her?" Ace burst out laughing. "You'd hardly get a day's job done." "Why?" Kylie retorted. "I am a worthy candidate." Ace shook his head as we continued on our walk. "Don't tell me, Kylie. Will your husband be able to keep his hands off you?" Kylie blushed, and I laughed, nudging her with my elbow. "Who are you going to make your beta?" I asked Ace. "Without a doubt you, but only until you become pregnant with my pups." This wolf. I blushed deeply again as I smacked his arm. "If that is your criteria, then I am not making Kylie my beta," Logan declared. "What?" Kylie whined. Logan cupped her neck and pulled her to him in a gesture that indicated that she belonged to him. "That's right, love." I curled my arms around my alpha, and he kissed the crown of my head. "I got an idea," Ace said. "How about we have beta trials?" "Fantastic," Logan replied. "The opportunity will be fair, and everyone will have a chance to showcase their skills." We walked around the vineyards for another hour. I was surprised by the immense wealth that the Viking pack possessed. They might look like a small pack from the outside, but they had deep roots. Ace told us what all he owned. Apparently, we had stables from where the horses were picked up for professional racing by the humans. We also had a real estate business in the human world. But what was shocking was that Ace owned a car racing circuit. I hope it wasn't illegal. 2 days later, Logan and Kylie left. As I bade them goodbye, I couldn't help but feel sad. My brother and sister-in-law were my pillars of support. They had always been with me through thick and thin. Sometimes my thoughts would run to what I had gone through, but I would try not to dwell on it. The important matter was to help Ace heal. King Soren walked with us to the main hall, where we sat down. We knew he wanted to talk to us. "Son," he said to Ace, "I was thinking about—" He clenched his teeth. "About Mom?" Ace asked. King Soren nodded tiredly. "I know what to do about her," Ace said. In fact, we both knew about the next course of action. "But wait for the coronation ceremony, Father." "Yes, I am patiently waiting for it, Ace." We went on our honeymoon a week later after things settled down. With King Soren still at the helm of affairs, it was easy for us to take a break. Mexico was beautiful. Katie POV. Honeymoon in Mexico was simply enchanting. We stayed at an adult luxurious resort that faced the white sandy beaches of Cancun. Ace and I spent most of our time in the room because my wolf was insatiable. We christened every surface of the room, including the bathtub, floors, and even our balcony. Yes, he nodded inside me 3 times in 3 days. The first day was painful as hell. I screamed when he nodded inside me, but he pinned me to the bed, his wolf snarling at me to stay in place because he wanted to plant his seeds inside me. The second day it was less painful and remained the same on the third day. When he retreated, he would scoop his cum and put it back inside me, saying, "I can't let my boys go astray. Each one of them will go inside you." When we were lounging on the pristine white sand beach, he would cover us with a sheet and mount me. If there were many people on the beach and he wanted me, he would carry me to the palm forest near the beach. Overall, my honeymoon could be defined as fuck honeymoon. The attention he got when we would dine was absolutely annoying. I caught girls blushing at him all the time. One particular waitress suggested she would wait for him behind the hotel if needed a quick fuck. Before Ace could react, I got up and pushed her. She fell on her butt, and it created a huge commotion. It took an hour for Ace to quiet the management at the hotel. Not that I cared, but all others got the message that he was mine. While Ace went scuba diving, I went snorkeling. The experience was out of the world. Underwater world was beautiful, and I wondered if there were mermaids around. I had heard that mermaids existed, but no one had ever heard of them. I also forced him to meet the psychiatrist who helped him greatly with his memories. He asked me to take it slow and not force him to remember anything. The spell cast on him was pretty powerful, the doctor said to me. I swallowed thickly as I looked at Ace, who was sleeping on the couch after the session. The doctor cautioned, "Make sure that you don't lose temper around him for a few months. Patience is the key, Katie." I nodded because I would do anything for the only wolf I ever loved in my life. Honestly, I didn't want to come back, but duty calls. When we returned, King Soren welcomed us and then asked Ace to join him in day-to-day activities so that he got to know what he was supposed to do as the king. Ace got majorly busy, and I was also tutored on how to be a queen. Goddess, it was an ordeal. I seriously contemplated asking Ace to abolish the monarchy, but he said that his people liked to see their king and queen. He also said that the Viking pack was hundreds of years old, with the same family ruling over it. "We are of Irish descent, Katie. What do you expect?" Coronation Day. The castle was draped in banners of green and gold, its walls humming centuries-old history. As the sun rose, the streets were transformed into rivers of shimmering gold. Pack members gathered outside the walls of the castle with anticipation. Inside the grand hall, there were counselors waiting for our arrival. Logan, Kylie, Shur, Fenris, Alpha Derek, and so many of our allies were present over there, each looking at the festivities curiously. They had never witnessed anything like it. How could they? We were the only monarchs in the werewolf community. King Soren had asked us to be there by 8 a.m. Ace wore his traditional velvet and ermine robe while I wore a crimson silk gown. As Ace stepped forward towards the intricately crafted throne, I stepped to the right, where Kylie and Logan were. "This is so good," Kylie said excitedly. The crown, an ornate diadem of gold and jewels, rested on King Soren's head. He was standing in front of the throne. As soon as Ace stepped onto the raised platform where the throne was, King Soren stepped to the left. The shaman, who was standing there to perform the ceremony, bowed to Ace. Ace got down on his knees and lowered his head in front of his father. The shaman started chanting incantations. When he finished the prayer to the moon goddess, he lifted the crown, its jewels catching the light, casting a rainbow across the hall. Slowly, he descended the crown on Ace's head. The crowd erupted in cheers. I wiped a tear from my cheek. This was the culmination of my Alpha to a greater role, one I thought he'd never assume. But Ace had shown significant improvement. I never persuaded him to remember our past, but occasional memories would resurface. His wolf helped him heal as well. King Soren was jubilant. I could see pride and content in his eyes. He pulled Ace into a tight hug. "I'm so proud of you, son. With your mate, you are going to rule this pack for a long time." Soren stepped down along with Ace, and he called me by his side. With me in the center, we walked to the balcony from where we could see our pack members. Upon reaching there, Soren announced, "I present to you the new king and queen of the Viking pack, King Ace and Queen Katie." A shudder ran down my spine and goosebumps lined up my skin when the weight of his words fell upon me. The pack members cheered, a chorus of approval sweeping through the streets. King Ace's eyes, bright with determination, surveyed his subjects with a steady gaze. He squeezed my hand tightly, indicating that I had to stay by his side always. I leaned on his shoulder and gave him my approval. For the rest of the day, the castle was a hub of activity. All pack members brought some or the other gift, which apparently was a tradition. Kylie was so excited during lunch, and she just couldn't stop clicking pictures to post on her social media. "Who the hell is related to royalty these days?" she said when I laughed at her. "So just shut up and smile for the photo." They both left the next day in the morning because they had urgent work. All the other guests stayed for a day more and left the second day. It was on the third day that Alpha Soren said, "Ace, it's time that I leave. My bags are already packed." Emotions charged up. I looked at Alpha Soren, knowing well where he was going. Over the last 2 days, he had taken Cassie out of the dungeons, and she was taken to an unknown location somewhere in the deep forests secretly. He was going to join her over there. Though many pack members advised him to reject her, we knew he wouldn't. Cassie was his mate, and he rather abdicated his throne to be with her than reject her. Last night, when we were in his room handing him the final documents, he said to Ace, "I know that your mother had been terrible about all this selection, but..." He took a deep breath. "She's my mate, and we've spent 40 years together. How can I give away that togetherness? I can't. I don't have the strength in me to reject my mate bond." Tears gathered in my eyes because I had also gone to lengths for my mate and to restore my mate bond. "Father," Ace said, "it's fine. I understand." Alpha Soren left the Viking pack to join his mate soon after. 3 months later, I was eating chocolate ice cream, which had become my favorite during my pregnancy. Ace was sleeping with his head in my lap on a lazy Sunday afternoon while I was watching a movie. He had become ferociously protective about me and had multiple guards around me every time. "Hey, any news about Rebecca?" I asked. He sighed. "She's hiding in the forest with rogues. We'll get her soon." Rebecca had run away, but she was spending the worst kind of life one could imagine. Being a rogue meant you had to stay away from the packs in order to stay alive. "I want you to find her fast and throw her in the dungeons, Ace," I said. "She's like a loose cannon." He wrapped his arms around my belly and kissed me there. "I'll find her, so stop worrying." I ran my fingers through his hair. "And how's my king doing now?" "I was thinking that we should have at least 4 pups. I smacked his arm and he laughed. His laughter boomed across the room, and I swear it was the best sound to my ears. "I love you, King Ace," I said and leaned in to kiss him. Kylie POV. It had been 3 months since Katie got pregnant, and I was 5 months pregnant. There was not a single day when we didn't call each other and talked at length about how we were both suffering or enjoying ourselves. I had just finished the conversation with her when my eyes went to the pile of clothes that was lying in our walk-in closet. My housekeeper hadn't turned up because of a stomach flu, and so I was folding the clothes and cleaning up the space. Logan had asked me not to work at all, but I wanted to keep myself active. It had been an hour, and normal work that I could do within minutes seemed like a gargantuan task. My breasts were getting bigger than they already were. My tummy was huge. I couldn't wear my previous clothes. I was sweating a lot, peeing a lot, and getting irritated with almost everything. Unable to cope up with all the stupid trauma and hormonal changes, I started crying. "Kylie," Logan walked into the room. "Girl, what the hell are you doing? I told you to relax." He came to stand in front of me, and his eyes widened in fear. "Why are you crying?" "Logan," I cried, and he wrapped me in his arms immediately. "Oh, baby," he kissed the crown of my head. "Please don't cry. Did I do something wrong?" "No," I sobbed. I'm just... I looked down at the sundress that I was wearing. "I've grown so big, my clothes are bursting and I feel so exhausted. I've become so fat and I'm eating twice the normal. What is happening to me?" He picked me up in his arms and gently walked to the bed with a smile on his face. "Love, you look so beautiful right now." He set me on the mattress. As I shifted back and rested on the pillows, he crawled over me on his fours. "I've been in awe of those breasts ever since, you know. Do you know all I dream of is your big boobs all the time in the office? And you're saying that you've grown bigger? For me, bigger the better." He cupped my breast, and I smacked his hand away, chuckling. "You are nothing but a big pervert," I said, wiping my tears. "But look at me. I've grown so round. Is this even normal? He grinned. For me, being with you is normal. I hate to stay away from you, and, in fact, I am planning to shift my office to one of the rooms below. I shook my head. Now you're sounding crazy. We had held beta trials for the Nord Pack. Though Gamma Andrew was a fantastic candidate and should have been promoted, Logan declared beta trials would take place. It's a different thing that Gamma Andrew was now Beta Andrew. He proved to be a great asset. Not only had he worked closely with Ace, he knew the insides out nicely. He beat every other candidate in the trials that were a testament of toughness, bravery, and intelligence. I am crazy, but for you, he said. He lowered his face to my breasts and rested between them. This is my favorite place to be. My lips curled up as I stroked his hair. How is grandfather doing? He hasn't visited us after marriage. He mumbled something in between my breasts. I fisted his hair and lifted his face. Alpha Logan, can you behave just once? No, he said and went back to where he was. Moments later, he lifted his head and said, Gramps will come here when you have birthed our pup. I see, I mused at his words. You know what? I feel that we have more than a pup here. There are twins, in my opinion. I mean, look at me. I am so fat already. He whipped his head up, his eyes sparkling with joy. Really? That is awesome. How about we go to the doctor and get it checked? We can, I replied dryly. But not today. The constant ring on his phone forced him to take the call. Andrew, he growled through the phone. What's so important that you are disturbing my time with my wife? Beta Andrew sounded urgent when he said, We've spotted Rebecca. Logan jerked straight up. Where? He asked, his expression becoming serious. She's with a group of some junkies. They are headed towards the human town. Logan glanced at me. I narrowed my eyes and took the phone from him. Andrew. Yes, Luna, he said, a little taken aback. Capture Rebecca at all costs. I don't care if you don't get hold of anyone else. Yes, of course, he replied and disconnected the phone. Rebecca had gone rogue, and because she was constantly changing her place, it was difficult to trace her. Rogues weren't usually near the pack because they were killed when they came near. Rebecca took advantage of it. They finally found her after 5 months, and I wanted to seek revenge for Katie. When I gave the phone back to Logan, I found him smiling at me. I love you. I love you too. And Logan brought his face back to his favorite place. After a chase of 2 hours, Rebecca was finally caught. Andrew brought her to us. As I stood with Logan, I couldn't believe what I saw. She looked horrible, and she was stinking so badly that I retched. Her hair was matted, and there were dark circles under her eyes. When she saw me, she shouted, You bloody bitch! Because of that sickening sister-in-law of yours, I am in this condition. You guys killed my dad and forced me to be a rogue. You all are cruel, mean, and I hope the goddess gives you the worst punishment. Unable to restrain myself, I stepped forward and slapped her hard across her face. She shrieked and fell down and started sobbing. I knew it, she mumbled. You all are so wicked. For your own happiness, you've destroyed me. We've destroyed you? Logan growled. You were the one who supported Luce to cast a spell on Ace, wasn't it? She jerked her head up, surprise flickering through her eyes. No, it wasn't me. Oh, please, I said to her. Stop with the dramatics. We all know that it was you. Luce has confessed it already. When Bo was thrown into the dungeons by Alpha Derek, Luce had cried and cried. The foolish girl was blindly in love with the man who tormented her regularly. I guess it becomes your mentality to accept torture from the hands of someone you love so much. Luce was a gone case. In order to free Bo from the dungeons, she spilled the truth. It was Rebecca who had orchestrated the entire plan. She is lying! Rebecca cried. It was Luce and Queen Cassie. Well, who cares who it was? I said, crossing my arms across my chest. Eventually, you were a part of it, and that is a crime. Casting spells by witches is banned for a reason. If you like, we can hand you over to the Elder High Council, and they will put you in their dungeons, which would be a lifetime of hell for you. She scrambled back, shaking in fear. No, please don't do that. Logan gritted his teeth. Guards! He shouted. Transport her to the Elder High Council. I have all the papers against her. She is not my prisoner. She has committed a crime of the highest nature, and so she should be handed to the Elder High Council. Rebecca kept shouting as Logan held my hand and walked out of the place. He took his phone out and called Katie. When he told her what he had done with Rebecca, she said nothing for a few moments. And then she said, "Thanks, brother." I knew she was crying on the other side. I would talk to her later. 2 months later. At 7 months, I couldn't look past my belly. I really wanted to meet Katie, but neither of us could come physically to meet. Katie, being Queen Katie, had to ensure the safe birth of the heir of the Viking pack. Besides, Ace didn't allow her to step out of the castle without him accompanying her. I had started feeling so hungry that Logan would get up at midnight to make snacks for me. He was turning out to be the worst cook a girl could find. I couldn't resist my love for him, so I indulged in all the burnt, buttered breads and sweet omelets. Kylie POV. My body chose to go into labor when I was going to my bed after dinner. I was going to the balcony where I saw the moon hung low and full in the night sky, casting its beautiful glow over the forest behind our manor. Logan was right after me when I squeaked, "My water's broken." He froze behind me. "Baby, we are going to give birth." Goosebumps lined my skin. And then the first pangs of labor swept through me like the rising tide, relentless and powerful, leaving me breathless. My alpha husband's usual calm and commanding presence faltered. The man who could silence the room with his single growl that would shake the doors and window now found himself vulnerable. His nervous eyes darted at me, his expressions looking like he was lost in a blizzard. "Kylie?" He came to stand near me and swept me in his arms in one swift motion. Shouting at all the servants in the manor, he rushed with me to the car that was already standing on the porch. His nerves frayed with each agonized moan I made. "Baby, just 2 minutes. I'll get you to the hospital." Making me sit in the car on the passenger seat, he jumped in the driver's seat and drove to the hospital as carefully as possible. As the day of birth approached, Logan had asked me to get admitted in the hospital. However, I refused it. I wanted to stay at home with him. We had been relentlessly working on the nursery, and I wanted to see it all. Katie was 7 months pregnant and was getting just as exasperated as me. Who knew that my best friend would become my sister-in-law and that both of us would have pups in the same year? "The bloody months look like the shadow of a towering oak at dusk," she cursed, making me laugh. "Don't worry," I said. "Soon you are going to miss these days." The doctor was waiting for me outside. He rushed us into the labor room. With Logan's help, I lay on the bed. He held my hand and stood there, watching me with wide eyes. Within an hour, my labor pain intensified. I cried and shouted, sweat beading on my forehead. My breaths came in ragged gasps as I endured the pain. Logan had left me to get coffee, but when he returned, he clenched his jaws. "Can't you fucking reduce her pain?" he shouted at the doctor. "I can give her an epidural," the doctor suggested. "What? No," I protested through gritted teeth. Logan placed the coffee cup on the side table and began pacing the room, his hands clenched into fists that trembled with helplessness. Through our bond, I could sense his emotions that were a whirlwind of fear. "Can you not be so scared?" I rasped, looking at him through hooded eyes, panting crazily. He closed the gap between us and held my hand in his. "Baby, I am sorry. It's just that." He swallowed his words when labor pain hit me, and I squeezed his hands. "Goddess, where did you get that power from?" "Fuck you," I shouted through my pain. Outside the labor room, many of the pack members had already gathered. I would hear Andrew yelling at them to not crowd in front of my room. Through the pack bond, I could feel their excitement. After all, they were about to see their heir. "The head is forming," the doctor announced. "Luna, Kylie, please push hard this time, okay?" "So soon?" I said, disbelief in my eyes. I had read that it took a long time for the first-time mothers to birth their pups. "Yes," he nodded with a smile. So this time when the wave of pain rolled through me, I pushed with all my might with a scream ripping through my throat. "Great," the doctor grinned. "One more push, Luna. You can do it." The pain was too much to bear. I started crying loudly and prayed to the moon goddess to give me strength. As soon as the next wave came, I used all my might and pushed my pup out. Next moment, I heard a loud cry. The doctor held my pup in his hand, squealing in joy. "Congratulations, you got a boy pup." Logan's face was a mixture of emotions when he saw his heir. "Baby, we are parents. My heir is here." I nodded at him with tears in my eyes when all of a sudden, another wave of pain surged through me. "Ah!" The doctor gave our pup to the nurse to clean him up and turned his attention to me, bewildered as hell. Another head is forming, my Luna. What? I squeaked. When Logan had asked me whether I wanted to know the sex of my pup or how many I had in me, I refused. I only assumed that I had twins inside me because of my bloated belly. Yes, we got one more pup coming, he announced and focused his attention on me. Logan, I cried. He gave me his hand that was shaking like a leaf. We have twins, baby. I held his arm and shrieked in pain when the second pup decided to come out. We heard a soft cry. The doctor held her up in his arms. You got a girl pup, Luna. Congratulations! I giggled through my mess as I looked at both of my pups. However, my joy lasted only 1 minute because another pain cruised through my body. No! I shouted. This time the doctor watched me with wide eyes, shocked. There's another head forming, he said in a jittery voice, handing my pup to another nurse. Logan went numb while I screamed in pain as the doctor turned his focus on me. I felt a third pup slipping out of my womb. Shocked, Logan sank on his knees to the ground as he stared at his third baby, a boy. OMG! Luna, you've got triplets, the doctor said in a low voice as he held our third pup in his arms. I sagged on the bed exhausted, my lips curling up, and then the world turned dark. Kylie, Kylie, a voice sounded in the distance. I fluttered open my eyes and found myself looking at Logan, who was holding our triplets, our wriggling bundles of joy, in his arms. Swathed in pink and blue, they were sleeping, making soft sounds. He brought them closer to me, his eyes shimmering with pride and joy. Thank you. Thank you, he said in a hoarse voice, loaded with emotions. You've given me 3 beautiful pups. I'm forever indebted to you. As he gave me our pups, vestiges of my anxiety melted away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of happiness. My eldest boy had dark hair and eyes, just like his father's, while the younger one had my hair and eyes, but their resemblance to him was uncanny. My little girl had hair like mine, thankfully, but even her eyes were like her father's. He sat at the edge of the bed where my hand was attached to several tubes. The doctor said that he will discharge you after 2 days, Logan said, stroking the soft hair of his daughter, his heart swelling with love. In this moment, I could feel the hushed reverence of the pack members, because they knew that the legacy of their Alpha and Luna would continue and their pack was safe. Logan leaned over and kissed my forehead. I love you so much, baby, and I am so proud of myself. I rolled my eyes. Why are you proud? My boys did great work inside you. They swam to the right eggs. I smacked his arm, and he burst out laughing. Just then, Grandfather Hanks entered the room with a bouquet in his hand. Grandfather! I tried to get up, but plopped back, feeling dizzy. Don't, he insisted as he came to me. He gave me the bouquet, and then all his attention went to his great-grandpups. Dead goddess, they are the most beautiful pups I've ever seen in my life. After all, they got my genes. And I blinked my eyes at Grandfather, trying to find resemblance between my pups and his face. He beamed with happiness as he picked up our eldest. What names have you decided? He asked us. Logan glanced at me and said, Kale, Layla, and Torin. Logan POV. I was looking at my family as we all sat for a picnic in one of the gardens on my estate. The sun hung high in the cerulean sky, casting a warm glow over the garden. Gentle breeze rustled the leaves of oaks and aspens, carrying a sweet scent of the blooming flowers. The pack was jubilant after the triplets were born. There was not a household who came to bless our pups when we celebrated their birth and then the first birthday. Usually the she-wolves had 1 pup at a time, but my Kylie gave me 3 pups. The moon goddess was kind to me. I didn't know what I had done to become the luckiest werewolf. Katie gave birth to twins, Aiden and Arya, 2 months later. While Aiden was a carbon copy of his father, I was happy that at least Arya had our family genes. Ace was over the moon when he had his pups. He had recovered beautifully over the past months with Katie's help. My best friend, my former beta, was now King Ace. I think the moon goddess brought him close to me because he was Katie's mate. I couldn't have trusted anyone other than Ace as my sister's husband. Ace's father had gone to an unknown location to join his mother, but when pups were born, he came to meet them. Katie told me that Cassie had knitted sweaters for her pups and sent them through Soren. It was a lovely gesture, considering Cassie wasn't used to doing any work. I had heard from Alpha Derek that Luce was working like a servant in their household, and he ensured she was nowhere near his Luna. My thoughts were broken when the laughter of children echoed across the lawn. I rubbed my chest as warmth flooded it, seeing all 5 of them playing. We've had many summers at Ace's castle, but this summer we invited them to our place. I was sitting at a long wooden table on which was a bountiful spread of summer delights. With a contented smile, I watched my triplets, Kale, Layla, and Torin, playing nearby. Kale was chasing a butterfly, holding a bunny that was tucked under his arm. A while back he had caught a rabbit from an underbush. What can I say? My firstborn was showing traits of being an alpha wolf right from an early stage. His hunting capabilities were unmatched, and so was his empathy. He caught the butterfly after chasing it with unbridled enthusiasm, his laughter filling the air. And then he set it free. Layla, my daughter, was the most spirited. She was in the midst of an animated conversation with her dolls and was having an imaginary tea party with them. Torin, my youngest, was building a sandcastle with impressive precision, his small hands moving skillfully. Kylie sat beside me, her blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. She looked at me with a knowing smile as her beautiful blue eyes twinkled with joy. I intertwined my hands with hers, a silent acknowledgement of our unbreakable bond. "It's a beautiful day, my Alpha," she said in her soft and melodious voice that had always brought me to my knees. "It truly is. I couldn't ask for more." I lifted her hand and kissed it. "Shall we have more pups?" "It's high time, baby." She raised her eyebrow. "Again?" I chuckled. "I will keep asking you again and again until you yield." On the opposite side of the table, Queen Katie sat with King Ace, enjoying the afternoon with us. Their twins were engaged in a playful tug-of-war with a rope, giggling away to glory. Both of them were just 2 months younger than my pups. Their 4th birthday was round the corner. Katie's eyes filled with pride as she watched her pups. When Aiden fell down, Ace's deep laughter resonated in the garden. "I think Arya is going to win," Ace remarked, winking at Katie. Katie chuckled. "I don't think Aiden would let her get away so easily. He is just as stubborn as his father." I couldn't help laughing at Katie's remark, and others joined in. This easy camaraderie was what I had sought after. All 4 of us had faced so many challenges together, right from threats to our packs to our personal life, but it was the days like these that made every struggle worthwhile. I leaned back in my chair, taking a moment to appreciate what the moon goddess had given me, a beautiful scene before my eyes. My family and my sister's family was the pillar of my world. We were powerful allies. The future of the Nord Pack and the Viking Pack was bright and secure, with the young ones growing up under our watchful eyes. "Grandfather wants to retire from the High Council," Katie said, looking at me. "He wants to spend his time shuffling between our kids." I nodded. "I think he should. He served the High Council for a long period. It's time he takes a rest and enjoys his life." "So will you convey our decision to him, or should I?" she asked, resting her head on Ace's shoulder. "I'll convey it to him," I replied. "In fact, I'll go there and get him back with me." "Cool," Katie grinned. A sudden burst of laughter drew our attention back to the pups. Layla and her brother had joined their cousins in the game of tug. Arya was with Layla and Torin, while Kale went to Aiden, the 2 future alphas against their future betas. Their squeals of delight mingled with the squeals of their moms who cheered them. This sight filled my heart with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. An hour later, after the pups were completely covered in mud, grass, and twigs, the mothers took them for a bath. Ace and I shared about the latest things that we were doing or implementing in our packs. When the moms came back with pups, the pups raided the table all at once. Ace and I laughed at our wee little voracious wolves. Both of us were given duties to feed them, and we took our duty seriously. After lunch, the nannies came to take each of them back to their rooms. Tired and exhausted, the pups went off to sleep in their nanny's arms. The 4 of us sat together and talked about various things. As the sun began its descent and it started to get dark, I urged all of us to head back to the living room. I poured whiskey for Ace and myself and wine for the girls. Kylie joined me on the couch where I was sitting and watching Ace play the piano. She whispered in my ear, "I think I am open to having another pup." My eyes snapped to her. "Really?" "Shh!" she giggled, glancing at Ace and Katie. Yes, we can start from tonight. A wolf just needed an invitation, right? 18 years later. Astrid POV. I am so sorry, Astrid, said police officer Hannah Montri as she sat in front of me with concern in her eyes. I really want to say something, but I have no words for your loss. I stared at the blank space in front of me because I had no words for my loss or my situation. If God existed, then he was just being cruel to me. Wrapped in a blanket on this chilly October evening, I sat on the chair where Mom used to sit, knitting a crochet shawl. This was her stress buster activity. Dad would come home and immediately shower kisses on her. But now, they are gone, just like that, in a stupid accident. Their car skidded down a deep valley after the tire exploded, the officer explained. It was misfortunate. Maybe you should aunt and uncle. You're 17. I blocked her words after that because suddenly I had this urge to cry. So a cry escaped my lips, or was it a scream? And then I sobbed, wailed. State sent me a caretaker for the night to observe my condition. I was curled up in my bed over the photos of my mom and dad, under the crochet shawl she had knitted a month back. I didn't know where my life would take me after this, but right now, all I wanted was to stay quiet and cry for as long as I could. The police called me to the hospital to identify their bodies, and once again I broke down. Most of their bodies were charred because of the explosion that followed, after the car tumbled down. The funeral took place 2 days later, and by that time I had finished all my tears. Watching them go under the earth was distressing. Yeah, God was cruel. During the funeral repast that was mostly done with the help of my friend Daisy and her parents, Hannah said, "Your aunt and uncle have contested for your custody. I took the liberty of calling them and informing them of your situation." My aunt and uncle, Bree and Fred Lou. Fred was my mom's younger brother. His home was in the quiet town of Cedar, situated beneath a vibrant green hill in Oregon. He had barely visited my mom and dad. Hannah exhaled softly, saying, "Fred requested I bring you to him." "I don't want to go," I replied in a quiet voice. How could I leave my parents' house and go to someone who I had met when I was only 5? Besides, what about my school? I was 3 months away from my graduation and only a month away from my 18th birthday. Hannah reached out to me and placed her hand on my forearm. "Astrid, you don't have an option, love. If you choose not to go, you will be placed in foster care because of your age. So it's either the foster care or your uncle and aunt." I swallowed thickly, blinking away my tears. "This house?" I asked, my voice choked with emotions. "This house will be locked. No one can touch it. Even your stepbrother, Xander. Your parents have bequeathed this property to you." My stepbrother was my father's child from his previous marriage. His first wife had fled with her boyfriend. After she had died, my stepbrother returned and demanded his share of the property, which was ridiculous. He was 25 and, unfortunately, addicted to drugs, but that didn't deter him from harassing my parents. Hannah continued, "Just stay with your aunt and uncle. As soon as you touch 18, you can come back, okay? I'll let you know." I murmured and went to Daisy. She hugged me tightly. I needed that hug. I wanted someone to be with me all the time. My parents' death had left me broken in more ways than I cared to admit. After everyone left, Daisy stayed back. She handed me a hot coffee mug and sat down in front of me. "Hey, you must go to your aunt and uncle's place. I saw Xander lurking around. That bastard had come on the day of the funeral to ask for money. Mom was so pissed at him she gave him a $100 bill and asked him to fuck off. But I know he won't stay quiet. He is going to harass you." "I will not be afraid of him," I snapped. "Girl, I know you aren't afraid, but your stepbrother is a lunatic. Just go away for a few days. Once the situation settles, I'll call you, okay?" I pursed my lips as my body shook. This was getting only worse and worse. I was all alone and vulnerable with a lunatic stepbrother roaming on the streets. Daisy urged, "Astrid, please, girl. I wish I could ask you to move into my place, but with 6 siblings, we barely have space." "I know," I mumbled. "You've already done so much for me." "Shut the fuck up," she chided me. "I expect you to do more for me." And it was the first time I chuckled. Absolutely. Next morning, I hefted my suitcase and threw it in my Beetle. Daisy's mother had sent me enough lunch to last for a week. "You better eat it, okay?" Daisy said as I strapped my seatbelt. Though I could have taken a flight to Portland, I decided to drive my Beetle, one that Dad had bought for me last summer when I got my driving license. Keep your location on and remain on the highways. Don't you fucking go via shortcuts. Stop being my mom, I giggled. Shut up and drive safely. Daisy and I hugged each other tightly before I started. It was going to take a neat 7 hours to reach Cedartown. 2 hours later, I stopped at a gas station for a small break before resuming my journey. I hadn't met my aunt and uncle in long, so the feeling of awkwardness grew inside me. They had 2 kids, Brianna and Nate. Brianna was my age, but Nate was a year younger. As I drove, I stuck my hand out the open window and let the cool evening air rush over my skin. The smell of winter and oaks, aspens and cedars wafted into the car as the dark forest flew by me. I was on my way to Cedartown. My phone buzzed, and I grinned, seeing Daisy's name flashing on the screen. "Hi!" I chirped. "Hey, I've heard that Cedar Academy is amazing. I mean, their football team is first in state," she said. I rolled my eyes as I switched on the headlights. "I'll be back in a month's time." "Yeah, that," she said, sounding wary. "Xander is hunting for you like a maniac. The police saw him with an axe around your house. They couldn't detain him because he said he found the axe in a dumpster, but you know he's mad." I paled and brought my car to a screeching halt. "Is he?" I breathed, staring at the screen. "Yep," Daisy replied. "So my advice would be for you to enroll in the Cedar Academy until this threat is over." I lifted my head up with an exasperated sigh when I saw a wolf standing in the middle of the road staring at me. "OMG," I rasped. "I know," Daisy replied. "Babes, don't come back until I tell you to, okay? I gotta go." She disconnected the phone. The wolf had an onyx, shimmering fur. It was tall, way taller and bigger than the wolves I'd seen in the zoos. It had his head tilted up, and his golden eyes were right on me. A shiver raced down my spine when I met his gaze. It was like he was trying to reach my soul, like he was studying me. Scared as hell, I quickly rolled up my window and pushed my red hair behind my ears. My skin heated because of fear or his penetrating gaze. With lethal intensity, he walked towards me, every muscle in his body rippling. He sniffed the air as he made his way towards my door. Despite not being on his forelegs, he was so tall that he stared at me through the window. I whimpered in shock, blood draining from my face. From my camping days, I knew animals would attack you if they sensed you were afraid. So I tried to stay as calm as possible and let it assess me. Suddenly, the wolf tipped his head up towards the sky and let out a deep, throaty howl. A few seconds later, more howls emanated from the woods. I gulped saliva down my dry throat, staring at him. He looked at me once more and then tore off across the road, loping into the forest. "Fuck!" I quivered and rammed my accelerator to get the heck out of here. Who do you think is the wolf? Astrid POV. The experience left me rattled. Feeling 1,000 shades of scared, I stopped only in the driveway of my uncle's house. It was a nice cottage with a wrapped-around porch and lots of greenery surrounding it. The light of the porch was on, its warm glow falling on the lone swing and carefully crafted plants. Somehow, I couldn't stop the feeling of being watched all the time. My mind was into an overdrive of emotions. What if the wolf was watching me with its pack and would attack me any time? I pounded on the white door, waiting impatiently for them to open. Hurried footsteps across the wooden floor sounded from the other side. When the door opened, I found myself looking at a pair of matching green eyes but dark hair. Nate and Brianna. They both grinned. "Hey!" Brianna squealed and launched herself at me. "We've been waiting for you, girl." She hugged me tightly, giving me Daisy-like vibes. My gaze went to Nate, who was also grinning. When Brianna left me, Nate also hugged me. Though I felt awkward at such a warm welcome, it was a lovely change. I felt like there was a family that liked me, and God knew how much I needed this after Mom and Dad died. "Hi," I breathed, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, holding my tears back. My uncle and aunt came over as Brianna tugged me inside the house and went outside to get my luggage. Fred had a strong resemblance to my mom, same strawberry blonde hair and green eyes. His wife, Bree, had dark hair with dark eyes on an angelic face. While Fred stayed behind like his reserved self, it was Bree who wrapped me in her warm embrace. "How are you?" she murmured kindly. My throat bobbed as I managed to nod. Bree removed herself. I'm so sorry about your mom and dad. The moment I heard about your parents, I insisted to Fred that you come and stay with us. Thanks for having me, I said with gratitude. Not at all, love, she said, immediately making warmth flooding in my chest. Brianna will show your room to you. Freshen up and come. We're waiting to have dinner with you. I smiled, nodding and glancing at Fred. He had his hands in his pocket, and the awkwardness between us grew a nigh high. I didn't know why he was so uptight about me and Mom, but it wasn't the time to ask. Brianna took me up a flight of stairs as Nate lugged my luggage upstairs. When we reached the landing, she veered left and opened an oak door, revealing a small and cozy room. There was a single bed with a running carpet on one side. A cupboard was on the left with a door to the bathroom. You can put your clothes and other things here, she said. As I scanned my room and Nate placed my luggage in the corner, Brianna came to me and held my hand. She tugged me to the bed, and we sat down. Astrid, she said softly, I hope you like it here. Dad may not come across as the friendliest person, but believe me, he has a very soft heart. Yeah, I licked my lips. You all are very sweet. We've been waiting for you. Dad has also enrolled you in the Cedar Academy. What? Already? I was surprised because I didn't have those plans. Nate leaned on the bedpost behind his sister. Officer Hannah called us. She wants you to stay here for 3 to 4 months. Xander is on the loose, and he can be a potential threat. Feeling miserable, I shook my head. Xander, Officer Hannah sent your school records to us, and Dad showed them to Principal Henson. Girl, you are on a roll. To get a 3.9 GPA? That's brilliant. Principal Henson was more than ready to take you in. He even offered a scholarship to you. I blushed. I was the top student in my class and had advanced biology. Since it's a Sunday tomorrow, we'll show you the town, but you can start classes on Monday, Brianna suggested. Okay, give her some room, Bryn, Nate said. She must be hungry. He looked at me. Did you have anything on the road? That reminded me of the wolf I saw. I have a question. Do you have many wolves in this area? Brianna frowned. Wolves? We've heard people citing them occasionally, but nothing serious. The wolves remain in the forest. Did you encounter any? I saw a massive black wolf, I replied nervously. Whoa, tell us all about it, Nate said. Bree shouted for them from the kitchen. Damn, Brianna got up. We will wait for you downstairs. Tell us everything about it. I joined my family for dinner after taking a good bath. The dinner went rather quietly, with Bree trying to load my plate with more food than required. Fred was, as usual, quiet. Why don't you show our town to Astrid tomorrow? Bree said to her kids. Gladly, Nate replied, winking at me, and I giggled. After dinner, Bree came to my room with a hot cup of coffee. Astrid, can we talk? Of course. I took the coffee from her and crossed my legs on the bed. After the bath, I wore shorts and a tank top without a bra. Bree sat down at the edge of the bed. I know things are low for you at the moment, Astrid, but I'm sure that everything will be okay soon. The Cedar Academy is wonderful. It has the best football team in North America. If you like, you can get on their cheerleading team. I laughed. No thanks. Her lips curled up. Don't mind Fred, okay? He is reserved, but very caring. I bristled and sipped my coffee. I couldn't help asking the question that was at the tip of my tongue. Why didn't he ever visit my mom? He visited only once when I was 5. She pursed her lips and sighed. David, his best friend, was engaged to be married to your mom. She left him standing at the altar, choosing instead to elope with your dad. What? Shock rippled through me. That's not true, I murmured. Bree shook her head, taking a deep breath in. Fred was ashamed of Bree, and you know what a small-town gossip mill is like? He just couldn't come to terms with the fact that his sister abandoned his best friend at the altar. Now seeing his sister's daughter, who looks quite like her, he is, shocked. But don't worry, everything's going to be fine, okay? Wow, this was too much for me to take in, so I sipped my coffee furiously, wondering if this was the cause of my mom's stress. Bree left after talking a bit more about our family and the weather. It gets cold here at night. I'm closing the window. She got up and closed it. Once I was alone, I switched off the bedside lamp and drifted off to sleep quickly. But nightmares of my parents' charred bodies and wolves hounded me. I got up with a jerk and found myself staring into a pair of gorgeous golden eyes of a man more beautiful than Adonis, who was partially hidden in the shadows. Overwhelmed by confusion, I gasped and instinctively reached for the bedside lamp, questioning the authenticity of this moment and whether it belonged to the realm of reality or dreams. When I turned back to look at him, there was no one. My mouth dropped as cool wind rushed through the room through my open window, which I remember was closed. My heart pounded like a drummer gone mad. I rushed to the window and stared at the darkness outside. The moon hung low on the cedars, casting its silvery light over them. I chuckled at my madness for dreaming things and closed the window before going off to sleep. Astrid POV. The next day, Nate and Brianna showed me their house, and I was surprised to notice that the property was huge. They had over a dozen horses, and Fred was into breeding them. There were race horses that were rented by the racing buffs. Not only that, my Uncle Fred loved racing and had taken several of his stallions on the race courses. We headed to the town next. There was just one mall and a few boutiques. I bought a few clothes and tried my best not to remember Mom and Dad, but was that possible? Every time I looked at myself in the mirror, I saw just how much I resembled them. My red hair was from my father, but my green eyes were my mom's family trait. Depression said it. Astrid, Brianna's voice broke my reverie. There's a diner just down the road. How about we have dinner over there? I don't know, I sighed. Brianna came to me and touched my shoulder. I'm so sorry for your loss, Astrid, but you have to move on. I looked at her through blurry eyes. You know, for a 17-year-old, you are an old soul. She laughed. Everyone says that. Come on. Nate is waiting in the car. He is hungry. The car stopped in front of the diner, the exterior of which was lit with fairy lights. While shutting the door, Brianna discussed the top dish available here, but my thoughts were consumed by yesterday's dream. I saw a man in my room whose eyes were amber. Moonlight cast shadows on his face, partially obscuring his features, but highlighting his square chin, which had a cleft. I wrapped my arms around myself as a shiver ran down my body. I was losing it. It was official. I needed to calm down and get my shit together. Food! Nate practically sang as we entered the diner. The small and quaint diner had peeling blue booths, and a twangy music was playing from the jukebox. There were a few old and weathered paintings on the wall. The place wasn't packed, with only a handful of individuals sitting together or enjoying their solitude. As we sat down, a young server came over. She looked at me with disinterest. "What can I get for you, Bryn?" she asked, handing her the menu. "Oh, we are going to order the usual," Brianna said. 3 chicken burgers with extra cheese and fries on the side. "Any toppings?" "Nope." As soon as she left, Nate tapped his fingers on the table. "I bet, Astrid, these are the best burgers you've ever had in your life." While he kept talking, I found myself completely distracted by the entrance of a striking 6-foot-something man with a muscular build and dark hair. His hair fell over his forehead and his dark gaze was searching for someone. He was followed by 2 more boys, both of them as brawny as him. One looked like his twin because he had features like him except for the... Fuck. He had a square jaw with a cleft. My breath hitched when our gazes met. Throat paper dry, I licked my lips and felt like I was a creep. Immediately, I tore my gaze away. Brianna's eyes also landed on the 3 boys, and she sighed. "Do you know these guys?" I asked in a voice much breathier than I meant it to be. "Everyone knows them," she replied with another sigh. Not wanting to sound like a total jerk, I asked in a dry voice, "Who are they?" "They are on every girl's dream list. They are on our football team. The twins are Cale and Torrin Hanks, while that blonde Aiden Norton is their cousin." She lowered her voice. "I've heard he's royalty. Cale is our captain. Wow. But I wanted to know more. However, I couldn't ask as my gaze followed them to where they sat. How do you tell the twins apart?" I asked, not sounding needy. Definitely not. "That guy who is looking at us is Cale, while the other 2 facing him are Aiden and Torrin." "Cale," I murmured his name, and just as I did that, his eyes met mine. The pounding of my heart echoed in my ribcage, as if it were trying to break free and create chaos. His dark eyes were so piercing, it was as if they wanted to reach my soul. My lips parted, and my whole body flushed. It was a response that I had never felt before. "Thank God, we got all your books," Nate said, finding our conversation boring. "Yeah," Brianna replied. "The waitress came with our burgers." "You starting with the academy tomorrow?" she asked. Surprised, I stared at her. How did she know? She chuckled. Ah, don't worry. I just overheard Yule. She winked. After serving us, she sauntered towards the boys. Leaning over their table, she lowered her voice to a husky level and asked, "What would the boys want today? I can lie on the table and be your dinner." What the fuck? Rage simmered in my chest. I felt like getting up and grabbing her hair and throwing her on the ground. While Aiden and Torin laughed, Kale stared at me, his lips lifting into a smirk. Shit, shit, shit! Don't even think about them, Astrid, Brianna warned me. Kale has a steady girlfriend, Tracy. She's the leader of the cheerleading team, and she is very possessive of him. Trust me, I've heard stories of her getting aggressive and hitting other girls who have looked at him. She's a mean bitch, so Astrid, get a grip. It's just a guy. I spread sauce inside my burger and took a large bite. Whatever, dude, I don't care. But that wasn't the truth. I had seen so many guys before, but Kale, his gaze, his demeanor had me completely discombobulated. Nate picked up his cock and drawled, "Bryn is right. You got a great GPA. Just focus on studying Astrid. The entire football team is full of assholes. Kale, Torin, and Aiden being the biggest ones. They eat girls for dinner." I chuckled. "Why are you guys assuming that I'm into them? They are useless for me. I'll be leaving this town and going to college in a few months. I've already filled out college applications and I am waiting for their replies. So chill, okay?" Nate barked a laugh, and in doing so, he knocked his Coke. The liquid spilled across the table, landing on my shirt and shorts. "Damn!" I hissed. "Sorry," Nate apologized. "I don't know." "Gods, Nate, you are so clumsy," Brianna scolded him. "Where's the bathroom?" I asked, picking up a paper napkin and wiping the Coke from my shirt. She pointed towards the left as she scooted out of the booth. I followed her directions to the bathroom, passing Kale and others, feeling embarrassed. As soon as I was inside, I closed the door and let out a rough exhale. "Come on, Astrid," I chided myself. "It's not like you haven't seen guys." I took my shirt out and put it under the dryer. Focus, focus, focus. A knock on the door sounded. I knew it was Brianna. The moment I opened it, a wave of shock washed over me. My brain ceased to function, my body turned rigid, and my mouth hung open in disbelief. I tilted my head back, meeting the intense and ominous gaze of Cale Hanks. He leaned against the doorframe, watching me. Did he just lean towards me and sniff the air? Man, I had officially gone insane. Why would anyone do that? His intense gaze raked my body, and my nipples puckered. Suddenly, I became aware of my situation. I was standing in front of him in a bra and shorts. "You okay?" he asked, staring at me with the same intensity. I didn't know why the air suddenly turned so warm. Was it because my body heated, or because the room was too small for us? Embarrassed as hell, I spun away from him and wore my shirt. "Yeah," I breathed. My mind had short-circuited. When I turned to leave, he didn't budge from his place. Gods above, how could a man be so handsome that he could make you forget the universe? He held his hand out. "I'm Kale." I blinked as I looked at her perfect, long fingers and those corded muscles in his forearms, and also that tattoo that hid under his shirt sleeve. Somehow, I found my voice and whispered, "Astrid," and took his hand. Jolts of electricity ran down my arm, all the way to my toes, curling them. He didn't let go of my hand as he squeezed it, making me a prisoner of his gaze. "Nice meeting you, Astrid," he said, leaning forward. The way he uttered my name, as if he was caressing each syllable. I really had to get out of here before I made a fool of myself in front of him. Kale POV. I was sitting with my brothers, Tracy and the rest of the group that comprised cheerleading girls mostly, in our luxurious cabin villa that Mom and Dad had bought for us near the woods. Nestled amidst the lush forest, our cabin was modern, blending in with the rustic charm. It had a breathtaking view of the surrounding woods, where me and my brothers often ran in our wolf forms. Tracy was sitting on my lap with her tongue down my throat. We had come back after a taxing game with the rival team, Lakers Tahoe, and celebrating our victory. All the cheerleading girls and my teammates were here. Because we were underage, the alcohol was poured into paper cups. Aiden was sitting with two girls while my twin brother Torin was standing outside, watching the forest with interest, sipping gin and vodka. Tracy was Alpha Direct's third pup. She was born a few months after me. I had gone to Aiden's castle a few summers ago, and that's when she decided she would pursue me. I didn't mind it because she looked like a decent girl, but these days, her obsession was becoming irritating. "Kale," Tracy whined. "What's wrong, baby?" she asked, pouting. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, stay here." Despite my obvious frustration, I replied to her and went out to be with Torin. "Kale?" He raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked back through the glass wall towards Tracy, who was staring at me. My throat bobbed as I pierced my vision through the dark woods, as if trying to find someone or something. A cool gust of October wind blew, carrying the scent of mist, snow, woods, and honeydew. Goosebumps lined my skin as my wolf sat inside me on full alert. I had to follow that scent. I sniffed the air and my ears perked up for any movement. Something was drawing me, and the pull was like gravity calling me. "Everything okay?" Torin asked as he placed his hand on my shoulder. His eyes widened when he sensed the change inside me. My wolf was tearing me on the inside, wanting to surface. I needed to run, and I needed to follow that scent. Torin furrowed his brows. He knew what I wanted. "I don't think so." The rage inside me simmered. In a few seconds, I felt like I would lose control. I jumped off the railing and landed on my fours. With my hind paw, I scraped the earth, my chest rumbling with a ferocious snarl. I took off towards the forest. I heard Torin jumping right behind me and joining me. A few minutes later, I heard footfalls of Aiden's wolf. He mind-linked us. "What's wrong?" he growled. "You guys better give me a good explanation." "Ask Kale," Torin replied, and Aiden didn't ask, because he also felt my need. Icy wind rustled through my fur, providing me with much-needed relief. My speed was 20 times more than what it was in my human form. Every sense was heightened: the intoxicating scent, the drum of a car engine, a tinny music, and then a soft beat of a heart. It drew me like a siren. The heartbeat was something I wanted to feel next to my heart, my body. It was like a lullaby, and I had to seek it before it got away. I didn't know what the fuck was wrong with me. There was no one who drew me like this. If I found fire at the end of my pursuit, I was going to jump in it and burn. But fire didn't have a heartbeat, or did it? I growled as I got closer to the sound of the car running on the highway. A few seconds later, I saw the red beetle whizzing past me. I could take over it. In a frenzy, I chased it and ran past it, only to stop in the middle of the highway, waiting for the car. The car stopped, and my eyes fell on the most beautiful redhead I had ever seen in my life. Her nose and cheeks were freckled, resembling a condensed constellation in the night sky. Her green eyes were like emeralds twinkling in the night's dark, and her parted lips were naturally rosy. The storm raging inside me found its calm. My restlessness, which was like waves crashing in an angry sea, felt tamed in her presence. I prowled towards her, our connection like a dance of shadow and light. My growl came out as a purr as I walked to her car, to sniff her, to feel her, to make her feel my wolf. I approached her and realized that she was drenched in fear. Her heartbeat had spiked up, and she watched me with horror. My wolf didn't like this fear. I asked him to take a step back. He argued with me, but he stepped back. I tipped my head up to the sky and let out a howl to tell my brothers that I had found someone they shouldn't come close to. They howled back in response, understanding my predicament, my urgency. But I knew I was in deep trouble. The girl in the car was a human, and my possible mate. A human mate was never heard of amongst the werewolves. That was the reason we had to stay quiet amongst the humans. We couldn't reveal that we were werewolves. Though my father and mother, Alpha Logan and Luna Kylie, wanted me and Torin to stay back in the Nordpack to train as Alpha and Beta, we both wanted to explore the world. The Cedar Academy was one of the best in the country, and it needed a revamp of its football team. In came me, Torin, and Aiden, and the team became a success in a few months. Initially, my father paid for our education, but now we were on a football scholarship. We had already started getting a lot of invitations from the sports companies and colleges to join them. With one last look at her, I ran back to my brothers. "You've met her?" Aiden asked, bewildered, as we entered the villa. He couldn't believe that my mate was a human. "Fuck, man, that's huge." "Keep it low," I growled at him. "No one should know." He made a gesture of zipping his lips. "So now what?" Torin asked in a low voice, glancing at Tracy, who was flanked by her friends and sipping wine. "I want to meet her in my human form," I said, wearing my shirt and jeans. You guys want to come? Hell yes, Aiden rasped. I want to see that human. But I'm not sure that she's my mate, I replied. Wolf, you are giving those fucking vibes, Aiden chuckled. And so I tracked her scent and came to know that she was in Brianna's house. My wolf wanted to pee around that house to mark my territory. Unable to control myself, I sat behind her house until it was midnight, and as soon as the lights went out, I climbed through her window into her room. Watching her sleeping, hearing her soft heartbeat was the most soothing thing I had ever experienced. It took everything in me not to climb into her bed, wrap my arms and legs around the little one, and bury myself in her. Suddenly, she woke up with a start, and I froze when her eyes fell on me. She leaned over to switch on her bedside lamp. I took the chance to slide back out of her window. With my brothers, I went back home but could not sleep. The next day, I stalked her and eventually pinned her in the diner's bathroom. Astrid, she said, shaking my hand. She had a body made just for me. She was in her bra and shorts, which made my wolf edgy because I didn't want anyone to see her like that. Nice meeting you, Astrid. I continued to stand in the doorway, silently commanding her to wear her shirt. She complied and wore the shirt. Astrid POV. The way he filled the doorway of the bathroom, I felt like there was no escape. As our gazes locked, his lips curled up in a panty-dropping, knee-weakening smile. What the hell was going on? Because my whole skin was heating up. I tore my gaze from him and looked outside, silently asking him to step away. But he didn't. Are you joining the Cedar Academy tomorrow? He asked. Yes, I replied in a breathy voice. I really wanted to go back to Brianna and Nate and stand with him at the same time. This strange attraction towards him was enough to drive me insane. But how did you know? I asked, amused. I overheard, he shrugged. Besides, this is a small town. Everyone knows about everyone. Damn, I glanced at my cousins. I need to go. Sure, he replied, still blocking my way. Did he just lean closer and sniffed? Surely I was imagining. You are kind of blocking the door, I added, rather croaked as I stared into his dark eyes. Shit. I was in deep shit. Before I made a mess of my emotions and revealed to him that I loved his company, I needed to exit and break whatever stupid attraction I was feeling for him. Also, I was sure that this wasn't the first time he was trying to charm a girl. For God's sake, he had a steady girlfriend, Tracy. His expression turned somber, and he pushed away from the doorframe. I literally fled from there because I didn't want to get between him and Tracy. Breaking a relationship was last on my agenda, and after my parents' death, I had more in mind than to focus on a football captain. See you tomorrow, he called out as I walked towards my table. He closed the bathroom's door and walked past my table, leaving me flustered as he gazed at me all the time. Whatever happened between us was stranger than fiction. Cliché? I know, but it was. OMG! The god of football approached you, Brianna said in a low, excited voice, fangirling over him. Nate rolled his eyes and picked up a French fry. Nothing happened, okay? I replied rather curtly. Brianna chuckled. You know, it's better that nothing happened, because if Tracy comes to know, your life is going to be a hell in the coming days. I know, I said, lowering my head, and I'm not ready for all that after Mom and Dad. Hey, Brianna hugged me. Don't go there. I remained in her warm hug and closed my eyes. I think I made the right decision to come to my uncle's place. My cousins were super accommodating and amiable. Where were they earlier? We went on to talk about the various places one could visit in the Cedar town. Brianna also mentioned that the boys had their own villa and that they had regular parties over there. The dinner was superb, and I was surely coming back here for more burgers. Nate and Brianna told me more about the academy on our drive back home. Aunt and Uncle were in the living room, watching a sitcom. Bree smiled at me and went back to watching it with her legs on my uncle's lap. Would you like to have coffee? Brianna asked as Nate went to his room and banged the door close. No thanks, Bryn, I said. She smiled when I called her by her nickname. I want to sleep and organize my bag for tomorrow. And really, Cedar Town is a nice place. Those words reminded me of my encounter with Cale, his dark eyes and his panty-dropping smile. Feeling 1,000 shades flustered, I walked to my room. I busied myself with arranging my bag. My schedule was available online, and so I checked it on the computer, taking time to read more about the academy and the advanced courses it offered. Once my eyes couldn't see the screen anymore, I shut down the computer and walked over to the window where I stared out into the darkness of the night. Did someone really jump in the window last night? Was that Kale? I mentally smacked myself. He had a girlfriend, and it was wrong of me to even think about him. As I stood, staring at the moon that hung over the trees, I heard wolves howling. I should have felt scared, but I felt drawn. Strangely, I felt Kale's presence somewhere near to me. Was he watching me? I whipped my head to the right and left, narrowed my eyes to pierce my vision through the woods, but there was no one. Once again, I smacked myself, this time physically, and went to the bed without closing the door. Sometimes, dreams turn into reality, don't they? I stayed awake for a long time, waiting for my mystery man, and then fell asleep. In the morning when I woke up, I found myself covered in a blanket with a rose and a note on my table. I gasped, surprise coursing through me, and reached for the note while staring at the red rose. With my heart pumping madly, I read it. I know you left the window open for me. OMG. My throat went paper dry. So the mystery man was a mystery, but he was there in my room last night. Was it Kale? Shit, shit, shit. Aunt Bree was humming to herself as I walked into the kitchen. Nate and Brianna were already there, eating pancakes with honey. Astrid, how did you sleep? Bree said with a grin as she served pancakes to me. I blushed because it reminded me of the rose that was now in my bag. Nice, I slept like a log. Great. She stopped and placed her hands on her hips as she studied me. The fresh air in the countryside is clearly having a positive effect on you. I smiled, and she poured coffee for me. You all are being very... Stop right there, young lady, Bree said, making me giggle. Just finish up and go. Today is your first day, and I don't want you to be late. The three of us were on our way to school in 15 minutes. As Brianna parked the car in the parking lot, I noticed how kids milled around. The place looked normal and inviting. Brianna took me to the notice board where I checked my schedule and then went to the principal's office. Principal Henson was a man in his early 50s with a face that spoke of wisdom. He had salt and pepper hair. It was his pudgy stomach that made him cute. I looked at your records, Astrid, he said. They are perfect. In fact, Fred highly recommended to me that you should be offered advanced biology in our academy. My uncle recommending me was a surprise. Thanks, I said. But we would like to see your grades for now, he added. I knew what that meant. Sure. Good, you can go to your class now. The corridors were empty, so I rushed to my first class of the day, history. My teacher waved for me to sit at the back, and as I made my way towards that side, I saw Kale along with his brothers. My breath hitched when my gaze locked with Kale's. A blush must have crept my cheeks. I snapped my eyes away from him and saw a beautiful brunette with amber eyes sitting right next to him. And she was glaring at me. Astrid POV. The only chair that was empty was in the row in front of Kale and the brunette, who I gathered was Tracy. Aiden was sitting on the next chair. I went to sit with him. But I heard a low growl from behind, making my hair stand at the back of my neck, and Aiden slid his chair away from me slightly, which was awkward. I lowered my head to smell my armpit. It was clean. I still smelled like the citrus lotion I had put on earlier in the day. Miss Astrid, please introduce yourself. My teacher's attention broke my thoughts. Taken by surprise, I opened my mouth. God, why was my brain short-circuiting? The teacher raised his eyebrow, looking at me quizzically. I tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear and got up. I had to introduce myself to pass this awkwardness. Hi, I'm Astrid Collins. I'm a new student. Currently, I am living with my aunt and uncle. I gulped. What else should I say to the 30 dozen eyes that were looking at me? Thank you for having me here. Saying that, I sat down. I heard some giggles and grunts, and then all settled down. As the class progressed, I could feel his eyes boring holes in my back. I felt hot and cold at the same time. Man, as soon as I was out, I would search for Brianna and Nate and also change my seat. Thankfully, Brianna would be in my next class. As soon as the class ended, I picked up my satchel and ran out to my locker. The crowded hallway of the school was filled with the noise of students chatting and lockers slamming shut. Nervously, I tried to navigate my way through the crowd and came to stand in front of my locker. I called Brianna to tell her where I was, and as I fumbled with my combination lock, from the corner of my vision, I saw 3 girls, including Tracy, approaching me. Shit! Fuck! What was the number of the lock? With an air of confidence, Tracy came and leaned next to my locker, her friends giggling and whispering to each other while glancing at me. Hi, I'm Tracy, and these are my friends, Kayla and Nat, she started with a smile. Then her tone dripped with sarcasm. Oh, I love your satchel. It's so unique. Did you make it yourself? As I flushed with embarrassment, unsure that it was an insult or not, her friends snickered. I bought it, I offered. But I did all the artwork myself. I had painted flowers and butterflies on my backpack when Daddy gifted it to me last year. Oh, okay, she said in a boring voice, pushing off the locker. I reached for my locker and put some books in when Tracy accidentally bumped into me, causing me to drop my books. Oops. Sorry about that. Guess you're still getting used to how things work around here, she smirked, not offering to pick up my books. As the corridor fell silent, I scrambled to gather my books. I could practically feel the stares of every student. When I picked up my books, I saw Brianna walking towards me. When she came to stand behind me, Tracy glanced at her before invading my personal space. She casually flipped her hair back. You know, she said, her voice just loud enough for everyone to hear, it's really interesting of you to join Cedar Academy. This place can be overwhelming for some people. Her friends laughed softly as I felt a knot tightening in my belly. If you need help to figure out how things work here, just let me know. We don't want you to feel lost. She gave me a fake smile, her eyes cold. The encounter left me unsettled and unwelcomed. It was as if she was threatening me. She turned to her friends and was about to leave when I said, Thanks for your warm welcome, Tracy. This place is definitely overwhelming, but not for me. Unlike those who can't make a dent in scholarship money, I earned my place in this school with a 3.9 GPA. Tracy's eyes turned dark. Her face devoid of emotions, she chuckled. Well, I'd advise you to hold on to that GPA. It may slide. Saying that, she turned to her friends and walked away, leaving another threat hanging in the air. Whoa, what a bitch, Brianna whispered the moment they were out of our earshot. What is her problem? I shook my head. Who knows? I said as I put my books in my locker. And who cares? Brianna laughed softly. But you gave her back a good one. I flipped my hair over my shoulder and batted my eyelashes. I know, I said, and Brianna burst into another laughter. We both reached our next class, which was biology. I noticed Cale was standing with his twin brother, Torin. They were talking to Aiden and looked like they were in a heated discussion. The moment I came, they stopped. I took a seat far away from all of them, determined to not let their toxicity get to me. I took a ragged breath in when Nat also came and sat with the boys. Jealousy stung me, deep and scathing. Nope, I would not get there. Nope. The biology teacher was a delicate lady with hair that was graying on the hairline. I knew most of what she taught, and so I had answers to them. Someone from behind snickered, "Show off." That was enough to quiet me. When the bell rang, the teacher announced, "For your next class, if you haven't found a partner yet, just reach out to me." I gathered my books and said to Brianna, "Bryn, I hope you don't have a partner." She scrunched her nose up. "Sorry," she apologized. "I am with Parker. He's been my lab partner since long, and I don't want to break our partnership. He is helping me with a lot of stuff." Oh, I saw a tall boy with dark brown skin and glasses balanced on his aquiline nose, coming towards us. "Hi, Bryn," he said, shoving his hands in his pockets. Parker was handsome. I could totally understand why Brianna was swooning over him. I took a ragged breath in. "Sure, you guys go ahead. I'll meet you." When I walked into the lab, I noticed how students were talking with each other. There was no place empty except for one in the last row. I usually enjoyed being in the front and asking questions, so sitting in the back was new to me. But I didn't really have a choice. Brianna waved at me and went back to talking to Parker. With a slumped shoulder, I went to that table, wondering what to tell the teacher. I could do the experiments on my own. Surely, I didn't need help from others. Furious at my thought process, I took my lab coat out. Just as I was wearing it, my hand bumped into someone behind me. "Oh, I'm so sorry." I turned sharply, losing balance and landing on a very hard wall. No, a chest. A rock-solid chest. Muscular arms wrapped around my waist, preventing my fall. My gaze locked with his dark eyes as I placed my hands on his chest. The world came to a halt, tilted, and then began spinning rapidly on its axis. "I'll be your partner," Kale said. My mind froze, body froze, and whatever logic I had also froze. All that was left of me was a jelly mess as I stared into his intense eyes that sparkled golden for a moment. Or did I imagine things? Electricity shot through my body and settled right between my thighs. My eyes dropped to his perfect bow-shaped lips and my breath hitched. Kale smirked. Shit, his smirk was also very sexy. What? Hell no. Gathering whatever little wits I had, I stepped away from him, my throat turning as dry as a dessert. I had this desperate feeling to go back into his arms. "Thanks," I croaked. "What? Why should I thank him? I mean, no." He raised his eyebrow. "No?" I shook my head nervously. "It's just, why did the room temperature suddenly spike? When students started giggling, I took another step away from him. I mean, if you have a partner, you should go to them." "No, I don't," he replied, picking up his safety glasses. "I am assigned to you." Assigned to me? What kind of statement was that? Sorry for not being able to update yesterday. Was traveling, Astrid POV. I licked my lips, wondering what he meant by saying, "No, I don't." Did he mean he didn't have a partner, or he didn't want to go anywhere? Okay, I nodded stupidly and started arranging my notes on the table. His proximity was causing me not to think straight, and I had to spend an entire hour with him. Other than that, the tension of dealing with Tracy was also weighing on me. If this continued, I would ask the teacher to change my biology schedule. For the next hour, I became engrossed in how perfect Kale was. He had long fingers that skillfully did everything. "You just watch," he said, and conducted the dissection of a frog. And I simply watched and took notes occasionally. He cut the epidermis neatly, exposing the heart of the frog. After that, he pointed at other internal organs and explained everything to me. We finished much before the rest of the class, and as soon as we submitted my work, Kale requested the teacher if we could leave, taking me by surprise. "You are in a hurry," the teacher said with a fond smile. "What is so important, Kale?" she asked. Kale smiled back warmly, sexily, charmingly, and said, "I have football practice coming up in 20 minutes. "Oh," the teacher was already impressed. "Then you may leave." She glanced at me and said, "Do you want to do some other experiment? You can." "She'll be leaving with me," Kale said, cutting off the teacher. "Why?" she frowned. "Yeah, why?" Even I had a crease on my forehead. "I have to talk to Principal Henson," Kale supplied his excuse. "Astrid is looking for extra credits for her college application, and I need a math tutor. So I was wondering if—" "Hold on. How do you know?" I blurted. I had talked to Principal Henson about it, and he had said that he would keep a watch. "You know that's not how it works, Kale," the teacher sighed. "Principal Henson is going to match the right person for you. You can't just ask for help like this." Kale smiled once again at her, and she shook her head. "Well, I'd suggest that you don't ask for favors." "I won't, but I also need Astrid for some other work," he replied gently. I was confused, but I really wanted to know what other work he needed me for. And teaching him math? That would be a colossal mistake. "I won't." I picked up my satchel and walked with him outside the class and followed him all the way to the dressing room, where I saw that there were others as well going in. He gave me his bag and said, "I'll be going for practice. Can you take care of my stuff? I mean, since you don't have a class for the next 1 hour, can you come with me to the field?" "No," I blabbered. Why should I take care of his bag? That's what lockers were for. "I have a class." He leaned over towards me and sniffed me. I leaned back and our gazes locked. "I know you don't, because I checked your schedule. Maybe you want to recheck it." What the hell? And why did he check my schedule? "I checked my schedule last night. Wait, let me show you." I took my phone out, tapped the file I had downloaded, and went to my schedule. I searched for the English period that was just after my biology practical class, and it wasn't there. My mouth dropped open. "It was right there," I said, bewildered as hell because it was there. My memory wasn't so bad. When I looked back at him, he cocked his head, his gaze growing intense. Suddenly the room temperature increased. No, in my case, since I was standing in a corridor, the corridor's temperature increased. "So?" he asked. "It's not there, right?" He handed me his bag. "Wait for me on the field. I'll be looking for you," he said, and disappeared inside the dressing room, leaving me gaping at him. Feeling 1,000 shades awkward, strange, stupid, and not to say flushed, I walked to the field on auto mode. Everything was happening way too quickly for me to make sense. I wondered if I should go to the principal and ask him to change my classes and make sure that I wasn't with him, but I had a doubt. How did my English class change to match his practice sessions? And why was I feeling so attracted to a boy I had just known for 2 days? I reached the field and sat down on the bleachers. The place was empty, barring a few girls sitting there and talking eagerly amongst themselves. I scanned the place as I kept the bags on my side. I closed my eyes and tipped my head up towards the sun, wondering what was going on. Memories of Mom and Dad flooded my mind. We were supposed to celebrate my 18th birthday on a cruise on which my father had saved money. He was always indulging me, saying I was his sweet little baby. A tear slid out of my eyes. I wiped it and opened my eyes, only to see that the field was now occupied by the team. I searched for Cale and found him staring at me intensely. The coach blew his whistle and the practice started. The girls, who were about 3 benches above, started swooning and fangirling immediately. Cale is so handsome. I wish he would crush me with those arms. Look at Aiden. Eek, look at Torin. Man, I wish both of them do me together. Girls squealed and laughed and did everything to grab the attention of the boys. Cale was a colossus in cleats. I couldn't help tearing my gaze from him. Chiseled from marble, his muscles rippled under the sun like streams of molten bronze. His movements, and each stride, were filled with power and grace. With the ball at his feet, he weaved through the defenders, unstoppable and in perfect harmony. His presence in the field was like that of a lion, every move a testament of strength. I was so entranced by him that I completely forgot about my surroundings. My reverie was interrupted by the coach's whistle. The girls and boys roared, and I realized the field had more spectators now. The practice session wasn't over, and so I knew I had to sit a while longer. However, as my luck would have it, the queen bee of the school, Tracy, came to stand in front of me. Her confidence, an iron mask, and eyes locked on me. She said, "Enjoying the game, new girl?" She crossed her arms across her chest and sauntered over to me, her smile a razor blade cloaked in honey. I heard her friends snickering behind me. They also came to sit behind me as Tracy sat with me. Tracy leaned closer and hissed, "Don't get any ideas about Cale. He's mine. You're just a nobody." Her words were meant to intimidate me. My eyes snapped to Cale, who was looking at us. He frowned, and I felt like he wanted to come here, but the game demanded his focus. If you think that by giving his bag to you, he is suggesting that he is interested in you, then let me tell you, it is nothing. Don't read in between lines. I swallowed hard, feeling a raging storm building inside me. Or was I a fragile reed in a storm? Seeing my defiance, Tracy smiled coldly. "Stay in your fucking place," she spat, "because if you try to overstep, I'll be the first one to put you down in your place, mutt." That was it. I snapped. "You stay in your place, Tracy," I practically snarled. "I don't care what is going on between you and Cale, but if he is interested in you, perhaps you should be the one holding his bag, not me." "You?" I held my hand up to stop. Then I picked up his bag from the ground and shoved it in her lap. "Here, this is yours. Please take it to his next class. Thank you for taking this responsibility because I was getting tired." Saying that, I got up, picked up my satchel and turned on my heels, leaving Tracy and her entourage with the mouths dropped open. There was so much adrenaline flowing by now in my body that I was shaking. I decided to go and meet Principal Henson. I didn't want chaos in my life. Just as I turned in the corridor that led to his room, my phone buzzed. I frowned, seeing an unknown number. As soon as I picked it up, he said, "Where are you hiding, baby sister?" "Xander?" I froze in my place. "How did you get my number?" He let out a viper's laugh. "I'll find you anywhere on this earth. So how about you and I talk?" "I have nothing to talk to you about," I shouted and disconnected the call. Astrid POV. Anger blasted in my chest, and a little fear. I didn't want Xander to come here or anywhere near me. I leaned on a pillar next to me and placed my hand on my head to calm my nerves. My life with Mom and Dad was so secure, and suddenly I was thrown into this ocean called world, where I had to navigate all alone. How could I take my problems to my uncle and aunt, who were already doing so much for me? My eyes welled up and silent tears rolled down. I needed a simple and an uncomplicated life, and that was what I was going to strive for. Taking a deep breath in, I pushed away from the pillar and wiped my tears. Determined, I walked to the principal's office, where the secretary asked me to wait for a few minutes. I prepared my speech in that much time, and as soon as I was called in, I requested, "Sir, I'd like to change my schedule. I mean, everything is fine, but—" I bit my lips. Now I didn't know how to tell him about Kale, because that would sound so ridiculous. "If everything is fine, then what is your problem, Miss Astrid?" he asked, resting back in his chair. Since I couldn't form words on how to go about it, I blurted, "I don't want classes with the football captain." Principal Henson raised his eyebrow and then sighed deeply. He cocked his head and looked at me as if studying my demeanor. I bristled and shifted in my place, waiting for his reply. "Astrid," he finally said, "this is the best schedule we have arranged for you. You are a transfer student, and we had to accommodate you with our existing schedule. Right now, it's not possible, but I'll see if there is an option to do so. Additionally, we discourage students from developing biases towards their peers." "Oh, I am not biased," I tried to explain, but realized that I must have sounded prejudiced. I understand," he replied, cutting me off, "and it's good that you've come here." He got up and went to his cupboard, from where he retrieved a blue folder. "This is for you. Cale Hanks is struggling with his math grades and requires help. Since you had applied for extra credits, I thought you could help him out. Despite being an intelligent student, his coach's demands are impeding his focus on his studies. He has managed to get A on all subjects except math." He sat down in his chair and slid the blue folder towards me. "I'd like it if you could draw a plan and help him out." My mouth dropped open. This was exactly what I didn't want. Cale and I were a mistake in happening, and I had to prevent that mistake. "With all due respect, Principal Henson," I said in a low voice, staring at the folder, "I don't think I can tutor Cale. He's too busy. It will affect my studies. We just have 3 months before the finals, and I'd like to focus on my studies instead of running after Cale. If there's some other student, I'll go for him or her." He pursed his lips as he steepled his fingers below his chin. "You sound very selfish, Astrid. I didn't expect that from you. I assigned you this project because Cale is our top student, along with his brothers Torin and Aiden. There's no other student who has applied for extra credits." "I am not selfish, it's just that—" I flushed. This was embarrassing. He leaned forward on the table. "You should take him up," he said. "I'm sure you can keep your studies and personal life separate." I knew that Principal Henson threw a challenge at me. His words meant I was getting affected by Cale emotionally. This was a terrible impression. "Okay," I breathed, picking up the gauntlet. "I'll tutor him." He relaxed and leaned back with a victory smile. "Great, please take this folder and see where he needs help." All my plans to stay away from Cale foiled as I picked up the folder and smiled back. Yeah, I purposefully stepped into a giant mistake. I got out of Principal Henson's office, tightly clutching a folder I never wanted to get hold of, cursing fates. The irony wasn't wasted on me. Why was life throwing a curveball towards me? The bell rang and students came out of their classes like bats from hell. I bumped into several enthusiastic ones who said sorry and rushed to the cafeteria. When I reached my locker, I found Brianna waiting for me. "Hey," she said, staring at my blue folder. "Hi," I replied in a monotonous tone as I opened my locker and stuffed my books in, along with the folder. She leaned closer and said, "The entire school is abuzz with the gossip that Cale made you carry his bag to the practice match." She giggled. "What is going on? Don't tell me Cale has lost interest in Tracy and you are his new flavor." "Shut up," I hissed. "Tracy is his girlfriend, and no one loses interest in their girlfriends in just a day." I closed the locker with a bang, feeling agitated by my statement, and said, "I'm hungry, and I want to drown myself in the sea of delicious carbs to forget the drama of the first day in school." She chuckled and hooked her arm in mine. "Come on, Nate is waiting for us in the cafeteria. He always reserves the best place for us." "And what is the best place?" "Because I want to hide from everyone," I drawled, seeing how girls were stealing glances at me. "It's always the last booth," she informed with a twinkle in her eyes. Students were milling around in the cafeteria. As soon as we spotted Nate, we hurried to him. To my surprise, Parker was sitting there. He smiled at Brianna, his body stiffening. But to my shock, Cale was sitting with his brothers, Tracy, Nat, and Kayla, right next to our booth. And worse, our gazes locked. His dark, soul-ripping, accusatory ones with my green ones. Cale POV. I wanted Astrid to stay close to me, right in front of my eyes. My protective urges about her were getting stronger by the minute. I could sense her heartbeat, her emotions, and my wolf was driving me crazy to go near her. This was the problem with us being with humans. We couldn't tell our exact emotions to them because they wouldn't understand it. Even I didn't understand my emotions because they were overflowing. I had never experienced a tornado of such emotions. My mind was everywhere and nowhere. Giving her my bag and asking her to wait for me on the bleachers was an excuse to see her during practice. I didn't want to let her go from my sight because it calmed my wolf. I agree it was a stupid excuse, but I baited her and I loved how she complied. The idea of dominating her, physically and mentally, was thrilling. If her honeysuckle scent calmed me, her presence stirred me. Astrid was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life, and I didn't know why I felt that she was made for me. If she had a wolf, we would have recognized each other as mates. But then also she wasn't 18. I wouldn't have known her as my mate because werewolves recognized their mates only when they shifted for the first time when they were 18. I saw her leaving the stadium after she forcefully gave my bag to Tracy. That unsettled me so much that I missed a hit, attracting the coach's ire. I wanted to go after her, chase her and stop her, but my game demanded me. Clenching my fists, I focused myself on the game, but it wasn't the same. Why did she leave? Earlier, when a tear rolled out of her eye, I wanted to run to her and envelop her in my arms and maybe lick her tear with my tongue and reassure her with my words that everything was going to be fine. It took all my strength to will my wolf down and stay in the game. Because I wanted her to stay close to me, I had devised a plan. I had gone to Principal Henson's office yesterday and requested him to schedule all my classes with her. Not only that, when he revealed Astrid was looking for extra credits, I pressured him to make Astrid take up my case. I got B in one of my math exams, and that was the perfect excuse. I had never been so thankful for a B in my life. He wasn't agreeing earlier, but when I threatened that I'd step down from the football team, he knew I was serious. Principal Henson had to assign her to me and change my class schedule, aligning hers with mine. Before leaving, I requested him to stay discreet about this conversation, or I would leave the school. As such, Mom and Dad were pressuring Torin and me to return to the Nordpack. After taking a bath, I stormed towards my locker, but Torin stopped me. "Cale, everything okay?" A muscle ticked in my jaw. "Nope," I replied truly. He lowered his voice. "Don't get so emotionally tangled with a human. It's going to be disastrous. I researched, and there has been no reporting of wolves mating with humans. So I'm sure that's your infatuation with her." I hoped so, because I was going insane without her. My mind was concocting ways on how to be close to her. Every unmated boy around her was a threat, and my wolf wanted to challenge them. As soon as I came out of the room, I saw Tracy standing with my bag. She immediately curled her arms around my waist and pouted. "I am so sorry, Cale. But you shouldn't have trusted the new girl. She shoved your bag in my lap, saying how much she hated you." Goddess. Earlier, when Tracy hugged me, I liked it, but now her nearness was repulsive. I removed her hand politely from me. "She hates me?" I asked, feeling a surge of anger in my chest. Tracy nodded, staring into my eyes. "Baby, you shouldn't indulge her. She doesn't fit in with our little group of wolves. She's a human, and you should keep her at bay." Ignoring her words, I asked, "What else did she say?" I swung the bag on my shoulder and tightened the strap close to my chest. Tracy hooked her hand onto my arm, and we proceeded towards the school canteen. She was being spiteful for no reason. I just asked her about her friends and what all subjects she had taken. She got provoked and started cursing me and you, saying that she wasn't your servant to keep a tab on your bag. Enraged, I felt like punching something or someone. Nat, Kayla, Aiden, and Torin joined us in the corridor, and when we reached, I saw Astrid sitting there with Brianna, Nate, and Parker. Now I wanted to kill Parker, every fucking logic flying out of my brain. She looked at me, and when our gazes locked, the world around me faded. Astrid should have been sitting on my lap, eating with me on the same plate and talking to me. Jealousy burst inside me like a ball of fire. I glared at her, and my feisty little human glared back at me. Astrid got up to get her lunch along with Nate. I got up at the same time and went after her, disregarding everyone else at the table. Before Nate could get in the line after her, I pushed my way in. "You left the field early," I said, lowering my voice as I leaned towards her and inhaled her scent. She whipped her head back, her eyes going wide. She glanced at Nate, tilting her body, who shrugged, but she didn't reply to me. I stepped a few inches towards her and repeated, "Why did you leave the field so early?" I wanted to talk about biology notes. Bullshit. It was a lie. But a wolf would do anything. She licked her oh-so-kissable lips and said in a breathy voice, "I don't want to get between you and Tracy. Your girlfriend got the wrong impression that I'm trying to get close to you. I'm not." But her heartbeat said something else. Her heart raced against her ribcage, and I wanted to reach out to it and feel its rhythm against me. I stared at her intensely and said, "You're lying." "What?" she scoffed, blushing deliciously. "I'm not." "Then why are you blushing?" My anger melted just like that. "You are invading my personal space," she squeaked. Good. I loved how I unsettled her. Don't get me wrong, but I was a predator and Astrid my prey. "So when are you coming to teach me math?" I asked, my lips curling up. She narrowed her eyes. "How do you know about that?" "Because I am trapping you, baby." "That's not the answer to my question." She turned away from me. "I'll be reading your file today and come up with a plan. Probably tomorrow or next week or week after next week." "Nope, you have to come tonight. We have a test this Friday." And successfully, I laid my trap. She tipped her head up in exasperation. "Okay, yes." I wanted to hold her head back and kiss her senseless. "Baby?" Tracy's voice broke my thoughts. She came to stand by me and trailed her hand to my waist. "I know you want to let your steam out. I'm free." Astrid froze. Astrid POV. When Tracy offered to suck his steam off, I froze. Unwarranted jealousy welled inside me like a dense cloud darkening a clear sky. I could feel her arms around his waist, and chill of icy wind wrapped around my heart. Though I was quiet, anger rose inside me. I moved away from them and walked to the counter, where I took my tray of food with a smile that was a fragile mask on my face. I returned to my table, rather stormed away from him, my anger hanging like an ominous thunderclap in the air. I had no idea why I was feeling like this, because I had no reason to. Tracy did what she did naturally. She was his girlfriend, and I was nobody. "Whoa, you look like you've eaten a pill of anger," Parker commented, adjusting his glasses on his nose. Brianna also looked at me with surprise etched on her face. "You okay, Astrid?" she asked, reaching out for me as she placed her hand on my shoulder. "Yeah," I said. Why was I sounding hoarse? Nate followed me soon and sat opposite me. He looked at me with concern in his eyes. "I heard that convo," he said in a soft voice. "Kale is an asshole, and he uses his charm with all the girls out here. You should be careful, Astrid. If you're going to his house to teach him math, you are." "I don't want to talk about it," I cut him off curtly. I didn't want to think of Kale or Tracy or anyone else. Nate became quiet. We all ate our lunch with the three of them, talking about school and notes, and me just fuming and shoving it all down my throat. I didn't spare a glance at Kale. My anger was mostly directed at myself for feeling so furious about someone I had only known for 2 days. I needed to gather my shit and gather it fast before it burned me. As we walked out of the cafeteria, I sensed him staring at me, but then I also sensed others staring at me. I tightened the grip on my satchel's strap and steeled myself. I had done nothing wrong, so I put my chin up and walked out. Rest of the time, school was bearable because Brianna had classes with me, and I sat with her. Interestingly, Kale and Torrin also attended the same classes. In the evening when we came to the parking area, I found Kale standing opposite to us, leaning against his black G-Class Mercedes along with his brothers and a horde of other students. Our eyes met and a spark of attraction ignited. Nope, I wasn't going there again. I tore my gaze off him with a lot of effort and sat in our car. Nate shook his head as he started the ignition. "This guy will never learn." Brianna chuckled. "He is the most popular bad boy, handsome, brawny, and all that. Every evening he takes his minions to his home where they indulge in every sort of debauchery. What do you exactly expect him to learn? Decency or love? Nate barked a laugh. That's true, sis. He and his brothers are highly decadent. In fact, the most debauched thing this town has seen in a long time. I clenched my teeth, not because I was feeling horrible, but because I didn't want to react. We reached home, and I made my way to my room immediately. It was 5 p.m. I took a quick bath and then, after a quick snack, sat down to do my homework. Brianna joined me and we exchanged our notes. It felt so nice and family-like that it warmed my chest. We bantered about a lot of things but didn't touch the topic of school, which was a relief. My phone started buzzing from 7 p.m. onwards. I saw the first call. It was from an unknown number. I picked it up. Hello? You didn't come. Cale's heavy voice boomed from the other side. It was as if he was barely controlling his anger. I raked my hair with my fingers and grabbed them with my fist. I'm sorry, but I won't come today. Maybe next time. I am yet to prepare a plan for you. I could practically imagine Tracy standing next to him and grinning at my stupidity. There was a momentary silence in which tension built. You said you'd come, he gritted. I can't. I have a lot to do. Saying that, I cut the phone and tossed it aside. When I looked up, I saw Brianna reading me. You have to teach him? She asked amusedly. I pursed my lips in frustration. Principal Henson is kind of forcing me. I don't want to. Girl, if you have to teach him, be sure that you're safe. I don't trust those boys. They are like wolves, ready to attack you. They'll devour you, and you won't even come to know until you're ruined. I let out a nervous chuckle. I am not interested in them, okay? So quit being so worried about it. Brianna took my hand in hers and squeezed it lightly. I'm just looking out for you. My chest filled with warmth and I hugged her. Thanks, sis. We carried on with our notes after that. My phone buzzed 2 more times, flashing the same number. I didn't pick it up, but I saved his name. After that, I switched off my phone and focused on more important stuff, which was my studies. Nate came in and I swear I didn't know that my little cousin was so irritating. He pranked on us by throwing cold water, by shutting us in the room, and then by switching off our lights. We were both tossing everything that came our way to keep him at bay. My uncle and aunt ended up shouting at us. The 3 of us stopped for like 2 minutes and then resumed. I giggled when I heard my aunt calling us baboons. It all seemed so normal that I forgot everything about Cale. At dinner, we laughed and joked like a normal family. Uncle Fred talked about him and Mom, and for the first time I saw him warming up with me. The moment was emotional and etched in my memory forever. At night when I went to bed, sleep came fast. Past midnight, I jolted awake, the feeling of being watched in the darkness surrounding me, sending shivers down my spine. Cale POV. She had said she would come, but she didn't. My wolf not just angry, he was raging inside to see her, to demand her why she reneged, to dominate her and fucking drag her to my den. Each tick of a second stoked the embers of my anger and frustration. I paced my room, my chest heaving with labored breath, my heart a drumbeat of frustration and what looked like betrayal. My muscles coiled beneath my skin to the level that they were taut with tension. My claws slipped out of my fingers and I smashed a wall, gouging it with deep furrows. Torrin came rushing to my room, and when he opened the door, he was aghast. "Cale!" he shouted. "Are you fucking mad?" He looked at the wall and then back at me. "There are people in the house. You can't show them this." He pointed at my claws. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I hissed. "She said she will come." "Who said that?" he asked, confusion setting in him. "Astrid," I growled. I tipped my head up, trying my best to control my anger. She had to come today to teach me math. Her absence felt like a gaping wound in my heart. I wanted to claw my heart and take it out because it was hurting so fucking much. "Astrid is teaching you math? She is the student who wants extra credits?" he said instead of asking as he went to sit on my bed. "Wow!" Images of her sitting with Parker and Nate after she stormed away from me in the cafeteria flashed through my mind. Feel of her touch, her scent, and her nearness was a cruel reminder of what I had begun missing. I trusted her when she said she would come, but now she shattered my trust. "She fucking said she would come," I growled. "But you know you are obsessing about her uselessly," Torrin reminded me. I told you that in the history of werewolves, there are no human mates, so stop your obsession with her and focus on what you are here for. He got up. Kale, get yourself together, wolf. I hope you realize humans are completely oblivious to the existence of werewolves, and if you choose to pursue her, you will violate an age-old treaty. Do you even understand its repercussions? He came to stand in front of me. You are going to be the alpha of the Nord pack, which is the largest pack in this world. You can't have a weak human as your Luna. What if you come across your real mate? Would you break Astrid's heart? He placed his hands on my shoulders. Think, Kale, think. This relationship has doom written all over it, so please nip it in the bud while you can. He was speaking right, but there was nothing that would stop my wolf from gravitating towards Astrid. I stabbed my fingers in my hair as I walked to the window, looking towards the forest. My wolf wanted out. He wanted to run through the woods to let his anger out. He wanted to go to Parker's house and kill him or confront Nate. I knew Parker was interested in Brianna, and Nate was her cousin, but no logic was enough to convince me she was surrounded by unmated wolves and humans. I needed to breathe the same air she breathed. My wolf was on the verge of insanity. How was this possible when Astrid wasn't my mate? Or was it that wolves' infatuation was this intense? Torrin's words pierced my thoughts. Tracy is waiting for you downstairs. I can hold her only as much. Then she would want to come here. In my opinion, let Tracy come to you. She understands you. He took a ragged breath. Others are in the main hall. I'm going down and sending Tracy here. As he left my room, I clenched my teeth so hard that it was a wonder my fangs didn't break. I hated what Tracy did in the cafeteria. She deliberately talked about sucking me in front of Astrid. This was her way of claiming me. Fuck, I hissed, thinking about the situation. Perhaps that's why Astrid didn't come. However, did that mean that she was jealous of Tracy? Or did she feel the same attraction towards me as I felt for her? My reasoning kindled hope inside my chest. Suddenly, the door opened and Tracy walked in. Baby, she whined and ran to me, curling her arms around my waist behind me. I've missed you so much. Why aren't you coming downstairs? What is holding you? I grabbed her arms and shoved them away from me. Don't, I growled at her and then sprinted towards the window, jumping out and landing on my paws. Tracy shouted my name. Kale! I didn't want her to follow me, and I needed to think about my situation with Astrid. As I ran through the forest, the wind rustled through the trees, whispering promises. When I was deep inside the forest, I let out a low growl, the sound reverberating through the stillness of the night. It was a sound that was born out of raw and visceral longing. Even though I had given my skin to my wolf and should have receded to calm my mind, it was just the opposite. My mind raced with questions and doubts. Did she not come because of Tracy, or was there some danger? Or did her uncle and aunt make her stay away? Betrayal clawed my heart again, a searing pain rushing in my chest, fueling my anger. I struck a nearby tree, the force splintering the bark and sending the shards flying. I tipped my head up, releasing a howl that echoed through the forest. It was a call for her. And then I just ran to where she was. My wolf stopped only when he was beneath her window. It was not open. I shifted into my human form, climbed up using the tree, opened the window, and stepped into her room. She was sleeping, peacefully, and here I was, a mess of emotions. But seeing her calmed my wolf. With my breath hitched, I walked towards her bed when she jerked awake and tried to see me through the darkness. She couldn't, and so she turned to switch on her bedside lamp. She gasped when she saw me kneeling beside her bed. Kale, she rasped, her eyes going wide. I slammed her mouth with my hand to stop her speaking or shouting, and in a flash of a second was beside her on the bed. My one hand was on her mouth, and the other gripping the back of her head. I leaned over and buried my face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her intoxicating scent. Call me insane, or obsessed, or a stalker. Well, fuck the world. She mumbled something against my hand, gripping my wrist. Her strength was like that of a butterfly against a mountain. She was so fragile and so perfect for me. I stared into her eyes intensely and whispered, "If you agree not to shout, I will lower my hand." She nodded, and I slowly removed my hand. "You're naked," she squeaked in a low voice, her face flushing a beautiful red. "Hi, won't be updating tomorrow because I will be traveling. We'll resume updates the day after. Astrid POV. Terrified wasn't the word that could cover how I felt. I was petrified, and I was certainly shocked and flushed and mostly confused. Cale, the football captain of our school, was naked and in front of me, and that too in my bed. What the fuck? His hand was still at the back of my head, and the jolts that were running down my body defied every damn logic that was trying to form in my mind. It was like the tiny pricks of logic were snuffing before they sizzled. "You're naked," I hissed, trying my best to keep my eyes above his waist. I lowered my voice further, bamboozled, as I scrambled to the edge of the bed. "What the hell are you doing in my home, in my bed and in this condition? Did you go skinny dipping with your girlfriend? Did she steal your clothes and you're finding shelter here?" And the bastard was just grinning. He leaned closer to me, absolutely casual about his nakedness. "No, nothing like that," he replied as he leaned closer and sniffed me. Again. Then he rested back on my pillows, crossed his arms to cradle his head and turned his head towards me, maintaining the same satisfying grin. "Since you didn't come, I visited you." The heck? And did he climb through my window? My eyes snapped to the window, which was now wide open. "Look, pretty boy," I whispered. "I didn't come because I didn't want to interfere between you and your girlfriend. Just get out, will you?" I was scared. The house was so quiet that if I dropped a pin, it would sound like a blast, and I was more scared of the fact that my uncle or aunt could come here if they listened to any movement in my room at this hour of the night. And how dare you climb into my room?" He didn't budge but pulled the sheet up to his waist, which was such a relief that I stifled a "thank God" comment. "You think I'm pretty?" he asked, his tone low and husky. "Jesus H. Christ! Did you not hear any of what I said to you?" This time I whispered louder than I should have. I pointed sharply towards the window, throwing my arm in front of me with vengeance. "Just get lost." He turned to look at me with his familiar dark, soul-ripping gaze. "I'm not going anywhere. Let this be a lesson for you. Don't go back on your word with me. You said you'd come, but you didn't. So I thought of paying you a visit. So I did. And now that I'm here, and it is pretty dark at night, I won't be going anywhere." My mouth dropped. "You're insane!" He grabbed my wrist and pulled me to him. I landed right on his chest with my hair streaming like a waterfall gone awry. His touch seared me. His nostrils flared, which was odd. I placed my hand on his chest and pushed myself up to shout at him, but he placed his hand on my mouth again. "Don't speak a word, Astrid," he whispered softly. "I am not leaving, and if you shout, your reputation will be at stake. As for me, it would be like pouring water over a duck." How shameless one could be, I thought as I blinked my eyes. In a flash of a moment, he flipped me and pulled me against his chest, so my back was against his chest. He wrapped an arm around me and sniffed me again. "I'll leave before your folks come in the morning, so now just sleep." He spooned me from behind, his body's heat enveloping me, branding me, and his breath fanning over my neck. Never in my life I thought I'd come across such a moment in my life. The worst part was that I felt it was so natural that it was idiotic. My life was turning into a sitcom. "This is insane," I breathed. "Yeah, I know, little lamb," he replied in his same husky, deep voice. "Next time when I call you in my den, you better come, else this will repeat." Lamb? Why did he sound like a wolf? He was so dominating. For a long time, I couldn't close my eyes at the oddity of the situation. He covered both of us. His chest reverberated with a low laugh that hummed through me. I choked on my saliva, coughing. He curled another arm below me and pulled me close to him tightly and stroked my belly with his long fingers. In 5 seconds, there was a knock on my door. "Astrid?" It was Nate. "You okay?" A snarl erupted behind me, making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. His muscles went taut with tension. "I'm fine," I replied in a hoarse voice. "Oh, okay," Nate said and went away. I turned my head over my shoulder. "Did you just snarl?" "I may have," he replied, his muscles relaxing. "How animalistic," he chuckled. "You have no fucking idea, lamb." He leaned over, sniffed me again, and rested his head on the pillow. "Now sleep, Astrid. I don't want you to be late for school, and guess what? I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." "I won't go with you, okay?" I said, annoyed. "You already have a girlfriend, and you are cheating on her with me. I hate those who cheat. And please, could you wear some clothes?" Tracy isn't my girlfriend. She was a girl I liked before, but now things have changed, he growled. What has changed? Ignoring my question, he asked, when is your 18th birthday? In 3 weeks. I'll let you know then. Astrid POV. This was the first time I slept with a boy, and that too a naked one. The surge of emotions was intense. It was like my body was a storm-tossed sea which had no clue when it would calm. It was like someone had ignited lava in my body and I was trying my best to contain my emotions. Was it working? Hell no. My insides were in turmoil as I felt his warm breath over my neck. What was going to happen if my family found out about Kale? What would happen if Tracy found he spent the night with me? And if Tracy wasn't his girlfriend, then what were they? Friends with benefits? Eventually, to stop me from making any kind of movement, Kale placed his head over my shoulder and his leg over mine, locking me completely. If you move, he growled, I'll bite you. And then he grazed his teeth on the skin where my shoulder met my neck. I yelped, feeling extremely aroused. God, what was happening to me? The idea of him biting me was so arousing that I had to stifle a moan. My breath labored. I closed my eyes and stilled. Please leave as soon as you can, I said. I'll prepare a plan for you and let you know when I can meet you to tutor you. Good, he replied. I'll leave before morning. We both just stayed there, dead silent, hoping things would calm down, but no luck. He drew lazy circles on my belly, trying to relax me. Was it possible? Nope. And did he just purr? Perhaps my brain was too tired from the tornado of hormones surging in my body. I fell asleep in his arms. Interestingly, there were no nightmares, no dreams, just warm and beautiful darkness and occasionally dark eyes that flickered golden. Odd, but I loved it. I woke up in the morning, my body feeling absolutely wonderful. I stretched my limbs, yawned, and even grinned. Surely I was dreaming about Kale being in my bed. I chuckled and looked to the side. The sheets and pillows were all crumpled. His scent lingered in the room, and a note on the side table from him confirmed my doubts. We'll come to pick you up at 8:30 a.m. What? I rasped, my eyes going wide and my body tensing. Shit, I stabbed my fingers in my hair. No. This couldn't happen. It was 7:30 a.m. How could I sleep so late? If he came to pick me up, the whole school would be abuzz with us being a couple, which wasn't the case. At all. I jumped out of the bed and rushed to the bathroom. Exactly 30 minutes later, I emerged from the bathroom and ran downstairs. I'm leaving, I shouted at my aunt, who was preparing breakfast for us. Astrid, she called me, at least have your breakfast. And why are you leaving so early? Your school starts at 9. I plucked a pancake from her hand, stuffed it in my mouth, and mumbled, Sports practice coach. Huh? Before she could make sense, I was running to my beetle, leaving her completely bewildered. Taking a deep breath in, I walked into the school. The corridors were empty, and so I was relieved that I could hide until the classes started. That way, I would avoid him completely. My plan worked. Though he didn't find me, Tracy found me. Hi, she said, approaching me with a soft smile. Confused as hell, I looked to the left and right, wondering if she was addressing someone else, but she came straight to me. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Hi? She chuckled. Look, I'll come straight to the point. She lowered her eyes and shook her head. I didn't know that you and Kale. There's nothing between us, I blurted. Absolutely nothing. She looked at me with surprise in her eyes. She laughed softly. Cool, in that case, would you accept my friendship? She extended her hand towards me. I stared at her hand for a while. Was I still in my dreams? She grabbed my hand and shook it. I don't want useless bad blood between us. Let's just be friends, please. Kale means a lot to me, and if he likes you, I like you. My mouth cracked. This was a lot to take in. Should I trust her? I know you won't trust me now, but I am throwing a pool party at my place on the weekend. Please come and allow me to erase our past, will you? She said, rounding her eyes. Pretty please? But it's winter, I squeaked. She laughed again. Ours is a temperature-controlled pool. I'm not sure, but I'll let you know. Please, please, please. She clasped her hands in front of me, begging me. Just let me fix this animosity between us. I feel so guilty about it. I nodded, still unsure. Get Brianna and Nate as well, she offered. Oh, her offer relaxed me. Sure, in that case I'll come. Sweet, she squealed and walked to her class with a grin. I waked to my class in a haze. Cale and his brothers were present there. When my eyes locked with his, I could sense his anger. I averted my gaze and rushed to sit with Brianna, who was talking to Parker. For the next 2 days, I did everything I could to avoid Cale. Afraid that he would come to me in the night, I worked furiously on the plan to teach him and sent him through email. I had to take 2 lessons only. Thankfully, I had convinced my math teacher to postpone our quiz, which gave me time to stay away from him. I convinced my cousins to have lunch with me outside the cafeteria and stayed with them always. Every time his eyes met mine, I sensed a mix of anger and inquisitiveness. Whenever he attempted to come close to me, I would run in the opposite direction. Finally, and thankfully, the week ended. "Hey, how am I looking?" Brianna asked, twirling. She was wearing a knee-length frilly skirt over her swimsuit. We were going to Tracy's party. She had reminded me twice during the last few days. At first, Brianna was surprised, but later she became convinced that this time Tracy was being truly genuine. "You look lovely," I replied, relaxing back on my bed. I had worn a pair of shorts with a sleeveless shirt over my red bikini. She grinned and looked at me. "I wish I had the freckles you have. You look so gorgeous." I laughed. "You're just biased. Is Nate ready? I want to come early." "Don't be a spoilsport," she chided me lightly. "If the party is good, we can stay there longer. If not, we'll come, okay?" I breathed, "Okay." Nate was hyper-excited. He drove the car to the party venue like a maniac. Groups of students milled around. Some were sitting on the sofa talking to each other, while some were exploring each other in the nooks and corners of the house. Tracy lived in a cozy cottage with an indoor swimming pool. Loud music blared from the speakers as we made our way to the pool. I kept a watch on where Cale was, but he wasn't there. I didn't know whether or not it was a relief. When we reached, Tracy came to us along with her group of friends. "Astrid!" she squealed and hugged me. "I'm so glad that you came over." I blushed slightly, not ready for her reaction. She warmed to Nate and Brianna as well. "I've invited Parker," she winked at Brianna, who blushed to the core, her eyes flitting around. "He's waiting for you behind the pool." "Oh," Brianna looked at me. I nodded, silently telling her to go to him, and she took off like a comet streaking across the night sky. Tracy turned to Nate. "Molly was asking about you. She's right over there." I had never seen Nate blushing, but it was the cutest sight. Tracy chuckled. "This is your chance, dude." Nate has been crushing on her for a while. Nate couldn't contain his excitement. He didn't even bother to look at me. Smoothing his hair back, he strode towards Molly. Tracy turned her attention to me. "The pool is right there. Go on," she said, pointing her thumb behind. Picking up a mojito from a server's tray, she handed it to me. "I'll join you in 10 minutes. I smiled as I took the mojito. This looked so normal that I smiled. "Thanks for calling us, Tracy." "Hey, you're welcome. Now go." Astrid POV. It was a pool party, but I didn't know how to swim. My parents tried their best to teach me swimming, but some incident from the past always stopped me. I don't remember clearly, but through the haze of memories, I remember someone trying to drown me. The big hands of that person were imprinted on my memory when they pushed my little belly beneath water and didn't allow me to come up. I smelled the mojito in my hand as I walked towards the pool. It had alcohol. That was the last thing I wanted to have. I found an empty chaise chair and sprawled on it, keeping the glass aside on the table. My eyes went to the girls and boys who were playing water polo. They were splashing a lot of water as they laughed and giggled and chatted nonstop. A smile came to my lips, watching them having fun. This looked so normal. "You haven't had that?" Tracy's voice made me jerk my head to the right. She was coming in my direction with 2 of her friends. They sat on a chaise lounge next to mine with Tracy in the middle. I looked at her 2 friends, who were both grinning and looking at the students in the pool with interest. I don't have alcohol," I replied with a shrug. "What?" she almost snickered. "This is not alcohol," she said, pointing at my glass. "This is an energy drink for us teenagers." I giggled. "No, I'm okay," she huffed. "Okay, then take this," she said, handing me her half-finished ginger ale. "At least have something." She nudged her friend with her elbow. "Can you bring us some snacks?" Her friend squealed and then got up, nodding. She went in and got a tray full of peanuts, finger fries, and quesadillas. Hungry, I picked up a handful of fries and stuffed them in my mouth, moaning at the taste. Tracy laughed. "Now try it with ginger ale," she said. I brought the ale to my mouth and sniffed it. "Have you mixed alcohol with it?" She shook her head. "Stop it, Astrid." She pointed at others in the party. "Look, everyone is doing it. Don't be such a baby. It's not like I'm going to drug you." She rolled her eyes and looked annoyed. "Anyway, I won't force you, but don't be a wuss. I've given you only half the glass." I blushed slightly, feeling like I was the odd one out. As I scanned the crowd around me, I noticed that all of them had paper cups in their hands. The smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Tracy looked like she was disappointed in me. That wasn't what bothered me, but I could sense a few others checking me out. Some snickered, while a few giggled and whispered, "Such a wuss." I sipped a little to stop them. "See? Was it so bad?" Tracy said with excitement. "Yeah, come on, Astrid," someone shouted from the pool. "Go on. Yes, yes, yes." People started whooping and clapping for me. Embarrassed as hell and feeling a little baby in the corner, I drank it all. Everyone cheered me and then laughed, returning to whatever they were doing. I giggled and shook my head, wiping my mouth. "It wasn't so bad, was it?" Tracy winked at me and said, "Do you want more?" "Hell yes!" As she left with her friends, I felt a surge of adrenaline in my body. It was like someone had poured a heavy dose of it. My body felt heated. The clothes on my body felt like they would burn me. I removed my shirt and shorts and took a deep breath in. "Yay!" I shouted, suddenly feeling excited and happy and having a burning need for something. The bikini top and bottom felt like they were scrapping my skin. I needed to get out of them, and I needed to do it now. "Are you feeling hot?" a warbled voice asked me from behind. My vision went awry. Like everyone was in a frame and they emerged and receded in it through dense clouds. I licked my teeth and nodded vehemently. My breath was labored. I found myself unable to grasp the situation as the strings of my bikini top and bottom were suddenly untied. They fell to the floor, and I laughed at them for misbehaving. "Come back to me, you morons!" I heard others laughing at me. I bent down to pick them up, and then there was a splash. Water surrounded me everywhere. Panic returned in slow motion when I tried to come to the surface. My head bobbed up, and then I went down again. Though the water cooled my body, I couldn't breathe properly. My limbs seemed to work like my thoughts in slow motion. "Please," I said to someone. "Water, I can't swim." I found myself struggling for breath, with no one to save me. I started sinking deep in the pool, giving way to the darkness, numbness that was overtaking me slowly. It was impossible to fight it because my body was freezing up. What a way to die. Soon, I was resting on the floor of the pool, naked, waiting for the god of death to come. I think he came because he grabbed my hair and pulled me out of the water. After that, I don't know what happened. I welcomed the darkness which surrounded me. It was so beautiful, so cold. Would I meet my parents? They would be very disappointed in me for dying like this. "Astrid," someone called me. "Astrid." I tried to open my eyes, but the weight of darkness crushed me, crushed them. It was a gargantuan effort to peel them open, so I preferred my darkness. I don't know how many seconds or hours passed, or maybe days, but I heard that voice again. "Astrid, get up!" There was panic in the voice. It was mixed with desperation. "Please get up," he said. "Fight it!" A warm hand squeezed my shoulders as warm breath fell on my face. Warmth beckoned me to the light. I felt my shoulders being shaken, followed by him cradling my face in his hands. "I know you can listen to me. Come back." I peeled open my eyes, gasping for air, and responding to that plea. My eyes locked with the dark ones of Kale. His knees were straddling my body, his palms cradling my cheeks as he looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "Oh, thank Goddess!" he rasped and pulled me up in his embrace. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Bewildered, I remained in his embrace as he rocked me. After he pulled away, with his breath caught in his throat, he carefully examined every inch of me, checking to see if I was truly all right. "Are you hurt elsewhere?" he asked. I didn't know. "No." He closed his eyes and tipped his head up. Then he hugged me tightly, and we remained like that for a long time. His embrace, like a soothing balm, silenced the 1,000 questions swirling in my mind. When he pulled back, I asked, "What happened to me?" Kale POV. Over the last 2 days, Astrid was trying to elude me, and she succeeded. Whenever I tried to go near her, she would take off. My wolf was going crazy. He was forcing me to go near her. I knew I had made a blunder by sleeping naked with her. For werewolves, nakedness was hardly an issue because we shifted a lot, and when we shifted back in our human forms, everyone could see us naked. However, that wasn't the case with humans. They liked to stay in the confines of societal norms. Obviously, Astrid was spooked. I had berated myself for losing control that night, and I was constantly edgy with my wolf and others around me. How could I behave like that with her? She had just met me a few days back, and I lost control of my emotions. I was better than this. So when she would run in a different direction or not sit with me, I willed my wolf to stop making an ass out of himself. She needed time, but how much time? She had emailed me her plan to teach me math. On the second night, I just couldn't take self-abstaining anymore. I needed to smell her because she was my drug. I needed to feel her body because she was all I wanted. Only then my wolf was going to settle. The night I had spent with her was the best night of my existence. It was the first time I realized I was wasting my life without her. Was there a way she could merge into my body? "Do you want to go for a run?" Torn asked, touching my shoulder. I had drowned a bottle of whiskey to contain my wolf, but nothing worked. He was an alpha wolf with both parents being alphas. What did I expect? He was a fucking force to reckon with. Containing him was like containing a lion in a cage. "No," I replied and closed my eyes. The three of us were sitting in our house. Tracy used to come here every evening, but she had been avoiding me for the past 2 days. Good, because I didn't want to see her. Torrin sat beside me. "Kale, what do you want to do? I know it is difficult, but I can't see you in this state. There has to be a solution for you." "There is no solution other than feeling the agony," I replied in a low, defeated voice. "Do you want me to talk to Mom and Dad about it?" I scoffed. "And tell them what? That I am obsessing over a human girl who isn't even my mate?" Torrin shook his head. "Man, you need to get out of this slump. The team is suffering because of you and your mood swings. We have a main match coming up next week. If you will continue being sappy, we will lose it." Aiden, who was watching his Instagram, suddenly gasped, "Fuck!" Torrin and I snapped our gaze at him. He continued to stare at his phone and then slowly lifted his head to look at me, his complexion going pale. "What's the matter?" I asked, studying him. He got up. "I think you should see it." He handed me the phone, pointing at the video. What I witnessed left me absolutely stunned. A hand pushed a very naked Astrid into a swimming pool. She struggled to come up, but couldn't. It only meant one thing: she didn't know how to swim. I knew which that place was. Everyone else was laughing at her. Someone commented that the new girl loves skinny dipping. 2 boys came to her and tried to touch her. The world narrowed. Adrenaline surged through my veins and my vision sharpened. The bully's hand, who pushed her in water, his or her actions played in excruciating detail. Rational thoughts drowned by an overwhelming fury. Every muscle tensed, and a low growl escaped my throat, building into a roar. Transformation into my wolf was swift and uncontrollable, because he was driven by a desperate need to protect her and avenge. My wolf surged through the forest with his claws and teeth bared, ready to unleash his full force of wrath on the one who dared to harm her. Aiden and Torrin were running behind me, and this time even they were furious. Tracy's home was barely 10 minutes away from my house by car. It took me 3 minutes to reach there. I shifted before entering her house from the backside. Picking up shorts from a basket, I sprinted to the pool and found her sinking to the floor. "Kale!" Tracy looked at me with fear in her eyes. "She lost control," she supplied the excuse. I peeled my lips to snarl at her. Tracy balked. "Why didn't you rescue her?" I growled and jumped into the water. Everyone else scurried away, seeing my wrath. Astrid had sunk into the deep side of the pool. I grabbed her hair and pulled her to me. Then I held her waist and brought her up. Torrin covered her immediately with a towel. I started pumping her chest, praying to the moon goddess to bring her back to me. Thorns of panic dug into my flesh, scraping my soul. The pain of seeing her in this condition was so horrible that I wanted to die if she died. Her body jerked and she vomited water. She coughed, but I knew she wasn't aware of it. I checked her pulse, and even though it was faint, it was there. I hauled her on my shoulder as Torin helped me wrap her completely and walked out of the area. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Nate and Brianna running toward us. They looked like they had seen a ghost. "Kale, where are you going?" Tracy stopped me. "It's not like she is dying." Rage erupted like an active volcano, and before I knew, I slapped Tracy. She shrieked and fell to the ground with one hand on her cheek. Shocked, she looked at me through the mess of her hair. "Stay away from Astrid. This is my only warning to you," I growled and walked out of her house. We went to Nate's car. Brianna and Nate came with me as Torin and Aiden nodded, saying that they would run in their wolf forms via our mind link. When we reached there, both Brianna and Nate had guilty expressions on their faces. Not that I cared. Brianna said, "Can we stay here with you tonight?" She pleaded with me, with terror in her eyes. "We'll leave tomorrow morning." "I would not give her back to you," I said, and without waiting for them to speak further, I climbed up the stairs to take Astrid to my room. Once inside, I made her lie on the mattress and covered her with 2 thick comforters. Then I slid beside her and wrapped her in my arms. She was cold, and she needed all the heat. Through my enhanced hearing power, I heard Brianna sniffling and explaining that they didn't know what was happening because no one informed them. It was Nate who discovered that something was happening at the poolside. But by the time they could come to save Astrid, I had reached. Brianna called her mother to say that they would be late. I stayed beside Astrid, and even after an hour she didn't come out of her unconsciousness. Feeling the thorns of dread inside my chest, I straddled her body and shook her shoulders, begging her to return. Torin and Aiden stood by the bed, watching me, but they didn't interfere because they knew that if they touched Astrid, my wolf would rip them apart. Finally, Astrid opened her eyes. Relief flooded me like sunshine. "Welcome back," I breathed, hugging her tightly. "What happened to me?" she asked, bewildered and disoriented. "Nothing," I said, smoothing her hair back. "You're fine." I kissed her temple. Torin and Aiden's relief was palpable through our bond. They both walked out of the room. I picked up a glass of juice from the side table and gave it to her. "Drink." She complied. I watched her, my wolf much calmer than what he was a few hours back. When she finished, I took the glass from her and said, "Rest, baby. You need it." Befuddled, she rested on the pillows and closed her eyes. I slid beside her, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her close. Fuck. I would not stay away from her now, and I would find the culprit who did this to her. I would ruthlessly rip out their hearts and forcefully feed it to them. Astrid POV. I was standing at the edge of the pool in Tracy's house. The moon was casting an eerie glow on the dark, churning waters below. The night was unnaturally silent, with only a howl of a wolf breaking the stillness. A hand nudged me forward. "Go on," a soft voice murmured. "You'll feel better." Before I could stop it, the hand pushed me, and I plunged into the icy depths. The coldness of the water was like a shock that stole my breath. I thrashed desperately, my limbs heavy, but the water swallowed my screams. I sank deeper, deeper, deeper. "Astrid!" A voice called me. "Astrid, everything's okay." I clutched to his chest, my fingernails digging in his flesh. "Save me," I murmured. The nightmare shifted. This time I was surrounded by shadows that circled around me. Join us, they called me. "Come, we know where your mother and father are. Join us." A wolf jumped at those shadows. His dark eyes flickered amber. The shadows hissed and retreated as I screamed. I woke up with a start, my body covered in sweat and pressed by the weight of another body. I gasped for breath, seeing darkness around me. Was I alive? "You're fine." His soft voice made me snap my head towards him. He had pressed me against his chest, stroking my back, trying to calm me. Moonlight filtered through the window, falling on the bed and on his beautiful face. "Kale?" Disoriented, I asked. "How?" He said nothing as his Adam's apple bobbed. "You shouldn't have gone to Tracy's party. You were drugged." He narrated how he saved me. Memories of what happened flooded my mind, but I recalled nothing after having ginger ale that Tracy gave me. My parents had taught me lessons about peer pressure. Not all, but some. First, choose your friends wisely. Surround yourself with people who respect your decision. Second, practice saying no thanks, and I didn't do either of that. I was desperate for acceptance, to the point where my logical thinking was tosses, but I remembered drinking ginger ale that she had drunk half. Was it drugged, or was the food drugged? Did Tracy drug me on purpose, or was it someone else? How will I go to school tomorrow? I rasped, shuddering at the thought of being a high school joke. He watched me with an intense stare and said, "Just sleep. You'll go with me." Tears welled in my eyes, and I buried my face in his chest. He wrapped me tightly in his arms, and I don't know why this was the safest place I had sensed in all my life. I just didn't want to imagine what my uncle and aunt would say about me. What about my grades? What about my college? In the morning during breakfast, Brianna and Nate told me everything, and my cheeks heated red. I couldn't look into the eyes of Cale and his brothers. What about Uncle and Aunt? I asked, wondering how I was going to hide the scandal from them. I told Mom we are staying at Cale's place for the night. She was surprised, but she said, "Don't forget protection," Brianna whispered. I shook my head as I chuckled, but I knew that a scandal was in the making. Suddenly, Nate grunted as he tossed his phone on the couch. "Someone has posted your video of skinny dipping on Instagram," he mumbled. "What?" I squeaked, my eyes going wide in horror. Cale and Aiden were right beside me instantly as they picked up Nate's phone and watched the video. They were so mad, I could practically taste it. Cale clenched his fists, his muscles going taut in tension. Torrin came to see the video and mumbled curses. "I spent last night looking at everyone's phone and deleting the video," Aiden informed, looking at Torrin. Torrin was also there. We were sure that the video was gone, but I don't know which fucker still had it in his or her phone. I covered my face with my hands, feeling a wave of fresh embarrassment. How would I go to school now? And I hoped that my aunt and uncle didn't see the video. I couldn't help but cry, a sob escaping my lips. This is such a nightmare. I wanted the earth to crack and swallow me up. Keel held my shoulder and pulled me to him. "Don't cry," he said, "and you are going to school with us." He cupped my cheeks and wiped my tears with his thumbs. "Don't back down now, because if you will, then you are letting your bullies win." I shook my head. It's easier said than done. Cale was the boy who I was distancing myself from all the time, while I got closer to Tracy, when it should have been the opposite. "I know it is difficult, Astrid, but we are there with you," Cale assured me. "Please, just stay with us. I'll check out who has posted this video." "It is from an unknown account," Nate hissed. "Won't be difficult for me to know," Aiden replied. "I can't believe that Tracy is behind all this. I guess misconduct runs in their genes." I didn't know what he was saying, but I asked, "You can find out?" "You'll get to know about it in less than an hour," he said and hurried to his room. Brianna called Uncle Fred and informed him about our decision to go to school from Cale's place. In less than an hour, I was sitting in Cale's car with Torrin and Brianna while Nate was driving Aiden, who was still busy on his laptop. Cale had informed me of Aiden's extraordinary hacking skills, which was pretty surprising. I thought he was only interested in football. "I can't do this," I said, nervousness blasting in my chest. My body broke in a cold sweat. Cale took my hand in his and squeezed it. "You can and you will." I looked into his eyes and found assurance and support, kind of deep soul connection. I let out a rough exhale and nodded. We reached school a few minutes later than the time in order to avoid all the comments and stares. Cale, Aiden, Torrin, and Nate surrounded Brianna and me as we walked to our lockers. The corridors were empty, but the classes were full. Taking a deep breath in and waiting for the impending humiliation, I walked into my first class. And right there was Tracy with her friends, who stifled a giggle. She looked afraid of Cale and averted her gaze, glancing at me just once. It wasn't Tracy or her friends who bothered me. It was the entire class that was snickering and giggling when they saw me. With my head low, I walked to my seat, with Cale following me. He glared at every boy and girl, silencing them in his own way. He placed his hand on the small of my back and guided me to an empty seat. Torrin and Aiden sat behind me like my protectors. "I didn't know she would resort to being a whore," a girl said in a low voice. "That was a nice show to attract attention," her friend giggled. "Yeah, she trapped Cale," another replied. The group around them burst out laughing, and the teacher had to intervene to stop them. I blinked away my tears. As soon as the class ended, I rushed out of the class to find a place to hide, but Cale was on my heels. The corridor was full of nasty people. I wish I had the guts to go skinny dipping, sighed a girl standing opposite to my locker. Then I would have attracted Kale's attention. Kale turned sharply towards her and scowled. Even your fucking presence is not worth my attention, he shot at her. Scoot! The girl winced and scurried away. I closed my eyes and slid my head into my locker. How many are you going to stop? Every fucking bastard, he replied. Just as we were going to the next class, a group of boys passed us. One of them remarked, "She has a good body. We all can share her together. What do you say?" Kale and Torin practically snarled at them, and I knew trouble would be right behind. Astrid POV. In a flash of a second, Kale was on the throat of the boy who passed the remark, his both hands tightening. He peeled his lips back, showing me a hint of his sharp canines that made me stifle a gasp. I'd never seen someone with such sharp canines. "What did you say?" he growled at the boy, who balked. The boy caught his wrist and sputtered, Nothing. Please leave. You can't." Other 3 boys surrounded Kale and grabbed his shoulders to pull him back. "Kale, this is not done," one of them shouted. "You are crossing the line. We will complain to the principal." Torin pounced on the boys, and moments later, the sound of punches and fists filled the air, and within moments, the group of 4 was sprawled on the ground, some curled up in pain, others groaning in agony. My mouth dropped open, seeing the sheer strength of the twins. Before I could comprehend, Kale grabbed the back of my neck in a possessive way and pushed me away from them, leaving all 4 as a spectacle for those who dared to speak against me. Everyone around us watched us in pure fear. As we strode through the corridor, people parted, making way for us in the middle. I had to match my speed with his as I walked with them. My cheeks turned a bright shade of red as I struggled to comprehend why Kale was willing to take such a serious risk against the student body or the school administration just to protect me. I could still feel his rage radiating off his body in waves. It was as if he was in a different zone where only he and I existed, and where he was going to do anything to protect me. I did not know what happened in the last 24 hours, but his reaction was scary and interesting and arousing. Not only that, Torin was also extremely protective of me. Confusion about the brothers trickled through my mind. I wanted to ask hundreds of questions, but we reached the next class. Torin opened the door of the class, and Kale and I entered. Brianna, who was sitting with Parker, rushed to my side to sit with me, but Kale narrowed his eyes at her and she backed off. This was absolutely not what I wanted. Was he trying to isolate me from my folks? Others in the class looked everywhere other than us. Awkwardness coated the air as I sat with Kale, with my heart pounding in my chest like that of a wild horse. Tracy and her friends were nowhere to be seen. The teacher came in and said, "Kale Torin." She glared at me as she addressed them. "You both are wanted at the principal's office. Now!" Shit. I snapped my head towards Kale. He narrowed his eyes and got up with clenched jaws. This was trouble, and this was serious trouble. "You too, Miss Astrid," the teacher said, giving me accusatory looks. Murmurs emanated in the class as the 3 of us got up, collected our bags, and strode out of the class. Walking hand in hand with Kale, it felt as if I was moving through a fog, completely lost. Why did my nude video go viral and result in me being summoned to the principal's office? Shouldn't it be the one who posted the video? The one who started the mess just to show me down? Principal Henson was in a pathetic mood. Sitting behind his mahogany desk, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, he glared at the 3 of us standing before him. I fidgeted under his icy glare. Except for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, the room was silent. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "I cannot believe the 3 of you, of all people, would be involved in such reckless behavior," he said, his voice low and controlled, yet seething with anger. "Fighting within the premises of school is equal to vandalizing the property." His eyes settled on me. "And you got excellent grades in your previous school. How could you behave in such a degraded manner and bring down the school's reputation?" Blood drained from my face. It meant that he had also seen the video. Kale opened his mouth to speak, but Henson raised his hand to silence him. "Save your explanations, Hanks. I expected better from the students of your caliber. Your actions have consequences, and those consequences will be severe." He rested back in his chair. "First, you will each serve a 3-day suspension. During this time, you are banned from entering all the classes. I'll only allow you to practice football because a match is coming up. This will be noted in your records, and I will be personally inform your parents." He looked at me and scoffed. "In your case, Fred and Bree." "But sir," Cale interrupted, "this wasn't our fault. You have to listen to us as well." He gave a piercing look at Cale. "You are the captain of our football team, a leader of sorts. You gave up on being the president of the student association because you wanted to focus on your game. Both you and Torin. I expected you to set a better example in the future. I hope you use the time of suspension to reflect on your actions and their impact." "Principal Henson," I murmured, my vision turning blurry. "Please don't tell it to my uncle and aunt. They will be shattered." "In that case, you should have been responsible, Astrid," he retorted. "I'd suggest that you take a week's holiday and sit in your home to understand the repercussions of your deed. What you did was shameful." "No," Cale snapped. "She was drugged by someone. So whatever Astrid did, she did under the influence of the drug." "That's right," Torin added. "She was drugged." "There is no proof," Henson growled. "How dare you accuse students of drugging her? Do you realize that if you accuse them, this school's reputation would be tainted? People will stop sending their children to Cedar Academy because they would think that our students are into drugs. I have built this school's reputation over years, and you want to demolish it in a few seconds with your false accusation?" I stared at Principal Henson as dread plummeted into my stomach. He was going to shove the blame on us just to maintain the pristine reputation of his school. Even if that meant that it would destroy my career, his plan was to sacrifice 3 pupils rather than to deal with the key problem. Tears rolled out. If that got on my records, I would forever be known as someone who consumed drugs. Good colleges wouldn't take me, and because of me, Cale and Torin would also suffer. "Now get out," he dismissed us. "I don't want to hear anything from you. Trust me, your punishment is nothing compared to what you did." Suddenly the door opened and Aiden walked in with his laptop, along with Nate. "Sorry to barge in like this, Principal Henson," Aiden said, "but you can't suspend them without looking at this." He set the laptop on Henson's table and turned the screen towards him. "What is it?" Henson asked with a crease between his brows. Irritation was evident on his face. Aiden pressed a button on the laptop and a video started playing. "Hi all, if you're liking the book, you can follow me on FB at MishhackWrites and IG at author Mishhackar. Astrid POV. Aiden had kept the laptop in a way that it faced us as well. As soon as he pressed the button, the video of Tracy's home began playing. The first clip was that of her kitchen where a delivery boy had placed boxes of food on the counter and Tracy was signing the delivery receipt. She left the boxes on the table and went out, and her friends came in. They poured drinks for themselves in paper cups. They turned their heads left and right to check out if there was someone around or not. One of them took out a small plastic bag from her pocket. The second girl giggled and extended her palm. "Hurry up," she said. The first girl took out a white pill from it, mixed it in the drinks, and the two gulped it down. Suddenly, Tracy came in and she asked, "What are you two doing?" The girls coughed and giggled. "Nothing, Tracy, just the routine." They stuck their tongues out to show her the remnants of the white tablet in their mouth. Tracy rolled her eyes and went out again, saying, "Can you get ginger ale for me? I'd like to give some to Astrid as well. She isn't having her mojito." The two girls crinkled their faces. "Do you want us to teach her a lesson, Tracy?" said the first one. "Cale is paying her a lot of undeserved attention." She licked her upper teeth and looked like a punch of adrenaline had hit her. "Yeah, we can deal with her," the second one added. "The bitch is getting cozy with Cale. I see she is seducing Torin and Aiden as well." "Bloody cunt, I want to do both Torin and Aiden," the first one hissed. "He left me that day because of Cale, and now he is avoiding me." Tracy sighed. She took a step closer. She hissed, "Just pour the fucking drink for her. I'll deal with her in my way." "Sure," the second girl chirped. She poured a good helping of ginger ale in a glass. That's nudged the first one, who took out another pill from her bag and shoved the bag back into her packet. She didn't mix it in the ale and walked out of the kitchen. My eyes went to the time showing on the kitchen video. It was 9:32 p.m. The video now moved to the swimming area where I was resting on a chaise lounge, watching other boys and girls. Tracy came along with her friends, looking all excited with a half-empty glass of ginger ale in her hand. She came to sit with me and insisted that I have the ale. She pushed me, and under peer pressure I drank it. The time was 9:37 p.m. Aiden argued, his voice filled with frustration. Now the crucial question is, if Astrid had the ale and was drugged, why didn't Tracy experience the same effects? How did Tracy know Astrid wasn't drinking mojito, and why was she planning on giving her ginger ale? And what did the first girl do with the pill that she was holding in her hand? The video clip moved to the busy main hall where the students were dancing. Tracy navigated her way through the hall while drinking the ale, with her friends following her. Suddenly, she stopped after drinking half of it and handed her glass to the first girl, staring at her as if conveying something through her eyes. The girl nodded so slightly that if you didn't notice, you wouldn't know. Aiden paused the video there and replayed those few seconds, saying, "Why did the first girl nod?" As the video resumed, I saw Tracy turned her head towards the swimming area. The first girl crushed the pill in her hand before dropping it into the glass of ginger ale. Then she walked hurriedly after Tracy. Blood drained from my face. It felt like a coordinated effort on their part to drug me. A shiver ran down my spine as my mind couldn't register the maliciousness of these girls. Whatever they did, it was out of their jealousy and apprehensions. If they had looked closely, they would have known that I was distancing myself from Kale. It was Kale who was trying to get close to me. I blinked away the tears from my eyes because my misery got replaced with anger. In the next video clip, I saw myself removing my clothes. Aiden had cut that part to save me from embarrassment. The scene changed to a hand pushing me into the pool. The video ended, and Aiden closed the laptop. Principal Henson was bereft. He sat on his chair looking like a ghost. Aiden said, "This all took place within 5 minutes, Principal Henson. As you can see, there is clear evidence Astrid was drugged to destroy her reputation. Tracy and her friends wanted to take some kind of sick revenge on her." Kale took a deep breath in as he squeezed my hand. Aiden continued, "You can't blame Astrid for things that were not in her control. The main culprits are in front of you with evidence. If you think students aren't doing drugs in Cedar Academy, then you are mistaken or you've turned a blind eye to them. I don't want to mess with Cedar Academy's reputation, but this video could really cause a stir if it gets out." Henson rubbed his face with his hands as if not knowing how to go about it. Heavy silence descended on the room. My teeth clenched as thoughts of revenge against Tracy consumed me. She tricked me and then destroyed me. I promised to myself that I'd give her back what she started. Henson's voice broke from my reverie. "I will take this into account," he said to us in a controlled, low voice. "Send the video to me. However, you will still be suspended for a day because you all were involved in a fight on the school premises, and this won't be noted in your records." I let out a sigh of relief, tipping my head up. "You may all leave. Aiden, send the video to me ASAP," Henson said, dismissing us. "I have a small request, Principal Henson," I said in a low voice, meeting his glare. "I apologize for not being careful and getting everyone into this mess, but my uncle and aunt love me a lot. They'll be miserable if you tell them about this incident." "I won't," he huffed. When we were out and in the corridor, Kale was still holding my hand. He wouldn't let it go even as I tried to tug it away. We didn't talk to each other as we headed to our lockers from where we collected our bags. Aiden informed us he had deleted the video from Instagram. Kale tucked a strand of hair behind my ear as I was packing my books. "I'm sorry you had to go through all this." I stopped packing and looked at him, swallowing thickly. "Thank you for helping me." I couldn't say much because emotions choked my throat. He stared intensely into my eyes as if trying to reach my soul. "Anything for you, baby girl." He leaned forward, and when our lips were just a hairbreadth away, he said, "Will you teach me math today? I know you won't go home from here." His proximity took my breath away. Why was it that both of us were getting so attracted to each other, although we hadn't spent a single month together? I wanted to kiss him badly, needily, but I croaked, "Yes." "Kale." Tracy's loud voice interrupted us. He whipped his head away, straightening. His eyes turned icy as he clenched his fists. His chest vibrated with the most dangerous rumble I'd ever encountered. She came running to him and stood there with puppy eyes. "I know you're angry with me, but I did nothing." She glanced at me before turning back to him. I was trying to be her friend and have no idea what happened to her. "Are you going to put our friendship of so many years at stake for her?" "Tracy, we know that you and your friends drugged Astrid," Cale said in a low, dangerous voice. Her face paled. "No, we didn't." "This isn't over," Cale growled. "Remember to stay away from me, and remember to stay away from Astrid, because if I see you near her, I'll claw your heart out." Saying that, Cale grabbed my hand, closed my locker, and walked out of the school with me. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Torrin showing her the middle finger, and Aiden bumped into her shoulder on purpose. Tracy watched us all with shock, her mouth falling open. It was so satisfying, but I knew it wasn't over yet. As I opened the main glass door, I heard Principal Henson's heavy voice filling the corridor. "Miss Tracy, come to my room immediately." Astrid POV. We walked to the parking area where Cale led me to his car. Torrin and Aiden followed us along with Nate. "Nate," I said, "you aren't suspended. Why are you missing your classes?" I asked as Cale opened the passenger door for me. "I'll go back," he replied, looking at the brothers. He licked his lips and then added, "Look, you better keep her safe. If I see she is harmed in any fucking way, I'm going to come after you." Cale and Torrin jerked their heads back, and I seriously felt like laughing, but warmth spread in my chest and I hugged him. It was actually ridiculous seeing my 5'9" brother trying to intimidate the 6'3", 3 mountains of muscles behind me. But Cale put his hands up and said, "We will take care of her. Don't worry." Nate nodded. He leaned over and whispered, "Do you have pepper spray?" I giggled and nodded. Feeling reassured, he rushed back to his next class. We sped to Cale's home with me sitting in the passenger seat and Aiden and Torrin sitting behind. The silence was so overbearing that I finally said, "I'm sorry." Cale brought his hand to mine on my thigh and clutched it. "Sorry for what?" "For putting you all in so much trouble. It was something I could have avoided. Thanks, Aiden, for saving my day." Torrin and Aiden chuckled as Cale went silent. He didn't remove his hand from the wheel as we drove in silence. I felt even more uncomfortable. When he parked his car in the driveway of his house, he opened the door for me. He held the door, trapping me in between the car and him. He brought his hand to a strand of my hair and curled it around his finger. Leaning over to me, he inhaled my scent and said, "I'm not sorry for what happened." My eyes met with intense ones. "If you hadn't gone to Tracy's, we wouldn't have had this time together." My breath lodged in my throat as the world around me faded. As he leaned in, his warm breath on my earlobe ignited a fire in my lower belly. "I hope you'll teach me math. I promise I'll be a good student." Someone coughed from behind, and I jerked my head back, blushing like a tomato. Cale just caught my hand and walked in the house. Torrin and Aiden walked behind us with ear-splitting grins. What was going on? Not that I was a stupid to not understand it, but it felt like they all knew about it from beforehand. I sat in the main hall where I placed my bag, looking awkwardly at the house and stealing glances at the boys. Now what do we do? Aiden walked towards the kitchen while Torrin disappeared at the back of the house, leaving Cale and me alone. "Why don't you come up?" he said, jerking his chin. "To my room." Another blush crept in my cheeks. "I'll teach you here." He raised his eyebrow and cocked his head. "I told you I'll be a good student. Don't you trust me?" God's above. I trusted him, but I didn't trust myself. I mean, Cale was the most eligible bachelor in Cedar Academy, and I was alone with him. Though he never misbehaved with me, I wasn't sure if I could stay in control around him. Being in his presence always made my stomach feel like it was filled with a whirlwind of fluttering butterflies. I chuckled nervously. "What? Of course I trust you. I thought this was a better place." "No, it isn't," he replied firmly. Holding my hand tightly, he pulled me up and led me briskly to his room. I blushed intensely, the redness reaching all the way to my neck. Heat surged through my body. We reached his room. He opened the door for me to get in. As soon as I stepped in, he followed and closed the door gently. It was the first time I looked around his luxurious room. There was a king-size bed in a corner with a plush rug next to it. On a table, a tidy stack of books and papers sat next to a computer, while a cupboard lined the side wall. The bathroom was on the opposite side. He walked past me and removed his tie as he sat on the bed. "Would you like to eat something?" he asked. "No," I breathed. He smiled and pointed at his table with his chin. "My math book is over there. I have printed out your plan for me. It is pinned over my computer. I'm ready whenever you like." In his presence, I could hardly focus on anything else, not even my plan, as I made my way to his table. I gathered my wits and focused on it. Soon, both of us were sitting on the rug with books and papers scattered all around us. Aiden had brought in cookies and chips for us and left. It had been 2 hours, and I had to say that Kale was brilliant. He understood every formula and its application in one go. I didn't realize when my skirt slid down my thigh when I was lying on the rug on my belly. My legs were up in the air, dangling with mirth as I watched him solve a problem. His hair was tousled, and I felt like running my fingers through them. Over the 2 hours, the awkwardness between us had disappeared. We cracked jokes and picked on each other like other normal teenagers. When he finished the question, he looked at me and his Adam's apple bobbed when his eyes went to my legs. "What?" I asked as I pulled the notebook from his hand to check the answer. He crawled towards me, and I lifted my head to look him in the eyes. He stopped right over me. The moment felt charged. Electricity zipped between us when he lowered his head. "Did I solve it correctly?" he asked. I gulped and snapped my eyes to the notebook. It was difficult to concentrate on the answer as he continued to lower his face until he was lying, his gaze never wavering from me. We were both lying with just our faces opposite each other. "Yes, you solved it correctly," I said in a hoarse voice. He smoothed my hair from my face and asked, "Am I a good student?" "Very." He brought his face closer to mine and brushed his lips with my chin. I clenched my fists to stifle a moan. "Have you taught me all the lessons?" I think my brain short-circuited, and I mumbled, "No, yes, no." Kale brought his lips over mine and brushed them. This time I moaned, "Shit." "I didn't get you, Astrid," he said against my lips. I opened my mouth to say something, but he caught my lips in a kiss so consuming that I closed my mouth and let him devour me. In a flash of a second, he was on top of me, his body pressing against mine as he kissed me with abandon. I had never had this kind of experience with anyone, but I guess I could blame it on my raging hormones. My face turned red for the want of air, but still, I didn't want him to leave me. This was my first kiss, and I swear if the first kisses were so good, I would have gone for more. For the want of oxygen, tears rolled out of my eyes, and it was then that he left me. We were both panting and gasping for air as we looked into each other's eyes, a different fire igniting in our bodies. "You are a bad student," I said between short breaths, "and a terrible influence." His lips curled up in a shit-eating grin. "I think I'd love to kiss you more, teacher." He lowered his lips to mine again, and we got entangled in another round of sizzling kisses. Suddenly, the door opened. "What the fuck?" Torin gasped. Kale growled at him, covering me with his body, and I hid my head in his chest, embarrassed as hell. "I swear I was teaching him," I mumbled into his chest. Torin barked a laugh. "Coach just called. Our match is scheduled in Las Vegas the day after, so we need to go." Astrid POV. As soon as Torin closed the door behind him with a grin on his face, Kale got up from me and stared at me intensely. He curled his finger beneath my chin and said, "You look so beautiful when you're blushing for me." I parted my lips, lost in his eyes. He lowered his face and kissed me again. This time his kisses were slow and languid, like he wanted to take all the time in the world to explore my mouth all over again. When he pulled away from me, I was breathless. Smoothing my hair from my forehead, he said, "Will you come with us to Las Vegas?" "How can I?" I said, rolling away from him. "I'm not in the cheerleading team, nor am I a player in your team." "Very smart," he growled, placing his hands on my ankles. His hands trailed the skin of my leg till my knees and down. "You have to come," he declared like he had passed an order. "Skip school, take a break, or do whatever, but you have to come." He crawled over my legs, and when he was near my thigh, he lowered his face to kiss me over there. "I can't," I said, intertwining my fingers in his hair. Suddenly, with a growl, he bit my thigh. I yelped to jerk it away, but he pinned it with his powerful hands and sucked me there hard, as if trying to mark me, as if trying to claim his territory. Once he was done, he looked up at me and in a hoarse voice said, "Tracy will be there. I'm sure you wouldn't like to see her there, would you?" Jealousy ripped me like a shard wrapped in poison. I pulled away from him and got up. "Does it look like I care?" He stared at me for a moment and then barked a laugh. "Of course you care. You are jealous." "I'm not." I shot him a glare, but he continued to laugh. There was a heavy knock on the door. "If you guys are done, lunch is ready," Aiden said from the other side, chuckling. Did he hear us? It couldn't be because the door was thick. Surely, Torrin had told him about us. I blushed and made my way to the door with Kale following me. We both sat together for lunch, and Kale maintained touching me one way or the other, like he wanted to savor my touch. I loved it, and I feared it. How could we get so close so fast? There was something in the air that I was surely missing. But what? In the evening when Nate and Brianna came to pick me up, I was reluctant to leave him, but I had to. When I picked up my bag and started to leave, I found him looking sullen. He was standing at the main door with his arms crossed across his chest. "Don't leave," he said. I rose on my toes and kissed him on his lips. "Tomorrow." He closed his eyes and didn't hold me as I kissed him, savoring my kiss. "Tomorrow," he murmured. I hurried to the car, meeting the eyes of a very inquisitive Brianna. As for Nate, he was bamboozled. I stifled a laugh as I sat in and strapped my seatbelt. As we headed home, Brianna couldn't stay quiet for long. "Okay, spill," she almost shouted. "What the fuck are you doing with Kale?" I let out my suppressed laugh and shook my head. "Nothing. I thought of the right words. We are just wondering if we are okay with each other. It's infatuation. That's all." Brianna didn't seem convinced. She glanced at me with suspicion. "You know they are dangerous, right? Kale and his brothers are Casanovas." I sighed, hating the truth. "I know," I replied, looking out of the window. "I'll be careful." "Good. I don't want your heart to break." That night, Kale climbed through my window in nothing but his jeans and snuggled against me in bed. I wasn't surprised because I was expecting him. Turning towards him, I buried my face in his chest and went off to sleep. Next day at school, I was sure that the principal must have suspended Tracy, but to my utter shock, I found her coming to the class. Our eyes met, and she gave me a pleading look. "What does she want?" Brianna hissed, sitting next to me. "I don't know, and I don't care," I replied, ignoring Tracy completely. It was after the class, when we were going to a different class. She met us in the corridor. "Astrid," Tracy breathed. "Please, can I talk to you alone?" I clenched my teeth. Narrowing my eyes, I said, "You can say whatever you want to in front of Brianna." Tracy glanced at her and nodded. "Look, I'm sorry for what happened to you at my home." She shook her head as tears welled in her eyes. "I don't know what overcame me. It was like I thought you were a threat to my friendship with Kale." "What are you doing near her?" Kale's harsh voice made her jump. He came to stand by my side, curling his arm around my waist and pulling me against his chest. Why was he so protective of me? Tracy pleaded, "Kale, please listen to me. That day, I was jealous of her coming between our friendship. I confessed to it. And whatever I did was abominable, but it was a reaction. I've known you since childhood. You have to understand I got envious when you gave her more attention than me. Please give me a chance. I want to make up with you." Her honest confession made my heart melt. "But I assure you that from now on, you won't hear anything from me," she continued. Suddenly, she fell on her knees to the ground. "Please forgive me, Kale," she said with tears rolling down her cheeks. "What are you doing?" I said. "Get up!" A group of students gathered around us, and I became afraid that they would film us again. The way we three were positioned, it was like I was the vamp in the story. "Not until Kale forgives me," Tracy said. Kale clenched his teeth and growled, "Fine, now get up and be gone." Tracy's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yeah, just go." She chuckled and got up. "Thank you, Kale." She gave me a big smile, wiped her tears, and walked away. I sighed a breath of relief as I went to my next class with Brianna and Kale. However, something nagged in my mind. Tracy wasn't expelled. She would accompany the cheerleading team. Bitter taste settled in my mouth. A day later, Kale and his team left for Vegas, and I was left with emptiness. I didn't feel like doing anything except moping. Stop being so sappy, Brianna said the next day, sitting in math class. It's good you two are separate. It will give you time to think about him. You all have an upcoming test on Friday, the teacher said, snagging our attention. Again, the students started protesting and asking the teacher to give them a break. But he just chuckled and said, "This time the test will be from trigonometry, so you better prepare." Damn it, Brianna hissed as we left the class. Why is he having the test so soon? A boy came running towards us. Astrid, the principal is calling you to his office. Brianna's eyebrows furrowed. Why? She asked. The boy shrugged and walked away, leaving me with a lot of questions. I went to the principal's office with Brianna. Miss Astrid, Henson said, since your student Cale Hanks got a B in his next test also, he has demanded that you teach him for the test. So we have arranged for you to go to Las Vegas. My mouth dropped. Brianna blinked at him. Henson shrugged. You'll be leaving tomorrow, he said, slipping the tickets towards me. Astrid POV. Brianna suppressed her squeal until we came out of the office. As soon as we were out, she let out a loud squeal. Yay! You're going to Las Vegas, she squealed. As for me, I was looking at the tickets, wondering where I had gone wrong in teaching math to Cale. He had learned everything so nicely. He was brilliant and solved the questions with ease. Then how come he achieved B in the test? I was so sure that he would get an A+. Bewildered, I flipped the tickets, musing, but he did well when I taught him. Brianna huffed. It is possible that you guys got a tough quiz this time. I shook my head. No, he said that the questions were like a breeze to him. Brianna curled her arm into mine. Stop thinking so much, stupid. She flicked my head. Ouch! I scowled as I rubbed my head. Just teach him, she giggled. You've got a 2-day stay. What about my classes here? I asked, still unable to understand why he got a B. Honestly, it frustrated me. He was lacking behind because I was the one who taught me. I'll take all the notes for you, okay? She assured me. With a ragged breath, I put the flight tickets in my satchel and walked for our next class. We all knew that after the pool party incident, Tracy wasn't suspended from school and she had accompanied the football team to Las Vegas. Though I didn't like it initially, I knew that Cale and his brothers had lost interest in her. Cale would text me after the practice matches with a long-drawn face, saying that he missed me. He sent a message with his face making a pouty expression. I burst out laughing and called him immediately. Fred and Bree were surprised that I had to go to Vegas to teach him for his math test, but that also spoke volumes about Cale's importance at school. Please make sure that you teach him well this time, Bree said with her hands on her hips as she watched me packing. I don't trust the Hanks brothers. I pursed my lips to suppress a chuckle. Also, keep calling us. Make sure to give me a call 3 times daily, all right? Fred came into the room. He circled Bree's shoulders and added, call me once a day at 4 p.m. I shook my head as I straightened. Okay, I will. And stop worrying so much. Your birthday is in 2 weeks. What would you like to do? Bree said, kissing Fred's knuckles. Nothing, I replied, gratitude filling my voice. You've given me more than I could ask for. Ah, Bree held her arms out for me. I couldn't stop myself and I ran right into her arms. She curled them around me. My Pooh Bear, she said and kissed my head. Just keep in touch when you're there. I'll be worried otherwise. A warm feeling washed over me. I will, I murmured. Brianna and Nate took me to the airport early the next morning. Hey, keep posting about the match, Nate said as he pulled the luggage out. I want to know if our team will win or not. And keep me posted about both of you, Brianna winked at me. I slapped her upper arm. Shut up! No, I won't. I slept during the entire flight, and when I got down at Vegas, I saw Cale waiting for me at the arrival. Seeing him after a day was so thrilling that I rushed to him, dragging my suitcase behind me. He immediately wrapped me in his big muscular arms and buried his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling me. When he removed his face, he said, I missed you, Astrid. I missed you too, I breathed. Don't you have a practice match? He kissed my lips. I skipped it for the day. I had so many questions, but all I could think of was how beautiful he was. How could I miss receiving you? He said as he took my suitcase. When we were sitting in the taxi, I finally asked, I thought you had learnt the topic well, Cale. How did you get a B? He shrugged. I don't know. Ask the teacher. But the quiz is on the weekend. How did you convince Henson about getting me here to teach you? He cocked his hand and drew lazy circles on my wrist. Magic. I smacked his chest. Come on! He chortled and grabbed the back of my neck possessively. Bringing it closer, he said, I'd do anything to keep you close to me, Astrid. I was so fucking aroused that I swallowed thickly. What do you mean? I asked in a hoarse voice. He slammed his lips on mine in a soul-shattering kiss. He forced me to open the seam of my lips and delved his tongue inside, exploring me all over again, moaning and snarling. When we pulled back, he was breathless and so was I. He rested his forehead on mine and said, I can't focus on my match without you, Astrid. What should I do? Shit. I clutched his shirt and resumed our kiss. Neither could I. Were we heading towards a toxic, whirlwind kind of relationship? I hope not. We reached our hotel, and Cale showed me to my room. He placed my suitcase on my bed. Capturing me by my hips, he looked intensely into my eyes. I'll be going for my practice. The stadium is just 1 block from here. Do you think you can come over there? I'd love to see you. I nodded. But I have to plan our schedule for teaching. You can do that while sitting and watching me, I chuckled. Watching you or watching the team play? He growled. Don't you fucking watch anyone else. I might end up killing them. You're mad, Keel Hanks, I laughed. Have you consulted a doctor? I am mad about you, and you are my doctor. Gosh, you're such a golden retriever. He lowered his face to mine and kissed me again. I'll be anything for you, baby. Why did I feel he was making me believe he was a golden retriever when on the inside he was a wolf? After Cale left, I took a quick bath and headed to the football stadium. As I walked, I called Bree and Brianna, telling them I had reached safely. The football field was mostly empty. Only the players, cheerleading teams, and some students were there. I chose a seat nearest to the railing so that I could find Cale. However, my eyes went straight to Tracy and her team of cheerleaders. She was staring at me with wide eyes, as if she had seen a ghost. I narrowed my eyes at her and then looked away. Jealousy rippled through me, but I knew it was irrelevant. Hi, beautiful. Cale's voice broke my chain of thoughts. I'm glad you're here. In his blue school jersey and shorts, he was looking beautiful. His hair was tousled and sweat ran down his face. Hi, I grinned, a blush creeping on my cheeks. He blew a kiss to me. I caught it and brought it to my heart. He stared at me intensely before running away back to the game. For the next hour, I watched him play, mesmerized by his movements. Every goal he made was met with a loud cheer from Tracy and her team. At lunch, when I was collecting my things and stashing them in my purse, Tracy came to me. I didn't expect you to come to Vegas after him, she remarked sarcastically. I took a deep sigh. Henson sent me to teach him math. She clenched her jaw. Cale doesn't need your tutoring. He is a brilliant boy. So you must have asked him to get you here. Surprised, I glared at her. Just a day back, she was begging me to forgive her. He got a B in his test, I explained. She scoffed. Oh, please. Even if he tries hard, he wouldn't get a B. He is an alpha heir. I highly doubt that. So tell me, what's the secret? And doubt crawled in my mind. Did Cale fake his test to get a B just to call me here? But how did he convince Henson? I swung the purse on my shoulder and said, You may think what you want to, Tracy, but that is the truth. Saying that, I walked out of the stadium, refusing to get shaken up by her. In the evening, Cale returned with his team back to the hotel, and he came straight to my room. Why did you leave? He demanded, his fists balled on his sides, and his eyes holding a storm to be unleashed. Astrid POV. I stepped aside for Cale to enter my room. As soon as he was in, I closed the door behind me. With controlled anger, he sat on the bed. Why did you leave, Astrid? He asked, his voice low and menacing. I couldn't focus on my game because I always ended up finding you. I examined him closely as I walked towards him. There were bruises on his face and several on his arms and legs. How did you get these bruises? I asked, worried. He took a ragged breath. Without breaking his gaze from me, he said, That's not the answer to my question. Why did you leave? I licked my lips as I went and sat in front of him, parting his knees. I tipped my head up as he tilted his head down. His chest rose and fell when I touched him. I brought my hands to cup his cheeks. Convince me how you got a B on your math quiz. He stared at me for a while and said, Do you want to see my solved paper? No, I know you are a brilliant student, but you got a B, so convince me you didn't do it purposely. I stroked his cheek tenderly, and he leaned in my hand as if savoring my touch. I skipped the steps of the fifth question. The answer was right, but the teacher wanted to see the steps, which I thought were a pain in the neck because I knew the answer. He gave me a B, citing the need for patient step writing. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on my forehead, as if unable to control himself. If you wanted a reason for my B grade, you should have asked. Why did you wait till now? Besides, I won't deny that if by getting a B, I'll have you with me constantly, then I will get it again and again. I stared at him in disbelief. Tracy was right and wrong. My heart thundered, not because of his shameless admission, but because this boy in front of me was going to do anything to stay with me, even if that meant lowering his grades. Kale, I breathed. Please don't do that to yourself. He held my shoulders and pulled me up to make me sit in his lap. Wrapping me in his embrace tightly, he let out a sigh of relief and buried his face in the crook of my neck. Inhaling my smell, he said, I'll do that for you, Astrid. I do not know why with you my world is calmer, else he shuddered at the thought of whatever was in his mind. I curled my arms around his neck as I rested my cheeks on his head. Kale, you have to go to a college after this. These grades will affect your GPA. I don't want to be the reason for your downfall. You'll never be the reason for my downfall, he breathed. Ever. He kissed my neck, and a shiver cruised through my body. Who gave you the idea that I got a B on purpose? That's not important, I said, thinking that he would be really mad at Tracy this time. But my intelligent boyfriend caught the gist of my words. So someone did give you an idea. He looked up at me with his dark eyes that challenged me to speak lies. I pursed my lips and looked away. He pinched my jaw and turned my face to him. Tell me, Astrid, because if I find out, I'll be seriously mad. Tracy, I whispered. She said that even if you would try hard, you wouldn't get a B. He narrowed his eyes. She doesn't know me well. How could you believe her? She's been your friend for a long time. She was my friend, he said, emphasizing on the word was. So you better not listen to her, okay? I let out a soft laughter before I hugged him tightly. The anger in my chest was replaced with warmth and love. Kale also hugged me like he was clinging to life support. I really didn't know what had gotten into him so fast. He grew obsessed and possessive of me. Honestly, I loved it. I think you should take a bath in your room, I said, removing myself. I have a plan ready for you. Come over after dinner. Until then, I'll be taking notes from Brianna about our classes. Why can't I take a bath here? Mr. Kale Hanks, get out, I said, getting out of his lap and standing up. I pulled him to his feet and pushed him out of my room. See you after dinner. He made a long, sappy face as I closed the door in his face, giggling at him. Gosh, those puppy eyes. I could swoon over them forever. As soon as he left, I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face to feel fresh, changed my clothes, and went to my table. In the next 15 minutes, I studied my schedule and arranged the books on my table to ask Brianna about updates. Instead of passing me the notes, Brianna was more interested in hearing about me and Kale. Tell me everything, she grinned as she took the notebooks out of her bag. Don't leave a single detail, else I am going to hunt you and choke you and shake you hard until you spill it. I shook my head as I laughed. There's nothing. All I did was to go to the field and watch him play. So now, if you don't mind, please share the notes. She narrowed her eyes at me through the video chat. Girl, I know you're hiding. Your face is flushed and she peeped behind me. Who is there on your bed? I raised my eyebrow. Stop fooling me and get on with the notes. Hey, no, she said, her face turning serious. Behind you I can see someone's legs dangling in the air. Shocked, I snapped my head behind. You? I said, totally befuddled. How did you come in? I squeaked. Kale was lying on my bed on his stomach and watching me with a silly smile. Through the stairs of the fire exit, he said, hooking his thumb behind his shoulder. What the hell? Brianna burst out laughing as my cheeks turned a deep shade of red. Get out! He shook his head lightly and cradled his arms beneath his head to make himself more comfortable. I won't. And I urge you to finish your session with Brianna, else we'll get late for dinner. Damn it! I hissed. Get out! He let out a low whistle. No can do, honey. Oh, now you are on a honey nickname basis? Brianna teased. "Oh God," I shouted at her. "Yeah, I'm your God, baby," Kale purred. "Call me God, and I shall reward you." I looked between Kale and Brianna in utter disbelief. "You're both mad. I don't know about your sister, but I'm mad about you," he replied and closed his eyes. I mumbled a few curses before I turned to Brianna. "Okay, give me the notes," I hissed at her, not wasting more time. I swear Kale was like an agile cat. Brianna was excited as hell about my love life. She started giving me notes as she peeped at Kale once in a while. In a low voice, she swooned, "Gosh, I wish I had a boyfriend like him." "I heard that," Kale called her. "I'm sure Parker would love to hear it." Brianna bit her tongue. "I take my words back." I chuckled, and we continued with our notes after that. Kale went to sleep in my bed as if he didn't care about studying. But who could blame him? The guy had been playing all day and was definitely exhausted. When Brianna and I were done, I got up and once again disbelief washed over me. Kale was standing in nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist and steam emanating from his body. "You took a bath in my bathroom? When?" He shrugged with a smirk. "Gods above!" I couldn't help seeing his perfectly chiseled naked body and drooled. Like a predator, he sauntered towards me and said, "Like what you see?" I loved what I saw. Inadvertently, my hand reached his chest, and I found myself tracing every contour and crevice's muscle with my fingers till I reached the edge of his towel. Holy fuck. Then, the bell in our room went off. I tore away from him and opened the door. My eyes went wide when I saw Tracy standing there. Astrid POV. "What do you want?" I asked curtly, but on the inside I was feeling nervous. And that was because right behind me, Kale was standing. I heard his footsteps approaching me, and I tensed. Tracy peeped behind my shoulder and said, "Hi," to Kale. He didn't reply and came to stand right behind me. The tension was so thick in the air that one could slice it with a knife. "Didn't I ask you to stay away from Astrid?" he asked, placing his hands on my shoulders as if to show that he owned me and that she had no place between us. Pain crossed her eyes, but she smiled. "I had gone to your room, but your friends informed me you were here." He raised his eyebrow. "So?" Tracy licked her lips as her gaze darted to me. "I was wondering when you will come out for dinner. My team girls wanted to talk to you about the dress they're planning to wear for the final match." "You can wear whatever you want," he said and kissed my temple. "I don't care. If you're so dedicated towards a dress, you can ask Torin or Aiden. I don't care." Saying that, he closed the door right on her face and picked me up in his arms. I squealed, my face going tomato red. "Put me down!" I smacked his forearm as I laughed my way to the bed. When he placed me on the bed, he pushed me down and crawled over me. Then he pinned me with his body and began kissing with urgency. When I recovered from my haze, I looked at him, gasping for air. I found him watching me intensely, his eyes flickering golden. "Your eyes," I rasped. "Your eyes are golden!" When he blinked his eyes, the golden color was instantly replaced with a deep onyx black. He said, "On your 18th birthday, I am going to tear that off you." I stared at him and then flopped on my pillow. He was right. We changed and went down to the hotel's restaurant to have dinner. I saw Tracy was with her team of girls. Torin and Aiden were also sitting with them, discussing the new dress. When the boys saw us, they came over to sit with us, despite Kale scowling at them. Tracy and her team girls looked at us, and if jealousy had a face, then I guess I was seeing it in abundance amongst them. They lowered their voices to murmurs as Tracy went absolutely quiet. During dinner, Kale made sure that my plate was full at all points of time. It was like he wanted to feed me as much as he could. "I'll go fat," I whined. "Fat is good, baby," he said and added another scoop of Thai green curry on the rice on my plate. "Then there'll be more to love you." I blushed heavily at his comment and elbowed him in the ribs. "What?" He smirked and placed a kiss on cheek. "I'd like to see you fatter," Torin chuckled. "I'd do the same with my mate Astrid." "Mate?" Torin's eyes went wider for a moment as Aiden and Kale stopped eating. "Yeah," he breathed. "I mean someone you love," he offered an explanation. I shook my head as I contained my giggle. These boys were so interesting. After dinner, we went back to our rooms and Kale followed me. "You must go to your room," I chided him. "Not a chance," he said in a firm voice. "I'll be there where my mate is." "You're impossible," I said as I opened the lock of my room. He followed me inside and locked the door. I wore a tank top over my panties, and he was just in his pajamas when we went to bed. Kale spooned me from behind, and I let out a sigh. "I think I love you," I muttered under my breath. He smiled against my skin. "I know, you can't love anyone else." I didn't know what he meant, but somehow it made sense. Closing my eyes, I went off to sleep in his warm embrace. Life was so beautiful at the moment that I wanted to stretch it forever, could I? My eyes opened to a message that chimed in my phone. Kale had his arm and leg over me, like he wanted to lock me for the fear that I'd leave. I kissed his arm before removing it from my torso and reached for my phone. My brows furrowed when I realized that someone had sent me a photo. Upon opening it, shock blasted into my chest. It was a photo of me and Kale, when Kale was wearing a towel and had wrapped his arms around me. My heart thundered in my rib cage as I saw the time. It was 3 a.m. in the night. Who would have sent the photo at this time? Tracy's back was visible, so it meant that Tracy didn't take the photo. My phone chimed with another message which said, "Do you know the legal age to have sex is 18? I slapped my mouth with my hand as a shiver ran down. I slipped back against Kale and closed my eyes shut. Who could blackmail me? I wondered if I should tell Kale about it, but that could be detrimental to his final match. I decided I was going to find out about it myself and not get bullied by others. When I woke up in the morning, I got ready for the day confidently. There was no way I was going to let this slip or let anyone intimidate me. The lobby was full of the football players and the cheerleading team. I kissed Kale on his lips, taking him by surprise, in front of all of them to see their reaction. While most cheered and whistled, Tracy was quiet, looking at her phone. It was expected. However, the next moment, everyone's phone chimed with a message. "Go on, open it," I said to all of them with a smile. I side-glanced at Tracy, who took a deep breath and pursed her lips. She opened the message and her face brightened up. Astrid POV. "OMG!" One of the cheerleading group girls exclaimed. "This is a picture of, and this message!" Everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. Torrin and Aiden had stiffened. They looked at Kale, and he looked like he was barely able to contain his anger. "Who had the audacity to post this photo and message?" he growled, looking at every football player and the girls. He held my hand and pulled me closer to him, as if protecting me from every backlash that was about to happen or from every sneer I would face. No one replied as silence coated the air. The girls stared at both of us and then at Tracy. As if in defense, Tracy said nervously, "I didn't post it." I relaxed and crossed my arms across my chest. "I know you didn't post it, Tracy. After all, your back shows in the photo." "Yes, exactly," she added. "I didn't even take those pictures." The girls nodded, but then there was another ripple of fear in the room. Who posted it? "Tell me now," Kale seethed. "Who the fuck has posted it? If this photo and message aren't deleted within the next 15 minutes, don't be surprised if I lose control." Torrin and Aiden came to stand in front of us. Their body language was like they were asking Kale to calm down. Kale had balled his hands in a fist, and he let out a dangerous growl. A dangerous, animalistic growl that had me staring at him with wonder. Torrin turned to look at the others. "Whoever has done it, reveal now. Otherwise, this could get really bad now." The underlying threat in his words was palpable. It was like these boys were ready to physically handle the rest. Images of how they fought with a group of boys who dared to pass lewd comments on me in the school flooded my mind. "Wait," I said aloud, stopping these boys from going wild again. The brothers snapped their heads towards me. "Astrid, leave it. This is under my control," Kale said in a controlled voice. I shook my head. "No, Kale," I said. "This is something I'd like to address." I touched his forearm, and that seemed to relax him. "But Astrid, please, Kale, let me handle it," I requested. The doubt in his eyes was replaced by amusement. He nodded, and I turned to look at everyone. Torrin and Aiden came to stand by our side. "Whoever has posted this photo, thank you to you," I said with a smile. "You've put a stamp on mine and Kale's relationship. Yes, we love each other, and this picture has shown exactly that." I saw a few girls looking at me with shock. Their gazes darted between me and Tracy, and honestly, I was enjoying it. I continued, "What exactly do you see in this picture?" Kale is wearing a towel and his arms are wrapped around me. That's a gesture of love. What's wrong with that?" I went to stand in front of him, and instinctively, he wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me closer to him. You all can take a picture of us now. Honestly, it will make me feel like a celebrity. Someone at the end of the room chuckled while a girl giggled. Tracy's face radiated jealousy as she clenched her jaw. I didn't stop. I tipped my head up and kissed his chin. He looked at me with intense eyes, his anger dissipating. Then I addressed the others. This picture doesn't prove that we've had sex, but that is none of your concern. I shrugged. As for the message, I took my phone out and opened the message. I received this message along with the photo in the morning at 3 a.m. So, I've had plenty of time to think that the person couldn't sleep well last night. I pity them, because obviously, he or she was wondering what Kale and I were doing. And this time, several girls and boys burst out laughing. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Tracy's face turning red. Some girls went to stand with her. It was obvious that one of them did it, but there was no proof. So I'll come back to this message. It reads, "Do you know the legal age to have sex is 18? I chuckled. Duh. Of course, I know the legal age of consent. In Nevada, the legal age of consent is 16, while in Oregon it is 18 years. I narrowed my eyes as I scanned the people in front of me. The person who sent me this message wanted to threaten me that since I am underage, they could file a criminal case against Kale, because he is over 18. I scoffed. But they forgot two things. First, we are in Nevada, and in this state, we are both of age. This picture was taken here. 2, as for laws in the state of Oregon, we are well aware of it. The photo you sent doesn't prove that we had sex. Just like now, Kale has me in his arms. Do you think we are having sex? A boy from behind said, "Bravo!" He started clapping and several others joined him, laughing and ridiculing whoever sent this message to us. Kale, Torin, and Aiden relaxed and joined in the laughter too. Kale kissed my temple. "That's like my Luna." "Luna?" I asked, confused. He smiled and kissed me again. Fuck. If it weren't for his beauty, I wouldn't have fallen for him. Maybe I could add to his protectiveness. Also his dedication, his eyes, his possessiveness, obsessiveness. Gosh, too many things. The team started leaving, but I stopped them. There's one more thing that I'd like to tell you guys. I looked pointedly at Tracy. Tracy came to my room to talk to Kale yesterday. This picture wasn't taken by her, but by someone who was behind her in the room opposite to ours. Now, I don't know who that person was who was staying in the opposite room, but I'll leave it to you guys to find out who that was. I knew once I found that person, I'd be able to pin Tracy. But why will you find out? So here's an incentive. I pulled Torin and Aiden beside me. Whoever comes to know about this person first, Torin and Aiden will kiss him or her. What? The brothers snapped their heads at me with utter shock on their faces. You can throw us under the bus, Torin protested. I grinned. Scrunching my nose, I said, I already did. Kale barked a laugh as an excited murmur filled the room. The girls were thrilled at the prospect of kissing the boys. I found some boys also looking at Torin and Aiden with interest. Tracy, on the other hand, had paled. Along with her friends, she left the room. I knew she would do everything to erase the evidence. I didn't care. My point was proven, and I had thwarted a major fight and confrontation. If I'm being honest, I was afraid that if I had succumbed to the message, Kale and I would have become distant, and we both would have been really depressed. My connection with Kale was becoming soul deep. It was something I could not point at, but I loved as every day brought us closer. You better stay in the stadium today, Kale said as we walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. I'll get 100 shades tanned. I don't care, he said, and suddenly lifted me, grabbing my waist. I squealed, clasping his shoulders tightly, my legs dangling in the air, my legs dangling in the air. If you leave, I will bloody quit the game and come after you. I cupped his cheeks as he carried me to the bus that was supposed to take us to the stadium. I love you. He stopped in the middle of the road. Say that again, and I'll fuck the laws. I giggled and kissed him on his lips. No fucking the laws. You have a match to play. 2 days later, I decided to skip school and stay in Vegas. I moved to Kale's room because I had to give up mine. Since I was broke, I couldn't afford to pay for mine. No one was able to find out who was in the room opposite to mine, and so Torin and Aiden were relieved as hell. I watched him play all day. On the day of the final match, the crowd had swelled to thousands, and it was exhilarating to watch him move like a wolf on the field. Kale and his team won the match. Oh, did I tell you I had started dreaming of wolves lately? Tracy POV. I had met Kale for the first time when my father, Alpha Derek, was called by Alpha Logan for a formal meeting with his allies. The families were also invited, and so I had tagged along with my parents and elder brother and sister. The Nord pack was the most influential pack, and Alpha Logan and Luna Kylie were filthy rich. Not to mention Alpha Ace and Luna Katie, who were their relatives and were royalty. When I saw their castle for the first time, my eyes went starry. So much opulence was something I had never seen. I wished I was surrounded by it, but my fucking luck was rotten. Uncle Bo was a fuck-twat who was spending his life in our dungeons. Along with his equally irritating wife, Aunt Luce, they had sabotaged any chance that I had to spend my life in luxury. Even though Alpha Ace's son, Aiden, was my age, I couldn't approach him to entwine him in a romantic relationship because he was a loose cannon. He loved to flirt with girls, but he was clear that he would marry his mate. So when I went to the Nord pack, I did everything I could to trap Kale. They weren't royalty, but they were as rich as the Viking pack Alpha. At first, Kale was frosty, so I followed him everywhere. Slowly, over the years, he opened up a little. At every opportunity, I tried to suck him like a Hoover vacuum or spread my legs. My main mission was to get into his house like his Luna. Can you imagine what it is to be the Luna of the most powerful pack? My dreams were filled with the opulence of their house. I liked his parents, but I hated his sister Layla, who was constantly filling his ears about me. She was my nemesis. And so I had decided that once I was married to Kale, I was going to throw her out of the house. As for his parents, well, I would ask them to move to a different house. Anyway, everything was going superb until the bitch, Astrid, arrived at the scene. The connection between her and Kale was undeniable, and I hated it. She shattered my dreams of having Kale, shattered my years of carefully built-up plan to be near him. I had followed Kale and Torin to Cedar Academy, only to let her take away my dream. Fuck, no. I was going to kill the bitch before she messed up my plans. How can a human be a better Luna of the Nord pack than a werewolf? And I was the best she-wolf Kale could have. I had every quality that a Luna should have. My manipulative tendencies, combined with a cold and shrewd mindset, made me a force to be reckoned with. After the last incident in which I posted her nude pictures on social media, Kale and his brothers went in an all-protective mode to save her. I didn't know that Aiden had hacking skills. The bastard hacked my security footage and revealed the truth. I was caught. So the only option I had at that time was to throw my besties under the bus. They were morons, who I always used to fulfill my purpose. I shifted the blame on them by telling Henson that they were the ones who pushed me into drugging Astrid. Henson believed it and suspended the girls for the semester. He allowed me to stay in school after giving me a warning. The next thing I did was to stage a show where I kneeled in front of Astrid to ask for her forgiveness. Things didn't get better as I expected. The closeness between Kale and Astrid increased, and every moment they spent together was like a shard in my chest. I hated Astrid from the core of my heart. I had started hating Kale, and once I was married to him, I was going to make his life a hell. At Las Vegas also, I tried to harass her by posting those photos, but the bitch was smart enough to outdo me. Not again. To have a human mate wasn't heard of, and so Astrid's unusual attraction towards Kale was strange. In order to understand this, I sniffed Astrid and wondered if she had a dormant wolf, but she didn't have a wolf. That made me even more edgy. I started scheming on how to expose Kale that he was a werewolf. That way, Astrid would get scared and run for life. After all, she must have seen wolves, but she mustn't have seen wolves as large as Kale's. Kale had asked the school to schedule all his classes with Astrid. Another bloody pang of jealousy hit me hard. Sitting in the class, I was watching Kale and Astrid. Kale's hand was on Astrid's thigh while they were listening to the teacher. I wanted to burn Astrid's thigh, but I was burning instead. Burning, burn her. A smile ghosted on my lips as an idea started forming. Oh, Astrid, soon you'll be a toast and you'll see Kale's real self. You'll run away from him, and you'll be so hideous after that that you won't ever have a boyfriend in your life. Yes, that was the punishment you would get from the future Luna of the Nordpack. I clicked their picture discreetly from my place, making sure to show Kale's hand on her thigh. And then I sent this message to Luna Kylie, saying, Kale is in love with Astrid, it seems. I am so happy for them. Love emoji. I hope they have a good life together. 2 love emojis. Astrid is a human, and I hope Kale knows what he is doing. Or maybe this is just infatuation. I didn't want to report it to you, Luna Kylie, but I thought that it's my duty to tell you about Kale's decisions that can affect his future. After all, he is the future alpha of the largest pack in North America. I chuckled as I pressed the send button. Luna Kylie was a powerful woman in our community. I was sure that would detest Astrid from the core of her heart. The message was delivered, but she hadn't opened it. She would, soon. As soon as the class got over, I saw them filing out of the class. Kale! I called him with puppy eyes and an innocent face. He turned to look at me, and he clenched his jaw. Do you remember that tomorrow is our 8th friendship anniversary? I asked enthusiastically, glancing at Astrid, hoping she understood I knew Kale long before she arrived in his life. I was planning a small party. Please come over and bring Astrid too. It'll mean a lot to me. He stiffened. I am not available. We are both busy. Math teacher has assigned us classes together after school. The monster of jealousy inside me rose, and I felt like punching Astrid's face. But I controlled myself. Taking a deep breath in, I said, even if you come for like 10 minutes, I'll be thrilled. Please, Kale, can't you forgive your friend? Kale looked at Astrid as if asking for her approval. The bitch looked into his eyes and smiled. She turned to me and said, We're not sure, Tracy. It depends on how soon Kale finishes his assignment. I see, I breathed. That's fine, but I'll wait for you. I gazed at Kale and pouted. I know Astrid can't make it because she's still angry with me, but can you come? There's a delightful surprise waiting for us. Your favorite fresh pineapple cake, ready for us to cut and relish together. If they don't come to me, I'll go to them, and this time I'll finish it. Torin and Aiden also didn't commit to coming over, which irked me further. They were distancing themselves from me after the hotel incident, but for my plan to work, they had to come to my place. I kept checking my phone for the whole day and the next, but Luna Kylie hadn't read my message. It was annoying as hell. The bitch thought she was too important to give me any attention. I continuously called Torin and Aiden until they agreed that they'll come. Thank the goddess. For Kale, I crafted another plan. The next day, when Torin and Aiden were in my house, I asked them to wait for a few minutes to get Kale with me. They both scowled and said that he wouldn't come, but I would not succumb to defeat. So I reached his home with a big bouquet of red roses. He opened the door wearing only jeans, his hair all tousled, and he had that lusty look in his eyes. There was a lipstick mark on his neck, and I wanted to burn that. What do you want? He growled. I gave him the bouquet. Kale, don't be mad at me. Aiden and Torin are already at my place. Could you come for 5 minutes? We'll cut the cake and you can leave immediately after. Kale POV. Astrid was in my bedroom, and only 10 minutes back we had finished our reading. She was an excellent tutor, and I was a naughty student. I stole every opportunity to kiss my teacher, while she growled at me cutely. As soon as our lessons were over, I pounced on her and pinned her beneath me to kiss her. I took her savagely, roughly, urgently. There was no way I could be gentle with her because the need to be with her or merge her body with mine was overwhelming. It wasn't just a momentary thing. It was constant. My wolf was always on the edge around her. She responded to me like she was also needing it. Oh, how much I was waiting for her 18th birthday. Suddenly the bell rang, breaking our reverie. She giggled, burying her face in the brook of my neck. It could be something important, she said, tapping my lips. I stared at her intensely. You better stay here in this fucking position while I deal with whoever is outside. As I was coming downstairs, I sniffed the air. It was Tracy. What the fuck was she doing here? I had told her I won't go to her place. She could kiss our friendship goodbye forever. With that in mind, I opened the door. What do you want? I asked, agitated by her presence. She was trying to hold on to that stupid thread of what we had, which I wanted to snap as soon as possible. Honestly, I was feeling repulsive in her presence. She begged me to come and cut the cake for 5 minutes. I told you I will be busy, I snapped. Tears welled in her eyes as she peeped behind me. I know you don't want me to come to you, but what can I do? I've been with you for so many years. It's painful to just... A tear ran down her cheek. How can I forget the connection we had? The only reason I've called you for the cake cutting is because I also want to break our friendship. Please consider this as my way of going away from you forever. She lowered her head and sniffled. God damn it. I clenched my teeth and stabbed my fingers in my hair. Okay, wait, I'll come with you, but I can't spare more than 5 minutes. She looked at me with a smile, wiping her tears. Thanks, Kale. You are the best. I shook my head, asking her to wait. I went up to wear a shirt. Astrid was checking her phone in the same position I had left. Goddess. Even 5 minutes away from her seemed like a lifetime. I crawled over to her and kissed her. Tracy's here. A crease formed between her eyebrows. She has called me for some stupid cake-cutting stuff to end our friendship. Aiden and Torin are already there. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I wore a sweatshirt with a hoodie and ran downstairs. Tracy was waiting for me in her car. I hopped in the car and she started the engine. I'm so happy that you are coming with me, she said with a soft smile. Yeah, let's hurry. I don't want Astrid to be waiting for me. We sped to her home. Aiden and Torin were already sitting over there, waiting for us impatiently. Dude, you better hurry this up, Torin said, irritation lacing his voice. Tracy nodded excitedly. She went to the kitchen and got a knife for us. Join me, she said as soon as she placed the knife on the cake. I rolled my eyes and placed my hand over hers as Torin and Aiden did the same. We cut the cake together. Tracy gave a piece to me and my brothers and demanded we also make her eat. She was laughing with excitement when we made her eat the cake. Thank you so much for making this special for me, she said to us. I was always feeling so guilty, but now I am free. Then she turned towards me and said, Thanks, Kale, for coming here. I will not bother you at all from now on, and I wish both you and Astrid a lovely life together. I blinked my eyes at her. She sounded so sweet that it was unbelievable. Tracy, I knew, was always rude and snarky. The change in her was astounding. All of us softened a little. It was nice knowing you, Tracy, I murmured and came out of the house. Both Torin and Aiden gave her a hug, and they too followed me. As we headed towards Aiden's car, Torin said, Well, that was weird as fuck. Aiden barked a laugh as I shook my head at my brothers. Come on, I have to go. Astrid is waiting for me, I said to them as I hopped in the back seat. Wolf, you are whipped, Torin chuckled. I grinned. Yes, I was whipped like an ice cream, but I loved it. Aiden started the car and we drove back home. However, the moment I reached there, my eyes widened in shock. Dread plummeted in my stomach as a full-blown panic hit me. Astrid! I shouted and jumped out of the car towards my house that was now engulfed in flames. The flames were like a beast unleashed, consuming everything. They danced inside, licking the walls. I heard a loud crash inside, my heart leaping out in raw fear. Smoke billowed upward in thick clouds. Torin and Aiden rushed towards me to stop me, but with a deafening growl, I pushed them both away. Seeing my house burning with the only girl I ever loved more than my life was like watching my heart being ripped off and thrown in the raging inferno. Helplessness stormed inside me like a violent, unrelenting hurricane of despair and fear. I wanted to go to Astrid as soon as possible, perhaps die with her. But the question that was on the top of my mind was, how did my house burn in such a short time? I was away for like 10 minutes. Astrid! I shouted, reaching the porch. Astrid, come back, Kale. Torin yelled at me. It's not safe. Safe? I wanted Astrid safe. I wanted her so badly that my wolf howled inside me. If I didn't get her, I would die. I turned to Torin and rasped, You know I can't live without her. I have to find her. So either you help me or you stay back. Aiden came to my side, along with Torin. You think we'll leave you? Come, let's find her. Torin hugged me tightly. I swear, Kale, after we rescue Astrid, I am going to find out how this happened, and if I come to know that someone did it on purpose, I'm going to unleash hell on them. Count me in, Aiden hissed. But I knew I was going to unleash hell before my brother would blink an eye. I was on the porch with my brothers in a second. I kicked open the door. It fell down in a bundle of flames. Astrid! I shouted as I charged in and rushed towards the stairs. However, the moment I reached the landing, I saw someone emerging from the billowing flames and thick smoke, cradling Astrid protectively in his arms. My eyes widened in surprise as I stared at the man who was slowly emerging from the flames. "Run out," he shouted. "I am getting her." "Dad?" Goosebumps lined my skin. Torrin and Aiden were equally surprised. "Come out, all of you." Mom's voice came from the main door. The three of us literally jumped. "What is going on?" Torrin muttered, clearly amused. Dad came down with Astrid in his arms. She was unconscious. "Do we have a hospital around?" he asked. Astrid POV. My mind was like a ship adrift in a foggy sea as I woke up. Everything felt unfamiliar. The surroundings were blurry and my head was spinning. Argh! I winced when I tried to get up, a pain lancing through my head. "Stay still!" A deep, hoarse voice drifted from somewhere as I tried to focus my eyes. My body felt so heavy and sluggish that I flopped back on the pillow. My thoughts were scattered as confusion set in. I was unable to piece the puzzle together about what was happening to me. The recollection of being consumed by fire filled me with a lingering terror. The enormity of what happened was too much to process, leaving me in a state of disbelief. It was like I was going to die. Perhaps I was dead, and it was my angel who was towering over me. I focused to see who it was and found Kale looking at me intensely. Relief flooded my chest through the darkness seeing him. Too many questions flooded my mind. How did I get out? Who rescued me? Where were Uncle and Aunt? "Baby girl?" Kale's soft voice had a layer of deep worry. He cupped my cheek, brushing his thumb on my skin. I could sense the fear trapped inside his chest, which was pounding wildly. "Are you okay?" I nodded as I noticed the surrounding sound. Sounds of machines beeping and soft murmurs filled the space. "You were gone," I said through a parched throat. "Shh," he said, putting his finger on my lips. Then he leaned over me and picked a glass of water to give me. He propped up my head with his hand and brought the glass to my lips for me to have water. I gulped it and let the cool sensation of liquid heal my soul. Once I drank it, instinctively Kale's brows furrowed, as if to check whether I had more injuries. His gaze scanned my body, and when his eyes were back to me, he said, "You got one bruise on your thigh. It's minor and you'll be fine in a day." "Who saved me?" I asked. His eyes were filled with gratitude and warmth when he said, "My dad." Surprise washed over me. "Your father?" He nodded with a smile and looked up. I followed his gaze and saw two exquisite people talking to my aunt and uncle. They looked at us and immediately walked to our side. "You're awake," Bree said, sitting at the edge of the bed as Uncle Fred stood behind me, his eyes fixed on me, speaking of nothing but terror. She placed her hand on my forearm, blinking her tears away. "How did this happen?" Kale's parents, Logan and Kylie, came to stand next to his son, their eyes on me. I gave them a smile. "Thank you," I said to Logan, and I had to say that this man was so handsome at his age that he looked like Adonis walking on earth. No wonder his children were so beautiful. Kale and Torrin were just as tall as their dad and had all the beautiful features blended with their mom and dad. How could two people give birth to even more beautiful people? It must be tough, right? Logan smiled back at me. "It's a pleasure. I am happy that we saved you in time." Then he curled his arms around Kylie and said to Kale, "We're waiting out along with Torrin and Aiden, but we'd like to talk to both of you once we are back at home." "Sure," Kale breathed. As soon as they left the room, Fred came to stand where Kale was, giving him a dreadful glare. Kale stepped back, allowing him to come and sit next to me. "Now tell me, Astrid," he said, barely able to contain his anger. "Did you see who tried to burn the house? Did that person know you were in the house?" "I have filed a report with the police. The whole bloody house is razed down, so it means that the fire was not normal. It was an intention to murder." His chest rose and fell as he seethed. It was the first time I saw Fred in a fiercely protective mood. But it made me feel happy. It made me feel wanted by him. Taking a deep breath in to stop my tears, I said, "I don't know." I was in Kale's room, arranging our books after he had left, when suddenly I heard a blast. It was followed by miles-high flames. Panicked, I rushed downstairs, but my door was engulfed in flames. Before I knew it, the whole place was filled with smoke, and I blacked out. Fred narrowed his eyes. "My doubts are confirmed. There was someone out there who wanted to kill you. He or she was hiding around the house and lit the fire as soon as they saw the opportunity. But the question is, who was it? Stop it, Fred, Bree chided him. Let the police do their work and don't scare Astrid. She is already in trauma. Fred clenched his jaw and became quiet. However, he got up and strode out. I am going to the police. I want to know how they are carrying the investigation. It's been a day. Whoa, so I was out for a day? Brianna and Nate rushed inside. Astrid! Brianna hugged me as Nate stood with his mother. Girl, we were so worried. Who the fuck did it to you? Language, Brianna? Bree hissed. I chuckled. It was so nice to be with my family. I don't know, I said. Tracy had come to get Kale. It happened after they left. Tracy? Brianna and Nate said in unison. Yeah! She wanted to cut the cake with them. I narrated the story to them. Feeling tired, I closed my eyes. She needs rest, Bree said. Out, both of you. No, it's fine, I said, opening my eyes. I was discharged from the hospital a day later, but the police came to my place to ask me 1,000 questions. Kale, Torin, and Aiden ditched school and were practically living at my place because their house got destroyed. Their father bought a new house for them, which was fully furnished, but the brothers mostly stayed at my place. It was on the 4th day that Logan and Kylie came to me to talk. Even I was curious to know how they retrieved me from a burning house and who was responsible for it. Kale cozied up next to me on the bed, while Logan and Kylie sat in the chairs across from my bed. Aiden and Torin stood behind them like sentinels. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind, Astrid, Logan said, glancing at Kale's arms around me. So let me start from the beginning. He looked at Kylie. Kylie received a message from Tracy about both of you. Obviously, we were both thrilled, but we wanted to meet you in person. A blush crept on my cheeks. We arrived at the house at just the right moment, as it was being devoured by fire. We heard you screaming, and so I dashed in to save you. But by the time I reached you, you had fainted. I pursed my lips, a shiver running down my spine when I recalled the fiasco. Logan continued. The police searched all the videos of other house owners around that house, and they saw a man sneaking right below your window as soon as Kale left. Now my question is, do you know anyone who would harm you? The only person who wanted to harm me was Xander, but he didn't know my location. No. Doesn't matter, Kylie said with a soft smile to dismiss the tension. There's another very important question, Astrid. Sure, I breathed. When is your 18th birthday? Kale POV. Astrid was taken by surprise by Mom's question. I was sure she was thinking, why was the whole family eager to know about her 18th birthday? In a week, she replied, trying to stifle her astonishment. Great, Mom said. We are as such here for a week, so we will celebrate your birthday with you. Astrid's eyes widened in surprise. Sure, she replied, glancing at me. I chuckled, stroking her arm fondly. She didn't know that I had a talk with my parents about her. When she was unconscious, I felt like my world would shatter. Mom and Dad sat with me and counseled me. They said that Tracy had sent her a message regarding my relationship with Astrid. I was furious, but Mom said that she was actually thankful to Tracy for sending the message to her because she was thrilled about me. But she's a human, I told her, conveying my suspicions. And there's been no human mate to the werewolves. So what? Mom said. There's always a first time. Still, we have to be very cautious about all this, Kale. Have you told her you are a werewolf? I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. No, I am scared that she would leave me if I reveal that. Dad was extremely serious. He said, if you won't tell her about your species, and she discovers on her own, she will get furious. There should be no lies between a relationship like yours. Especially if you feel she's your mate, you have to tell her. Besides, why do you feel she's your mate? I explained to him my predicament and revealed every emotion I was feeling for Astrid. They were thrilled, but they wanted to stay for her 18th birthday. Maybe as a human, she would smell me as her mate. The chemistry between us was as strong as titanium. Her 18th birthday was going to lift the veil from this mystery. Astrid looked at us with curiosity in her eyes and said, I'd love to have you all for my birthday. She glanced at her aunt, who was coming inside with coffee, and pursed her lips. Mom understood her predicament. She said politely, Bree, Astrid's birthday is in a week's time. I would like to host a party for her birthday at our place. I hope that is okay with you." Astonished, Bree stopped in her tracks as her gaze darted between Astrid and Mom. My father was grinning, seeing the whole drama. I knew him. He loved to see how my mom played in tight situations. After all, she was the Luna of the Nord pack, which was the strongest pack in North America. "Oh," Bree said, serving the coffee to Mom. "Brianna and Nate had a plan for her." "That's even better," Mom said. "They can merge the plan with ours." Bree licked her lips in amusement. She was well aware of the fact that I was dead serious about Astrid. Over the last few days, both Fred and Bree had accepted me pretty well. The investigation about how our house caught fire was still on, and so I was constantly in their home. Had to be. It was impossible for me to go for any practice match or attend the classes. Brianna, Torn, and Aiden were getting all the notes at home for us. "What do you want, sweetie?" Bree asked Astrid. "I am okay with anything," she replied, blushing. I couldn't help it and kissed her cheek. "In that case, we are celebrating my girlfriend's birthday in my house," I declared, sealing the problem and her blush harder. The doorbell rang, and Bree excused herself. Mom and Dad got up. "We are going," Dad said. "Your mom needs to rest. She's been arranging your new house like a maniac." Torn and Aiden chortled. Torn said, "The way Mom is arranging the house, it's like she wants us to stay here permanently." Astrid stiffened in my arms. Fear pulsated in her pulse, and I knew the feeling. I tightened my arms around her to reassure her. "Don't worry," I murmured against her ear. "I won't leave you." She relaxed and gave me a nervous smile. My little adorable human. Did she really think I would leave her? Suddenly, Torrin growled, staring at the door, his jaw clenched. "What the fuck is she doing here?" he said in a menacing voice. I sniffed the air, and before I could say anything, Tracy was standing at the door. "Hi," she waved at us, her eyes going to where I was holding Astrid for a moment. "What are you doing here?" Aiden asked as he strolled towards her. Tracy got intimidated, her eyes going wide like that of a puppy in fear. "Aiden," my mom rebuked him. He stopped and crossed his arms against his chest. "I have come to meet Alpha Logan and Luna Kylie," she breathed. "Alpha and Luna?" Astrid said, bewildered. "Like you have in werewolf books?" Silence ensued. I experienced a mix of terror and anger towards Tracy, causing me to freeze next to Astrid. Tracy bit her tongue. She let out a nervous laugh and changed the topic. "How are you, Astrid? I'm so sorry about what happened to you." "I'm fine," Astrid replied in a monotonous voice. "Great," Tracy turned her attention to Mom and Dad. She went near Mom and said, "I should have come to meet you earlier. But I was so busy with all the schoolwork that I didn't find time. Our finals are near, and I am neck-deep in studies." I knew it was her way of telling my mom how studious she was. "Apart from that, I have enrolled in extra classes for combat training," she continued. She darted a glance at Astrid and added, "Mom and Dad always emphasize that warrior training is very important for being the Luna of a pack." That was her way of showing that she was a great warrior, and Astrid was again confused. I was seething and wanted to shut her up. "But here I am, at your disposal," Tracy said to Mom. "I'll be with you whenever you want me." Mom gave her a sweet smile. "Well, that's fine, Tracy. I wasn't expecting you either. Nonetheless, I wanted to thank you for the message you sent to me." Tracy's mouth dropped to the floor, embarrassment coating her skin. She looked at me. "That was just—" Mom put her hand up in the air. "You don't have to explain. That's what best friends do, right? Your message couldn't have come at a better time. We saved Astrid from fire." And this time, strangely, Tracy's face paled. Mom continued, "I am celebrating Astrid's birthday. I will send you a formal invitation, okay?" She winked at her and walked out of the room with Dad. Astrid POV. Logan and Kylie left along with Aiden, but Torrin continued to stand with us, glaring at Tracy as if she had committed a mistake. Tracy looked at him with innocent eyes and then turned to go after my mom. "Luna Kylie, Mom has sent her greetings to you," she exclaimed, making sure that everyone hears her. I jerked my head back. What is wrong with her? "Ignore her, baby," Kale said and cupped my face with his large hands. He kissed my lips languidly, taking his time. When he pulled away, he brushed my cheeks with his knuckles. "Right now, you're my favorite kind of red." Torn coughed from the side. "Can you guys not do that?" "Leave, asshole," Kale growled. Torrin shook his head and chuckled as he walked to the door. Cale helped me lie down and stretched beside me. "Why was Tracy addressing your mom and dad as Alpha and Luna?" I asked him. "It seems like she has read a lot of werewolf books." I chuckled. "Have you read those books?" he asked, intertwining our fingers together. I blushed. "Of course. Which teenager hasn't read them?" He grinned and propped his head over his arm. "So that means you love werewolves." "Gosh, I adore those books," I said. "You don't know how many I have downloaded on my phone." I picked up the phone to show him the number of apps I had in it. "I love how werewolves have mates and how they die for each other, and I wish this were true. Do you think it's possible to have mates, like true love?" His Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at me intensely. "It's possible." I became excited and hugged him tightly. "I think we are fated mates." He wrapped me in his brawny arms and sighed. "Could be." We remained together for a long time like that as I showed him my favorite book. Contract with Alpha Logan is one of my favorites, and I'm reading this book currently. I giggled. Suddenly my phone buzzed. It showed an unknown number. Without thinking, I picked it up. "Hello," I cooed. "Astrid, how are you?" Xander's voice came from the other end, chilling my blood. "Xander?" Shocked, I stared at the number. I had blocked his previous number, and so he was calling me from a new number. "How dare you call me?" I shouted. Cale sprang up on the bed. "Don't you fucking disconnect the call," Xander growled. Cale snatched the phone from me and put it on speaker. He mouthed me, "Talk." "What the fuck do you want, Xander?" I shouted at him. "I told you not to call me." He let out an evil laugh. "Why won't I call my baby sister?" he said in an amused tone. "Now you better hear me, Astrid," he grunted. "I know where you are, and I will meet you soon." Icy chill ran down my spine. Oh God, no. "You thought you could hide from me forever?" he hissed. "You better be ready to give me the keys to our house when I come to you. I know Dad has stashed his bank papers in that house. I own that property and not you. So you better not fuck with me this time, Astrid, otherwise you'll end up dead." I clenched my teeth so hard to stop them from chattering that it was a wonder they hadn't broken. "You never showed up to help when Mom and Dad were alive," I said in a low voice, full of anger. "You never helped Dad once when he built that house. He did everything alone, and it was my mom who helped him. Where do you come from in the dynamics of our family? Your mom divorced my dad before I was born. You aren't even my dad's son. How can you say that it is your property?" "Shut up," he yelled on the phone. "You are giving me the keys, else you will be responsible for the consequences." Saying that, he disconnected the call. I was shivering so hard that Cale wrapped me up in his arms. "Now what?" I muttered to myself. "Uncle!" I shouted through my hoarse throat. "Uncle Fred!" "Shh!" Cale stroked my back to calm me, but I was far from being calm. Xander knew where I was, and I was afraid that he would harm my family. Tears ran down my cheeks. My stepbrother was a maniac. He could do anything. Xander is loose," I quivered. "What if he harms my family?" "Nothing will happen to you or your family, love." Cale hugged me tightly. But how could he help? He didn't know Xander wanted to kill me. In the next 2 days, I started going to school. I spoke about Xander to Fred and Bree, and they got a restraining order against Xander based on the phone call. But I knew Xander wasn't the type who would stay quiet. Every moment, I darted my gaze around, expecting Xander to emerge from somewhere and attack me. Tracy had reduced her interaction with all of us. Her attention was now on her studies and other activities. I found it very odd, but it was for good. Since I had blocked Xander's number, he didn't call me. It was on the eve of my birthday that I think I saw him. We were going to the parking lot after school. Torrin and Aiden were passing the rugby ball between each other, cursing and laughing at who was better and how Cale had become a traitor for leaving them for me. Cale shook his head as he pulled me next to him, murmuring that his brothers have become crazier than they already were. The November sun was on the horizon, vestiges of day being swallowed by the night. I rubbed my arms as the chilly November breeze gushed. As usual, I darted my gaze around, feeling scared, and in front of me, across the parking area, I saw Xander in the woods. As he stood beneath a tree, the darkness seemed to consume him, like he was cut out from it. "Xander," I muttered. Fear blasted in my chest. Cale snapped his head up. "Fuck!" He rushed towards him. Torin and Aiden were surprised as hell. "Stay with her, Aiden," Kale said, motioning Torin to go with him. A car zipped in front of us, and as soon as it was gone, I saw Xander had disappeared. I saw Kale and Torin going after him. "Stop!" I shouted. Xander was dangerous. He could kill them. "Stop!" But they didn't stop. I ran after them. "Astrid, don't!" Aiden tried to stop me, but I didn't care. What if Xander killed Kale? I ran after them, with Aiden following me. They had entered the woods, and I followed them, shouting, begging them to stop. "Run, Aiden!" I panted. "Xander is usually armed. He might kill them." With a growl, Aiden rushed after them. All of a sudden, an arm grasped my neck from behind and pulled me against his chest. "Baby sister, where are you going?" Xander said. "We need to talk." And what happened next was something I had never imagined. Astrid POV. Kale and Torin had run away so fast that I was sure that they were nowhere near me. Aiden had followed them, running just as fast. I was more than puzzled to see them sprinting with such incredible speed. I had never seen people running like that. But more than that, the thought of Xander being armed and attacking them horrified me to the core. My turbulent emotions were replaced with terror when Xander had me against his chest. He was holding a knife to my neck, and I dared not move. Tears welled in my eyes. Not only did I put myself in jeopardy, I had put Kale, Torin, and Aiden also in major trouble. "We need to talk," Xander hissed as he walked back with me. "I've been trying to find you and see what I got. How could you even think that you could elude me, bitch?" My hands went to his forearm, my heart thundering in my ribcage so wildly that had it not been in the confines of my ribs, it would have leapt out. Or was it that something wanted to break free of me? The feeling was crazy. My body broke in a cold sweat. The brothers must have gone far away. Even if I died at the hands of my maniac brother, I was satisfied that I had saved them. "I told you there is nothing to talk about," I whispered in a hoarse voice. "There is," he shouted, his chest rising and falling in rage. "That house belongs to my father, and not you or that bullshit of your mother." I clenched my teeth. "Xander," I said, trying to drill logic into his brain. "You were never there when Dad built our house. You didn't visit us once unless you needed money. How can you think it is your house?" I would not give him my place, my home, which my parents had built with so much love and affection. My father was a construction worker, and he saved every penny for us. His love for my mom and me was immense. I knew that if Xander got hold of the house, he would destroy it bit by selling every piece to cater his growing addiction. "I won't give it to you," I said in a firm voice. He pressed the knife into the neck, letting out a sinister chuckle. "On the risk of dying?" My skin sliced and warm blood trickled down my neck. "You won't kill me, Xander," I said, "because if you kill me, you'll never get that house." "Oh, you are so wrong, baby sister," he scorned. "I'm going to kill you and enjoy seeing you bleeding to death. Then I'm going to carve that heart out and feed it to the dogs." I took a deep breath to steady myself. "I am 17. That house doesn't belong to me legally until I turn 18. For a moment, he stilled. "You're lying," he hissed, gripping my shoulder with his free hand so tightly that I winced in pain. "Why will I?" I offered him the truth. A second later, he scoffed. "I know you're turning 18 in a week. Till that time, you are going to stay with me in my nice little basement." Dread plummeted in my stomach. He was going to kidnap me and lock me in his basement. Once I sign all the papers in his name, he would kill me. "No," I rasped. "Oh yes," he grinned. "Now you know you can't mess with your older brother." "You aren't my brother," I snapped. "Shut the fuck up," he shouted and started pulling me back. Suddenly, I heard heavy footfalls approaching us. In a flash of a second, I saw Kale and Aiden in front of me with a large black wolf who was at least 6 feet tall, and he was walking in the middle of 2 brothers. It was the first time I had seen such an enormous wolf. I was filled with a mix of awe and terror. Fear gripped my heart, seeing him with Kale and Aiden. Why did they act as though the wolf posed no threat and was their companion? Xander gulped, looking at the wolf. He pressed me against his chest. "Who are you?" he said, his voice dusted with fear. "Run, Kale," I said through my hoarse throat. "Don't come near me, please." I begged, my gaze darting to the wolf. My chin quivered as my gaze darted between the wolf and Kale and Aiden. "Get away from her," Kale said in an icy voice that made me shiver. Xander licked his lips. "No," he replied, his eyes not faltering from the wolf. "Get away from her before I do something nasty with you," Kale said, clenching his fist. His dark eyes flashed amber. Or did I imagine it? An animalistic growl vibrated in his chest. His sharp canines that I used to find attractive were now sharper and had slipped out of his gums, puncturing his lower lips. The sight should have filled me with horror, but I found it enticing. I knew what was wrong with me, but what was wrong with Kale? I could feel Xander's heart drumming against my skin in raw fear. "Fuck off," he hissed through his fright. It all happened in a flash of a moment. Kale tipped his head up and roared. When he looked at us again, his eyes were flashing golden, and then he leapt towards us, landing on his paws. His body stretched and lengthened midair as fur rippled on his skin. Blood drained from my face when I saw that instead of Kale, a massive black wolf standing right in front of us. His face dipped low, his lips peeled back, and his maw open. He let out a deafening snarl. My heart pounded like a drum in a thunderstorm as I stood there in complete shock, refusing to let the realization hit me. My gaze went to the identical wolf who was standing behind Kale, and if my guess was correct, that was Torin. Aiden just stood next to Torin's wolf with his arms crossed across his chest. He said, "Xander, you have 2 minutes to leave Astrid. If you don't, these two will brutally tear you apart, limb by limb." I think Xander pissed in his pants. His grip on me loosened. I was so shocked that my feet didn't move. All I could do was stare at the most beautiful wolves I'd ever witnessed. No, werewolves. I wanted to reach Kale's wolf and run my hands in his fur. Every fantasy came true. It was as if I had been plucked from reality and dropped into the pages of a storybook. Something inside me stirred and my vision turned blurry. Shouldn't I be bolting in fear? Kale's wolf closed the small distance between us, towering over Xander. Just as he was about to crush Xander's head, a car behind us unexpectedly revved its engine, shattering the silence and distracting him. Astrid POV. Kale and Torin's wolves immediately stopped, their eyes snapping to the car behind us. It was as if they were petrified. They took a step back. Xander must have sensed the hesitation. He removed the knife from my neck, turned, and ran away from there, shouting, "Wolves! Wolves!" I dropped to the ground on my knees, my mind too frozen to do anything else. "Quick, quick!" I heard Xander's panicky voice from the edge of the woods. He opened the car's door and slammed it shut. The car sped away into the night. Kale shifted into his human form and approached me with panic written all over his face. The warm blood on my neck must have reached my chest because I could feel my shirt soaked in it. "Astrid," he murmured, his eyes scanning me everywhere. But I was too stunned to comprehend the situation. My head was spinning again. "You..." I couldn't finish my sentence. "Yeah," he replied, watching my reaction. My gaze swept over the three brothers. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, I fainted. I sensed him picking me up, but after that, I recalled nothing. And why was it that something inside me was trying to surface, like my soul that wanted to reach out to Kale's soul or his wolf? I didn't know how to classify what I saw when I was unconscious. Were they dreams or nightmares? Black wolves chased me, and when I looked back over my shoulder to see those wolves, I saw myself looking over a furry white shoulder. I gasped, and with a jerk, opened my eyes. "Astrid!" Kale was lying right next to me. He tightened his grip around me. "Kale?" My heart hammered in my ribcage. I didn't know whether I should be afraid of him. "You're a werewolf?" I stated, rather than asking. Or what happened to me was just a dream. He stared into my eyes intensely. "I am," he said in a low voice, filled with a dilemma. I gulped and distanced myself away from him. His features were illuminated by the soft light of the side lamp. "Don't hate me," he said, his breath lodged in his throat. "Please don't hate me," he begged. His Adam's apple bobbed. Something inside me purred, like it wanted to reach out to him and hug him to stop making him feel so miserable. "I don't hate you," I managed to say, my words laced with a mixture of desperation and apprehension. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "I couldn't see you being attacked," he explained. "My protective instincts about you flared. I know I should have restrained myself, but it was not in my control. My wolf took over." Goosebumps lined my skin, and I wrapped my arms around my body. There were 1,000 questions in my mind, but I asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" I was scared, he said in a guarded voice. I thought you would leave me if I revealed my identity. He rubbed his chest as if anxiety tightened around his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He got out of the bed and walked to the window, each step heavier than the last. Being a werewolf around you felt like carrying a weighty burden. I felt so hopeless that it was exhausting. You can't imagine the overwhelming sense of isolation I felt, yearning for you to simply acknowledge me for who I truly am. He tilted his head upwards and surrendered to the darkness behind his closed eyes. Don't hate me, Astrid. I won't be able to live without you. I don't know if you've heard of fated mates, but I think you're my mate, the one destined for me, the one I was born to take care of. Oh, my God. Yes, I had read about werewolves and their fated mates. I used to find it mythical, but this was real. I think it was my conscience who coaxed me to get up and go to my beautiful mate. Kale, I murmured and jumped out of the bed to go to him. He stumbled a little when I wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my body against his. Taken aback by my reaction, he turned to me and curled his arms around me. He pinched my chin lightly to tip my face up. I love you so much that I can't breathe. Do you understand that? I nodded, feeling tears rolling down my cheeks. Gods, I felt the same for him. He removed my hair from my forehead. You won't leave me, will you? Not in this lifetime, I said. He slammed his lips on mine and I sighed in response. He picked me up by my waist and carried me all the way to the bed. He pushed me down on the mattress. You don't know what you've done, Astrid. I feel as if a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, he expressed gratefully. We were both breathless when we pulled away. I cupped his cheeks and said, Can I see your wolf again? God damn it, girl. My wolf wants to come out and show himself to you. Do you want me to shift? I nodded vehemently. Kale got out of bed and shifted into his black wolf. I gasped, thrilled to see him. Shouldn't I be scared? I extended my arm, silently asking him to come to me. The big, menacing wolf silently closed the gap between us, and with unexpected gentleness, nuzzled my hand like a playful puppy. I giggled at the feel of his fur. He licked my hand, and before I knew it, I was cuddling him, pulling him to come on my bed. I had fallen in love with a beast who was taller than me and twice my weight. If he mauled me, I'd be dead. But Kale's wolf was so tame. He was like a puppy with beautiful black eyes. I pulled his ears lightly, kissed him on his mouth, ran my fingers through his fur, and then curled my arms around him, tucking him closer to me, all the while giggling like a small girl who just found a treasure trove. You are so beautiful. I love you, I cooed. He licked my face in response. I laughed more. Finally, when I was exhausted, I curled into my wolf and closed my eyes with a sigh, feeling content and euphoric. I never wanted this feeling to go away. Dreams followed. They were the same, but I wasn't afraid of them now. When I woke up in the morning, I saw myself wrapped like a koala around Kale's naked body in his human form. Blushing red, I pushed away. He grinned and pulled me back against him. Stop it, Astrid, he warned me, else I am going to lose control. We took a bath and came out only to find Logan and Kylie sitting with Tracy, Aiden, and Torin. While Logan and Kylie looked pissed as hell, Aiden and Torin were unusually quiet. Tracy gave us a curious look. Xander has reported spotting a werewolf to the local police, Kylie said. Astrid POV. Kale had informed me earlier that werewolves and humans coexisted, but the human didn't know about the existence of werewolves or any other supernatural beings. There was an age-old treaty that prohibited the werewolves to show their true nature to the humans. Because of this, the werewolves stayed in towns that were called packs. He belonged to the Nord Pack. No one in the school knew that they were werewolves. The treaty carried heavy penalties for those who violated its terms. My eyes went wide in shock as I gripped Kale's hand tightly in my hand. Werewolf? I muttered, seeing Tracy in the room. Logan and Kylie had tight expressions on their faces. Tension radiated off everyone in the room except Tracy, who seemed to be actually enjoying all this. Tracy, could you elaborate on it? Logan asked her in a serious voice. I could tell that Tracy was the one who brought the news here. She plucked a bobbin out of her blazer and said, A local cop came over to my place to interrogate about the fire at Kale's place. I gave him all the details, and while we were talking, he said that a man called Xander came to us in a panicky state and said that they've spotted werewolves. She pursed her lips, glancing at me. I told them that the man must be on drugs because there's no such thing as werewolves. She shrugged, but the cop wasn't convinced. He said that Xander has accused Cale of being a werewolf. That's very nice of you, Tracy, Kylie thanked her. Please keep this incident under wraps, and we'll take care of the rest. Sure, Luna Kylie, Tracy chirped, showing her sincerity. You have my word. I understand what it is to maintain secrecy. Good. Kylie gave her a tight-lipped smile. Tonight, we are having a party at our place. Why don't you join us? Tracy's eyebrows shot to the hairline. Party? She appeared confused. Could you tell me what the occasion is? Kylie looked at her husband and then at her sons. We'll let you know when you are here, okay? Tracy let out a nervous laugh. Sure, I look forward to joining you. Saying that, she got up, bowed to them and left, giving me a dirty look. When she left, Torrin let out a sigh of relief. She carries so much tension with her, he scoffed. Maybe we should stop her from meeting us. Kylie watched as Logan and Aiden left the room. I'm going to the police station to talk about this werewolf sighting. He scowled at Cale and left. Torrin jumped to his feet. I'll come with you, Dad. He rushed after Logan, leaving us with Kylie. She called me, patting the seat beside her on the couch for me to sit. Come here, Astrid. I fidgeted with my fingers as I walked to her. She studied the bandage on my neck, removing the hair from there. I'm so sorry that this happened to you, she said softly. Xander is a loose cannon. Can you tell me everything about him? And as for werewolves, I know they exist, I breathed. Cale told me everything about them. Kylie's eyes widened for a fraction of a second in surprise, but her surprise morphed into a cheerful grin. That's wonderful. So you know about them. I nodded eagerly. I'd love to know more about your community. Of course, she exclaimed. But before I tell you more, tell me about Xander. I poured in every information I had about Xander. So he isn't your brother, she asked. Cale, who had placed his feet on the center table, was hearing us with keen interest. Then why does he say he's your brother? He asked. I responded, blinking back tears. To take all the money my parents had left me. But I won't give him a single penny. Besides, if he were to take my life, the money would be automatically go to a trust, leaving him with nothing. Kylie reached out for my hand and touched me gently. I understand your emotions, dear. Can I ask something about your father? Sure, I said, because talking about them was my favorite topic. You said your father was a construction worker. Where was he from? Some settlement near Klamath Falls in Oregon. I recalled how he would fondly talk about his home. He migrated to Portland after marrying my mom. She was from West Virginia. I see, Kylie said. Then she cupped my cheek with one hand. Astrid, I know it might sound stupid at the moment, but whatever happens with you tonight, just let it happen. Go with the flow. Don't stop yourself, okay? My mouth opened and then snapped shut because I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. She chuckled. I know that you're confused at the moment, but trust me, I know what I am saying. Tonight, all of us are going to stay with you. I blushed in excitement. Thank you so much. Oh, no, she chuckled. Thank you for coming into Cale's life. Tracy's POV. They say the enemy of the enemy is your friend. I had found Xander lurking around the town, asking about Astrid. I lured him with the promise of a bottle of booze. Once he revealed his story of wanting to get back at his sister for keeping their father's money to herself, I recognized an opportunity to exploit him. As he had no money, I helped him by booking him a room at an inn situated on the outskirts of the town. You fucking idiot, I seethed, throwing a glass against the wall. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, just like my sanity. Because of you, we got into this trouble. You had to bloody talk to Astrid. Couldn't you just fucking finish her the moment you saw her? But no, you had to fucking talk to her and waste time so that the brothers would come and finish you. If I wasn't hiding in the car and hadn't saved you, you would have been dead meat by now. The reason the brothers couldn't detect me was because the car and petrol fumes overpowered my scent. I had laid out the perfect plan for Xander to kill Astrid. The moment she saw him, she revealed it to Cale, who, along with his brothers, ran after him. Morons. Astrid ran after them and was an easy catch, but Xander had to poop all over my brilliant plan. I wanted to pull my hair out and maul him and leave him dead in the woods, but I controlled my wolf. We needed him for our scheme to fructify. He was terrified when she saw Kale had shifted into his wolf. It was hilarious, seeing him peeing in his pants. It took me a while to calm him down and also instigate him to report the matter to police. However, I couldn't believe that my luck was so low. This bloody idiot had no brains. Now Kale and others knew Xander was around. Xander flinched. He downed his whiskey and clenched his jaw. I had got hold of her, but nothing has to go the way you've planned it, he said, gritting his teeth. I need to know where the fuck she's kept all those papers. But the bitch won't reveal. I thought that if I nicked her a little, she would be scared and spill it out, but she didn't. Rather, she stated that the property would become hers in a week when she reaches 18. So if I kill her now, the property would go to a trust. He took a deep sigh and poured more whiskey in his glass. I am waiting for her to turn 18, and then I'll bloody kill her. Waiting for her to be 18? I asked, disbelief in my eyes. What the fuck do you mean? He shrugged. I mean what I say. She will be 18 in a week's time, and you fucking asshole, I shouted, realizing why Kylie was giving a party. She has turned 18. Tonight is her birthday party. Xander blanched. The fucking twit fucked me. She told a lie. I didn't know who was more of a twit in this case. How could he not know that it was Astrid's birthday today? But I had to say that Astrid was smart. She derailed her deranged brother easily. He grabbed his hair on the head and pulled at them as realization slammed in his chest. He lost a golden chance of killing her. What do I do now? He rasped. I took a ragged breath. So here's what you're gonna do. Thankfully, I had plan B in my mind. Astrid POV. Dad was saving money to take me on a cruise for my 18th birthday. Instead of being with them, I was with his extended family. Fred and Bree had come along with Brianna and Nate for the party, and I was an emotional mess. Fred hugged me tightly before Bree gave me my birthday present. This wasn't needed, I said, trying to swallow the lump formed in my throat. Of course it was, she chided me playfully. Brianna and Nate also gave me their presents. So, what's the plan for tonight? Brianna asked as she took my hand and tugged me to the garden where Kale and Torin were. Nate walked to Aiden, and they started chatting about school. Plan? I chuckled. The plan is to party. Bah! She waved a dismissive hand towards me. I was talking about after the party. A crease came on my forehead. What do you mean? She lowered her voice, her eyes having a mischievous glint. You're 18 today. How about we go to a pub and enjoy stepping into adulthood? Oh. My eyes widened in surprise. So my sister wanted to take me to a late-night party? After the party? I bit my lip and was about to say yes when Kale came to us. Sorry, Brianna, he said, curling his arm around my waist and pulling me to his side. But Astrid and I already have plans for the night. He winked at me, and I blushed crimson, remembering what he had said to me. His words were, on your 18th birthday, I'll put this inside you. Brianna huffed. Spoil sport. He shrugged and looked at me with a heated gaze. Let's cut your birthday cake, love, he said and kissed my temple. I can't wait for the party to get over. What are you guys planning on doing after the party? Brianna asked, bewildered. Can I join? Rather, can we all join? This isn't fair. Astrid is my sister, and all of us should be part of the celebration. Kale rolled his eyes and growled. Some people can't take a hint. What the hell? Brianna snapped. This is not done. We want to celebrate with you. Astrid, you can't leave us. I gritted my teeth. Look, I am not a part of this conversation. I'm okay with anything. Kale stopped. Really, babe? He said, as if accusing me. I told you that on your 18th birthday, I'll make you mine. Have you forgotten that? Do I have to make myself clearer? I smacked on his chest, darting my gaze around, hoping that no one had listened to us. Brianna's mouth fell to the floor and she blushed. She stuttered. By all means, I mean. She didn't know what to say, and so she snapped her mouth shut, feeling uncomfortable. I'll be right back, she said, and hurried to where Kale's parents were talking to Fred. You are so shameless, I exclaimed. Kale smirked. She wasn't taking the hint. A wolf can only try. I rubbed my chest as the same feeling that had been cruising through me bubbled inside me. It was as if my body was superheated. Something was trying to claw its way out. I heard a whisper, Let me out, Astrid. Gods, I think I was going insane. It was all in my mind. But then I recalled what Kylie said. She asked me to go with the flow. so I was going to accept what was happening with me. Is anything wrong? Kale asked, studying my face closely with furrowed eyebrows. I shook my head with a rough exhale. No, this place is so hot. He narrowed his eyes and said nothing. It is November, love, and the winds are chilly. Yet you are feeling hot? I don't know. I closed my eyes and tipped my head up. He held me by my hips and pulled me closer to him. Placing a soft kiss on my lips, he said, "Whatever is happening, let me know, okay?" I relaxed in his embrace and leaned against his chest. All of a sudden, my nostrils were flooded with his body scent, oak moss and mist. Heat pooled in my belly as surprise pooled in my chest. My knees turned to jelly. "You smell so delicious," I rasped, "like oak moss and mist." He stared at me intensely. "And you smell like honeydew." He lowered his lips to mine and kissed me slowly and softly. "I do?" I sighed, reveling in his kiss. "You do, baby girl." In that instant, I felt destined for him, like he was my perfect match. My feelings for him became even more intense. "I love you," I said. Could anyone love anyone else so much that they'd die without him? "I love you too, baby girl," he replied. "Time to cut the cake," Bree called to both of us excitedly, breaking our reverie. The effort Kylie and Logan put into making this such a huge affair left me feeling overwhelmed. I didn't know how to return the favor. It seemed like the whole family was ecstatic about my birthday and my relationship with Kale. Walking hand in hand with Kale to the cake, I saw Tracy entering from the corner of my eye. She had a large bouquet of pink roses in her hands and a present. "I'm so sorry for being late," she chirped. With a smile, she came towards me and gave me the bouquet. "Thanks," I breathed, not liking her presence here, but I said nothing because Kylie had invited her. She looked at Kale with the same smile plastered on her face. "I am so happy for you, Kale. I hope she's your mate." Kale raised his eyebrow for a moment, and then dismissed her words by turning towards the cake. He busied himself with lighting the candles on the cake. Tracy's face crumpled. "I know I hurt both of you a lot, but I wish you forgive me, Astrid," she said, her eyes welling with tears. "I've known Kale all my life, and so I admit that I was really vicious in the beginning. But now I have accepted both of you." She reached out for my hand. "Please forgive me. I want to spend the last 2 months in Cedar Academy peacefully." I didn't know what to say, but I nodded. "Yeah, sure." She gave me a polite smile. "I can't stay here longer, so I'll leave just after cake cutting. Hope that's okay with you." I wanted to tell her she could fuck herself, but I politely nodded again. I cut the cake, and my sister and brother were loudest when they sang my birthday song. Torrin and Aiden smudged the cake on my face, which Kale licked languidly. Damn this wolf. My uncle and aunt were just too happy. Fred came to me and said, "There's something I wanted to talk to you about." "Sure, uncle," I replied with amusement. "What is it?" Never before had he spoken to me in such a secretive manner. "It's time for dinner," Kylie called all of us. "I'll let you know later," Fred muttered. We all headed for dinner. I saw Tracy leaving in a hurry. Before exiting, she stared at me. When our gazes met, she gave me a tight smile and walked away hurriedly. The dinner was over by 11:45 p.m. As the time passed, restlessness churned inside me like a storm brewing at sea. My heart pounded with the ferocity of a drum. Kale and his family came by my side. "Astrid," he said. Panting and wheezing, I desperately caught his hand. "I want to go out," I said. I found it strange that despite the chilly night, I was drenched in sweat. Kale looked at his parents, who nodded at him. I didn't know what was going on between them, but he held me by my waist. "Come on," he said. "I think you want to get some fresh air." I did want to go out and run. Fred and Bree were looking at me with curiosity while Brianna and Nate were busy playing a video game in Aiden's room. It was as if Aiden was keeping them busy on purpose. Kale led me to the edge of the forest, with Kylie, Torrin, and Logan trailing closely behind us. "What is going on with me, Kale?" I asked. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I struggled to breathe as something inside me fought to escape. "It's normal. Just let her come out," he replied mysteriously. "Come out? What?" I asked, panicky. Am I a monster? We reached the edge, but I didn't let go of him. I looked up at the full moon, attraction towards it growing stronger by the minute. "What?" he laughed. "No, sweetheart, you are my beautiful mate." And suddenly, my body was no longer mine. It was like the symphony of wildness had taken control. A scream ripped from my throat as my bones elongated and reshaped like the branches of a tree, twisting and cracking in the wind. My muscles rippled, and an intense pain surged through my body like never before. Astrid POV. "Let me out, Astrid. Let me out," she whispered. "I am your wolf." What? I didn't have time to comprehend because it happened so quickly that when I opened my eyes, I found myself slumped on the ground. "Kale," I said, but the sound came out animalistic. I tried to get up, but when I rose, I struggled and fell down. But when I rose again, I was on my fours. Aghast, I looked around only to see that my body was covered in snow-white fur. How was this possible? I was transformed into a wolf. I was a werewolf. I stepped back with a whimper, fear surging through me, and bumped into Kale's wolf. He let out a low, approving growl. Kale's wolf came into my line of vision, and the word mate hit inside my conscience. Breath whooshed out of my chest at the realization. He was at least a foot taller than me, and gorgeous as hell. "Don't be scared, Astrid," a reassuring voice came back. "I am your wolf, Tasha. Just relax and let me guide you." OMG, my wolf also had a name. If my life was bizarre earlier, I think a major plot twist just occurred. Tasha turned around only to see Logan, Kylie, and Torin. They were looking at her, totally mesmerized. "I knew she's a rare white wolf," Kylie said excitedly. "She knew." "Have trust in me, Astrid," Tasha said. Kale nudged me with his muzzle, pushing me to explore myself. He took a few steps ahead of me, and I knew he wanted me to run with him. Carefully, I treaded on my paws and reached to him. With my heart thundering inside me wildly, I took a deep inhale. And fuck me, my senses were sharpened. The nightlife was bursting around me. The world smelled like 1,000 wildflowers. I could listen to the softest whispers of the forest's nocturnal secrets. Barely audible chittering of squirrels far in the distance sounded like loud cacophony. I could hear the small brook cascading through the hills. My vision was clearer and sharper. I no longer felt like a girl I felt like a force of nature, untamed and primal. With a final, electrifying shiver, I threw my head back and howled towards the moon. I was chosen by the moon. I was a creature of legends. Kale's wolf also tipped his head back and howled at the moon. He charged towards the forest, and I followed him. My mate, my love, my life. I would follow him till the end of Earth and then into fade. Kale was extremely careful about me. He would stop and look back at me to ensure that I was doing fine. He stopped at the brook and we lapped water. It was an unfamiliar experience for me. The initial fear was replaced with excitement. I wondered what my future held for me, but with Kale, I felt reassured. However, my new worry was, what was I going to do now? My family wouldn't accept me. As if understanding my emotions, Kale's wolf came to me and nudged me with a whimper. I yelped, and then we both broke into a play. He chased me into the stream. I looked down at my reflection in the water and stared at a beautiful white wolf. Her pristine coat was like a snowy landscape. Her fur, thick and lustrous, glistened in the soft rays of the moon. With an excited yelp, I splashed water, jumping and bouncing in the brook, spraying water on Kale. When we were both drenched, we came out, and I watched Kale as with a vicious shake, he sent droplets flying in all directions, the movement rippling through his body from head to tail. When Tasha did the same, my head spun. Kale and I ran in the forest for a few more hours until I was dead tired. He guided me back to our house, and on Tasha's assurances, I shifted back. I was naked, which was new and embarrassing for me. But Kale had also shifted back in his human form. There were clothes kept in a basket in the line of trees where we had shifted. He picked up a robe for me and gave it to me. As I wore it, he kissed my head and said, "Do you know I am the luckiest wolf in the entire history of werewolves?" I chuckled and turned to him. Cupping his face, I kissed him on the lips. He deepened the kiss and let out a guttural growl that reverberated in my body. When we pulled away, he rested his forehead on mine. "Mine," he murmured. I wrapped my arms around him. "Yours, forever." The feeling of having a mate was phenomenal. I felt so connected to him that I wanted him to do something that would make me his mate permanently. Understanding what I wanted, he picked me up in his arms and walked inside the house. He wanted to take me upstairs to his room, but we heard soft murmurs coming from the living hall. "Uncle Fred is still here," I said, surprised. "Yes. Do you want to talk to him?" I recalled what Fred wanted to tell me. Yes, he wanted to say something to me, but refrained at that time. I'd like to meet him because I feel he was waiting for me. Sure, Cale said and set me on my feet. We both walked to the living room, where Fred was sitting with Logan and Kylie. I was taken aback that all three of them were still awake. The clock showed 3 a.m., and they should have been sleeping. "Astrid!" Fred exclaimed as he rose to his feet. "Uncle?" My gaze bounced from Logan to Kylie to him. "Everything okay?" He looked at me fondly and said, "Sit. We have to talk." With my heart hammering, I sat next to him as Cale sat with his father, giving him a questioning look. Did he know I had shifted? I just couldn't tell him the truth now. He was going to throw me out of the family for the freak I had turned in. Fred gulped down the whiskey in his glass and looked at me. "You look a lot like your father." He looked at my tousled red hair and picked out a twig from there. "I know you had shifted into your wolf, and that's why I was waiting for you." My mouth dropped. "You knew?" "Yes." He let out a rough exhale. "Do you know why I hated your mom when she ditched her fiancé at the church and ran away?" His Adam's apple bobbed. "It was because she ran away with her mate." "We are humans, Astrid, but your father came from a rare community of white wolves. Most of them were either hunted or killed by humans or werewolves, and so they remain hidden. They lived in a small settlement near Klamath Falls. When your father smelled his mate in a human, he knew he had to protect her from wolves. Afraid for her life, he settled down as a construction worker in the human city instead of taking her back with him." Blood drained from my face. "Daddy was a werewolf?" He sighed. He had gone to Portland earlier when he was much younger, and there he met with Xander's mother, who was struggling with drugs and debt. Because of his kind nature, he helped her and married her in order to give her a stable home, but she didn't change. Eventually, the two divorced and moved on. Your father was heartbroken and returned to his community, but a chance meeting with your mom changed his life forever. So many secrets. Why didn't he ever tell me about it? Shit. I wiped my tears. "Don't cry, Astrid," Fred said. "Whatever your father did, he did it for you. He knew that an offspring from his mate was going to be a powerful wolf who would be hunted, and so he did everything to keep you hidden and never discussed your heritage." I didn't know whether I should be angry with my dad or love him. Fred continued, "I had gone to meet your parents when you were pretty young. It was at that time your father revealed his secret. To be honest, I was even angrier with my sister, but I was powerless to do anything. They were both madly in love with each other, so I returned and didn't contact them again. However, when I heard they had died in an accident, I couldn't contain myself and got you here." He reached for my arm and squeezed it. "I have done a lot of research on werewolves and knew that they shifted at 18, so I was extremely worried and kept a watch on you. It was Logan and Kylie who talked to me about it. I spoke my fears to them and opened up." "Oh God, why didn't you talk to me, Uncle?" I cried. "Because I didn't know how to deal with it. I was scared that you would also be hunted and killed. I just wanted to protect you." Astrid POV. Fred's reasoning was right, but I still hated that he hid such a big secret about me. "Astrid," Kylie said softly, "please don't be mad at Fred. He did what he thought was right." She came to sit with me. "We went to your father's pack and verified your heritage, and only after that we talked to Fred about you." Shocked, my mouth dropped open. "You went to my dad's pack? Why didn't they take me with them?" Kylie nodded. "Yes, dear. Your father's pack missed him greatly, and they didn't know that he had married a human. No one knew of his whereabouts." Tears welled in my eyes. Why was my father so secretive about his mate? "Did you tell them about me?" I asked, hope blooming in my chest. "No," she sighed. "I was afraid that they could come after you and probably kill you if they came to know that your mother was a human. We wanted to protect you, so I'd advise that we lie low for a while. However, when you've gained more confidence as a wolf, we can go there and introduce you to them." She rubbed my arm in an assuring manner. "But I have to warn you, the white wolves are a very private society. They'll do everything to take you back because they look for their kith and kin and they protect them fiercely." Goosebumps lined my skin, and I shook my head as tears ran down my cheeks. Just a month back, I was just a human. A month later, I wasn't just a human. I was a werewolf, and that too was a rare white wolf. Through my tears, I asked, "Why are white wolves so rare? I mean, what is wrong with them?" She gave me a soft smile, cupping my cheek. "There's nothing wrong with them, Astrid. White wolves come with special abilities. In ancient times, humans hunted them for their pristine white furs, while the werewolves hunted them to take them as captives for their special powers. Some had magic, some were seers, while some white wolves were resistant to silver." A shudder ran down my body all the way to my toes. "Do I have a special power?" I asked, staring at her with wide eyes. "Who knows? You might have," she replied. "We still have to see what your special ability is, but you have to stay silent about your wolf, okay?" She wiped my tears. "Just continue to be a normal student at Cedar Academy." I knew what Kylie meant. She and her family wanted to protect me from all the harm. "Okay," I breathed. "Good. Now take some rest. You look tired," and she took out a blade of grass from my hair. "You need a bath." I darted a glance at my uncle. He nodded, encouraging me to take a rest. "You should stay here from now on, Astrid," he said. "In the meantime, I'll see if I can get you guys registered for marriage in the local church." "Marriage?" I exclaimed. "No," Fred bit his lower lip and then took a ragged breath. "This is the only way to keep you safe, Astrid. It's important. We'll talk about it later, Fred." Kylie cut him off. "Astrid is exhausted." Kale came to me, held my hand, and pulled me up. "You've shifted for the first time, baby girl. I'm sure you need a lot of rest." We went to his bedroom, and suddenly I felt mentally and physically tired. He left me in the room and went to the bathroom to run water in the tub. I just didn't have the energy to walk, so Kale picked me up in his arms and carried me to the bathtub. The bathroom was warm and steamy. We stepped into the tub, and I immersed myself in the hot water, which embraced my skin like a soothing blanket. Kale pulled me in his lap, and I sank down slowly, feeling the heat seep in my muscles, relaxing every tense fiber in my body. He took my hair at the edge of the tub and applied shampoo. I moaned when he massaged my scalp. "No one has ever given me a head bath," I said. "Then get used to it, love," he replied. He poured water on my hair and rinsed them nicely. After that, he took a loofah from the side and scrubbed my skin. He didn't look at me, but continued to massage me over there. "Astrid, I'll burn this world if I can't get you. My need to make you mine is more than my need to breathe. Do you understand?" I bit my lip and looked at him with hooded eyes. "So is mine." He pulled me close and fisted his hand in the hair on my nape. Liquid heat pooled in my belly at his words. He ran warm, clean water around us, and once he had dried me with a towel, he carried me back to bed. "No night pajamas?" I breathed. "You won't be wearing anything tonight, love." He crawled over me, his body weight pushing me into the mattress. "You're so beautiful that I can't breathe." Saying that, he lowered his lips to mine and captured them in a rough, needy, urgent kiss. Astrid POV. Kale was insatiable. By the time it was time to go to school, I was so sore that every step I took reminded me of him. I fumed at him. "How am I going to go to school with this spectacle?" "You are a pervert, mister. Do you want a scandal associated with us at Cedar Academy?" "I want everything associated with us. And," he leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "I'd especially love a scandal involving us." I smacked his chest. "Go away!" I blushed. His deep, throaty laughter was enough to tell that he actually didn't bother about it. When he stopped laughing, he stared at me intensely. "You're mine, and I want the universe to know about it." I shook my head. "The human world runs differently. We can't get married so fast. We are just 18. I tried to drill sense into him. "So what?" he growled. "I have marked you. Marriage in the human world holds no importance to me." Eventually, we headed down to have breakfast. Torn and Aiden grinned at us like fools, giving knowing glances to Kale. "We heard a lot of noises from your room last night," Aiden said excitedly, chewing a bacon and cheese sandwich. While Kale smirked and gave them a cocky smile, I blushed till my neck. "Yeah, my girl likes to scream my name," Kale said, opening his shirt's top button to show his mark. As soon as the two brothers saw it, they jumped up and congratulated him, patting his back and cheering him like he had won a battle. I watched them with wide eyes, wondering what was so special about marking each other. I mean, this was obvious, wasn't it? Logan and Kylie came to the dining hall, and when they gazed at Kale's mark, they also congratulated him. It was like a celebration in the house. Kylie came to me with clasped hands and a warm expression on her face. "You've made me so happy, Astrid," she said. Her gaze darted to my shoulder, where my mark was hidden beneath my shirt. "Can I see your mark?" I found it awkward, but I opened my shirt buttons, lowered my shirt, and showed it to her. "Yes!" she shrieked and hugged me tightly. "We found the Luna of the Nordpack. I'm going to announce it in the Nordpack." "No," Logan exclaimed. "We won't be revealing it to anyone. This has to be a secret for now. I will call some warriors from the pack to keep a watch on Astrid." Kylie took a deep breath in as if understanding Logan. "You're right," she added. "We have to convey this to Fred and Bree as well." "But Uncle has said that he would go to the local church to register for the wedding," I pointed out. "And why did they want to keep it a secret?" "We have to talk to him to delay it," Logan replied. Torrin drove the car to school as Cale sat with me behind. He had clasped my hand in his and must have kissed me a dozen times till the time we reached the school. Since he had already scheduled all his classes with me, we were both sitting together for all of them. Cale's open display of affection for me surprised everyone in school. I didn't know that Cale was such an exhibitionist. He never missed a chance to engage in PDA. Tracy was pretty quiet all the time and focused on her work. Whenever our gazes met, she would smile at me. It was at the stadium when Cale was playing his match, and I was sitting on the bleachers, doing my assignment, when she approached me. "Hi," she said. Surprised, I looked up at her. "Hi," I replied monotonously. "How was your birthday?" she asked me. "I'm sorry, I had this really urgent work, and so I came back." "It was good," I said without lifting my eyes from my book. She took a ragged breath in. "I know it sounds stupid, but over the last few days, I feel someone is stalking me." She scratched the back of her neck. "It's an ominous feeling, and I might be overthinking, but," she shrugged. "You know." I narrowed my eyes slightly. "You should talk to the police about it." "Yeah, I will, but I'm not even sure if my suspicions are right or wrong. I can't give them false info, right?" I licked my lips and looked at Cale, who had passed the football to one player. "You should probably let them know, just to be safe." She chuckled. "That would be so stupid. They're already questioning me about the fire that occurred at Cale's house." "How do you want me to help you?" I asked. She shook her head. "Nah, you can't help me, but I thought I'd talk to Luna Kylie about it. When do you think she is free?" "You can talk to her about it any time," I said. "She must be at the house." A flash of jealousy in her eyes later, she gave me a tight smile. "I wish I was with Cale. They are a lovely family." She chuckled, looking at him. "But I guess he has found his human love. I hope you are accepted in the werewolf community." I poked my tongue in my cheek at her jab. "Anyway, nice talking to you, Astrid. See you later." She got up and hurried away from the stadium. I couldn't understand who would stalk her. The thought was worrying, but a loud whistle from Cale broke my thoughts. He winked at me, and I stifled a laugh. And just like that, I forgot about Tracy. I didn't see her for the entire day and was happy on the inside. In all the classes, Cale would only see me with a silly smile on his face, while I tried hard to concentrate on the lectures. One of the teachers yelled at him to pay attention, but my wolf didn't care. During lunch, he took me to the bathroom and locked it from the inside. "What the hell are you doing?" I said, my eyes going wide. "This is a scandal in the making." "I know," he said and bent me over the counter. Constant banging and cursing on the door disrupted us. To my surprise, when he opened it, Tracy was there, crying. "Cale," she said through her tears. "There's someone." Her lips quivered. "Someone is stalking me. They sent me this picture." Tapping on her phone, she revealed a picture of herself with an animated rope encircling her neck. "Someone wants to kill me." Cale took the phone from her and examined the picture. "Have you received any phone calls?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "But I'm scared." "I'll ask Aiden to be with you tonight," Cale assured her. "Have you reported it to the police?" "No," she replied, glancing at me. "Even Astrid asked me to report it to the police." Cale snapped his face at me. I froze. "Didn't she tell you?" Tracy said in an accusatory tone. "She doesn't have to say things which aren't important," Cale growled at her. "Anyway, just go home and I'll ask someone to be with you." She whimpered, trembling. "I am scared. What if they are hunters? Aiden won't be able to handle them alone. Can you all come over?" I mean, you don't have to get Astrid. Astrid POV. Kale's jaw clenched. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and pulled me closer to him. There are no hunters, so just chill. Saying that, he walked out of the bathroom with me as Tracy watched us. When we were out of her earshot, I asked Keel, "Do you really think there are hunters who are sending this message to her?" He let out a frustrated sigh. "I'm not interested in her or the hunters. If she is so bothered, maybe she should return to her pack." I found his indifference amusing, but given Tracy's past actions with us, Kale's behavior was not surprising. When we reached home in the evening, I saw Tracy sitting with Kylie and crying. "I'm so sorry, Luna Kylie, but I am terrified. I talked to my father, and he has asked me to stay with you all for a few days. If you like, you can talk to him as well." Kylie pressed her fingers on her forehead and pursed her lips, as if wondering how to ward her off. She glanced at me, and her shoulders bunched up in tension. Logan sauntered into the main hall with a glass of orange juice in his hand. He looked at us and shook his head out of pure irritation. Tracy looked at him and jumped from her place to be with him. "Please, Alpha Logan, I know you protect people. I had asked Kale to help me, and he said that he will send Aiden, but I'm scared for Aiden as well. Can I stay at your home for just 2 days? I promise that I'll leave after that." Logan took a ragged breath. "Tracy, why don't you go to the police?" he said. She wiped her tears. "I went to them, but they say that it is just a prank." She looked from Logan to Kylie to Kale and me. Seeing that we all had passive expressions, she nodded. Picking her bag up, she walked towards the door with her shoulders slouched. "It's fine," she said, sobbing quietly. Tension hung in the air, and I felt extremely guilty about it. She was asking for help because of the threat looming over her. How wise was it for me to pressure others with my silence? What would happen if it turned out she was actually murdered, and I eventually became the scapegoat? I opened my mouth to stop her, but Kylie beat me to it. "Tracy, you can stay here for the next 2 days, Kylie said just as Tracy was opening the doorknob. "Really?" Tracy turned with excitement. "Yes." Kylie appeared bored. Torrin sauntered in the main hall, looking irritated. "If she's going to stay with us, I am not sharing the room with Aiden," he said. He looked at us. "And Tracy, you better be prepared for all the noises you'll hear at night." I blushed so red that my ears heated. Kale laughed while Logan and Kylie simply shrugged and went out in the backyard. "I am okay," Tracy said, wiping her remaining tears. "I'll sleep on the couch." Kale grabbed my hand and took me upstairs. As soon as he closed the door, he threw his bag in mine and back-walked me to the bed with my lips captured by his. By the time we were in bed, our clothes were on the floor. Tracy's presence in the house was unbearable. We avoided her by having dinner and breakfast early. We avoided her by making sure that we stayed in our rooms. She was busy with her homework all the time, and she also genuinely didn't bother us. We would see her scrolling her phone at times, though. Brianna and Nate came to meet me with homemade lemon cake from Brie. I didn't know what to do when my cousins didn't share the cake with her. I had to give it to Tracy. She was putting up with a lot of humiliation. Both of us didn't talk because there was nothing to talk about. I was keeping my mark covered at all times like Kale was. Once when I was in the kitchen, she came there and just stared at me. "Do you want anything?" I asked, feeling awkward and uncomfortable. "No," she replied. "But you are so shameless that you are actually staying with Kale, even though the two of you aren't mates. What did you do to convince Alpha Logan and Kylie? And what are you going to do when this news reaches the elders that Kale is hooked up with a human?" I licked my dry lips and stared back at her. "It's none of your concern." Why did I have a feeling that she had already sent letters to the elders that I was a human? I walked out of the kitchen. This girl would never stop. "Hey, how about we go to a movie tonight?" Brianna suggested while eating the cake with pudding that Kylie had made. Logan and Kylie had gone for an important meeting with the police while Aiden and Torrin were reading some magazine and grinning like fools. "No, we have a lot of work tonight," Kale replied. He looked at me. "Astrid, have you seen the railing of our balcony?" I blinked at his stupid question. "Duh! Oh, good," he said with a mysterious smile, and suddenly I understood, blushing all over again. "I'd love to go to the movie," I blurted. "What time?" Kale let out a low warning growl, but I ignored him. Brianna chirped, "I'll get us a show booked at 9 p.m.? Perfect," I chimed in. "I am also coming," Nate said, finishing the last piece. "Me too," Aiden added. "Hey, count me in also." "Cool," Brianna grinned. "What about you, Kale?" she asked. "That's why I don't like you, Brianna," Kale growled. "You're a bad influence on my girl." "I assume you're coming too," Brianna said, tapping on her phone with the same grin. I was sure that Tracy was listening to all of us and feeling left out, but we didn't extend her an invitation to join us. She left for her home in the evening. We finished our assignments in the evening and were getting ready for the movie when Kale's phone buzzed. "Dad?" "I got a call from Tracy," Logan said, his voice panicky. "She's attacked. She feels there are hunters around the house." "What the fuck?" Kale's eyes widened. "I'm going there," Logan added. "I've called the police as well." "I'm coming with you." With a panicky expression, he looked at me. "I'm going there because I don't want my dad to go alone," he explained to me. "Mom, Torrin and Aiden will be here. I don't think that the hunters will come here." "I understand, love. Just don't get hurt," I said through a hoarse throat. Kale nodded and rushed out of the room. We canceled going to the movie. With 1,000 shades of restlessness coursing through me, I paced the room. Filled with an overwhelming urge, I went to the balcony, where I found myself looking at the sprawling woods in the distance. Before I could react, a sudden motion startled me, and a knife pressed firmly against my neck. "Baby sister," Xander hissed. "Don't you fucking shout, else I'll just slit your throat. I am pretty mad at you right now." What do you want?" I quivered. "How did he come here?" "Right now, we'll just climb down the balcony and I'll take you to my hideout." "How are you going to do that?" I whispered. "Simple." He hit my temple with the hilt of his heavy knife and the world faded into darkness. Astrid POV. Xander personified the concept of darkness. His mother's neglect had caused him to lose the ability to feel love. It was replaced with a twisted sense of survival. However, it was his addiction that twisted every other emotion he had. I was sure that it was his mother from whom he must have stolen his first drug, or who knows, his mother had pushed him into it. Sometimes I pitied him and wondered if I could redeem him. But what he did with me was irredeemable. The darkness surrounded me, resembling inky black waters. I wanted to surface, but a pounding ache on the back of my head made me groan. "She's awake!" A distant voice sounded that seemed warbled. "Not yet," another voice boomed. The headache was too much to bear, and so I succumbed to the darkness again. I woke up abruptly when cold water was suddenly splashed on my face. "Ah!" I groaned, trying to lap up the water. Instead, I licked the water that was on the black fabric enveloping me. I attempted to move my hands and legs, but they were firmly tied to whatever I was seated upon. "Now she's fully awake," Xander's voice boomed in what I think was a small room. "Good. The bitch has been a thorn in my eyes. Now get your bloody signatures and kill her." And this was Tracy. I heard footsteps coming closer to me. As the black bag around my face was lifted, I felt a rush of fresh air against my cheeks. Sharp light fell on my face, making me wince. I closed my eyes and lowered my head until the effect was over. When I looked up, I saw Xander staring at me through the locks of his dark hair that had fallen over his eyes. "Ah, there you are," he exclaimed. "You shitty liar." I sucked in a sharp breath and I focused my eyes on him. "What lie did I tell you, Xander?" I asked, wondering if there was a room to wiggle my wrists free from the rope. The room that I was in smelled of mold and grime and oil. A light hung right over my head, illuminating me but enveloping everything else in the dark. It seemed like they had brought me to a deserted factory. My eyes went behind him, where I saw a silhouette, Tracy. She was leaning against a long table near the door, glaring at me. A wave of surprise crashed into my chest. So the two were working together? He cocked his head and narrowed his eyes. "Bitch, you said that your birthday was a week later, but you celebrated your birthday the next day." "Oh, that," I chuckled, suppressing my surprise. "Yeah, that was a lie." "You whore." He raised his hand to slap me, but Tracy shouted, "Stop it, Xander. Just fucking get the signatures on whatever property shit you've been harping about and kill her." Xander clenched his jaw and took a step back. "I am getting the papers. Just sign them and your property will be mine." "What if I don't sign them?" I said. In that case, you have to keep me alive, and if I sign, you will kill me. Shut up, he yelled. Next moment, he was on my neck, gripping it fiercely. He violently shook my neck as I struggled to catch my breath, each cough more painful than the last. Signing it is not optional, he explained firmly. I'm going to torture you so much that you will beg me to kill you. With those words, he shoved me aside. With his chest heaving, he growled, I am getting the papers, and you are going to sign them. He walked away from me. I tilted my head sideways and looked at Tracy. You said there were hunters in your place? She scoffed. Yeah, there were none. But those Hanks boys are stupid crazy. They believed me, just like they always do. So you lied to us? I asked, watching Xander going out of the room. When he opened the door, a gust of cool wind entered, making me shiver. I also saw that it was still very dark outside. She shrugged. Yes, I lied to them. So what? She peeled her lips from her teeth and sneered. I hate you so much that had it not been Xander's insistence, I would have already killed you. She pushed off the table and took a step towards me. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Because of you, Cale has drifted away from me. You think that you could have him, his wealth, and just cast me out? Well, I've got news for you, cunt. Cale is mine. I am going to marry him, and I will be the Luna of the Nord Pack. Not you, fucking twit. I heard Xander hissing a laugh. Tracy continued. I had come after Cale to Cedar Academy with a dream that I will become the Luna of the Nord Pack, not so that my dream would be crushed by a simple human. Her voice carried a mix of determination and frustration. I wish I had killed you when you had come to the academy. I don't know what Cale saw in you. Werewolves don't mate with humans. If the Elder Council comes to know about it, they are going to kill you. Oh, how I wish they were here. She came close to me and pinched my jaw. You think Cale loves you? He will fucking forget you. I will make sure of that. You aren't his fucking mate, and once he marries me, he will mark me and I will become his chosen mate. Then there would be no way I will leave him. So you, she shoved my head away. You are nothing but a fucking season's flavor and you're going to die in this bloody room. Xander will kill you and I will snap your head in two. I am a werewolf and you are a human. I am more powerful than you. She lifted her hand and slapped me across my cheek. My head whipped to the side. I fisted my hands as pain lanced through my cheek. Tracy let out an evil laugh. Weak human. Xander opened the door and got the papers in. He came to me as Tracy stepped back. Sign these papers, bloody cunt. Otherwise, I am going to take those pretty nails out of your fingers. You mean these? I asked, bringing my hands in front of him. His eyes went wide in surprise. How? With a curse, he looked at Tracy, who was also shocked. Did you open her wrists? He shouted. What? No, Tracy replied. Xander growled. Well, no problem. He gave me a pen. Now sign on these papers. The ropes that tied my legs snapped open when I applied a little pressure. I jumped out of the chair and said, Where do I have to sign? Tracy and Xander were now gaping at me. What the fuck is happening? Xander grunted as he tried to capture me again. He got his hand to me, but I swiftly caught it and twisted it behind his back. As I pulled his arm, it popped out of his shoulder, his painful shout echoing through the room. He screamed in pain and shock. What is she doing? I am finally doing what I should have done a long time ago, I growled. As Tracy watched me with disbelief, I kicked Xander with my knee on his back. He screamed with more pain as some of his bones in his ribcage cracked. I kicked him to the floor and lifted my gaze to Tracy. She's gone crazy, he rasped through pain as he crawled towards the door. She's high! So what were you saying? I rotated my neck and let out a rough exhale. Her eyes fell on my mark. That, she pointed at my mark. Yes, Cale has marked me, I winked. But you're a human. I adjusted the collar of my shirt, ensuring that my mark was fully visible. Tracy's face went from shock to surprise to intense anger. I am going to kill you, bitch! I am a werewolf, and I will snap your neck in two. She unleashed her wolf with a roar. However, the moment she stood in front of me, her wolf froze at the sight of my striking white wolf. Astrid POV. Seeing Tasha, Tracy's wolf froze for a long time. It was as if she was expecting to kill me as a human, but the table turned. Tasha dipped her head and let out a menacing growl. I could feel her loathe for Tracy. I hate her, Tasha said to me. I'm going to finish her. Her voice was so animalistic that I also got slightly afraid of her. It was a small room, and Tasha couldn't maneuver much. Despite that, she charged at Tracy's wolf with a deafening snarl. In a moment of indecision, Tracy's wolf turned and ran out of the door that Xander had now opened and was crawling out. She jumped over Xander's body, making him scream in pain. Tasha chased Tracy out of the door, jumping over Xander and making him scream all over again. I knew why Tracy was running out. She never anticipated my transformation into a wolf, and now she must battle someone of equal or greater strength. Despite her best effort to flee, Tasha swiftly closed in and pounced on her. She bit Tracy's flank, making her whimper in pain. Tracy turned to attack Tasha. With her jaw open, she charged at her nuzzle, but Tasha was quick. She turned sideways and then kicked Tracy on the side of her face. The force of Tasha's kick was so powerful that Tracy stumbled and fell down, skidding some 5 feet away. Tracy let out a painful yelp, but she got up immediately and attacked Tasha. Tasha wasn't so well trained in fighting because she was a newly transformed wolf. However, her senses were keen. When she saw Tracy charging at her, she turned and ran towards the woods. Tracy followed her, but Tasha was simply too fast. Tasha came back to the clearing and turned for Tracy to emerge from the woods. The moment Tracy came out, Tasha leapt into the air and brought Tracy down in one strike. However, I was surprised when Tracy transformed back into her human form with Tasha's jaw right over her neck. Tasha gave me my skin back. "How come you are a white wolf?" she said in a gravelly voice, surprise and dread written all over her face. "And when did Kale mark you?" "Kale marked me on my birthday, the day I got my wolf." Her mouth dropped to the floor. "And you kept it a secret?" "Yes, we did." Her eyes went behind me and suddenly she rasped, "I'm so sorry, Astrid. Please let me live. I just came to rescue you from Xander. He is the one who was stalking me. He harassed me, and when I didn't succumb to his pressure, he devised a plan to kidnap you." I should have been shocked, but I wasn't. I turned my head over my shoulder to see that Kale, Torin, Aiden, Logan, and Kylie were standing behind us a few feet away, as I had instructed them. Kale came to me immediately. He opened his shirt and made me wear it as Tracy watched us. "Kale!" she said in a worried voice. "Thank Goddess, you are here. But how did you know Astrid was here? Please save Astrid. It was Xander who had kidnapped her." "And you think we will believe you?" Kale hissed as he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me closer to him. "What?" Tracy shrieked, getting up. "Do you know it was Xander who tipped the police and hunters about you?" It all happened too quickly. As a gust of wind blew, my hair stood on end and I noticed Kale standing directly above Tracy. He slapped Tracy so hard that she screamed in pain, sliding away from us. "Kale?" Tracy cried, her hand over her cheek. "Enough, Tracy," he shouted. His claws slipped out of his fingers as he stepped closer to her with a menacing look on his face. "Do you want to know how we got here?" he said, his voice carrying the venom of his rage. "Did you see that I have marked Astrid? Did you see she could transform into a wolf? And that too, a rare white wolf?" Tracy's eyes went to me and then back to him. She was trembling with every step he took towards her and scrambling back. He added, "Every white wolf has a special ability. Astrid's special ability is that she gets visions." Tracy's blood drained from her face as she whipped her head to look at me. Kale continued with a hint of pride in his voice. "You thought you had distracted us by calling us about hunters, and that we were idiots to go after you to protect her. However, the truth is that Astrid had already envisioned herself being kidnapped by you. She had mentioned it to me the day she transformed. Besides, after I marked her, that ensured we could talk via mind link." This last sentence was a blow to Tracy. She looked extremely confused and flustered. She looked at Logan and Kylie, who were standing together. "Why didn't you tell me about it?" she said in a low, scared voice. "Because we wanted to catch you," Kylie replied. "After Astrid told me about her vision, it was my plan to go with your flow. You called Logan and asked him to save you, so that you could allow Xander to come up to the balcony. You gave him a potion so that we couldn't smell you, but guess what, Tracy? We knew about it already." She looked at me. "I have to say, Astrid boldly went along with your plan to avoid suspicion." Kale was now towering over her, looking down on her like he could kill her at any moment. "Astrid told me you were in cahoots with Xander, It was you who tried to mislead us." "No," Tracy shouted. "It was Xander. I did nothing. He was the one who trapped her. I'm not the criminal here. He is. Catch him before he runs away." "Oh, we've already caught him." Torrin's voice drifted from behind. He was pulling Xander along the ground by gripping his shirt collar. Xander was making pitiful sounds of pain and weeping profusely. "Leave me," he cried. "I am not a part of this. It was Tracy who lured me in this. She said that she was going to get me close to Astrid, to get the property papers signed only if I killed her. Just let me fucking go. I swear I won't tell the authorities about you being werewolves." Enraged, Torrin lifted Xander in the air and threw him back on the ground. "You bloody asshole," he shouted. More of Xander's bones fractured upon hitting the ground, a scream escaping his lips, and he lay motionless on the ground, his eyes glassy, staring in the space in front of him blankly. "No, he's telling a lie," Tracy defended herself, gasping. "Why would I go against Astrid when I know she loves you?" "Oh, really?" I said to her, feeling like strangling her neck. "You were the one who asked Xander in front of me to kill me after getting the papers signed. You are the mastermind behind my kidnapping." I walked to Kale and looked down at her. "You said that you wanted to marry Kale and that you would do anything to get to him. Are you insane?" Tracy blurted. "I came to rescue you." I reached my breaking point. Furious, I reached for her neck. "You fucking liar!" "No!" Tracy shouted. "She's killing me. I am innocent. Alpha Logan, save me!" Logan came to us and he pried my hands away from Tracy's neck. "Astrid, I want you to be calm. Don't dirty your hands with her murder." I was literally shaking with anger. He looked at Kale, who grabbed my waist and pulled me close to him. "We have already given evidence about her involvement with the Elder Council, and my warriors are going to take her there. She is going to be thrown in the dungeons of the Elder Council without a trial." "What the hell?" Tracy cried. "Why dungeons? I want my dad. You just can't throw me into the dungeons. You are nobody. I want my dad." From the periphery of my vision, I saw an unknown man coming to us. "Alpha Derek," Alpha Logan said as the two bowed to each other. "Daddy," Tracy cried as she tried to get up. "Daddy, these people are torturing me. They... Derek came to her and slapped her hard. Tracy stared at him with wide eyes, shock rippling down her body. "Dad?" "Shut up," he shouted. "I'm so ashamed of you." He swallowed thickly. Taking a deep breath in, he said, "I, Alpha Derek, reject you as my daughter. You will no longer be a part of my pack." "No, no, Daddy," Tracy exclaimed. "But you don't even know the truth." "I know everything, Tracy," Derek replied, blinking his tears. "I'm afraid no one can save you. If I were in Alpha Logan's place, I would have already ended your life." Bianca POV. My father gaped at Alpha Logan as if he had asked an immoral question. "What do you mean?" he said, glancing at me nervously. "Bianca is my daughter." Alpha Logan leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other, resting it on his knee. He cocked his head as a smirk came on his lips. "So tell me, are you a werewolf?" Father seemed to lose his shit, but he clenched his teeth and took a deep breath in. "Yes, Alpha Logan, I am a werewolf. Would you like me to shift to show my wolf?" "That would be great," Alpha Logan said, narrowing his eyes. My father looked at Karen, who seemed like she was utterly confused. When she didn't respond to him, my father said, "Alpha Logan, would you like me to shift here or in the garden?" Alpha Logan looked to Kale, who nodded. "Please come to the garden with me," Kale instructed my father. As I watched my father leaving with Kale with frustration mounting, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I didn't know where Alpha Logan was going, but I was thoroughly enjoying how it was playing. Luna Kylie stared at Karen for a while until she was totally uncomfortable. "Do you know anything about Bianca's mother?" Karen licked her dry lips and opened her mouth, but she snapped it shut, glancing at me. When she opened it again, she resembled a fish out of water. I don't know much, just that Marlon and her mother, Erin, constantly had arguments with each other. They weren't happy and Marlon couldn't take it anymore. According to him, it was an abusive relationship, so he decided to run away, but he took his daughter with him. "So you're saying that it was Erin who used to fight with Marlon?" Luna Kylie asked. "Yes, they didn't go well together at all. Marlon didn't want his daughter to suffer at the hands of that psycho. Erin's mental health was deteriorating day by day." I couldn't believe the lies Karen was spouting. No, Karen, I countered. I was 10 years old when my father took me with him. I remember my mom. She wasn't mentally unstable. On the contrary, she loved me. A lump formed in my throat as I said those words, and as I remembered my mom's face, even though it would emerge from the haze of my mind, even though I didn't remember all the features so well. Karen shrugged. Don't tell me. It's your father who says those things. The only psycho that I see here is Marlin, Torrance scoffed. By that time, Cale came back with my father. He nodded at Alpha Logan as my father went to sit next to Karen, obviously agitated as hell. But he was suppressing his anger as best as he could because he knew he was in the presence of 5 alphas. So you are a werewolf, Alpha Logan stated coldly. What about Erin? Was she a werewolf too? Yes, Marlin snapped. We are both werewolves, but unfortunately our daughter, who you are so graciously thinking of making a part of your alpha family, hasn't shifted, so she is wolfless. He looked at me with hatred in his eyes. I think this drama is over. Pack up your things, Bianca. We will leave now. Not so soon, Alpha Logan growled. You will stay here for as long as I ask you to. And if both of you are werewolves, how come Bianca isn't a werewolf? My father's mouth dropped open in surprise. He collected himself, clenched his fist, and said, Alpha Logan, please return Bianca to me. She is my daughter, and I am her guardian. We don't want to stay here for another moment. Why? Because you are telling lies? Alpha Logan's accusatory tone boomed in the hall. Marlin whipped his head at him. Lies? Why will I lie? What are you getting at? I am not telling any lies. Now, if you will excuse me, I will leave. Bianca is my daughter, and she will go with me. I got her from her mother's clutches to save her from abuse, and I will. To save me from abuse or to abuse me? I shouted. You beat me every other day. When I asked about my mom, you revealed nothing about her. When I asked you to return me to her, you didn't, and now you even sold me to someone. If that is not abuse, then what is it? Bianca, my father shouted at me. I was always guiding you. By beating me? I shouted back. My father got up and strode to me, anger radiating off him. He grasped my hand and pulled me up when Torrin caught his throat and growled, his fangs slipping from his gums. Stay away from her, he growled. My father caught his wrist with both his hands. You are being cruel. You can't take away my daw. Torrin shoved him to the ground. Don't you fucking touch her again, he growled. You can't. Suddenly, a man with thick red hair that was tied in a pony entered the main hall. He looked at me with his green eyes and a lovely smile came to his lips. Wearing a black shirt with gray trousers, he had a soft demeanor. His face, marked by wrinkles, spoke of wisdom, suggesting he was older than my father. His eyes went to Alpha Logan, who got up. They shook hands and Alpha Logan invited him to sit. Alpha Jax, he said. It's an honor to have you amongst us. Alpha Jax? That name rang a bell somewhere. I stared at him as he sat on a sofa opposite to me. He looked at me again and gave me a kind smile. From the corner of my eye, I saw my father turning pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He coughed and sputtered as he got up. Hello, Marlin, Alpha Jax almost growled at him. Long time. Where were you all these years? I don't know why, but my father tried to run away from there, but the warriors stopped him and brought him back. Alpha Logan looked from Karen to Marlin. Have you seen him before, Marlin? He inquired. My father was shaking like a leaf. He didn't answer the question. He looked like he had been slapped on his face. I'll tell you where you have seen him in case you have lost your memory, Logan continued. This is Alpha Jax of the River Creek Pack, whose daughter you kidnapped out of revenge. Surprise exploded in my chest as I stared at Alpha Jax. Was he my father? If he was my father, who was Marlin? Somewhere in the restricted area of Yosemite, the River Creek Pack was the last werewolf habitat in the West. Logan chuckled. You never married his daughter. What? My heart started drumming like a drummer gone mad. I grasped Torrin's hand tightly. Alpha Jax has a daughter, Erin, but she is married to Mason. You were just an Omega who had a crush on her and forced her to marry you so that you could become the Alpha of the pack. But she refused, and out of spite, you tried to rape her when you found her alone at her home. Alpha Jax's warriors found you when you were forcing Erin to submit. You ran away from there, scared that they would kill you, but you took 10-year-old Bianca with you by making her unconscious. No, he is lying, Marlin replied in a low, shaky voice. I don't know this man. Logan ignored him and turned to me. Bianca, Marlon isn't your father. But having said that, Erin isn't your mother either, though she loved you like a mother. My mind went numb, but my eyes went to Alpha Jax, who looked extremely concerned. Logan took a deep breath in. Alpha Jax found you at the border of his pack, swaddled in a blanket. Seeing you were all alone, he adopted you. My throat choked as I seemed to have lost a sense of breathing. Everything turned blurry. I was an orphan. Why was Marlon so keen on taking me with him? Bianca, Alpha Jax said in a polite voice. Can I talk to you privately? I'm aware you may have countless questions, but I'm ready to answer every single one. Who are my parents? I asked through my tears. Bianca POV. Bianca, this man is lying. I am your father, Marlon said in a raspy voice. Don't listen to him. Enraged, Alpha Jax let out a low growl as he glared at Marlon. Without warning, he got up from his seat and punched Marlon in the face. With a loud, painful grunt, Marlon was on the floor. Enough, Alpha Jax shouted at him. You kidnapped her when you couldn't get your way with Erin. Erin rejected your advances because she was never interested in you. And since she loved Bianca like her daughter, you knew that without her, we would be devastated. His chest was rising and falling. Erin was so close to Bia that she cried and cried for days when you kidnapped her. May the wrath of the moon goddess befall you, Marlon. You've been a nasty piece of shit. The grief you've caused us is immeasurable. He turned to Alpha Logan. Alpha Logan, if you're okay, I'd like to have this despicable person and keep him in my dungeons for daily torture. Alpha Logan pursed his lips. The air turned tense as emotions overwhelmed me. You can take him with you, but honestly, I'd like to leave this decision to Bianca. I covered my face in my hands and sobbed. Marlon had destroyed my life as best as he could. Bia, Alpha Jax came to me and knelt down in front of me. Please don't cry. You don't know how happy we were to receive the information from Alpha Logan about you. You are blessed to have found a family like them, and we all want you back too. Please don't cry, little one. I lowered my hands and looked at Alpha Jax as the memory of someone calling me little one surfaced. My chin became wobbly as I looked at him through tears. Alpha Jax wiped my tears. Bia, we need to speak alone. I nodded. Yes, I whispered. You can go to our room, Bia, Torn said. Our room, not my room. I think this was his way of telling me I don't leave him. His anxiety was palpable through our bond. When I picked up his hand and kissed his knuckles, he gave me a soft smile, as if feeling reassured. Let's go, I said to Alpha Jax. As I walked to our room, Luna Kylie came to me. She hugged me. What do you want us to do with Marlon? Taking a ragged breath in, I said, please, can you lock him up and lock Karen with him? What? Karen shouted. Why lock me up? What have I done to you? I ignored her pleas and walked up the stairs with Alpha Jax following me. As I climbed up, I heard Karen shouting and resisting the warriors. Marlon was kicking and threatening them, but soon he was overpowered. I'm going to make sure that you are killed, Bianca, he shouted as warriors dragged him out along with Karen. You are doing injustice, Alpha Logan, Karen shouted. What about my daughters? Somehow, I steeled myself and allowed memories of them beating me and hurting me all the time to flood my mind. That helped me in making my decision. I didn't bother looking at them as they received the justice they deserved. In my room, Alpha Jax sat on the couch as he faced me. I know you have tons of questions, but before you start, may I speak? I nodded in response because I wanted to hear everything. He turned his eyes towards the window, gazing at nothing specific. My pack is the last werewolf establishment. I ruled them with my chosen mate, my Luna. After that, there are tall mountains and dense forest. None of us venture in that area for obvious reasons. We had to stay alert because of the wild animals. They attacked my people or destroyed the crops we grew. In one such beastly attack, my wife died, leaving me alone to look after our only daughter, Erin. He took a long and deep breath as if remembering that incident. One night when I was with my patrolling party on the borders of I noticed the most beautiful young woman. He shook his head. She just stared at me and I found myself running after her, my wolf screaming mate. When I finally caught up with her, I urged her to come back with me because my wolf had recognized her as our mate. She refused, saying that she had strayed and wanted to return to her home. Alpha Jax got up and walked to the window, where he leaned against the ledge. I waited for him to continue with a bated breath. Then, I asked. Her name was Sheila. I begged her, went down on my knees, but she refused. My wolf didn't allow me to separate from her, so I stayed back with her, hoping I would convince her. Since I was very far away from my people, she led me to her home, which was a small cabin in the middle of a dense forest. Scared of her life, I asked her to come and live with me, but she refused anyway. I had to decide between my people and her. I couldn't stay away from her, and so I chose to stay with her in her cabin. Sheila was incredibly beautiful and mysterious. She knew how to survive in the forest, but the strange thing about her was that she was all alone. I asked about her parents or relatives, but she said she had none. He turned to look at me. I stayed with her for a month, and that was the most beautiful time of my life. His eyes turned watery, but he blinked away the tears. One morning when I woke up, I saw she was gone. Goddess, I rasped, feeling miserable for Alpha Jax. But why was he telling me about his mate? I'm so sorry. He chuckled sadly. I looked for her everywhere, but she had just vanished. My wolf was going moon crazy. He would howl inside me without her. As I searched for her, I returned to my pack where I realized that how could I be so selfish? My daughter Erin needed me. My pack members were happy to have me back, and I resumed my position as their alpha. But the hole in my heart remained. It was impossible to forget my mate. He ran his fingers through his hair. I couldn't find Sheila, but one November, when I was on the borders of my pack, I heard a cry of a small baby. Swaddled in a blanket, the little girl was crying. He looked at me intensely. That little girl smelled of Sheila and me. Sheila left her baby girl in my care because she knew I would provide better facilities. I gasped. My mouth fell open as goose bumped in my skin. You are. I couldn't speak through choked emotions. He nodded. Yes, I am your father, and Sheila was your mother. Sheila told me she was the last remaining succubus on Earth. Her species was extinct because people would throw the succubus in whorehouses. They were the perfect targets to get males. Many were chained and mistreated, so she had to keep herself hidden. She said that she was a nuisance to everyone around her, and she would never be a nuisance to me. I think that was the reason she stayed hidden forever. He closed the gap between us and knelt down in front of me. Holding my hand, he added, You are a part werewolf and a part succubus, but succubus genes are stronger, and so your wolf hasn't come out. It may or it may not. When he wiped the tears from my face, I realized I was crying. Bia, I couldn't find Sheila ever. The mate bond that exists between us faded several years back. I know she is dead. He swallowed thickly. You are my father, I stated, looking all over his face, feeling surreal. Yes, we both have the same eyes and color. Besides that, your features are quite similar to Sheila's, he chuckled affectionately. When I saw you after a long time, I was overwhelmed with joy. Come with me to your home, Bianca. It's been ages. Father! I couldn't help myself as I launched at him and hugged him tightly. Jax embraced me in his arms, inhaling my scent and hiding his face in the crook of my neck. I love you, little one, he said in a hoarse voice. I'm so sorry for not protecting you. We both stayed there for long. Finally, I knew my family. When I pulled away from him, I said, Yes, Father, I'll come with you. Perfect, Bianca POV. You're not going. Torn threw a tantrum as I was packing my clothes. I couldn't help smiling at him because I knew he was panicking that I would be far away from him. His wolf was howling inside him, and I could sense him. His wolf would try to surface whenever his panic went out of control. I folded a dress and kept it in my suitcase before turning towards him. Torin, I said as I walked to him and circled my arms around his neck. I'll be back in a week. He stared into my eyes, pain evident in his. What am I going to do in a week? I can't stay without you. He held me close and inhaled deeply into my hair as if committing my scent to his memory. I'm scared. He hesitated as he tried to articulate his words. Don't be scared, I'm not. I cupped his cheeks and his face softened. He dusted my bottom lip with his thumb. It's going to be a long week without you. I smiled softly, loving him when he spoke like this. How about we get in the shower and wash away the next week? He leaned down and kissed me. He removed my clothes and led me into the shower by hand. I love you more than it's healthy, he said. Well, you better love me. I batted my eyelashes, and he chuckled. After knowing that I was Alpha Jax's daughter, the rage of questions and confusion that was always a part of my life had become quiet. I felt like I had finally found my anchor. My family was right there waiting for me, searching for me. It made me feel special. Though I silently mourned my mom's loss, I was beyond ecstatic to have found my biological father. And yes, I was a succubus. That only made me feel special. Marlon and Karen were thrown into the dungeons, but I had a better revenge for my stepsisters. I had asked Luna Kylie to make them work as servants in the stables for the rest of their life. They were going to do all the menial jobs, like cleaning the horse shit. Luna Kylie laughed at my request, but she winked at me and said, "There are worse jobs I can assign to them." "You can give them any job that is worse than this," I giggled. Ginny and Minnie howled and cursed me, but no one allowed them to meet me. I could have asked Alpha Logan to throw them out of the pack, but these girls would have returned to their rogue pack, and then they would have plotted against me. This way they would stay in my eyes forever, doing every dirty work and submit to me. What better torture would there be for the two bitches? Torrin picked up the soap and began washing me. "Can I come with you?" he asked. I giggled and leaned against his chest. As he washed my back, I said, "Come after a week, love." He clenched his teeth and washed my shoulders, my breasts, and then down my legs. I watched him as he concentrated on his task. He dried us both and then led me back to the bed where he lay me down. His lips seized mine, and our kiss turned frantic. I closed my eyes and adjusted myself. "No," I whispered. "You are so beautiful," he said. This was the most erotic sight. On an instinct, I turned my head away, exposing my neck to him. "Mark me, Torn," I murmured. "Mark me." This was the most natural thing I could think of. I let out a scream as pain and pleasure mixed. His fangs stayed in my flesh as he snarled against my skin, his fangs still lodged inside me. Torn had claimed and marked me. Bianca POV. Alpha Logan and Luna Kylie were ecstatic, and so was the entire family when they saw Torn's mark on me. "I can't believe it," Luna Kylie squealed. "Both my sons are mated." She hugged me tightly as Torn watched us with fondness. Ever since he had marked me, he was relaxed, and so was I. That urgent need to be with him all the time was met with. His mark was like I was carrying him with me everywhere I went. "When you return, we are going to have celebrations for both of you," Kylie said with a grin. Alpha Logan was standing with Torrin, watching us with a broad smile. Layla and Astrid hugged me after that, both of them already talking about our future plans together. I blinked away the tears I had in my eyes, forgetting a family that was valuable in every term. They were all so loving and protective that I couldn't think of anyone else being in my family. The fact that I was Alpha Jax's daughter made me feel even better. At least I wasn't an abandoned child, and I would not be a rogue for all my life. All my tortures had come to an end. My father was standing at the door, looking at me with hopeful eyes, his expression warm and welcoming. When my gaze met his, he looked at his watch, indicating that we had to leave fast. The River Creek pack was pretty far away from here, and we were going by road. My reason to go alone with my father was that I wanted some time to explore my home after having stayed away from them for 8 long years. Honestly, I was extremely excited to meet everyone. Torrin wrapped me in his arms and kissed the crown of my head. "I don't think I can stay without you." Then he lowered his voice and added, "You are going to miss your favorite food." "Goddess." I smacked him on his chest, and he laughed. It was true that his cum was enough for me for days because that was my true appetite. I ate food just to please others. As soon as I reached the car, I saw Aiden waiting for me. He lifted his hand. "I guess you'll be needing this," he said as he handed me the bottle of potion. "I got it made for you again. Just be careful that you don't miss it." I took a deep breath in. Aiden was such a caring wolf. "Thanks, Aiden," I said and hugged him. He patted my back and whispered, "Your mate is growling at me. If you remain in this position even for a second more, he will rip my throat." So just to tease Torrin, I squeezed Aiden a little more and pulled away. Torrin was immediately at my side, growling dangerously at Aiden. I burst out laughing as Aiden shook his head. What's it with wolves and their mates? The journey to the River Creek pack was surprisingly smooth. Alpha Jack stopped at various spots only so that I relaxed and ate food. He had come with 4 warriors, and all of them looked at me with intrigue. We reached there by evening. It seemed my father had informed everyone about our arrival, because I saw many men and women standing out of their houses, eagerly waiting for us. The moment our car rolled in the streets, they cheered for us and waved at me. I felt like a princess. Memories of my pack flooded, resulting in happy tears. When we reached home, I saw Erin standing at the main door along with Mason, who was holding a pup in his hands. My throat choked seeing her. She looked lovelier, with her dark hair in a messy bun as always. Bianca! Erin threw herself at me and I hugged her tightly. This time, I couldn't stop my tears. Erin, I murmured as I hid my head in the crook of her neck, smelling her familiar scent. How I missed her. I wish I could rewind the time, but things had to happen the way they happened. It was my destiny to meet Torin. Had I not been kidnapped by Marlin, maybe I wouldn't have met Torin. She pulled away and stood at arm's length with her hands on my shoulders. I missed you, little one. I missed you too. She giggled through her tears, and holding my hand, she walked me in. This is my husband, Mason, she said, and this is my pup, Ken. Ken watched me cautiously with his big brown eyes. Gosh, he looked so much like his father. The next few days went like a breeze. I reacquainted myself with everyone around me, but I met them only after I had downed the bottle of potion. I didn't want any catastrophes happening in my pack. My father took me to the cabin where he met Mother, and I noticed he had actually developed that place. It's possible that she is alive, he said, looking pensively at the forest, and she may come back. But the truth was, his bond had faded a lot. I could see how he was also withering. It was like he wanted to give it all up and stay in the cabin. Erin had told me he was planning on giving reins of the pack to Mason, and then retiring to this cabin. I could understand his emotions, because I knew I was going to follow Torin to the Fade. Speaking of Torin, he came to my pack on the 5th day. Baby, I can't stay away from you, he rasped. I was surprised that he had shifted into his wolf and ran halfway here. There were warriors with him, but they were in the cars. Erin was suppressing her laughter as he hugged me, naked. Mason and my father welcomed Torin with open arms. It was like with my marriage they had formed an important alliance. 2 days later, we went back to my home in the Nord Pack. Over there, I saw Minnie and Ginny working in the horse stable. Is it bad to feel that I was extremely satisfied seeing them so miserable? They bowed to me as I passed them with Torin out of fear. Both of them tried to talk to me, but I ignored them. Luna Kylie had organized a mega event for Kale, Torin, and their mates. Our marriage ceremonies were held in the temple first, which was followed by a week-long celebration. Kale was appointed as the future Alpha of the Nord Pack, while Torin was appointed as the future Alpha of the Nightbloom Pack, and all the other packs that came under it. After the celebrations were over, Luna Kylie and Alpha Logan asked whether I wanted to finish my high school. Yes, I would love to. I clasped my hands as I exclaimed. Torin had his arm curled around my shoulder, watching me with a goofy grin. And so I started my high school all over again. Luna Kylie made sure that I received Luna training during my time at high school, while Torin ensured I wore a shirt that always displayed his mark on me. Those high school boys are bloody lunatics, he reasoned, and I don't want to kill them. Hi all, this story is coming to an end. Tomorrow I will post the last chapter, 3rd POV, 5 years later. Alpha Logan sat in the lush garden with his wife, Luna Kylie, watching his grandchildren playing. His eyes were softened by the golden light of the late afternoon sun. He kissed Kylie's temple, who was sitting next to him with her head resting on his arm. The moon goddess had been kind to him, though his once dark hair was now streaked with silver on her temples. He sat there amidst his family, his presence an aura of wisdom earned through the battles he fought and the alliances he forged. Not only did he rule his pack with unwavering loyalty, he also ruled other packs, making sure that every wolf under him was given equal opportunity. After he had announced that Kale would be the Alpha of the Nord Pack and Torin would take over the Nightbloom Pack, the boys hadn't left. Their wives entered Luna training, which had to go on for 3 years. He chuckled when his oldest grandchild, Norris, who was a 2-year-old toddler, tumbled on the grass. His mother, Astrid, rushed to him to help him stand up. Norris giggled as he brushed his shirt with dirty hands and ran after the butterfly he was chasing. Kale and Astrid were blessed with a pup 2 years ago, and ever since they had been extra busy. Astrid had blossomed into a beautiful young Luna, ready to take over. Kylie was extremely happy with the way Astrid's training had shaped her. Alpha Logan couldn't help feeling proud as he watched his sons moving with grace and power that marked them at the future of their packs. Suddenly, he heard Tabitha crying. Tabitha was Torin and Bianca's daughter. She was 7 months old and was already making noises to attract the attention of everyone who passed her. Right now, she was crying for her father to pick her up. Torin picked her up and cooed, making her giggle. "Both of them have your strong features," Kylie whispered to Logan. "Isn't that nice?" Logan replied. "You arrogant brat," Kylie smacked him. Logan laughed. He heard another thud and knew that Norris had fallen amongst the flowers. The next generation was full of promise and potential, and his heart was full of pride. A week later, Torin and Bianca were leaving to take over the Nightbloom pack. Sheer had called him last night saying that everything was ready for the young Alpha to take over. In fact, Sheer was waiting eagerly for Torin to take the reins of the pack because he wanted to go out for a long vacation with Fenris. Logan knew the boys deserved it. They had remained loyal to Kylie throughout and provided the best of their services. As he watched his family, Logan's thoughts drifted back to the days when he stood where his sons stood now. The challenges had been many, the enemies were fierce, but he overcame them all. His major victory was to win Kylie and make her his Luna. She had been his pillar of support. Graham, her former husband, was still lodged in the High Council prison, along with Zoe. The last he heard was that Graham had stopped eating. He shoved those thoughts away as his eyes went to his sons and his grandchildren. And now, in this moment, he knew his legacy was secure. His sons had grown into capable leaders, and his grandchildren would carry on the traditions and values that he had always fought for. He wanted to give reins of the Nordpack to Kale and Astrid, but the two were planning to go for a long holiday to Europe. How could he stop them? Well, upon their return, he would hand over the reins forcefully and take his wife for a long vacation around the world. Katie and Ace were doing extremely well in their pack. Aiden had joined the college along with his sister. The family would join them for the summer holidays soon. "What are you thinking, my Alpha?" Kylie asked him as Kale and Torin came to sit with them. Layla had come from her college for a vacation and was talking to Astrid and Bianca. The three had become besties. "Nothing," he replied pensively. Kylie took little Tabitha in her lap, who gave her a toothless grin. "Ah, I can see one tooth coming out," Kylie exclaimed. Torin rolled his eyes. "Yes, Mom, she has started biting us." Kylie laughed, feeling proud of her granddaughter. "You are the cutest little girl I've seen," she cooed, playing with her. "There's something we wanted to share with you," Kale said, scratching the back of his head. "What is it?" Logan asked, raising his eyebrow. Kale took a deep breath in and revealed, "Astrid is expecting again. This time I think there are twins." "What?" Kylie squealed. Logan and Torin grinned. "Way to go, bro." Torin patted Kale's back. Kale chuckled. "We came to know about it yesterday." "Oh, nice." Kylie couldn't contain her excitement. Suddenly they heard Bianca retching. She ran to the side and puked in the flower bed. "Bia!" Astrid and Layla went to her and stroked her back. "What's wrong?" Torin rushed to them, paling at his mate's condition. "Bia, what happened?" Bianca took a glass of water and smiled. She looked at Kylie, and Kylie instantly knew what was wrong. She handed Tabitha to Kale and walked to Bianca. "I guess you are pregnant." Bianca blushed as Torin's mouth dropped to the floor. "But that's too soon," he blurted. "It is Goddess's wish," Kylie chastised him as he held Bia's hand and took her to sit down with her. Torin followed Bianca, still flustered. "We decided to have a pup after 2 years, Bia." She bit her bottom lip. "I am not taking my pills." He shook his head and then kissed her, hugging her tightly. "I love you," he whispered. Logan congratulated her and leaned back, closing his eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. The sounds of his family, of life continuing around him, filled him with a deep sense of contentment. He was so grateful to the moon goddess for what she had given him. He knew it wasn't the battles or the victories that mattered, but it was the love that had been nurtured, the bonds that were forged, and the knowledge that the pack would thrive even after he was gone that mattered. And it was more than enough. The end.